running mate will visit Michigan. Francis?
Okay, Chris Pallone for us. Chris, thank you. We are learning more about the difficulty in securing a ceasefire in Gaza. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu added new conditions back in May, complicating the negotiations, according to U.S. and foreign officials. The additions included Israeli control over Gaza's border with Egypt and restrictions on movements north. Netanyahu's office calls the allegation that he moved the goalposts false. It comes as the region braces for retaliation from Iran while the Gaza war grinds on. Richard Engel reports.
A senior U.S. official tells NBC News Iran has yet to decide how and when to carry out a retaliatory strike against Israel. Iran's president rejecting a call by the U.S., France, the U.K., Germany, and Italy to stand down its ongoing threat of a military attack. Iran's president called that an excessive request, according to a government spokesman. While in Gaza, conditions are so bad, many say death is better than what they're going through. These twins, Aysar and Aysir, 4 days old, and their mother, Jumana, a pharmacist, and her mother, were all killed. Multiple witnesses tell NBC News the corner apartment where they were staying was hit by Israeli fire. Mohammed Abu al-Kamsan had just left the apartment to collect the twins' birth certificates. The Israeli army did not respond to our detailed request for comment. Israel believes 115 hostages are still in Gaza. 23-year-old Romi Gonen was kidnapped by Hamas during the Nova Music Festival on October 7th. Last word her mother Mirav and sister Yarden received is that Romi is alive, but wounded, shot in the arm, and in pain.
What has it been like for you to watch so many close calls? There was a deal, it was on the deal, and then it fell apart.
You're describing my life. Building the energy, building the hope, building the expectation, and then you fall apart.
We're sitting here and I'm looking at the sunflowers here on the table, and I'm thinking, well, this is exactly Romi. She's a sunflower. She has so much light in her, so strong light in her. But this is also, you know, a flower. And if it doesn't get water, it will die.
Our thanks to Richard for that report. More than a week after Ukraine launched a stunning cross-border assault, battles are still raging inside Russia. The Russian army is scrambling to retake land and villages seized by Ukrainian soldiers. It's the first invasion of Russian territory since the Second World War, taking intelligence services and border guards by surprise. For the latest, let's go to Claudio Lavanga. Good morning, Claudio. How is Vladimir Putin reacting to this?
Good morning, Francis. Well, on Monday, Vladimir Putin met top Russian officials, and he sounded defiant. He vowed to squeeze the enemy and that warned Ukraine that their incursion would be followed by a worthy response. He also said that Russia is more united than ever, and also even boasted that, on the contrary, Russian troops are accelerating their advance into the east of Ukraine. But experts who analyze his voice and his body language in that meeting say that there was a significant change or shift in tone of his voice and also in his usually calm demeanor. And they say that he sounded absolutely terrified about Ukraine's counter-offensive. But I don't think, Francis, that you need an expert to conclude that the fact that the war now has spilled into Russian territory must have been a source of a major embarrassment, even worry for the Russian president. It could potentially turn out to be a turning point in this war. Now, the Ukrainian president, Volodymyr Zelensky, said that now Ukrainian troops control about 74 villages across the border into the Kursk region, about 400 square miles of Russian territory, and said that the more the Russian military presence is destroyed inside Russia, the closer peace will arrive in Ukraine, Francis.
Claudia, thank you. Now to an urgent manhunt that's underway for a convicted killer in North Carolina. Authorities say Ramon Alston was being transported to a hospital in Hillsborough when he freed himself from his leg restraints. He then jumped from the van and fled into the woods, still handcuffed. He is serving a life sentence for a shooting that left a 1-year-old girl dead. Authorities are offering a $25,000 reward for information leading to his capture. The DEA has seized over 2,000 pounds of meth hidden in a shipment of celery at a Georgia farmer's market. Beth Yates from our NBC affiliate in Atlanta has the details.
This is the largest meth seizure we've ever had here in DEA Atlanta, and this is the third largest seizure total DEA-wide of methamphetamine.
DEA Special Agent Robert Murphy says the joint effort resulted in $3 million of meth being taken off the streets.
We received information that led us to a tractor trailer that was coming across the Mexican border. We weren't sure on the destination, and we were able to put it down at a large delivery at the Atlanta farmers market.
The 2,300 pounds of meth was hidden in a shipment of celery, which officials say was driven from Mexico to the Atlanta's farmers market in Clayton County.
It is the produce terminal for the southeastern United States, and if drugs are moving through there, there is a possibility for food contamination, and we know that. So it's important that we keep our consumers safe.
Agricultural officials say the entire load of celery that the meth was packed in was destroyed, and now they have a message for the cartel responsible.
To those that want to use agriculture as a means to an end and a cover for criminal activity, you will be caught, you will be prosecuted, and you will go to prison.
Our thanks to Beth Yates for that report. Tropical storm Ernesto is churning across the Caribbean, bringing rain and high winds extending up to 125 miles from the storm center. It is expected to strengthen to a hurricane this morning over the Atlantic as it passes north of Puerto Rico, where it could dump as much as 10 inches of rain. Let's get to Ryan Hanrahan, who is tracking the storm's path. Good morning, Ryan.
Hey, good morning, Francis. Yeah, Ernesto is strengthening. It's just shy of hurricane strength. It looks like it is going to strengthen into a hurricane in the next couple hours. Here's Puerto Rico getting some very heavy rain on the eastern edge of the island, so basically just to the east of San Juan right now. The storm is moving to the northwest of the Virgin Islands, to the north of Puerto Rico right now. It's 80 miles to the northwest of St. Thomas. Winds now up to 70 miles per hour. Here's the expected track of Ernesto over the coming days. The storm is going to move to the north, and by tonight it's a hurricane, and by this weekend it's very, very close to Bermuda as a pretty sizable storm. In fact, it's expected to become a Category 3 hurricane or a major hurricane. No direct impact to the lower 48. However, some big swells and rip currents, a possibility from Maine all the way down to Florida, way out ahead of Ernesto. Across the lower 48 right now, we do have quite a bit of heat down south. 41 million people impacted by heat advisories. And take a look at some of the numbers today. 100 in Dallas. You factor the humidity, feels more like 104. And the heat continues across the south into Florida. That's a look at the national outlook. Here's your local forecast. Temperatures in the 80s today across most of the Great Lakes and the Northeast. 86 today in Washington. Back across the Midwest, a little stormy from the plains down through Nebraska and Iowa. Temperatures in the 70s in Minneapolis. And that's today's weather. Francis, back over to you.
Okay, thank you, Ryan. The menagerie continues in London. Banksy unveiling more new murals this week. The latest coming Tuesday at the London Zoo, appearing to show a gorilla lifting up the zoo gates, setting other animals free. It is the elusive artist's 9th work in over a week. On Wednesday, Banksy confirmed he made this mural of a rhino appearing to climb in a car. It's unclear if any more murals in the animal series are coming. We're back in a minute with the big changes brewing at Starbucks and an ocean mystery. We join researchers racing to figure out why dozens of sea lions are getting sick in California.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization. good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Researchers in California are investigating why more than 106 sea lions have washed up on shore in recent weeks, with a toxic algae bloom potentially to blame. NBC's Liz Kreutz is there.
In California, an urgent race to save dozens of sea lions, showing up sick and disoriented on beaches along the Central Coast.
The Marine Mammal Center is responding to a multitude of calls here and rescuing them.
So far, volunteers here have responded to nearly 150 sea lions and at least 2 dolphins, all showing signs of poisoning from domoic acid, a neurotoxin from algae that gets into the fish these animals eat and can flare up during the summer. The Marine Mammal Center says this outbreak has been longer and more intense.
These animals are seizing on the beach. Our teams are working overtime.
We followed a team as they made a rescue at a beach in Morro Bay. There on the shore, a stranded sea lion. Crowds watching as the crew made their approach.
Okay, they were successfully able to capture this sea lion here. They're now going to get it into the crate. They're going to then bring it to the truck. We're talking quietly because any loud noise can cause these animals to go into a seizure.
1, 2, 3.
It's pretty dramatic to see a sick, disoriented animal like that right here on this popular beach.
It's very dramatic, but we also know that they are windows into the health of our ocean.
And to human health as well.
Are humans at risk?
There's a risk. Right now, currently, there isn't a warning for human consumption, but sea lions are the first indicators of that toxin being in the environment.
Although there's still much to learn about domoic acid outbreaks, experts say a strong upwelling of cold water and our warming climate are contributing factors.
These algae do well in warm environments, and so if we're seeing more of that and an increase in that, then that's definitely a factor for these events.
Sea lions, a sentinel for our ocean's health. Liz Kreutz, NBC News, Morro Bay, California.
A major change brewing at Starbucks this morning. The coffee giant is bringing in a new CEO and parting ways with Laxma Narasimhan. He took over for Howard Schultz in March of last year. The move comes amid falling sales and outside pressure from investors. In his place, Starbucks bringing in Brian Nicol, an accomplished restaurant executive who has been leading Chipotle since 2018 after spending 3 years as head of Taco Bell. Still to come, a rookie quarterback is sidelined in Minnesota, and sparks are flying between a WNBA star and her former team. Find out why one player wants to take the league to court.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I
feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Vandersloot looks at the clock, daring them to foul her. That's a dangerous pass. Hamby. Shot it when she didn't need to, and it went in.
A one-time ace showing her hand on Monday. WNBA star Derek Hamby, who currently plays for the LA Sparks, sued her former team, the Las Vegas Aces, in federal court. Hamby alleges in the suit that she was discriminated against by the team after revealing she was pregnant in 2022. Hamby also named the league itself as the defendant, saying they failed to meaningfully punish the team after investigating her claims. Neither the Aces nor the WNBA responded to NBC's request for comment. So she said back in 22, she told them that she was pregnant, then she signed a 2-year extension with the team, and then after that she felt it. She was like, okay, I'm being treated differently in all of this.
Right,
so
right?
no, it's not all right. So hopefully it'll work out in her favor, especially she's back there, still playing.
Back on the court, yeah.
Back on the court.
So from the WNBA to some NFL, Vikings fans will have to wait a little while before the future of the franchise takes the field again. Head coach Kevin O'Connell announced Tuesday that rookie quarterback J.J. McCarthy will undergo surgery on the meniscus in his right knee. This year's 10th overall pick in the draft suffered the injury in Minnesota's preseason win over the Las Vegas Raiders. The length of McCarthy's absence will be determined by whether the meniscus needs to be trimmed or repaired, and you hate to see a knee injury like that, especially in the preseason, too.
Before even getting out there, and he posted on social media, I'll be back out there before you know it. Fingers crossed that actually happens for a quick recovery for him. When we come back, how the salsa queen continues to make history, and an important warning from Ford and Mazda before you head out the door.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford. I'm Vicki Wynn. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
We're talking possibly a trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Here's what's making headlines this morning. Ford and Mazda have issued do not drive warnings for over 457,000 vehicles with recalled Takata airbags that could explode. More than 374,000 Ford cars are impacted, all built between 2004 and 2014. And Mazda's warning covers more than 82,000 vehicles from 2003 through 2015. On Tuesday, Paramount, the parent company of CBS, Nickelodeon, and MTV, told its employees it's beginning a series of layoffs that would cut U.S. staff by 15% ahead of next year's merger with Skydance. President Biden announced $150 million in research grants as part of his cancer moonshot. 8 medical facilities will receive the funds to support researchers working to improve surgery to remove tumors. Cuban-American singer Celia Cruz has become the first Afro-Latina to appear on the U.S. quarter. The salsa queen died in 2003. She was picked to be one of 5 to be featured as part of the U.S. Mint's American Women Quarters program.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We're back with a story we've been following out of Kansas. A statue of baseball great Jackie Robinson brazenly stolen and the amazing effort to bring it back. Morgan Chesky was there for the monumental return.
They arrived in their game day best. Players welcoming another back home.
We know that out of darkness comes light.
Which is why Renee Alexander brought twins AJ and Aisley back to their League 42 ballpark.
I said, hey, you guys want to go see the new statue being revealed? And they said, yeah, and went crazy.
It was January when the league's beloved Jackie Robinson statue was stolen. The crime even caught on surveillance video.
You see that surveillance video, someone taking him away.
I was like, was it because of race? Was it because of hatred?
The man who confessed blamed drugs, and when sentenced to prison for theft and other crimes, apologized.
I'm sorry.
Over the last 6 months, donations allowed for an exact replica, crafted in Colorado, then carefully packed, to finally return to Wichita for a homecoming fit for a Hall of Famer.
1, 2, 3, go!
A monumental moment where Robinson's legacy looms large.
If it wasn't for League 42, a lot of the kids in this community probably wouldn't even be playing baseball.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Including Jason Dennis's own son, Jackson.
I like how they put Jackie Robinson there because he's my favorite player.
Really? Of all time? When you walk past that statue next season, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking I'm going to hit a home run.
Inspiration from a player and man.
Thank you.
Proving barriers were made to be broken.
I think it gives this generation hope that they too can do anything if they put their mind to it.
Morgan Chesky, NBC News, Wichita, Kansas.
And the Little League World Series is kicking off today in Williamsport, Pennsylvania. 20 teams in all will compete for glory. 10 from across the U.S. and 10 international. The 12-day tournament will end with a championship game on Sunday, August 25th. The series starts with 4 games today. The Caribbean versus Mexico, followed by New England versus the West, then Asia Pacific versus Canada, and Southeast versus Midwest. All right, before we go, a look at what's ahead on today. He was the hero of Team USA's men's gymnastics team. Steven Nedorozic, a.k.a. the Pommel Horse Guy, is live on the plaza. He will talk about his newfound fame, rocking multiple medals for Team USA, and becoming, I guess with the glasses, the Clark Kent of men's gymnastics. It's all coming up on Today. Thanks for waking up with Early Today. I'm Frances Rivera. Defensive walls. Vice President Kamala Harris's running mate tackles criticism of his military service head on. We're live with why all he had to say to his Republican rival J.D. Vance was thank you for your service as the race for the White House shifts into high gear. Still on the squad, how Congresswoman Ilhan Omar fended off her primary challengers overnight after a series of defeats for progressives. The Caribbean braces for Ernesto, the tropical storm slamming Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands with heavy rain and strong wind. We're tracking its path this morning. Searching for solutions to a search engine monopoly. The drastic measures the DOJ is reportedly considering after a judge's historic antitrust ruling against Google. And why some like it hot. Researchers reveal what leads to cravings for supremely spicy foods and extremely sour candy. It's Wednesday, August 14th. Early Today starts right now. Hi there. Good morning. I'm Frances Rivera. Minnesota Governor Tim Walz is the star of the Democratic ticket this week, while Vice President Kamala Harris prepares to take the stage at the Democratic convention next week. Her running mate is on a fundraising blitz on his first solo campaign appearance, speaking to union workers in Los Angeles. NBC's Chris Pallone joins us now. Good morning, Chris. Governor Walz is still introducing himself to the country, and one thing he's had to focus on is his military record.
Yeah, that's right, Francis. Good morning to you. The governor has been under pressure from Republicans to address his time with the National Guard. Walz has faced attacks over a 2018 video where he's talking about gun restrictions, and he references carrying weapons of war that are only carried in war. Walz served 24 years with the National Guard, but was never in combat. Donald Trump's running mate, J.D. Vance, accused Walz of lying about his service for political gain. The Harris campaign says Walz simply misspoke. The governor did not address any specific criticism, but he did have this to say.
I'm going to say it again as clearly as I can. I am damn proud of my service to this country. And I firmly believe you should never denigrate another person's service record. To anyone brave enough to put on that uniform for our great country, including my opponent, I just have a few simple words. Thank you for your service and sacrifice.
While the Harris campaign rallies with union workers, Donald Trump has been hit with federal labor charges from the United Auto Workers Union. The UAW is accusing Mr. Trump and Elon Musk of trying to threaten and intimidate workers during the conversation they had Monday night on X. Mr. Trump praised Musk for not tolerating workers who go on strike. Neither the Trump campaign nor Musk replied to a request for comment. Today, Donald Trump has an event in North Carolina, while his running mate will visit Michigan. Francis?
Okay, that Chris Blown for us. Chris, thank you.
Sure.
Last night was another primary night in some swing states in Minnesota. Congresswoman Ilhan Omar has defeated several primary challengers. She breaks a recent streak of so-called progressive squad members who lost primaries. Unlike those other lawmakers, Omar was not the target of attacks from outside groups over her views on Israel. Meanwhile, in Wisconsin, a face-off is set between Senator Tammy Baldwin, a Democrat, and wealthy businessman Eric Hovde, who has the endorsement of Donald Trump. This will be a very closely watched race in that battleground state. And many voters will get to vote directly on abortion rights this November. Initiatives on this issue have been added to the ballots in a growing number of states as we get a clearer look at what impact the overturning of Roe v. Wade is having. Here's Laura Jarrett.
A constitutional amendment in Missouri that would wipe out the state's near-total ban on abortion, now set to appear on the ballot this November, while abortion rights organizers in the swing state of Arizona shattered records with more than 500,000 signatures to get their proposed amendment added.
This initiative has made the ballot.
Missouri and Arizona joining a growing list of states, all with similar ballot measures that would create a new right to abortion up to the point a fetus can survive at around 24 weeks, something opponents say goes too far. This ballot push, the byproduct of the Supreme Court overturning the right to an abortion, allowing each state to pass their own restrictions. Laws now under increasing scrutiny as new data emerges about what's been happening in hospitals. A new analysis of federal records by the AP showing more than 100 pregnant women in medical emergencies like ectopic pregnancies denied care in the ER since Roe was overturned. As doctors tell NBC News, they are navigating vague laws that don't account for medical nuances.
There's so much fear and confusion because an ectopic can have a heartbeat.
Kylie Thurman had an ectopic pregnancy where an embryo implants in a fallopian tube, and she was initially denied an abortion in Texas, despite the law making an exception for such emergencies. Then it ruptured.
I want to have kids, and I wanted to keep my fallopian tube, but now it's gone. A piece of my womanhood was taken.
She, along with another patient in Texas, are now calling on the Biden administration to investigate.
I had to fight like hell to get my care, and I still didn't get it fast enough.
And this issue of medical emergencies, particularly in Texas, not going away soon, as a lawsuit there going up to the U.S. Supreme Court potentially as soon as this fall. Back to you.
Laura, thank you. More than a week after Ukraine launched a stunning cross-border assault, battles are still raging inside Russia. The Russian army is scrambling to retake land and villages seized by Ukrainian soldiers. It's the first invasion of Russian territory since the Second World War, taking intelligence services and border guards by surprise. For the latest, let's go to Claudio Lavanga. Good morning, Claudio. How is Vladimir Putin reacting to this?
Good morning, Francis. Well, the last time we saw Vladimir Putin was on Monday when he met his Russian top officials, and he still sounded defiant. Now he vowed to squeeze the enemy and warned Ukraine that they will receive a worthy response for their counterattack into Russian territory. He said that Russia is still united, and also even boasted that, on the contrary, Russian troops are accelerating their advance into the east of Ukraine. But according to experts who analyzed his body language and his voice during that meeting, well, they say that there was a significant shift in the tone of his voice and also in his usually calm demeanor, and say that he sounded absolutely terrified about that counterattack. But Francis, I don't think you need an expert to conclude that the fact that the war has now spilled into Russian territory must have been a source of incredible worry and also embarrassment for Vladimir Putin. And this could turn out to be potentially a real turning point in the war. Now, the president of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, said that now Ukrainian troops control 74 villages across the border into the Kursk region in Russia, about 400 square miles of territory, and also said that the more Russian military capabilities are destroyed inside Russia, the closer and the sooner the peace will arrive in Ukraine. Francis?
Claudio, thank you. An urgent manhunt is underway for a convicted killer in North Carolina. Authorities say Ramon Alston was being transported to a hospital when he freed himself from his leg restraints and then fled into the woods, still handcuffed. He is serving a life sentence for a shooting that left a 1-year-old girl dead. Authorities are offering a $25,000 reward for information leading to his capture. Turning to the Caribbean, where Tropical Storm Ernesto is churning, bringing rain and high winds extending up to 125 miles from the storm's center. It's expected to strengthen to a hurricane this morning over the Atlantic as it passes north of Puerto Rico, where it could dump as much as 10 inches of rain. Let's get to Ryan Hanrahan, who's tracking the storm's path. Good morning, Ryan.
Hey, good morning, Francis. The storm is just shy of hurricane strength, and portions of Puerto Rico, especially the eastern part of the island, getting hit pretty hard right now. Winds of 70 miles per hour. The storm's location, at least the center of it, is 80 miles to the northwest of St. Thomas, but lots of squally weather to the south of that, hitting the Virgin Islands and the eastern part of Puerto Rico pretty hard this morning. As we zoom in and give you a look at the satellite and radar here, you can see some very heavy rain from San Juan on east over to the island of Vieques, and again, portions of the Virgin Islands getting hit hard. We've seen wind gusts this morning up to about 70 miles per hour on portions of Puerto Rico. So here's the expected track. Ernesto going to become a hurricane later on today, and then it passes very close to Bermuda by this weekend as a formidable hurricane. Looks like it could be up to a Category 3. Back across the lower 48, we do have some storms this morning across the Midwest, some storms from Iowa all the way down into the south toward Tennessee. There is a risk for some severe weather later on today in the Central Plains, and then this whole system moves to the east, and it looks like that will bring some strong storms into the Great Lakes by tomorrow. That's a look at the national outlook. Here's your local forecast. Looks like another nice day across the Northeast. Temperatures in the 80s, the humidity relatively low. Things should be fine out west toward Chicago, but a little farther to the west across Iowa, South Dakota, Nebraska, a chance for some storms. Also some storms today in the Rockies. And that's today's weather. Francis will send things back over to you.
Okay, we'll be ready for it. Thanks, Ryan. Early today is Back in the Minute with the big changes brewing for Starbucks. And the DOJ struggles with a question you can't just Google. Could the name synonymous with search engines be broken up? The fallout from last week's historic antitrust ruling.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC. Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
Stock futures are flat this morning as investors await a key inflation report on consumer goods that could pave the way to lower interest rates. The Dow popped 400 points yesterday after July's measure on wholesale inflation came in lower than expected. The Fed is widely expected to cut interest rates at its meeting in September as prices continue to level off. And a major shakeup could be in the works for tech titan. The Justice Department is searching for a solution after last week's landmark antitrust case against Google. Two sources told the New York Times the DOJ has discussed several proposals, including breaking up parts of the company. For more, let's get to CNBC's Karen Show. Good morning, Karen.
Francis, good morning to you. Yes, what we are seeing here, it's a Magnificent Seven stock, also part of our daily vocab as we talk about Googling it. But could regulators threaten the Google search mode? The latest here is that the DOJ is weighing remedies on the back of that landmark antitrust ruling, which include the breakup of the business through separating out the Chrome browser from the Android operating system. That is one option, and the most militant here, also stopping deals that see Google become the default search engine. Or another option is a forced sharing of data with rivals. All this comes as we see Google unveil a much more competitive lineup of devices in the smartphone market, packed with AI features. It steps up Android competition. Gemini, the AI chatbot, is basically embedded in the Pixel devices. It encourages developers to build out more along the Android operating system, taking the threat again to Apple as well. The Pixel 9, this is the latest smartphone, is also retailing at almost $800 a piece. There is the Pro with a high-end camera, also foldables at $1,800. So it does deliver a much more competitive challenge to the smartphone market. Francis, back to you.
Okay, we'll be watching it. Karen, thanks. And there is a big change brewing for Starbucks. The coffee giant is replacing their CEO after just a year, bringing in the head of Chipotle. Tom Costello tells us about the tall task ahead.
News broke just as Americans were sipping their first cup.
Breaking news to bring you, and this is big. Starbucks' CEO.
The CEO of Starbucks, Laxman Narasimhan, out as the world's most iconic coffee brand struggles with customers who've said no to higher prices.
It is $8. I'm just saying I can't do it out. I'm tapping out. I can't do it.
Starbucks' new CEO is Brian Niccol, who turned Chipotle around after a devastating E. coli outbreak in 2015, improving quality and using technology to speed up orders, doubling Chipotle's revenue.
And we thought he would be the right leader for this moment.
Thank you. Have a good one. The new CEO's challenge, luring back Starbucks customers who've been driven away by inflation, long waits, and cheaper coffee at competitors.
I don't like the prices. I think they have gone up a lot. It's a good bit cheaper at the local coffee shop.
The move comes as higher prices have turned many Americans away. KFC, Pizza Hut, and McDonald's, all reporting falling sales, are now offering value meals. While under Niccol, Chipotle grew its revenue in the last quarter. What are the problems Starbucks has had with consumers? What do consumers want?
Consumers are looking for value, and they want to feel like when they spend money at a premium brand like Starbucks, it's worth both their money and their time.
$6 for a tall, small drink.
Fed up with inflation, more Americans are simply saying no. Tom Costello, NBC News, Washington.
Still to come, the Only Murders gang goes Hollywood in the first look at the new season. And live from New York, it's Saturday Fight, and SNL mainstay reveals a tense backstage memory.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call. Lester Holt reporting from the
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, the taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now? Some of the troops who have been proud. I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. Here are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Yamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Who would kill Saz?
This is a lot of suspects. We were hoping we could ask a few questions.
I'm not talking to you.
Well, maybe this will unzip your lips. Can you break this? I'll give you the 20, you give me back 15.
New York's true crime crew is going coast to coast in the first look at season 4 of Only Murders in the Building. Steve Martin, Martin Short, and Selena Gomez get wrapped up in another investigation right as Hollywood decides to bring their podcast to the big screen. So the new season, which features guest stars including Eugene Levy, Zach Galifianakis, Melissa McCarthy, all hits Hulu on August 27th. And yes, the big name stars Meryl Streep will be back, along with other big names, Eva Longoria and Molly Shannon, too. I can't wait to get her
The
in
cast is perfect already, so just adding in these guests is going to be great. Francis, just ahead of the 50th anniversary, an SNL cast member is spilling some backstage tea on Monday's episode of Watch What Happens Live on our sister station, sister network, Bravo. SNL star
This man who, this host, made multiple cast members cry on Wednesday before the table read because he hated the ideas.
Wow.
Yeah.
So Yang kept his revelation anonymous, but he did imply the host in question was male, which narrows it down to only about 65 possibilities. Who could it be?
We've been talking about it but behind the scenes here in early today. We're like, maybe Eddie Murphy. Dave Chappelle, remember when he hosted at the very end? Bowen Yang stood totally across the stage, didn't even hug him or acknowledge him.
A little drama there. So
we never know, right, what's happening behind the scenes, just upstairs, a few floors up. All right, when we come back, why celery bound for an Atlanta farmer's market was seized by the DEA. Plus, Coca-Cola and Oreo just created some new treats that gives you the best of both worlds.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Here's what's making headlines this morning. Ford and Mazda have issued do not drive warnings for over 457,000 vehicles with recalled Takata airbags that could explode. More than 374,000 Ford cars are impacted, all built between 2004 and 2014. And Mazda's warning covers more than 82,000 vehicles from 2003 through 2015. Katy Perry is facing an environmental investigation for her new music video, Lifetimes. The video shows her in a protected area in the Balearic Islands. The Environment Department, they're looking into whether the filming harmed the dunes. And federal agents in Georgia have made a massive drug bust at a local farmer's market. The DEA found over 2,000 pounds of meth hidden under a celery in a truck of an Atlanta farmer's market. Coca-Cola and Oreo are launching 2 special treats on September 9th. The Oreo Coca-Cola sandwich cookie has 2 layers, one with chocolate and the other with a red golden cookie.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
From scorchingly spicy chips to those supercharged energy drinks, extreme foods are America's latest obsession. As our Stephen Romo explains, there's a science behind the attraction to these over-the-top creations.
I know, and it doesn't stop again.
From popular shows on YouTube featuring celebrities eating flaming hot sauce.
3, 2, 1.
to social media challenges tasting the sourest candies. Americans can't get enough of extreme foods.
I can tell that's going to be the hottest pepper that I've had up to date.
Nelson Cheney is one of them. His TikTok, Craving Capsaicin, is named after the active ingredient in hot chili peppers.
I kind of like my food to hurt a little bit.
Racking up millions of views, his videos show him eating full ghost peppers and Carolina Reapers, some of the hottest peppers in the world. But it's not just the challenge that he loves.
Some people say it's like a legal high, kind of, you know.
That feeling is what psychologist Elisa Trucco says attracts people to spicy foods, even when it burns.
These spicy foods, when you use these substances, they actually release things that are very similar to like a medication that you would take or a drug. So they release things like endorphins and also dopamine.
Scientists say eating foods with extreme flavors like hot pepper or sour candy triggers receptors in the mouth that tell the brain it's in danger.
I feel like I'm gonna die.
But when you survive, the relief causes a high. After a while, people can build up a tolerance, so they seek foods that are even more extreme. Trucco says that may be part of what's fueling the popularity of super caffeinated energy drinks.
With any substance, kind of like the more you start using the substance, the more kind of like tolerant or used to it you get, and then you kind of like need to kind of like boost it up to feel that same effect.
But there is a dark side. For young kids and those with underlying health conditions, extremely spicy ingredients and caffeine can be dangerous, even deadly. Two adults, a 46-year-old man in Florida and a Pennsylvania college student, died after drinking Panera's charged lemonade, prompting the store to pull it from its shelves. And a 14-year-old boy died last year after trying the Pocky one-chip challenge. The parents now filing a wrongful death lawsuit against Hershey, the parent company of Pocky. Hershey saying in a statement to NBC News, "We disagree with these allegations and will defend ourselves against the claims." Nelson cautions his followers about trying these new food trends.
Don't try to do what I do at home. I have a very high tolerance and I would never put myself in any danger.
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
This is Early Today.
Right now on Morning News Now, on the trail and on the defensive, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz addressing critics in his first solo campaign stop as Vice President Kamala Harris's running mate.
I'm going to say it again as clearly as I can. I am damn proud of my service to this country. And I firmly believe you should never denigrate another person's service record.
This as VP Harris continues to enjoy a boost in the polls, plus a key win for progressives in the Minnesota primary. We have team coverage. Also this morning, we are tracking Ernesto as it gains hurricane strength on its path toward Puerto Rico. More on the conditions, the timing, and what's being done to prepare. And an aggressive advance by Ukraine in Russia. Ukrainian troops pushing deeper into enemy territory in a surprise strike that's left Moscow reeling. Now, Russian President Vladimir Putin vowing to retaliate. We will bring you the latest. And some not-so-sweet news about a popular sugar substitute. Why doctors say the real stuff may be less risky for your heart.
So just start pouring that sugar all over it.
Yeah, I'm sure that's great too, yeah.
All right, good to have you with us this morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We get started today with the race for the White House as Vice President Kamala Harris's running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, is set to continue his solo tour on the campaign trail with events today in Denver and Boston.
Governor Walz held his first solo campaign event yesterday in Los Angeles. He spoke at the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees Convention. There, Walz defended his military record, which has been under scrutiny, especially by former President Trump's running mate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, a fellow military veteran.
By the way, these guys are even attacking me for my record of service. And I just want to say, I'm proud to serve my country, and I always will be. I firmly believe you should never denigrate another person's service record.
Leading us off this morning, NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli and NBC News correspondent Von Hilliard, who's covering the Trump campaign. Good morning to both of you. Mike, let's start with you. This event yesterday in L.A. was a chance for Governor Walz to maybe stand out on his own. What were some of the key takeaways from his appearance?
Yeah, Joe, this is an important moment for Governor Walz, because remember, it was just a week before that he was named to the national ticket. He's still introducing himself to the American people. And so it was notable that the campaign felt that he did first need to address those questions about his military service. He only spoke in general terms, but of course, the criticism has been, the suggestion has been made that he retired from the National Guard when he learned his unit might deploy to Iraq. The records show that he had already announced he was running for Congress before those deployment orders came down. But then I think we got a glimpse of the Walz that we'll continue to see in more solo events in the fall, playing up his union credentials, speaking directly to middle-class, working-class voters, and making a strong contrast with the Republican ticket. Let's listen to some of what the governor said to these union workers yesterday.
The only thing those two guys knows about working people is how to work to take advantage of them. We can't hope that we defeat Donald Trump. We can't hope that we can collectively bargain. We can't hope we protect Social Security. We can't hope that we address climate change. You don't hope to win. You plan, prepare, and work to win.
Now, the governor is going to continue campaigning this week, largely fundraising. That's another important job of the running mate. And then all eyes will be on him next week, a week from today, when he has his real first major spotlight moment for the American people, addressing the Democratic National Convention.
Vaughn, let's bring you in here and talk about things over on Team Trump. Less than 24 hours after the former president did that interview with Elon Musk on X, the United Auto Workers Union filed labor charges with the National Labor Relations Board against the two of them. What's this about?
Yeah, it's part of that almost 2-hour exchange between Donald Trump and Elon Musk on X. There was one point in which Donald Trump lauded Elon Musk for the way that he runs his companies. Of course, he oversees not only Twitter, now X, but also SpaceX, as well as Tesla. And the quote that Donald Trump directly said was, quote, "You're the greatest cutter. I look at what you do. You walk in and say, you want to quit? I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike and you say, that's okay. You're all gone." To which Elon Musk responded, yeah. And so the UAW, which notably has endorsed Kamala Harris's presidential campaign, went to the National Labor Relations Board and said that these two are directly, by explicitly out loud, putting pressure, essentially union busting pressure on workers that could potentially try to negotiate for either better wages, better working conditions, or for unions. At the Trump campaign or any of Elon Musk's organizations, the Trump campaign is pushing back, saying this is politically motivated. Of course, this all comes down to, though, also politics, in the need and the desire to win over the hearty share of union workers around the country.
Everything is politics right now. Mike, let's look ahead to next week. The Democratic National Convention is taking place in Chicago. The Harris campaign, though, is making plans to hold a rally in Milwaukee next week, according to sources with knowledge of the planning. A reminder, that's where the RNC took place just last month. So what do we know about these plans?
Yeah, this is highly unusual. You typically wouldn't see a campaign planning a major rally of this kind when they already have perhaps the biggest event that they're going to organize every 4 years, their national convention. But this is something that the campaign is considering for two reasons. One is we've seen how these big rallies they held last week were translating into big enthusiasm, but also volunteers, thousands of voters signing up to help the campaign with boots on the ground after these events. I think the campaign has also been aware to the degree to which this has rattled Donald Trump. He's looking at these big rallies. It's getting under his skin. And this is an opportunity for the campaign to literally go to where he accepted the nomination and demonstrate that they have major support in Wisconsin as well. Now, we don't know too much. The details are still coming together on this rally. Indications are that it would be in the afternoon because the spotlight that evening in Chicago will be on former President Barack Obama with a major speech to the convention.
Vaughn, before we let you go, let's talk about a congressional race we were watching this week. This is NBC News projecting that Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar is the winner in the Democratic primary in their 5th congressional district, defeating former Minneapolis City Council member Don Samuels in a primary rematch. Walk us through this win for Congresswoman Omar and for progressives generally.
There's a lot of attention on this race because Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush were two fellow members of the Progressive Squad in the U.S. House Democratic Caucus. And both of those members, they lost primary races this summer. And so the question was Ilhan Omar ultimately going to be able to hold on to her Minneapolis seat? And she faced an onslaught of criticism for being an outspoken critic of the Israeli government's war in Gaza. She also voted against the bipartisan infrastructure package that was brought forward by the Biden administration. She wanted more social spending to go along with that infrastructure package. And her primary opponent was highly critical, saying that she was not focused on the issues that were important to her local congressional district there in the greater Minneapolis area. But as you saw, she narrowly pulling off a victory. She will, very likely, knowing that in the general election, this is all but a solid win, as you well know, Joe, she will be returning to Congress.
This was the real race right here,
Vaughn and Mike, thank you both very much. And a programming note, we will have full coverage of the Democratic National Convention from Chicago all next week. Our extensive live coverage kicks off on Monday here on NBC News Now, as well as on NBC.
As Election Day gets closer, several states are pushing to get the issue of abortion access on their ballots. This comes as more women are being denied care in medical emergencies because of unclear guidelines in state abortion bans. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett spoke to one woman who says the law around abortion in Texas has changed her life forever.
A constitutional amendment in Missouri that would wipe out the state's near-total ban on abortion, now set to appear on the ballot this November, while abortion rights organizers in the swing state of Arizona shattered records with more than 500,000 signatures to get their proposed amendment added.
This initiative has made the ballot.
Missouri and Arizona joining a growing list of states, all with similar ballot measures that would create a new right to abortion up to the point a fetus can survive at around 24 weeks, something opponents say goes too far. This ballot push, the byproduct of the Supreme Court overturning the right to an abortion, allowing each state to pass their own restrictions. Laws now under increasing scrutiny as new data emerges about what's been happening in hospitals. A new analysis of federal records by the AP showing more than 100 pregnant women in medical emergencies like ectopic pregnancies denied care in the ER since Roe was overturned. As doctors tell NBC News, they are navigating vague laws that don't account for medical nuances.
There's so much fear and confusion because an ectopic can have a heartbeat.
Kylie Thurman had an ectopic pregnancy where an embryo implants in a fallopian tube. And she was initially denied an abortion in Texas, despite the law making an exception for such emergencies. Then it ruptured.
I want to have kids, and I wanted to keep my fallopian tube, but now it's gone. A piece of my womanhood was taken.
She, along with another patient in Texas, are now calling on the Biden administration to investigate.
I had to fight like hell to get my care, and I still didn't get it fast enough.
And this issue of medical emergencies, particularly in Texas, not going away soon, as a lawsuit there going up to the U.S. Supreme Court potentially as soon as this fall. Back to you.
All right, Laura, thank you.
Now let's go to the Atlantic, where Puerto Rico is feeling the effects of Tropical Storm Ernesto that's expected to strengthen into a hurricane later this morning.
It was just last week that Debbie slowly made its way up the East Coast, soaking millions in the U.S. Now the latest tropical storm is hitting islands in the Caribbean, pounding those areas with heavy rain and strong winds. The National Hurricane Center says Ernesto could drop up to 10 inches of rain on the southeastern part of Puerto Rico. Sustained winds there have increased to nearly 70 miles an hour. We're joined now by NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas for more on what we can expect from this storm. Guad, good morning. So as we mentioned, Ernesto could be upgraded to a hurricane this morning. What have we seen so far?
Joe, Savannah, good morning. So as the sun is rising in Puerto Rico, officials are assessing some of the damage, especially on the east part of the main island, where much of the wind and the rain had been slamming overnight. So far, we've seen power outages that are now affecting 300,000 customers in Puerto Rico. We knew going into the storm that the infrastructure there with the system had been damaged years ago with Maria and then again with Fiona. It is very vulnerable. For years now, there's been investment made into the infrastructure, but it's still vulnerable. And as the sun rises, officials are now finding some of the damage. They say that vegetation has blocked many of the roadways in that part of the island. And even in Culebras and Vieques, they've seen some flooding. These parts usually don't flood, but they have reported some flooding. With shelters open, dozens of people have gone to these shelters. And between now and the end of the day, officials say they are expecting heavy rains that that could still cause some mudslides and also more flooding, as a flash flood warning is in effect in a great part of the eastern part of that main island, Joe.
Guad, officials in Puerto Rico are warning of widespread power outages across the island that still has not fully recovered from Hurricane Maria. That was back in 2017. How will Ernesto make it that much harder for them to rebuild? What are the concerns there?
So right now, as I mentioned, there's about 300,000 customers without power, right? But here's what's happened in the past with Puerto Rico. Whenever there's a main storm that affects power lines, that affects some of that infrastructure, utility poles, what customers have seen is the power being out for weeks. So many residents in Puerto Rico and customers are afraid that this could last for days or weeks once again, if maybe the repairs that are necessary aren't made in time. As of now, it's hard to tell what kind of damage has occurred. We still have a lot of rain hitting the island for the rest of the day. Luma, the power company, says they have crews standing by ready to go out and inspect some of the cables and utility poles. But we're already hearing from local municipalities like mayors in different parts of the eastern side of the island, of the main island, saying that they've seen damage to utility poles. And I should add to this also that they're seeing damage to the filtration systems that brings some of that running water to residents, which means that many people are without running water, that is, in Puerto Rico, in addition to the power. So we'll have to wait for the storm to make its way through, for the crews to assess some of that damage and see how extensive the damage is, which would add to the damage that was sustained from previous storms. Savannah.
So, Guad, we know officials in Puerto Rico have activated the National Guard. They've canceled the start of classes in public schools because of Ernesto. As the storm moves through the Atlantic, how are other islands bracing for it?
So when we look at Puerto Rico, Joe, Puerto Rico has one main island, which a lot of the news and the images we're seeing come from that main island. But let's also keep in mind that Culebras and Vieques are two smaller islands that are a little further east. These are probably the two smaller islands that have been hit the hardest. A lot of attention being placed there. There's crews standing by on the main island in Puerto Rico, ready to go to Vieques and Culebra. If you look at what happened during Maria, these were some of the hardest hit areas. But much of the attention, of course, is on Puerto Rico, not just because of what the winds and the storm that made its way through earlier today, at least the eye of the storm made its way through, but because of the rain that is going to be slamming the main island and the other smaller islands throughout the rest of the day, Joe.
All right, Guad Venegas. Guad, thank you so much. For more details on Tropical Storm Ernesto's path, let's check in with your Morning News Now weather.
Ryan Hanrahan, chief meteorologist from our station in Connecticut, joins us this morning. Hey, Ryan, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, Puerto Rico is getting the brunt of Ernesto right now. It's on the verge of hurricane strength, winds of 70 miles per hour. You can see the rain bands here right over Puerto Rico, but the center of the storm is now well to the north, and it looks here in the last couple frames here of this satellite radar loop, looks like we've got an eye beginning to form. So this storm is almost certainly going to be a hurricane when we get our next advisory from the National Hurricane Center, as it's strengthening pretty rapidly as it moves over some warmer waters. Now, south of the center, these rain bands from Ernesto are moving across Puerto Rico. And as Guad mentioned, we've got the potential here for flash flooding and mudslides and certainly some strong winds. We've seen some winds on the eastern part of Puerto Rico up to about 70 or 75 miles per hour this morning. Now, the storm will continue to move away. So by midday and especially this afternoon, the weather will improve quite a bit on Puerto Rico. But then the storm begins to strengthen into a pretty formidable, sizable hurricane here. It looks like it becomes a Category 3 by Friday. And right now, the current track brings it right over Bermuda by this weekend and then out to sea. One thing we'll have to watch across the eastern part of the country, the U.S., is the potential for some large swells and some rip currents, because the storm is going to be so large it's going to send those swells back toward the coast. Now, in the central part of the country, we do have a couple thunderstorms this morning. It looks like we'll see those storms through midday and afternoon. There's a risk for a couple severe storms in the plains. This all will move to the east by tomorrow. And so we've got a threat for some storms from Minnesota into portions of Wisconsin and down into Illinois. The threat for flash flooding today is across the Midwest, from Iowa down into portions of Missouri and Illinois. And a whole lot of rain on the way as well through Friday in the midsection of the country. We're looking at 2, 3, maybe even 4 inches of rain from Iowa down through portions of Illinois and Kentucky. The heat continues down south. No change there. It's been going on for about a week now. 45 million people under heat advisories and heat warnings, and excessive heat warning from Little Rock, Arkansas through Tulsa. Temperatures in the 100s again today across a good chunk of Texas, and that feels like temperature close to 110 from Dallas down to Austin, down to Houston. New England and the Northeast, though, beautiful.
Yeah,
nice weather continues.
Quite pleasant here.
Yeah.
Sorry, everybody else.
Yeah, right?
Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Well, now let's head to the Middle East and get the latest, where Iran is rejecting calls to stand down on its threats to attack Israel after the killings of leaders from Hamas and Hezbollah. It comes after a series of deadly strikes by Israel inside Gaza, leaving dozens of people dead. NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley is in Beirut and joins us with the latest. Matt, good morning. Let's start with these continuing concerns about a retaliatory strike against Israel from Iran over the assassination, as I mentioned, specifically of a Hamas leader who was in Iran when he was killed. We've been reporting that something could potentially happen this week. Do we think that's still the case?
Yeah, well, I got to tell you, Savannah, we've been hearing that warning every single day for the past 2 weeks, ever since those twin assassinations that you just finished describing. So there has been major warnings. I'm not going to lie, the warnings have kind of picked up, and I say this sort of subjectively, over the past couple of days. But it's unclear whether or not something is going to happen, because tomorrow we're expected to see what's been billed as kind of last-ditch negotiations to try to bring some measure of peace to the Gaza Strip and free those remaining hostages that are still being held under the Gaza Strip. Now, whether or not that succeeds, it's looking increasingly unlikely. Hamas has said they won't join the negotiations, but they have said that they really want to see the negotiators and Israel accede to a plan that had been proposed and that they said they had agreed to several months ago. Now, if those sides all do get together, and we don't know where this meeting is even going to take place, it could be in Doha in Qatar or in Cairo, Egypt. But if they do agree to a ceasefire, that could be really the best hope to preventing some kind of wider war that really threatens to engulf the entire Middle East. Guys.
And Matt, how are the chances of that looking right now? Both sides returning in the first place, but hope on a ceasefire deal.
Yeah, I mean, there's some hope. And, you know, the fact that the U.S. has deployed diplomats to the region, the fact that the Israelis have said that they're going to send representatives to wherever this meeting takes place, that does provide a measure of hope. But let's look at this in context. There hasn't been a negotiated deal until last November, when we saw about half of those hostages released, and we saw a week-long ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. Ever since then, there have been tons of negotiations that have been joined by high-level diplomats from America, from Israel, from Hamas, from the Qataris, and from the Egyptians, all of them trying their best to bring the parties together, and it has failed so far. Now, one of the top diplomats who's just been deployed to the Middle East to try to both bring a measure of peace and to have that negotiation succeed and to get all of these sides to step back from the brink of retaliation is Amos Hochstein, a name you might not have known until just the last couple of months. He's hardly a household name, but I spoke with him just today after he met with the Speaker of the House here in Lebanon. Here's what he told me. Is there any indication from the Iranians or from Hezbollah that they won't attack in the event of a negotiated peace?
I think what I said is what I said. We are focusing on trying to bring a de-escalation and an end to the hostilities. That's why we're going to the talks tomorrow, and that's why we're here today and across the region.
So as you can see, guys, he wouldn't be drawn on whether or not the Iranians might stop if there's a negotiated peace. But Reuters just reported yesterday, quoting 3 unnamed senior Iranian officials, saying that a negotiated peace might actually stop them from retaliating against the Israelis. So we'll see. That could be the best bet here.
Matt, the other big news here is the U.S. starting to build up its own military presence in the region. Do we know any more about the role that carrier strike group could play if a ceasefire agreement isn't reached? We know at this point it's really trying to deter something from happening, but what else?
Yeah, well, Savannah, I mean, we're not just talking about one carrier strike group. We're talking about 2 carrier strike groups. This is an enormous amount of firepower. And each of these carrier strike groups is not just an aircraft carrier. It's also their attendant, vessels around them, warships that protect the aircraft carrier. So we're really talking about dozens of warships in the region. Now, 2 of them, along with a submarine, the Georgia, which has just joined them, and that was a rare admission by the U.S. government, and all of those planes that are on these ships, F-22s and F-35s, stealthy fighter jets that are going to be used to stop any aggression in the region. So this really just indicates that the U.S. is preparing for the worst. Guys?
Matt Bradley, thank you so much.
Staying overseas, Russian forces are trying to push back Ukrainian troops more than a week after Ukraine carried out that surprise cross-border assault. Overnight, Ukraine launched a barrage of drones and missiles toward multiple Russian regions. Kyiv says it captured more than 70 towns and villages in the Kursk province, and that its forces were pushing deeper into Russian territory. NBC News international correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us now with the latest. Kelly, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. It's day 903 of this conflict, nearly 2.5 years since Russia launched its all-out invasion of Ukraine. And we haven't seen anything like this before. We haven't seen Ukraine break through the Russian border. And this morning, it's launching a wave of drones and missiles after its troops attacked Russia 8 days ago. Ukraine says it doesn't want to occupy land, only protect its own citizens. This morning, Ukraine on the offensive, continuing to fight inside Russia. The Ukrainian military releasing video they say shows Russian soldiers surrendering earlier this month. And these stills showing Russian prisoners blindfolded in the back of a pickup. NBC News has not been able to independently verify these images. It's the first time there's been a foreign incursion of Russia since World War II. The offensive in Russia's Kursk region on the country's southern border. Ukraine says it now controls 74 settlements across 386 square miles. Ukraine's top military commander telling President Zelensky Tuesday the fighting is ongoing along the entire front line. The two discussing the possibility of a prisoner exchange between captured Russian forces and Ukrainian prisoners of war. President Biden weighing in.
I've spoken with my staff on a regular basis, probably every 4 or 5 hours for the last 6 or 8 days. And it's creating a real dilemma for Putin.
Russia says more than 100,000 residents have now been forced to evacuate or are fleeing on their own. This group of Russians recording a video message asking President Putin for help after losing their homes and fleeing under fire. The stunning surprise attack, an embarrassment for the Russian leader. Putin meeting with his top defense officials Monday, vowing to drive Ukrainian troops out. The Russian Defense Ministry released this video it says shows attacks on Ukrainian forces in Russia, claiming Tuesday its military has stopped Ukraine's advance. But Ukraine says it's still fighting. And we're hearing more from Ukraine's top commander today. He says that troops have captured 100 Russian prisoners of war just today. And Ukraine says this is about protecting the people in the northern part of Ukraine and also relieving some of the pressure on the frontline troops in the east, where Russia has slowly been gaining ground over the past several months. But, Joe, this morning, fighting in the east is intensifying. Joe?
All right. Kelly, thank you so much. Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, risky business, why researchers now say work-related stress could have health impacts far beyond your 9 to 5.
Up first, though, after the break, disgraced Congressman George Santos facing a judge ahead of his federal fraud trial. We'll bring you the latest from court up next.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. For the first time in 8 months, former Representative George Santos was back in a New York federal courtroom yesterday, just weeks before his trial begins. The disgraced congressman faces charges of campaign finance fraud and has pleaded not guilty to all 23 charges against him. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton reports from Long Island on where this case goes next.
This hearing was about the jury selection process and witnesses. The Santos team had asked for two things. First, they wanted the identities of jurors to be protected, and actually all parties agreed on that. It was the second request that was an issue. They wanted all of the prospective jurors to have to go through a very long, very extensive questionnaire process to try to understand their beliefs about George Santos, their potential political leanings. And there was some concern that that kind of questionnaire could delay the trial proceedings. And the government even made the case that if he's concerned about people's perceptions of him, that could be his own fault. George Santos has sat for interviews, he's posted on social media, he's even recorded himself on Cameo and sold that to fans over the last several months. As a reminder, this is a major case with high stakes. He is accused of wire fraud, identity theft, money laundering. To give some anecdotes, he allegedly used donors' credit cards at one point to transfer thousands of dollars in cash to himself. He spent campaign funds on things like Ferragamo shoes and Botox. He has pleaded not guilty to all of this. There was talk at one point about a plea deal, but all signs right now show that we are heading for a trial in early and mid-September. Back to you.
All right, Antonia, thank you.
Well, with less than 3 months to go until the election, the fight over electoral votes is intensifying in Nebraska. Come November, it's possible it could all come down to a single district in the state. NBC News political and national correspondent Jacob Soboroff went to the city to find out what matters to the people of Omaha in partnership with our affiliate, WOWT.
There was a guy named Jason who responded to me on social media, and he said we should come see him at Rotella's, an Italian bakery, and this is it right here. Dude, thanks for doing this.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Jason Odom is a Marine Corps veteran and now an engineer for a big tech company. A father of 3, he reached out because he said he was worried about his 3 kids getting sent to war. Why on earth would you respond to me and say you want to talk to me about life in Omaha?
There's a lot of people, they used to be described as what, the silent majority. I kind of feel like that a lot of times.
We came to Omaha because a rare electoral system could have the city in the ultimate spotlight come election night. People here call Nebraska's 2nd Congressional District the Blue Dot. That's because it's a Democratic island in a sea of Republican voters. And unlike the rest of the country, only Nebraska and Maine award their electoral votes by congressional district. So the one electoral vote here could prevent an electoral college tie and help one candidate reach the 270 votes needed to win. Why'd you want to meet here, Rotella's Italian bakery?
Well, it's kind of famous here in Omaha, and I happen to live nearby. It's got the best bread, I think, and it's super cheap.
Oh, man, I just want to stay here just for the smell. Inside, we met Karen Hidalgo, who told us she's also a veteran.
Me as a single parent, we would come up here from Lincoln and head back because it's more affordable.
You drive here because it's an affordable place to come.
Correct.
That 2-hour round trip made perfect sense talking to other customers. $2 for 5? Yeah. If you bought those in the grocery store, how much would they be?
$2.50 a piece.
Yeah, exactly. So is that why you come here?
Yeah.
So you think the people in power understand that this is what life is like and this is why people come here? Because
they can't afford life.
That's what I'm saying.
I believe the elite has a purpose.
Which is?
Just letting us suffer. Honestly.
You brought me to this place and it sounds like everybody's on the same page.
Right, everybody is here for a reason, trying to make their dollar go as far as they can, right?
How do you weigh what to do come November?
Well, unfortunately, you have to pick the best of the 2 options.
For Jason, that's Vice President Harris. But he's not convinced either party can solve increasing inequality here.
That's what this place is partly about, right?
Because this is a local business that quite literally
feeds a population that may not be able to afford it otherwise.
That's exactly right. If we don't have enough food to eat, then nothing else matters.
When he heard we were at his store, owner Lou Rotella Jr., who employs 700 people in Omaha alone, invited us into the factory attached to it.
It occurs to me that over 103 years, this place has been open in good times and in bad times.
Yes. Today, everything is so expensive. We've done everything we possibly can to be able to be competitive so that way our customers could keep on going too.
What do you think the people who are running to be our leaders should know about what life is like for people here?
Just family, trying to make it, trying to make a living.
A century-old bakery where dough stretches farther. They could hold clues about what matters on Election Day. Jacob Soberoff, NBC News, Omaha, Nebraska.
Let's get to some international news. New this morning, Japan's prime minister is stepping down and won't be running for a second term.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Labanga has the latest on that and other world headlines. Claudia, good morning.
Savannah Joe, good morning. Well, that's right. Japan's Prime Minister Fumio Kishida has made that announcement earlier today at a press conference following mounting pressure from the public. Now, Mr. Kishida was not a favorite when he first took power back in 2021, but his popularity hit some new lows following a series of alleged financial scandals. The political leader took responsibility at the conference and says he hopes his choice to step aside will improve public support for his party. This latest shakeup means Japan could be looking at a pretty uncertain future ahead of the race for the next prime minister. We'll be following the latest when that contest kicks off next month. Now let's travel to the Congo, where cases of Mpox are reaching new heights, and it's spreading to neighboring countries. Africa's CDC has officially declared a public health emergency across the entire continent in hopes of increasing the flow of medical supplies. The infection spreads through close contact and can cause fever and lesions all across the body. Scientists are calling the situation alarming and warn that things could spiral out of control if serious steps are not taken to contain it. And finally, Banksy is turning London into an animal kingdom with the latest installment in his Art series. The 9th mural features a gorilla freeing other animals. You can find it on a shutter outside the London Zoo. Where else? Since last week, the artist has sent us on a kind of a treasure hunt with artwork of all different kind of animals popping up around the British capital. Well, Savannah Joe, I guess we can call that monkey business. Back to you guys.
Banksy's on a roll.
Cool, yeah.
All right, Claudia, thank you.
Thanks. Coming up, terrifying moments caught on camera. 2 toddlers stranded on a Texas highway after being thrown from a Jeep in a crash. We'll show you what happened as strangers raced to get them off the road.
Plus, food for the brain, the new findings that link a certain type of diet with a lower risk of dementia. Your weekly checkup is next on Morning News Now. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're back now with a look at a frightening highway crash that ended with 2 toddlers standing in the middle of a Texas highway after they were thrown from a Jeep. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster has more.
A race to save 2 toddlers on a Texas highway.
Innocent route to that major accident off of East Freeway.
Shocking video showing the children wearing nothing but diapers stranded in the middle of the roadway after police say they were ejected from a Jeep. 2 unidentified people running to get them out of harm's way. The crash taking place on Interstate 10 in Houston.
The cause of the accident between the 2 vehicles is still under investigation right now. The investigation has proven that the 2 children were not in car seats at all when that vehicle, the Jeep Wrangler, began to roll, and both toddlers were ejected out, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old.
According to the sheriff, the 2 children and their father who was driving were transported to the hospital in serious condition, but are expected to survive. The driver of the other car was not hurt. That father could face criminal charges.
They were toddlers, 4 and 1-year-old, and it is against state law to not have anyone under that age not in a car seat of some type. And evidently, from what we have, they were just sitting in the back of the vehicle, not strapped into anything.
Shaquille Brewster, NBC News.
Let's now get to our weekly medical checkup. We are going to look into the effects of work-related stress and what a new study suggests about how it could impact your heart. Plus, why eating more whole grains, fruits, and vegetables could help lower your odds of developing dementia. Today, we've got NBC News medical contributor Dr. John Torres with us on set to discuss all this. Dr. Torres.
Fruits and vegetables, who would have thought, right?
Right, and stress for your heart. But let's walk through some of this. So this first one is a new study. It's published in the Journal of the American Heart Association. It found that work-related stress might specifically be doing something to your heart. What is this?
And it could be. And, I don't think it's a surprise to anybody that work-related stress can affect things. And in this case, what it affected was a rhythm of your heart, and it causes something called atrial fibrillation. The problem with atrial fibrillation is your heart is beating irregularly, and it can cause strokes. But I think the big surprise is that effort-reward imbalance that's added to that. And what they found out, if you have work-related stress and that effort-reward imbalance, meaning that you don't feel like you're being appreciated at work, 97% increase in developing atrial fibrillation. If you have stress alone, 83% increase. If you have just that work imbalance, which I don't really understand how you don't have stress, but at the same time you feel like you're not being rewarded.
Right.
43% increase. And so essentially, what are the doctor's orders here? The doctor's orders are, number one, just understand that there are going to be stressors and get the stress under control as best you can. Try to get ahead of it. For managers and people who run companies, look at that effort-reward imbalance. And if your people don't feel like they're being rewarded appropriately for what they do, help them out.
Yeah, please. That's a really good tip for all you managers out there. This next one, new research. This is from the Cleveland Clinic. It found that a low-calorie sweetener may be riskier for the heart than sugar. I think we have these conversations a fair amount of the time. It's like, yeah, if you're making a bunch of fake stuff, is that really better for you? But what do we know here?
And this is erythritol. It's a sweetener that's touted as a natural sweetener, but it's added as a sugar substitute in lots of candies. I have one here we just found in our health unit where we had this candy. If you look at the ingredients, it has erythritol in there. What they found out, compared to glucose, which is regular sugar, it actually makes your platelets sticky. And that's a bit complicated, but your platelets are what our body uses, our blood uses, to form clots. If they're sticky, they form too many clots, and that can lead to increased risk of stroke as well. So what are the doctor's orders here? Well, number one, limit your sugar substitutes. Natural sugar is still the best kind of sugar, but also at the same time, limit your sugar itself. And we'll talk a little bit about that in this next part. But, just overall, just look at your ingredients, be an ingredient reader, and make sure you're putting in your body what you think you're putting into your body.
Be an ingredient reader. I am not good at that. I never do that.
I don't think any of us are.
I know. And some of that, you got to remember that tricky word you just said. What's it called?
Erythritol.
Erythritol. Okay. All right. Lastly, this one, we also talked about this. Maybe not so much of a surprise, but we do have a new study published in the Journal of the American Medical Association. It found that this anti-inflammatory diet you know, of course, generally good for you, but I do think what's pretty amazing here is maybe lowering the risk of dementia specifically. What do we need to know about this one?
This was a diet that was done with the UK, the United Kingdom's Biobank, and they look at people, and they have tons of records there. They look at 84,000 people who had what's called the cardiometabolic disease. In other words, they had heart attacks, they had strokes, they had diabetes, and they found out that if they're on an anti-inflammatory diet, then they have a 31% lower risk of developing dementia. This was a study done over 12 years. On the other hand, if they ended up having more inflammatory foods, then their dementia risk went up. And so what do we mean by anti-inflammatory and inflammatory? That's a little hard to process here because of foods out there. Anti-inflammatory, we're talking fruits, leafy vegetables, olive oil, Mediterranean-type diets. The Ornish diet is another good one that has a lot of anti-inflammatory processes in it and foods in it. Inflammatory foods, we're talking fries, soda, processed meats, those things that you probably know you shouldn't eat, but
Processed meats like what?
Like any kind of processed or ultra-processed meats, deli meats, hot dogs, those types of things.
Okay, all right. Dr. John Torres, great advice. Good to have you in studio with us. Thank you so much. Coming up from the basketball court to the courtroom, a WNBA star accusing the league and the Las Vegas Aces of discrimination. When we return, the lawsuit filed against her former team next on Morning News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back with a federal lawsuit accusing the Las Vegas Aces and the WNBA of discrimination. Three-time All-Star and Olympian De'Erica Hamby alleges that her former team traded her to the Los Angeles Sparks because she was pregnant during the season. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has more.
Basketball superstar and Olympian De'Erica Hamby looking to take the WNBA and her former team to court, alleging she was traded because she was pregnant. The three-time WNBA All-Star and two-time winner of the Sixth Woman of the Year award played for the Las Vegas Aces from 2018 to 2022, helping lead the team to a championship victory in 2022. In June of that year, Hamby signed a 2-year contract extension with the Aces and in a new lawsuit says she was offered benefits like private school tuition for her daughter and team-provided housing. But according to that suit, all that changed when she found out she was pregnant just 3 weeks later. She alleges she was removed from those housing accommodations and told the team was still figuring out tuition costs.
If this can happen to a world-class athlete, of course it can happen to women in every sector of the economy.
The lawsuit also details an alleged phone call Hamby had with Aces coach and former WNBA star Becky Hammon. Hamby says Hammon called her a question mark, accused her of lying about when she found out she was pregnant, and said she was not taking proper precautions not to get pregnant. The discrimination suit goes on to say that Hamby asked, "You're trading me because I'm pregnant?" To which Hammon responded, "What do you want me to do?" NBC News has reached out to the Las Vegas Aces and representatives for Coach Becky Hammon, but so far no response.
From purely a legal perspective, a discrimination perspective, regardless of what your job is, if you are treated disparately and differently based on your pregnancy, that is illegal.
Hamby was then traded to the Los Angeles Sparks in January 2023. The 30-year-old forward posted about the move on social media, saying being traded is part of the business. Being lied to, manipulated, and discriminated against is not.
Who would think that the WNBA, which exists to empower and elevate women, would align itself with people questioning the reproductive rights of women?
The WNBA then said they launched an investigation into her claims and in May of 2023 imposed penalties on the Las Vegas Aces, suspending Coach Hammon for 2 games without pay for violating league and team respect in the workplace policies related to comments made to Hamby in connection with her pregnancy, and rescinded the team's first-round draft pick for 2025.
The penalty that the WNBA put in place here for clear-cut, blatant pregnancy discrimination was not a slap on the wrist, it was a light tap on the finger.
The WNBA has also not returned NBC News' request for comment.
Our thanks to Maggie Vespa for that report. Well, despite temporarily benching the Las Vegas Aces head coach, Hamby's lawsuit says the WNBA took no steps to correct or address a clear-cut violation of federal and state anti-discrimination law. Well, as we first told you right here yesterday, big changes are brewing at one of the country's best-known brands. The CEO of Starbucks out after just over a year on the job as the coffee giant struggles with slumping sales brought on by customer backlash over rising prices. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello has the details.
News broke just as Americans were sipping their first cup.
Breaking news to bring you, and this is big. Starbucks' CEO.
The CEO of Starbucks, Laxman Narasimhan, out as the world's most iconic coffee brand struggles with customers who've said no to higher prices.
It is $8. I'm just saying I can't do it out. I'm tapping out. I can't do it.
Starbucks' new CEO is Brian Niccol, who turned Chipotle around after a devastating E. coli outbreak in 2015, improving quality and using technology to speed up orders, doubling Chipotle's revenue.
And we thought he would be the right leader for this moment.
Thank you. Have a good one.
The new CEO's challenge, luring back Starbucks customers who've been driven away by inflation, long waits, and cheaper coffee at competitors.
I don't like the prices. I think they have gone up a lot. It's a good bit cheaper at the local coffee shop.
The move comes as higher prices have turned many Americans away. KFC, Pizza Hut, and McDonald's, all reporting falling sales, are now offering value meals. While under Niccol, Chipotle grew its revenue in the last quarter. What are the problems Starbucks has had with consumers? What do consumers want?
Consumers are looking for value, and they want to feel like when they spend money at a premium brand like Starbucks, it's worth both their money and their time.
$6 for a tall, small drink.
Fed up with inflation, more Americans are simply saying no. Tom Costello, NBC News, Washington.
Let's stay on some more money news. Google might not be feeling so lucky this morning. The Justice Department is reportedly weighing a new approach to that ongoing antitrust lawsuit. CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other money news for us this morning. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah, good morning to you. Yeah, the Justice Department is reportedly considering a potential breakup of Google after a judge ruled the company's search business is a monopoly and violates antitrust laws. Google has declined comment, and the DOJ says no decisions have been made. Bloomberg reports Google's Android operating system and Chrome browser would be the most likely to be separated. The government could also try to ban exclusive contracts Google spent billions of dollars on to be the default search engine on the iPhone and other devices. Separately, Google announcing new AI features for its Android devices, including the upcoming Pixel 9 smartphone. They will have the company's Gemini AI assistant, which you can use to find information within your various apps or ask a question about a photo you just took. It will also have Pixel Studio. That's a text-to-image generator, and Add Me. That puts someone in a group photo by stitching two scenes together. And Fitbit is teaming up with Peloton to give its premium users access to Peloton's fitness content starting next month. Peloton members will get offers on Google Pixel watches and Fitbit charge devices. The partnership comes as Peloton is dealing with falling sales and uncertain demand for its bikes and treadmills. Savannah.
Silvana, thank you very much.
You got it.
Well, a medical mystery is stunning marine biologists along the West Coast after dozens of sea lions showed up on beaches sick and disoriented. Some say the cause is linked to a poisonous algae. Now they're rushing to not only cure these mammals, but also determine what this might all mean for the overall health of the Pacific. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz tagged along during one of those sea lion rescues.
In California, an urgent race to save dozens of sea lions, showing up sick and disoriented on beaches along the Central Coast.
The Marine Mammal Center is responding to a multitude of calls here and rescuing them.
So far, volunteers here have responded to nearly 150 sea lions and at least 2 dolphins, all showing signs of poisoning from domoic acid, a neurotoxin from algae that gets into the fish these animals eat and can flare up during the summer. The Marine Mammal Center says this outbreak has been longer and more intense.
These animals are seizing on the beach. Our teams are working overtime.
We followed a team as they made a rescue at a beach in Morro Bay. There on the shore, a stranded sea lion. Crowds watching as the crew made their approach.
Okay, they were successfully able to capture this sea lion here. They're now going to get it into the crate. They're going to then bring it to the truck. We're talking quietly because any loud noise can cause these animals to go into a seizure.
1, 2, 3.
It's pretty dramatic to see a sick, disoriented animal like that right here on this popular beach.
It's very dramatic, but we also know that they are windows into the health of our ocean.
And to human health as well.
Are humans at risk?
There's a risk. Right now, currently, there isn't a warning for human consumption, but sea lions are the first indicators of that toxin being in the environment.
Although there's still much to learn about domoic acid outbreaks, experts say a strong upwelling of cold water and our warming climate are contributing factors.
These algae do well in warm environments, and so if we're seeing more of that and an increase in that, then that's definitely a factor for these events.
Sea lions, a sentinel for our ocean's health. Liz Kreutz, NBC News, Morro Bay, California.
Good reporting there, Liz. Coming up, back where he belongs, a new statue of baseball legend Jackie Robinson now standing in the spot where the original was stolen from. We'll take you to Kansas for the emotional unveiling. This is Morning News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Welcome back. Let's end this hour in Wichita, Kansas, where baseball fans are welcoming home a Hall of Famer. A new statue of the trailblazing Jackie Robinson was officially unveiled there on Monday, months after the original was stolen. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has the story.
They arrived in their game day best. Players welcoming another back home.
We know that out of darkness comes light.
Which is why Renee Alexander brought twins AJ and Aisley back to their League 42 ballpark.
I said, hey, you guys want to go see the new statue being revealed? And they said, yeah, went crazy.
It was January when the league's beloved Jackie Robinson statue was stolen. The crime even caught on surveillance video.
You see that surveillance video, someone taking them away.
I was like, was it because of race? Was it because of hatred?
The man who confessed blamed drugs, and when sentenced to prison for theft and other crimes, apologized.
I'm sorry.
Over the last 6 months, donations allowed for an exact replica, crafted in Colorado, then carefully packed to finally return to Wichita for a homecoming fit for a Hall of Famer.
1, 2, 3, go!
A monumental moment where Robinson's legacy looms large.
If it wasn't for League 42, a lot of the kids in this community probably wouldn't even be playing baseball.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Including Jason Dennis's own son, Jackson.
I like how they put Jackie Robinson there because he's my favorite player.
Really, of all time. When you walk past that statue next season, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking I'm going to hit a home run.
Inspiration from a player and man. Proving barriers were made to be broken.
I think it gives this generation hope that they too can do anything if they put their mind to it.
Morgan Chesky, NBC News, Wichita, Kansas.
So cool to see.
That is a great story.
Back in its place. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But stick with us. The news continues right now.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, we are taking you inside Ukraine's surprise invasion of Russia, where Ukraine says it now controls nearly 400 square miles of land. Reaction from both Russia's President Vladimir Putin and President Biden as the ongoing war enters a violent new phase. We're also following the global race to de-escalate rising tensions in the Middle East. Hamas now saying it won't participate in the latest round of peace talks scheduled for tomorrow. So what might that mean for the growing threat of a wider war in the region? Our Richard Engel has the latest. Plus, is the solution to high prices? We're diving into a key new inflation report this morning. Americans are pushing back against the strains on their wallets from the grocery store to fast food joints. But how will the new numbers weigh on interest rates as we head into the fall? We're watching your money. And later in the hour, we're going one-on-one with the incomparable Liza Colón-Zayas. Her Emmy-nominated role in FX's roaringly popular series The Bear, just a taste of her storied career on the stage and on the screen.
How exciting is that?
Not to give anything away, but if you watch the new season, you know she gets her own episode this time around, which gives you the backstory. So
yes.
We'll delve into that as well.
Some real personal to her in real life elements.
Exactly.
Very cool. We'll get there.
All right, let's begin this hour in Europe. Ukrainian forces are pushing deeper into Russia, targeting multiple regions with drones and missiles overnight as its surprise cross-border incursion now enters a second week.
Ukraine says it now controls 74 towns and villages in the Kursk region of Russia, while the governor of the neighboring Belgorod region has declared a state of emergency amid intensifying Ukrainian attacks. The region had begun evacuating its civilians on Monday. As Russian forces go on the defensive, President Putin says Kyiv will receive a, quote, worthy response. And in his first public comments on the Ukrainian offensive, President Biden said it put the Russian leader in a difficult situation.
I've spoken with my staff on a regular basis, probably every 4 or 5 hours for the last 6 or 8 days. And it's creating a real dilemma for Putin, and we've been in direct contact, constant contact with the Ukrainians. That's all I'm going to say about it while it's active.
NBC News International correspondent Kelly Kobea joins us now on this. Kelly, good morning. So where do things stand on this Ukrainian incursion this morning? Just how far into Russia are forces right now?
Well, there have been a lot of developments just this morning, Savannah and Joe. Ukraine is claiming to have carried out its largest drone attack yet on 4 Russian military airfields in that region. That's according to Reuters, citing a Ukrainian security source. NBC News can't verify that claim, but we do know that Ukraine has launched a major drone and missile attack in the area this morning. The Ukrainians say this incursion is about protecting its own people who've come under wave after wave of attacks from Russian missiles launched from the southern part of that country. Ukraine's top commander says their troops have now captured about 386 square miles of territory inside Russia. Just this morning, say they're advancing. They've captured another 1 to 2 kilometers and another 100 Russian prisoners of war. Again, these are claims by Ukraine's top military commander. NBC News can't independently verify them. But not only are they taking this ground, over the past 8 days, they've held it for more than a week, and that's something that we haven't yet seen in the 2.5 years since Russia's all-out invasion of Ukraine. Joe and Savannah.
Kelly, how are Russian forces responding? I mean, we understand President Putin believes this incursion is aimed at giving Ukraine leverage in any future ceasefire talks. Is that right?
Yeah, so President Putin suggested that Ukraine is trying to grab land so that they'll have a stronger hand in any future negotiation, vowing to kick them out, kick the enemy out of Russian territory. He also warned of a, quote, worthy response. He called this a major provocation. But look, the bottom line is this is an embarrassment for the Russian leader who sort of sells himself as the man who can protect Russia. Russia's influential military bloggers, even very pro-Kremlin, some of them now asking how Russia was caught so badly off guard. Russian state media have repeatedly claimed now that the military has the situation under control, while Ukraine is saying, actually, we're continuing to gain ground and capture more Russian soldiers. So it's created a real problem for Putin. There are some suggestions that some Russian troops have been moved, but the Ukrainians say the numbers are very small at this point. Joe, Savannah.
Kelly, as we mentioned and played a little bit ago, a second ago, President Biden said that this Ukrainian offensive gives Putin this real dilemma. How are U.S. officials viewing this assault by Ukraine? Is it something that the Biden administration supports?
So the Biden administration, along with other Western allies, have said that Ukraine has a right to defend itself. They are classing this as a self-defensive move. You heard President Biden say it's created a real dilemma, as you just mentioned again. Putin now has to decide whether to move troops away from front lines in Ukraine, for example, in the Donbass, where Russians have been slowly gaining ground in order to defend his own territory. But yes, you're hearing from Western allies, including the U.S., that these actions are defensive. Savannah, Joe.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much. Let's talk more about this now with William Taylor. He's the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine and the vice president of Russia and Europe at the U.S. Institute of Peace. Ambassador, always good to have you with us. Some commentators see this cross-border assault as a big gamble by Ukraine. They say the country could pay a heavy price when it comes to arms and personnel, could leave them exposed back home. Are you surprised they did this? Do you think this attack is worth the risk?
It's definitely worth the risk, Joe, and it is a high risk. This was a big surprise to the Russians. The Ukrainians went to great lengths to keep this secret, and they succeeded in surprising the Russians all the way up the line to Putin. So this is a risk. This is one that they are taking in order to gain ground on the battlefield. Initiative on the strategic level, and be able to give them good negotiating positions if the Russians want to start to negotiate. If the Russians realize they're going to lose, they may look for negotiations to get out of the problem that Putin has caused.
Yeah, I mean, Moscow says this Ukrainian attack puts the prospect of peace talks on a long pause. Do you think that's accurate? I mean, how do you think Russia is going to respond here?
Well, there were no peace talks on the horizon whatsoever. No one was talking about peace talks other than some people in the West outside of the government. So there was never the prospect of that. But the Ukrainians know that at some point, the Russians are going to get tired. The Russians are going to realize that they can't win when the Europeans continue to support and the Americans continue to support. And at that point, the Russians may come and want to negotiate. At that point, if the Ukrainians have this territory, they've got some bargaining power.
We know the Ukrainians have been using U.S. and Western supplied weapons in this incursion throughout the battle we've seen over the years. The U.S. has distanced itself from any involvement in this assault, but will the Biden administration be worried that its weapons are being used offensively inside Russian territory?
Apparently not. Apparently not. The very day that the Ukrainians went across the border, the U.S. government announced another big military support package. And you heard President Biden, you've heard others in the administration saying that, no, this is exactly what the Ukrainians should be doing. They're defending themselves. They're pushing the Russians back. The Russians are now not able to use the Russian territory to attack into Ukraine. So, no, there's been support, not just from the Americans. The Germans have also given their okay to using German weapons in this assault.
All right, Ambassador Taylor, as always, appreciate your expertise. Thank you so much.
Let's stay on international news. Iran is vowing to press ahead with retaliation against Israel for the killing of a Hamas leader in Iran as the U.S. works behind the scenes to avoid a wider crisis in the region. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest from Jerusalem.
All hope now is on negotiations, originally set for tomorrow in the region. But they are not looking promising, with Israel and Hamas blaming each other.
Iran is rejecting calls from the U.S. and Europe not to retaliate against Israel for the assassination of a Hamas leader in Tehran 2 weeks ago. Iran's president saying the country has the right to respond. A senior U.S. official tells NBC News Iran is still deciding how and when. President Biden said he hopes a wider crisis can still be averted if Israel and Hamas agree to a ceasefire and hostage deal.
Do you have the understanding that Iran could cease or stop doing an action if a ceasefire deal was possible?
That's my expectation, but we'll see.
But there is very little hope this morning for the talks. Hamas says it already agreed to a U.S. proposal a month ago and won't attend a new round of negotiations set for this week, accusing Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu of stalling to keep the war going, an accusation he denies. Israel says it's Hamas that's stalling and continuing to hold hostages in Gaza. Romi Gonen was taken hostage from the Nova Music Festival. Last word her mother Mirav and sister Yarden received is that Romi is alive, but injured, shot in the arm. She turns 24 on Sunday.
We thought we will celebrate it with her here. We understand that probably it will not be here together.
You just want your loved ones to be safe and to be free. It's like simple as that.
Many Gazans say they want that too. These 4-day-old twins, witnesses say, were killed by Israeli fire. Their father says he just left them to collect their birth certificates. The Israeli military did not respond to our detailed request for information about the incident, but it has said repeatedly Hamas hides among civilians.
Amid the rising tension, the U.S. last night approved $20 billion in arms sales to Israel, including missiles, jets, and tank rounds.
Richard, thank you so much.
It's a solo act this week for Vice President Harris's running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. He's the headliner for several solo campaign events this week. During his first stop yesterday in Los Angeles, the governor strongly defended his military record following criticism from the Trump campaign. This comes as the Harris campaign goes after the former president for his latest comments about union workers. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now with the latest on the race. Gabe, good morning.
Hey there, Joe. Good morning. During the Veep Stakes process, Tim Walz was seen as someone who would not pull punches going after the Trump-Vance ticket. He's now getting his first chance to do that on the trail without Vice President Harris at his side. This morning, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz back on a cross-country fundraising blitz after his first solo appearance as Kamala Harris's running mate.
I'm going to say it again as clearly as I can. I am damn proud of my service to this country.
Walz making his first public response to attacks from the Trump campaign about how Walz described his time in the Army National Guard. In this 2018 clip, then Congressman Walz, who was talking about gun restrictions, said he carried weapons in war.
We can make sure that those weapons of war that I carried in war is the only place where those weapons are at.
Though Walz served in the Army National Guard for 24 years, he was never in combat. The Harris campaign says Walz misspoke, but Trump running mate and Marine veteran J.D. Vance calls it scandalous behavior.
I'm not criticizing Tim Walz's service. I'm criticizing the fact that he lied about his service for political gain.
To anyone brave enough to put on that uniform for our great country, including my opponent, I just have a few simple words. Thank you for your service and sacrifice.
The Harris campaign, meanwhile, is slamming former President Trump's comments to billionaire Elon Musk about firing workers.
You're the greatest cutter. I mean, I look at what you do. They go on strike and you say, that's okay, you're all gone.
The United Auto Workers filing federal labor charges against Trump for attempting to intimidate employees. The Trump campaign calls it a shameless political stunt.
The only thing those two guys knows about working people is how to work to take advantage of them.
Overnight, in a new interview, Trump saying he plans to use local law enforcement for mass deportations, even offering officers immunity.
Our local police know everything about the criminals that have come into our country. We'll work with the local police, and we have to get them out.
Meanwhile, some Republicans are increasingly urging the former president to focus his campaign messaging as enthusiasm surges for Harris.
The campaign is not going to win talking about crowd sizes. It's not going to win talking about what race Kamala Harris is. It's not going to win talking about whether she's dumb.
In other political news, Joe, Hunter Biden is back in the spotlight over a report that he asked a U.S. ambassador for help on a business deal. The New York Times, citing newly released records and interviews, reports that Hunter Biden wrote at least one letter to the U.S. ambassador to Italy in 2016 asking for help for the Ukrainian gas company Burisma, where he was a board member. A lawyer for Hunter Biden says he asked various people if they could make a proper introduction and nothing more. No meeting occurred and no project materialized, his lawyer says. A White House spokesman tells NBC News that President Biden was not aware when he was vice president that his son was reaching out to the U.S. Embassy in Italy. Joe?
All right, Gabe, thank you so much. Ernesto is hitting Puerto Rico with strong winds and heavy rain.
For a closer look at that, Ryan Hanrahan, chief meteorologist from our station in Connecticut, joins us now and a whole week. Ryan, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, we've got Ernesto that's really causing some issues on Puerto Rico. We've got the strong winds, but it's really the heavy rain that I think is going to be the big issue here. Here's the latest on Ernesto. It's just short of hurricane strength, winds of 70 miles per hour. It's moving northwest. It's moving away from the island. So here's the center. You see this little spin up here? It's moving pretty far away from Puerto Rico, but the storm is a little bit lopsided. So most of the rain and most of the wind is on the southern and southeastern flank of the storm. So most of Puerto Rico getting some really nasty downpours right now. Flash flood warnings in effect for most of the island. Now, as the storm continues to move away from Puerto Rico, it is expected to strengthen. It looks like it's going to be a hurricane, and a pretty substantial hurricane out in the Atlantic Ocean. It's moving out to sea, but it's going to get very close to Bermuda by Friday night and Saturday morning. Could be close to a direct hit on Bermuda, and then the storm continues off to the north. The one issue for the east coast of the United States is going to be some big swells and rip currents coming up from Ernesto, moving to the north and west toward land. So we'll have to watch for that this weekend. If you're heading to the beach, something to be mindful of. High temperatures today across the southern part of the country, still awfully hot. Look at these numbers. 100s from the deep south over into Texas and portions of Oklahoma. Heat advisories and heat warnings in place up to the north. It continues to be relatively cool and much more comfortable. But look at the numbers here. Down to the south, we're looking at 97 today in Houston. Feels like temperature 108. 112, the feels like temperature, the heat index in Baton Rouge. And during the day tomorrow, not a whole lot of relief down south. Still around 100 degrees. From Mississippi and Alabama west into the southern plains. There is going to be quite a bit of rain over the coming days in the Midwest. Today, the rain sort of focused from Minnesota down through Missouri, but tomorrow it moves east towards Chicago. Some areas in the Midwest could pick up 2-3 inches of rain through Friday. There is a risk for some flooding today across portions of Iowa and Missouri, and that is going to shift to the east as we go into the day tomorrow. And by Friday, that storm threat moves toward Ohio and western Pennsylvania. The heat wave continues down south, and the early outlook for the weekend a little unsettled across the east with a chance for some showers, but much better through the central part of the country.
All right, everyone gets a little bit of something this week.
Yes, a little bit.
Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it. Much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now. Move over Christmas in July. It's time for Ogtober. So what is Ogtober, you might ask? Well, people are rolling out all those fall festivities a little early this year.
Too early.
Like August early. That includes pumpkin spice. I've got more on that later in the hour.
Those pumpkin spice trash bags.
Yes, yes.
First, an up-close encounter at sea caught on camera. The two kayakers who managed to stay safe just feet from a great white shark. The stories and more are up next.
Democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We're back with the international headlines. In India, a nationwide doctors' protest is impacting the country's hospitals following a horrifying and deadly attack on a medic.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga has the latest on that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. That's right. Hospital services across several cities in India are now disrupted following a nationwide strike by doctors following the rape and murder of a trainee medic in a government-run hospital in the city of Kolkata last Friday. Now, doctors working in government-run hospitals across India have long complained of being underpaid, of inhumane working conditions, and of the violence in the workplace. Following the protests, the authorities are treating the case as a national priority. Let's now go to New Zealand, where authorities are trying to contact about 400 people who received candies from a charity working with homeless people that turned out to be filled with a potentially lethal dose of methamphetamine. The pills, enclosed in pineapple candy wrappers, were donated to the charity by a member of the public, and the charity was unaware of its dangerous content. A charity spokesperson said the market value of each of those candies is about $600, which suggests that the donation was accidental rather than deliberate. At least 3 people are being treated in hospital after consuming them. And let's end this tour of the world in space, where an astronaut on the International Space Station posted a video of a spectacular time-lapse of the moon setting into a red and green aurora. The video, posted by NASA astronaut Matthew Dominic on Monday, shows the International Space Station bathed in blue light as sunrise follows the sunset. Dominic wrote on his X account that the aurora has been amazing for the past few days. But what's even more amazing, guys, is that because the International Space Station rotates around the Earth so quickly, the astronauts on it see these sunrises and sunsets 16 times each day. That's amazing.
That is really cool. Those things might be cooler outside of the planet than from where we are here.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing.
Wow, that stat just blew my mind. That is very cool.
Claudio, thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, now this is really scary. Imagine going out fishing and then realizing you are being followed by a shark.
That's what happened to 2 California kayakers who got a rare close-up encounter with a great white. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has more.
There he is. This was the moment 2 kayakers in Northern California's Half Moon Bay noticed they were being followed by a great white shark.
You all right? Yeah. It's gonna start moving in.
Okay. Its huge fin appearing just feet from Ian Walters, who was on the water with a friend that day nearly a mile from shore.
I let him know that there was a shark behind him, and we talked about it briefly, and the shark followed my buddy for maybe 2 or 3 minutes, just very slow.
The sighting occurring in the so-called Red Triangle of great white sharks off the coast of Northern California, the region home to favorite foods of the great white, such as seals, otters, and sea lions. Walters and his friend, fortunately, weren't on the menu that day.
It was simply curious. You know, it was just there because that's where it lives, and we were in its, house, essentially, and it came up to check us out.
But not every shark encounter has been this benign. Colorado teen Annabelle Carlson lost her leg after being bitten by a shark while swimming in Belize a week ago. Her family writing in an update on the site Caring Bridge that Annabelle's perspective is balanced and positive while she receives treatment in the hospital, though she's battling bouts of severe pain and phantom limb symptoms. Earlier this summer, 49-year-old pro surfer Tamayo Perry was killed by a shark in Hawaii. Florida's Volusia County saw 4 bites in just 1 week this past July. And a rash of attacks off the coast of Texas, too. Aerial video capturing the shark that attacked several beachgoers on South Padre Island. Still, shark experts say sharks attacking humans is exceedingly rare. And this summer's number of attacks is no higher than average.
In terms of shark sightings, we see increasingly more because many more people have drones, and so people are much more aware of animals in the water. Doesn't mean there are more animals in the water.
So some good context there, but here are the stats, guys. The highest number of unprovoked shark attacks last year actually came from Florida with 16. That was more than California, Hawaii, and all of Australia. And while there's no clear reason as to why, experts say that it might have something to do with the fact that 140 million people visited Florida back in 2023. And we know that many of them absolutely made a trip to one of Florida's beaches. Savannah, Joe.
Wow, scary stuff. What a video there. Morgan Chesky, thank you so much.
Coming up, we are digging into all those extreme foods you might be seeing on social media and at your grocery store.
Yeah, we're talking about the super spicy or the crazily caffeinated. Americans love to indulge, but are these hazardous to your health? We will take a closer look up next.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom. The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You with some resilient folks, let me get in.
Welcome back. August marks National Breastfeeding Awareness Month in the U.S. The goal here is to celebrate the benefits of human milk while also bringing attention to the inequalities mothers face when deciding to nurse their newborns. This year's theme is Nourish, Sustain, and Thrive. Let's bring in Dr. Uche Blackstock for more on this. She's the founder and CEO of Advancing Health Equity and, of course, a friend of the show. Dr. Blackstock, great to see you. Thanks for joining us on such an important topic and often a sensitive subject, right, for mothers. Walk us through some of the challenges that women face when making this decision or maybe when trying to do this, but then some mothers who are unable to breastfeed, what this process is like.
Well, Savannah, thank you so much for having me. And I'm going to say that, I speak from both professional and personal experience. While breastfeeding is a totally natural experience to have, it is an acquired technique and you need support. And so what we're seeing often is a lot of mothers, when they are first giving birth, they're not having the support in hospital or at home to start nursing. They also may have jobs where they have to go back to work right away. They may not have the supplies necessary to pump breast milk so they can leave it for their baby, or they may not have paid family leave, so they may not be able to find the time to stay home with their babies.
And doctor, on that same note, research shows that Black women breastfeed their babies at lower rates than white women. So just when we talk about some of the difficulties here, and you mentioned so many really important points that you just did there, why do you think that is? What are some of the factors at play here? Is it some of the things you just mentioned?
Yeah, so some of them are that, Black mothers are more likely to live in neighborhoods where there are not, quote unquote, baby-friendly hospitals, where they don't have, the initiation and education at birth of teaching about lactation and the importance of breastfeeding. It also has to do with insurance status. We know that, Black mothers are more likely to be uninsured, and a lot of the lactation support requires out-of-pocket payments. We also see that in states that have not expanded Medicaid, those people are more likely not to be able to find lactation support or afford it. And then finally, Black mothers are more likely to be employed in jobs that do not offer health insurance or other benefits to cover breastfeeding. And then actually, finally, there's some cultural issues related to slavery when Black women served as wet nurses, where they nursed their enslavers' babies. So there is a lot of discomfort with breastfeeding and initiating it.
Tell us also on the flip side of all of this, and of course why we're having this conversation and why so many women try or hope that this is what is going to work for them. What are the benefits of breastfeeding versus formula?
Oh my gosh. And there are so many really wonderful benefits, both for mama and for baby. For baby, decreases the risk of infections. It also decreases the risk of sudden infant death syndrome, as well as diabetes and obesity later on in life.
Wow.
And for the mamas, also decreases the risk of ovarian and breast cancer, diabetes, as well as hypertension. So benefits of breastfeeding are significant for both mama and baby.
For women who are considering this, they're maybe hoping that it is something that is going to work for them or something that they're going to be able to make work around the responsibilities of their life, or maybe for women who have already started breastfeeding. What questions should they be asking their doctors, and what resources are available to them? I know just from friends, I personally have not had a child, but from my friends who have had babies, they say, gosh, there's so many questions that now I would know to ask, or with my second child, I have the answer to, but I did not know that initially.
Same. I learned so much even as a physician when I was nursing my children. But what's really important is to make sure you talk to your doctor about what are the lactation supports that are available right when you have your baby. What does the hospital offer you in terms of those first 48 hours after you have your baby to help the baby latch on? And what kind of supports are you able to have at home, and what's covered by your insurance? All that's very important. Also want to mention there are a lot of local breastfeeding groups that are free of charge that people should look for in their area.
Dr. Uche Blackstock, as always, such important information when you join us. Thank you so much. Great topic today.
Now, from extreme hot wings to super sour candies, more Americans are looking to push their taste buds to the next level. But can those enticing treats have major side effects?
NBC News Now, Stephen Romo is going to take a look at the science behind the attraction to these over-the-top creations.
Ooh. I know, and it doesn't stop again.
From popular shows on YouTube featuring celebrities eating flaming hot sauce.
3, 2, 1.
To social media challenges tasting the sourest candies. Americans can't get enough of extreme foods.
I can tell that's going to be the hottest pepper that I've had up to date.
Nelson Chaney is one of them. His TikTok, Craving Capsaicin, is named after the active ingredient in hot chili peppers.
I kind of like my food to hurt a little bit.
Racking up millions of views, his videos show him eating full ghost peppers and Carolina Reapers, some of the hottest peppers in the world. But it's not just the challenge that he loves.
Some people say it's like a legal high, kind of, you know, it just makes you feel good, makes you happy. In a lot of my videos, you can see it. My eyes get kind of big and I start kind of getting giggly.
That feeling is what psychologist Elisa Trucco says attracts people to spicy foods, even when it burns.
These spicy foods, when you use these substances, they actually release things that are very similar to like a medication that you would take or a drug. So they release things like endorphins and also dopamine.
Scientists say eating foods with extreme flavors like hot pepper or sour candy triggers receptors in the mouth that tell the brain it's in danger.
I feel like I'm gonna die.
But when you survive, the relief causes a high.
Those are the things that are associated with like euphoria and then also feeling better, like kind of like pain. So it makes a lot of sense that people feel kind of like euphoric or kind of like that rush after using these substances.
After a while, people can build up a tolerance, so they seek foods that are even more extreme. Trucco says that may be part of what's fueling the popularity of super caffeinated energy drinks.
With any substance, kind of like the more you start using the substance, the more kind of like tolerant or used to it you get, and then you kind of like need to kind of like boost it up to feel that same effect.
But there is a dark side. For young kids and those with underlying health conditions, extremely spicy ingredients and caffeine can be dangerous, even deadly. 2 adults, a 46-year-old man in Florida and a Pennsylvania college student, died after drinking Panera's charged lemonade, prompting the store to pull it from its shelves. And a 14-year-old boy died last year after trying the Pocky one-chip challenge. The parents now filing a wrongful death lawsuit against Hershey, the parent company of Pocky. Hershey saying in a statement to NBC News, "We disagree with these allegations and will defend ourselves against the claims." Nelson cautions his followers about trying these new food trends.
Don't try to do what I do at home. I have a very high tolerance and I would never put myself in any danger.
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
Coming up, we're always watching your wallet here on Morning News Now. After the break, the new real estate rules set to take effect this weekend that could potentially save home buyers and sellers thousands of dollars.
Also, though, a key new report on inflation is out this morning. We are breaking down the numbers to see where prices are falling and where they aren't. Some big news. Stay with us. That's up next.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're back now with breaking news on the state of the economy this morning.
The Labor Department has released the latest Consumer Price Index report, and it shows inflation continuing to improve. Consumer prices rose 0.2% month over month in July and up 2.9% year over year. So breaking down what those numbers mean for us, we are joined by NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans and Investopedia editor-in-chief, friend of the show, of course, Caleb Silver. Good morning to both of you. Christine, I will start with you over at the big board for us. Break down the numbers for us. What do we need to know? What's the headline?
This is exactly what we wanted to see, quite frankly. We wanted to see, sorry, my board, there we go. We wanted to see these kinds of numbers. 3% was what it was in June, and now you've got 2.9. That is the smallest annual increase since March, early 2021. So that is some important improvement here. This means that big turn is happening. You are starting to see this was 9.2%, 9.1%. That was a really horrible feeling in terms of wage and price pressures really in the economy. And now you've got a year here where you finally have broken down below 3%. So this is good news.
Caleb, your first impressions, what stands out about this?
Yeah, we have a saying in finance and economics, the trend is your friend. So look at the trend for the past 6 months, and it just keeps going down and to the right, and that's what you want. We're not getting deflation. Things aren't necessarily getting cheaper, except for used cars and trucks, but we're getting a smaller and smaller price increase every month, and some things are actually a little bit less expensive than they were a few years ago, but not things like car insurance and rent and electricity. But a number like that shows a normalization of the economy, and that is just what we want.
So we are going to have a Fed meeting in...
35 days, 5 hours, and 20 minutes. And it just got really interesting because the Fed has pretty much signaled it's going to cut rates come that September 18th meeting. But now there's a 50% chance it will be a 50 basis point or a 0.5 percentage point cut or a 0.25% cut. If it's a big cut, like a 0.5 basis point or a 0.5%, that could be a very, very big deal for consumers and for the market.
And Christine, this, of course, has been one of these sticking points, right, where we have not seen that drop happen yet because of inflation. So now this is good news in that regard.
Right. I mean, you can't be cutting interest rates. A Fed can't cut interest rates when inflation is too high. I mean, inflation is high because an economy is too strong. You cut interest rates when an economy is starting to weaken. And the economy is starting to weaken a little bit, or I'd say the boil is off the great growth, and you have inflation coming down. That's the sweet spot for the Fed. That's what we call soft landing kind of territory, where the Fed can try to engineer this so that the economy slows gradually, you don't have a big spike in unemployment, and these and prices are coming down. Then interest rates start to come down, and some of the pressure comes off American, household finances.
So, Caleb, I mean, what does the Fed have to consider here when deciding how big of a cut it's going to be? Are there worries inflation could go back up if they cut too much? What are they considering?
Yeah, you cut too much, money becomes cheaper, prices go back up. They don't want to do that. But now I think the inflation story, the narrative, is under control. Now it's about unemployment. And unemployment at last check for July was 4.3%, up from 4.1%. Full employment in this country between 3.5% and 4%. Fed's got to keep that in check. It's done what it needed to do on the inflation front. Now it's got to make sure that the jobs market doesn't fall apart. So the next data point, the big one, will be the jobs report for August.
All right. The trend is our friend. So are Christine and Caleb.
Yes.
Thank you both. Appreciate you this morning.
Let's stay on your wallet. Renewed pressure from a big-time investor is causing some turbulence over at Southwest.
CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and some other dollar sign headlines this morning. Silvana, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. Yes, so Southwest Airlines is facing new pressure from an activist investor. Elliott Management plans to launch a fight to overhaul the company's board. It will nominate 10 directors, including the former CEOs of Air Canada and Virgin America. Elliott has been seeking to oust Southwest CEO Bob Jordan for some time, as well as former CEO and current chairman Gary Kelly. The hedge fund owns about 8% of Southwest stock and plans to call a special meeting for shareholders to vote. It's a done deal. M&M's maker Mars is buying Kellanova. The snack maker spun off from Kellogg for about $36 billion. Kellanova owns such brands as Eggo Waffles and Pringles. Now, this is the largest deal for Mars since it bought Wrigley for $23 billion in 2008. Now, like many snack companies, Kellanova has been dealing with falling sales and shoppers' pullback on spending. And are you aware that it's National Financial Awareness Day today? Experts say it is a good time to take investing and saving seriously to build financial stability and prepare for the future. Data shows about half of U.S. households live paycheck to paycheck, and only 44% don't have enough cash to cover a $400 emergency. Just a quarter of millennials can demonstrate basic financial literacy, guys. Very important.
That is so, wow. Look at that. Happy National Financial. All of our friends from the block
money Silvana has. Wow.
We could have their head on this. I love this. But you know what? It is so important. I didn't learn any of this in school. I've done some stories on it happening in schools. It's really cool to see. Silvana,
I know.
thank you so much.
I honestly didn't learn until I came to CNBC.
Yeah,
so there you go.
And look at that cute little graphic. We love it.
I love it.
All right, let's keep teaching everyone now. We've got some other financial news. New real estate rules, set to take effect this weekend that could potentially save some people thousands of dollars.
Yeah, starting August 17th, sellers will have more negotiating power and will end up spending less on agent fees. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung, who also has a cute little graphic, a bobblehead one.
I do, yeah.
We don't have that for you this morning, but we've done the same for you, Brian. Great to have you with us. Some experts are saying this is the biggest shakeup to hit real estate agents in a century. Walk us through what's happening and why it's happening now.
Yeah, well, long story short, sellers are going to have a little bit more negotiating power when it comes to setting the commissions that they pay and more transparency into them as well. So I need to back up and explain kind of how things work right now. So if you have sold your home, then you're familiar with with a fee that you're going to have to pay in terms of commissions. It's usually 5 to 6%. The seller pays that, and then the agent for the seller splits it with the agent for the buyer, right? That ultimately moves into the house. So the idea here, though, is that those conversations were largely happening kind of behind closed doors. So now they're going to have to disclose it to both the buyer and the seller and saying, hey, here are the fees that we're going to charge, which might give a seller, a little bit of opportunity to say, you know what, that's a little bit too high of a fee. Maybe I'll go shop around to find a lower fee, which is one reason why experts are saying they think that this change, which is going to take effect on Saturday, could net bring some of those costs down, which could be welcome news for those trying to sell into this market.
As we hopefully see interest rates dropping even more when it comes to buying these homes.
Exactly.
So for buyers and sellers, what could the impact be for them?
Yeah, well, so on the seller side of things, right, this could be thousands of dollars in savings, right? If you look at that 6% fee, which is seen as pretty common at the moment, well, if you're able to negotiate, let's say, for example, a 3% fee on a $300,000 home, you would save about $9,000. Again, well, on the buyer side of things, this is a little bit more unclear because if the seller can sell at a lower commission, maybe they pass that on to the buyer, but they also might not. They might just pocket the savings. So it's a little bit unclear if this is going to pass down to the buyer in terms of a lower price. But at the end of the day, because there's more transparency, as a buyer, if you're going to even see a home, expect to sign some contracts, because the idea is that a person that's going to show you some homes wants to say up front before you even step into the open house, hey, here's how much you could be on the hook for. If a seller doesn't want to cover the fee and they make the buyer cover the fee, there's going to be a bit more legal paperwork just to even see the home so that you know exactly up front how much you might be on the hook for.
Oh, that's so interesting.
Yeah.
As a new home owner, we looked at so many homes, and you kind of just, it's almost, some of it's kind of fun. Sometimes you're just going in to see what's going on.
But now a little bit more paperwork, which might not be as fun.
Yeah, that's super interesting.
Yeah.
Overall, we've talked so much about what is going on with the home buying market. A lot of that has to do, of course, with interest rates. But how does a change like this affect the market generally?
Yeah, well, I mean, Joe, you brought it up, right? It's really expensive to borrow to buy a home right now, but it's actually cheaper now than it was even in the fall last year. When you consider mortgage rates in October were around 7.8%. They've come down to 6.5%. I understand that's not the 3% that some people were seeing post-pandemic, but look, that is a pretty significant change. That combined with perhaps even paying lower fees just to sell your home could be a good time to sell your home if you are trying to get into the market now.
Yeah. All right.
Absolutely. Brian, great to have you. Good to see you. Thank
if you'll
you so
humor
much.
me for a moment, for our next story, I'm going to talk about a new summer trend, and I do want to introduce you to a new friend because, yes, we are talking about Halloween. So, hello. Or
I don't know if I'm a huge fan of this guest here.
No, right? It is kind of cute, but it's not time yet.
Hi, bonjour.
Good.
But here's the thing. I got this guy yesterday. Never mind, that the first official day of fall is 39 days away, or that Halloween is 78 days away. These decorations are on store shelves. Pumpkin spice is already back at some chains. So what's going on here? My friend and I, we got the skinny.
The calendar might say August, but social media says Ogtober.
You can get your fall stuff out, you can decorate. I already did about a week ago.
The fall season's creeping in, but this time it's an unofficial holiday dubbed Summerween, inspired by a 12-year-old episode of the show Gravity Falls.
This town loves Halloween so much they celebrate it twice a year.
It's not just a bunch of hocus pocus.
Come! We fly!
Fall fans are actually throwing Summerween shindigs, pool parties with spooky yet cheerful decor, including jack-o'-melons. Ghoulish merch is easy to find, with stores like Michael's stocking their shelves before August and Home Depot starting this week. Remember Lewis, Target's towering 8-foot-tall pumpkin? He went on sale online a month ago. And in New Jersey, thousands braved the heat on August 1st when this year's first Spirit Halloween store opened.
It's a different holiday for us. It's better than Christmas.
The demand is there. Halloween spending topped $12 billion last year.
So if you're a Halloween person, if you love the decor and the costumes, if you can have a Halloween party in the summer, why not?
Of course, you can't have pumpkins without pumpkin spice, loved by millions.
It's addictive.
Minus one beloved weatherman.
Why would you want to rush getting rid of summer for something that tastes that bad?
Krispy Kreme's already got pumpkin-flavored coffee, so does 7-Eleven, with a handful of stores selling pumpkin spice Slurpees. Starbucks is yet to reveal when its fall menu will drop, but food blogger Marky Devo says he got a leaked copy that points to August 22nd.
Well, before I actually post the menus, the DMs go crazy all year long, asking, when is that fall menu coming?
So the demand is great, is what you're saying.
Yes, it's pretty high.
It's not just drinks. Hefty sells cinnamon pumpkin spice trash bags. Spooky, indeed.
Okay, that's crazy.
I know, but there you go.
But
Your
available.
garbage will smell great. The consumer intelligence company NIQ says spending on pumpkin products, just pumpkin products over the last year, topped $800 million. I guess, I don't know. Now, if you're looking for Halloween decor, experts warn prices are highest now into September. You do get first dibs. As for the PSL, for now, Starbucks not confirming any of those details about its fall menu or when it'll be released. Neither is Dunkin', which just says fall is coming soon, and with it, a new drink creation.
You just like
Happy
hanging
Summer
with
Ween.
this is really
Happy
cracking
Summer
up.
Ween.
No, fall is coming soon, and I'm very excited for it to come, but not yet.
It's actually not. It's the end of September.
Oh, my
It's,
God.
it's
Oh, listen
far
to this.
away.
Oh, great. Thank you so much for the Halloween music. Nobody wants this yet. Coming up, something much more exciting. We are sitting down with the one and only Liza Colón-Zayas.
She is now an Emmy-nominated star of the roaringly popular FX series The Bear, playing Tina, the unbreakable sous chef. We're going to chat with her right after the break about her nomination, which just so happens to be her first, and some other standout moments, both the stage and screen. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The Paris Olympics may have just ended, but Dr. Dre is already looking ahead to the next episode. He says he wants to compete. Get this, the legendary rapper, music producer, and founder of Beats Electronics says he's also pretty good with the bow and arrow. And would love to be part of the USA archery team when the Olympics comes to his hometown of LA in 2028. Of course, he just performed at the closing ceremony.
Yeah.
In an interview with Entertainment Tonight, Dre says that he has been practicing the sport since junior high, adding that he heard record qualifying for the Olympics is 77 feet and that he practices at 90 feet. So he's an overachiever. He even has his own archery setup at home and says he feels like he could even win gold. So there you go.
That was not what I was expecting you were going to say,
Not
but
at all.
love it.
I want to see it. All right.
I do too. I feel like everybody wants to get in on the LA action.
Right.
It's like, I live here, so I must compete.
Right, obviously.
Yeah.
It's just going to be a bunch of actors.
Yeah.
Stunt guys.
Well, we can't wait for 4 years from now. All right, the highly decorated television series The Bear is going for gold once again. The show has already racked up, get this, 23 Emmy nominations this year. That set a new record in the comedy series category.
One of those nominations went to Liza Colón-Zayas, who plays sous chef Tina Moreno, a fan favorite character whose backstory got its own episode in season 3. Take a look.
I got a really good feeling about this interview. I know this is going to be the one.
Breathe, Mama.
I know you're being sweet. But I know we're in trouble. And I really need this. You know?
Did I fail you?
No, baby. No.
We are so excited to have Liza Colón-Zayas here with us. Congratulations on the Emmy nomination, which we should note is for season 2, not even for season 3. When you got that news, just what went through your mind? How did that feel?
I started laughing maniacally because I just thought my reps were being nice to me and saying that
Oh my
and
gosh.
then I was in the middle of a phone call, you know, just talking about the following week. And then he was like, oh, by the way, congratulations. And I just started, got cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs in that moment. It took me about 2 weeks for it to land.
I wish you recorded it. We love those videos when people find out.
You know, I was in my pajamas looking crazy. Nobody was gonna. But yeah, so it's been such a great roller coaster ride.
As Joe mentioned, this is season 2, and season 3 is where we really get to go so much deeper with your character, see that little snippet that we just played there, which I think is so exciting and bodes very well for the next award season. But how would you say your character has grown? Because as viewers, we've obviously learned so much more, and like you have your main character moment. What's it been like, the journey of playing the character?
Well, I've adapted to like being very protective, and you have to prove yourself to me. I don't know you. I've been, you know, I've got all this PTSD, and then now she's trusting and she's absolutely loyal and willing to do what she has to do to keep this dream and this family and this place open.
What I love about The Bear is that the characters get their own episodes, and you finally we got Tina's episode this year. We saw a clip of it there. Io Adebari directed it, which must have been an incredible experience.
Cool.
So talk about that. And then I didn't know till yesterday, that's your real husband. You were sharing the stage with him. That episode just must have been an unreal experience.
You know, we've worked together for a long time. We're theater kids. And so, you know, and he's Dexter and Gotham and all these things. And he's just such a pro, so calm. He keeps me settled and grounded. And it's so easy to work with him. When I heard he was going to, you know, be a good guy, I started crying. I cry all the time.
I'm feeling like I'm going to cry.
You didn't know really the backstory until you actually got that episode.
I didn't know the backstory. I just thought it was going to be just dark. Why would I think that about Tina? But yes, and to see that he's, you know, there's this love and normalcy, just.
Oh, that's so great. And the director.
And the director, it was just like one thing after another. Like, when I heard, like, Io, this is your episode, your man.
Oh, so neat.
Proud. So, I can't put it into words. What a wonderful, long, all worth it journey.
You also have had some other projects going on. For example, the movie If, starring in that, voice starring in that. What else? What other projects do you have going on? What will we see soon?
I can't
Can you
really
say?
No, but more to come.
We've got 30 seconds left, but what's your advice to those out there who want to do what you're doing and they're struggling? They're like, I don't know if I should keep trying this. What would you say to them?
I would say, don't compare yourself to others. Be you. And if you are willing to take years and years and years and years of rejection, if there are people, mentors who you who have a great reputation, who you really trust, and they are behind you, it's not what everyone thinks of you. It's what those few people who come through and tell you the truth. If you have that, keep fighting, keep going.
Liza, thank you for joining us.
Thank
This is one of the coolest guests we've had. This is so exciting for us. So great to spend the morning with you. Thank you for coming in.
And good luck.
Yes, and congratulations.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Right now on Morning News Now, on the trail and on the defensive, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz addressing critics in his first solo campaign stop as Vice President Kamala Harris's running mate.
I'm going to say it again as clearly as I can. I am damn proud of my service to this country. And I firmly believe you should never denigrate another person's service record.
This as VP Harris continues to enjoy a boost in the polls, plus a key win for progressives in the Minnesota primary. We have team coverage. Also this morning, we are tracking Ernesto as it gains hurricane strength on its path toward Puerto Rico. More on the conditions, the timing, and what's being done to prepare. And an aggressive advance by Ukraine in Russia. Ukrainian troops pushing deeper into enemy territory in a surprise strike that's left Moscow reeling. Now, Russian President Vladimir Putin vowing to retaliate. We will bring you the latest. And some not-so-sweet news about a popular sugar substitute. Why doctors say the real stuff may be less risky for your heart.
So just start pouring that sugar all over it.
Yeah, I'm sure that's great too, yeah.
All right, good to have you with us this morning. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. We get started today with the race for the White House as Vice President Kamala Harris's running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz, is set to continue his solo tour on the campaign trail with events today in Denver and Boston.
Governor Walz held his first solo campaign event yesterday in Los Angeles. He spoke at the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees Convention. There, Walz defended his military record, which has been under scrutiny, especially by former President Trump's running mate, Ohio Senator J.D. Vance, a fellow military veteran.
By the way, these guys are even attacking me for my record of service. And I just want to say, I'm proud to serve my country, and I always will be. I firmly believe you should never denigrate another person's service record.
Leading us off this morning, NBC News White House correspondent Mike Memoli and NBC News correspondent Von Hilliard, who's covering the Trump campaign. Good morning to both of you. Mike, let's start with you. This event yesterday in L.A. was a chance for Governor Walz to maybe stand out on his own. What were some of the key takeaways from his appearance?
Yeah, Joe, this is an important moment for Governor Walz because remember, it was just a week before that he was named to the national ticket. He's still introducing himself to the American people. And so it was notable that the campaign felt that he did first need to address those questions about his military service. He only spoke in general terms, but of course, the criticism has been, the suggestion has been made that he retired from the National Guard when he learned his unit might deploy to Iraq. The records show that he had already announced he was running for Congress before those deployment orders came down. But then I think we got a glimpse of the Walz that we'll continue to see in more solo events in the fall, playing up his union credentials, speaking directly to middle-class, working-class voters, and making a strong contrast with the Republican ticket. Let's listen to some of what the governor said to these union workers yesterday.
The only thing those two guys knows about working people is how to work to take advantage of them. We can't hope that we defeat Donald Trump. We can't hope that we can collectively bargain. We can't hope we protect Social Security. We can't hope that we address climate change. You don't hope to win. You plan, prepare, and work to win.
Now, the governor is going to continue campaigning this week, largely fundraising. That's another important job of the running mate. And then all eyes will be on him next week, a week from today, when he has his real first major spotlight moment for the American people addressing the Democratic National Convention.
Vaughn, let's bring you in here and talk about things over on Team Trump. Less than 24 hours after the former president did that interview with Elon Musk on X, the United Auto Workers Union filed labor charges with the National Labor Relations Board against the two of them. What's this about?
Yeah, it's part of that almost 2-hour exchange between Donald Trump and Elon Musk on X. There was one point in which Donald Trump lauded Elon Musk for the way that he runs his his companies. Of course, he oversees not only Twitter, now X, but also SpaceX, as well as Tesla. And the quote that Donald Trump directly said was, quote, "You're the greatest cutter. I look at what you do. You walk in and say, you want to quit? I won't mention the name of the company, but they go on strike and you say, that's okay. You're all gone." To which Elon Musk responded, yeah. And so the UAW, which notably has endorsed Kamala Harris's presidential campaign, went to the National Labor Relations Board and said that these two are directly, by explicitly out loud, putting pressure, essentially union busting pressure on workers that could potentially try to negotiate for either better wages, better working conditions, or for unions. At the Trump campaign or any of Elon Musk's organizations, the Trump campaign is pushing back, saying this is politically motivated. Of course, this all comes down to, though, also politics, in the need and the desire to win over the hearty share of union workers around the country.
Everything is politics right now. Mike, let's look ahead to next week. The Democratic National Convention is taking place in Chicago. The Harris campaign, though, is making plans to hold a rally in Milwaukee next week, according to sources with knowledge of the planning. A reminder, that's where the RNC took place just last month. So what do we know about these plans?
Yeah, this is highly unusual. You typically wouldn't see a campaign planning a major rally of this kind when they already have perhaps the biggest event that they're going to organize every 4 years, their national convention. But this is something that the campaign is considering for two reasons. One is we've seen how these big rallies they held last week were translating into big enthusiasm, but also volunteers, thousands of voters signing up to help the campaign with boots on the ground after these events. I think the campaign has also been aware to the degree to which this has rattled Donald Trump. He's looking at these big rallies. It's getting under his skin. And this is an opportunity for the campaign to literally go to where he accepted the nomination and demonstrate that they have major support in Wisconsin as well. Now, we don't know too much. The details are still coming together on this rally. Indications are that it would be in the afternoon because the spotlight that evening in Chicago will be on former President Barack Obama with a major speech to the convention.
Vaughn, before we let you go, let's talk about a congressional race we were watching this week. This is NBC News projecting that Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar is the winner in the Democratic primary in their 5th congressional district, defeating former Minneapolis City Council member Don Samuels in a primary rematch. Walk us through this win for Congresswoman Omar and for progressives generally.
There's a lot of attention on this race because Jamal Bowman and Cori Bush were two fellow members of the Progressive Squad in the U.S. House Democratic Caucus. And both of those members, they lost primary races this summer. And so the question was Ilhan Omar ultimately going to be able to hold on to her Minneapolis seat? And she faced an onslaught of criticism for being an outspoken critic of the Israeli government's war in Gaza. She also voted against the bipartisan infrastructure package that was brought forward by the Biden administration. She wanted more social spending to go along with that infrastructure package. And her primary opponent was highly critical, saying that she was not focused on the issues that were important to her local congressional district there in the greater Minneapolis area. But as you saw, she narrowly pulling off a victory. She will, very likely, knowing that in the general election, this is all but a solid win, as you well know, Joe, she will be returning to Congress.
This was the real race right here, yeah.
Vaughn and Mike, thank you both very much. And a programming note, we will have full coverage of the Democratic National Convention from Chicago all next week. Our extensive live coverage kicks off on Monday here on NBC News Now, as well as on NBC.
As Election Day gets closer, several states are pushing to get the issue of abortion access on their ballots. This comes as more women are being denied care in medical emergencies because of unclear guidelines in state abortion bans. NBC News senior legal correspondent Laura Jarrett spoke to one woman who says the law around abortion in Texas has changed her life forever.
A constitutional amendment in Missouri that would wipe out the state's near-total ban on abortion, now set to appear on the ballot this November, while abortion rights organizers in the swing state of Arizona shattered records with more than 500,000 signatures to get their proposed amendment added.
This initiative has made the ballot.
Missouri and Arizona joining a growing list of states, all with similar ballot measures that would create a new right to abortion up to the point a fetus can survive at around 24 weeks, something opponents say goes too far. This ballot push, the byproduct of the Supreme Court overturning the right to an abortion, allowing each state to pass their own restrictions. Laws now under increasing scrutiny as new data emerges about what's been happening in hospitals. A new analysis of federal records by the AP showing more than 100 pregnant women in medical emergencies like ectopic pregnancies denied care in the ER since Roe was overturned. As doctors tell NBC News, they are navigating vague laws that don't account for medical nuances.
There's so much fear and confusion because an ectopic can have a heartbeat.
Kylie Thurman had an ectopic pregnancy where an embryo implants in a fallopian tube, and she was initially denied an abortion in Texas, despite the law making an exception for such emergencies. Then it ruptured.
I want to have kids, and I wanted to keep my fallopian tube, but now it's gone. A piece of my womanhood was taken.
She, along with another patient in Texas, are now calling on the Biden administration to investigate.
I had to fight like hell to get my care, and I still didn't get it fast enough.
And this issue of medical emergencies, particularly in Texas, not going away soon, as a lawsuit there going up to the U.S. Supreme Court potentially as soon as this fall. Back to you.
All right, Laura, thank you.
Now let's go to the Atlantic, where Puerto Rico is feeling the effects of Tropical Storm Ernesto that's expected to strengthen into a hurricane later this morning.
It was just last week that Debbie slowly made its way up the East Coast, soaking millions in the U.S. Now the latest tropical storm is hitting islands in the Caribbean, pounding those areas with heavy rain and strong winds. The National Hurricane Center says Ernesto could drop up to 10 inches of rain on the southeastern part of Puerto Rico. Sustained winds there have increased to nearly 70 miles an hour. We're joined now by NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas for more on what we can expect from this storm. Guad, good morning. So as we mentioned, Ernesto could be upgraded to a hurricane this morning. What have we seen so far?
Joe, Savannah, good morning. So as the sun is rising in Puerto Rico, officials are assessing some of the damage, especially on the east part of the main island, where much of the wind and the rain had been slamming overnight. So far, we've seen power outages that are now affecting 300,000 customers in Puerto Rico. We knew going into the storm that the infrastructure there with the system had been damaged years ago with Maria and then again with Fiona. It is very vulnerable. For years now, there's been investment made into the infrastructure, but it's still vulnerable. And as the sun rises, officials are now finding some of the damage. They say that vegetation has blocked many of the roadways in that part of the island. And even in Culebras and Vieques, they've seen some flooding. These parts usually don't flood, but they have reported some flooding. With shelters open, dozens of people have gone to these shelters. And between now and the end of the day, officials say they're expecting heavy rains that could still cause some mudslides and also more flooding, as a flash flood warning is in effect in a great part of the eastern part of that main island, Joe.
Guad, officials in Puerto Rico are warning of widespread power outages across the island that still has not fully recovered from Hurricane Maria. That was back in 2017. How will Ernesto make it that much harder for them to rebuild? What are the concerns there?
So right now, as I mentioned, there's about 300,000 customers without power, right? But here's what's happened in the past with Puerto Rico. Whenever there's a main storm that affects power lines, that affects some of that infrastructure, utility poles, what customers have seen is the power being out for weeks. So many residents in Puerto Rico and customers are afraid that this could last for days or weeks once again, if maybe the repairs that are necessary aren't made in time. As of now, it's hard to tell what kind of damage has occurred. We still have a lot of rain hitting the island for the rest of the day. Luma, the power company, says they have crews standing by ready to go out and inspect some of the cables and utility poles. But we're already hearing from local municipalities like mayors in different parts of the eastern side of the island, of the main island, saying that they've seen damage to utility poles. And I should add to this also that they're seeing damage to the filtration systems that brings some of that running water to residents, which means that many people are without running water, that is, in Puerto Rico, in addition to the power. So we'll have to wait for the storm to make its way through, for the crews to assess some of that damage and see how extensive the damage is, which would add to the damage that was sustained from previous storms, Savannah.
So, Guad, we know officials in Puerto Rico have activated the National Guard. They've canceled the start of classes in public schools because of Ernesto. As the storm moves through the Atlantic, how are other islands bracing for it?
So when we look at Puerto Rico, Joe, Puerto Rico has one main island, which a lot of the news and the images we're seeing come from that main island. But let's also keep in mind that Culebras and Vieques are two smaller islands that are a little further east. These are probably the two smaller islands that have been hit the hardest. A lot of attention being placed there. There's crews standing by on the main island in Puerto Rico, ready to go to Vieques and Culebra. If you look at what happened during Maria, these were some of the hardest hit areas. But much of the attention, of course, is on Puerto Rico, not just because of what the winds and the storm that made its way through earlier today, at least the eye of the storm made its way through, but because of the rain that is going to be slamming the main island and the other smaller islands throughout the rest of the day, Joe.
All right, Guad Venegas. Guad, thank you so much. For more details on Tropical Storm Ernesto's path, let's check in with your Morning News Now weather.
Ryan Hanrahan, chief meteorologist from our station in Connecticut, joins us this morning. Hey, Ryan, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, Puerto Rico is getting the brunt of Ernesto right now. It's on the verge of hurricane strength, winds of 70 miles per hour. You can see the rain bands here right over Puerto Rico, but the center of the storm is now well to the north, and it looks here in the last couple frames here of this satellite radar loop, looks like we've got an eye beginning to form. So this storm is almost certainly going to be a hurricane when we get our next advisory from the National Hurricane Center, as it's strengthening pretty rapidly as it moves over some warmer waters. Now, south of the center, these rain bands from Ernesto are moving across Puerto Rico. And as Guad mentioned, we've got the potential here for flash flooding and mudslides and certainly some strong winds. We've seen some winds on the eastern part of Puerto Rico up to about 70 or 75 miles per hour this morning. Now, the storm will continue to move away. So by midday and especially this afternoon, the weather will improve quite a bit on Puerto Rico. But then the storm begins to strengthen into a pretty formidable, sizable hurricane here. It looks like it becomes a Category 3 by Friday. And right now, the current track brings it right over Bermuda by this weekend and then out to sea. One thing we'll have to watch across the eastern part of the country, the U.S., is the potential for some large swells and some rip currents, because the storm is going to be so large it's going to send those swells back toward the coast. Now, in the central part of the country, we do have a couple thunderstorms this morning. It looks like we'll see those storms through midday and afternoon. There's a risk for a couple severe storms in the plains. This all will move to the east by tomorrow. And so we've got a threat for some storms from Minnesota into portions of Wisconsin and down into Illinois. The threat for flash flooding today is across the Midwest, from Iowa down into portions of Missouri and Illinois. And a whole lot of rain on the way as well through Friday in the midsection of the country. We're looking at 2, 3, maybe even 4 inches of rain from Iowa down through portions of Illinois and Kentucky. The heat continues down south. No change there. It's been going on for about a week now. 45 million people under heat advisories and heat warnings, an excessive heat warning from Little Rock, Arkansas through Tulsa. Temperatures in the 100s again today across a good chunk of Texas, and that feels like temperature close to 110 from Dallas down to Austin, down to Houston. New England and the Northeast, though, beautiful.
Yeah,
nice weather continues.
Quite pleasant here.
Yeah.
Sorry, everybody else.
Yeah, right?
Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it, guys.
Thank you. Well, now let's head to the Middle East and get the latest, where Iran is rejecting calls to stand down on its threats to attack Israel after the killings of leaders from Hamas and Hezbollah. It comes after a series of deadly strikes by Israel inside Gaza, leaving dozens of people dead. NBC News international correspondent Matt Bradley is in Beirut and joins us with the latest. Matt, good morning. Let's start with these continuing concerns about a retaliatory strike against Israel from Iran over the assassination, as I mentioned, specifically of a Hamas leader who was in Iran when he was killed. We've been reporting that something could potentially happen this week. Do we think that's still the case?
Yeah, well, I got to tell you, Savannah, we've been hearing that warning every single day for the past 2 weeks, ever since those twin assassinations that you just finished describing. So there has been major warnings. I'm not going to lie, the warnings have kind of picked up, and I say this sort of subjectively, over the past couple of days. But it's unclear whether or not something is going to happen, because tomorrow we're expected to see what's been billed as kind of last-ditch negotiations to try to bring some measure of peace to the Gaza Strip and free those remaining hostages that are still being held under the Gaza Strip. Now, whether or not that succeeds, it's looking increasingly unlikely. Hamas has said they won't join the negotiations, but they have said that they really want to see the negotiators and Israel accede to a plan that had been proposed and that they said they had agreed to several months ago. Now, if those sides all do get together, and we don't know where this meeting is even going to take place, it could be in Doha in Qatar or in Cairo, Egypt. But if they do agree to a ceasefire, that could be really the best hope to preventing some kind of wider war that really threatens to engulf the entire Middle East. Guys.
And Matt, how are the chances of that looking right now? Both sides returning in the first place, but hope on a ceasefire deal.
Yeah, I mean, there's some hope. And, you know, the fact that the U.S. has deployed diplomats to the region, the fact that the Israelis have said that they're going to send representatives to wherever this meeting takes place, that does provide a measure of hope. But let's look at this in context. There hasn't been a negotiated deal until last November, when we saw about half of those hostages released, and we saw a week-long ceasefire in the Gaza Strip. Ever since then, there have been tons of negotiations that have been joined by high-level diplomats from America, from Israel, from Hamas, from the Qataris, and from the Egyptians, all of them trying their best to bring the parties together, and it has failed so far. Now, one of the top diplomats who's just been deployed to the Middle East to try to both bring a measure of peace and to have that negotiation succeed and to get all of these sides to step back from the brink of retaliation is Amos Hochstein, a name you might not have known until just the last couple of months. He's hardly a household name, but I spoke with him just today after he met with the Speaker of the House here in Lebanon. Here's what he told me. Is there any indication from the Iranians or from Hezbollah that they won't attack in the event of a negotiated peace?
I think what I said is what I said. We are focusing on trying to bring a de-escalation and an end to the hostilities. That's why we're going to the talks tomorrow, and that's why we're here today and across the region.
So as you can see, guys, he wouldn't be drawn on whether or not the Iranians might stop if there's a negotiated peace. But Reuters just reported yesterday, quoting 3 unnamed senior Iranian officials, saying that a negotiated peace might actually stop them from retaliating against the Israelis. So we'll see. That could be the best bet here.
Matt, the other big news here is the U.S. starting to build up its own military presence in the region. Do we know any more about the role that carrier strike group could play if a ceasefire agreement isn't reached? We know at this point it's really trying to deter something from happening, but what else?
Yeah, well, Savannah, I mean, we're not just talking about one carrier strike group. We're talking about 2 carrier strike groups. This is an enormous amount of firepower. And each of these carrier strike groups is not just an aircraft carrier. It's also their attendant, vessels around them, warships that protect the aircraft carrier. So we're really talking about dozens of warships in the region. Now, 2 of them, along with a submarine, the Georgia, which has just joined them, and that was a rare admission by the U.S. government, and all of those planes that are on these ships, F-22s and F-35s, stealthy fighter jets that are going to be used to stop any aggression in the region. So this really just indicates that the U.S. is preparing for the worst. Guys?
Matt Bradley, thank you so much.
Staying overseas, Russian forces are trying to push back Ukrainian troops more than a week after Ukraine carried out that surprise cross-border assault. Overnight, Ukraine launched a barrage of drones and missiles toward multiple Russian regions. Kyiv says it captured more than 70 towns and villages in the Kursk province, and that its forces were pushing deeper into Russian territory. NBC News international correspondent Kelly Kobiea joins us now with the latest. Kelly, good morning.
Joe, good morning to you. It's day 903 of this conflict, nearly 2.5 years since Russia launched its all-out invasion of Ukraine. And we haven't seen anything like this before. We haven't seen Ukraine break through the Russian border. And this morning, it's launching a wave of drones and missiles after its troops attacked Russia 8 days ago. Ukraine says it doesn't want to occupy land, only protect its own citizens. This morning, Ukraine on the offensive, continuing to fight inside Russia. The Ukrainian military releasing video they say shows Russian soldiers surrendering earlier this month. And these stills showing Russian prisoners blindfolded in the back of a pickup. NBC News has not been able to independently verify these images. It's the first time there's been a foreign incursion of Russia since World War II. The offensive in Russia's Kursk region on the country's southern border. Ukraine says it now controls 74 settlements across 386 square miles. Ukraine's top military commander telling President Zelensky Tuesday the fighting is ongoing along the entire front line. The two discussing the possibility of a prisoner exchange between captured Russian forces and Ukrainian prisoners of war. President Biden weighing in.
I've spoken with my staff on a regular basis, probably every 4 or 5 hours for the last 6 or 8 days. And it's creating a real dilemma for Putin.
Russia says more than 100,000 residents have now been forced to evacuate or are fleeing on their own. This group of Russians recording a video message asking President Putin for help after losing their homes and fleeing under fire. The stunning surprise attack, an embarrassment for the Russian leader. Putin meeting with his top defense officials Monday, vowing to drive Ukrainian troops out. The Russian Defense Ministry released this video it says shows attacks on Ukrainian forces in Russia, claiming Tuesday its military has stopped Ukraine's advance. But Ukraine says it's still fighting. And we're hearing more from Ukraine's top commander today. He says that troops have captured 100 Russian prisoners of war just today. And Ukraine says this is about protecting the people in the northern part of Ukraine and also relieving some of the pressure on the frontline troops in the east, where Russia has slowly been gaining ground over the past several months. But Joe, this morning, fighting in the east is intensifying. Joe?
All right. Kelly, thank you so much. Much more to come here on Morning News Now. Later this hour, risky business, why researchers now say work-related stress could have health impacts far beyond your 9 to 5.
Up first, though, after the break, disgraced Congressman George Santos facing a judge ahead of his federal fraud trial. We'll bring you the latest from court up next.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money. Mental health, big picture. Why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now. Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency. What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate. In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Democracy is happening now.
Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come.
Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on. Now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor. Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. For the first time in 8 months, former Representative George Santos was back in a New York federal courtroom yesterday, just weeks before his trial begins. The disgraced congressman faces charges of campaign finance fraud and has pleaded not guilty to all 23 charges against him. NBC News correspondent Antonia Hilton reports from Long Island on where this case goes next.
This hearing was about the jury selection process and witnesses. The Santos team had asked for two things. First, they wanted the identities of jurors to be protected, and actually all parties agreed on that. It was the second request that was an issue. They wanted all of the prospective jurors to have to go through a very long, very extensive questionnaire process to try to understand their beliefs about George Santos, their potential political leanings. And there was some concern that that kind of questionnaire could delay the trial proceedings. And the government even made the case that if he's concerned about people's perceptions of him, that could be his own fault. George Santos has sat for interviews, he's posted on social media, he's even recorded himself on Cameo and sold that to fans over the last several months. As a reminder, this is a major case with high stakes. He is accused of wire fraud, identity theft, money laundering. To give some anecdotes, he allegedly used donors' credit cards at one point to transfer thousands of dollars in cash to himself. He spent campaign funds on things like Ferragamo shoes and Botox. He has pleaded not guilty to all of this. There was talk at one point about a plea deal, but all signs right now show that we are heading for a trial in early and mid-September. Back to you.
All right, Antonia, thank you.
Well, with less than 3 months to go until the election, the fight over electoral votes is intensifying in Nebraska. Come November, it's possible it could all come down to a single district in the state. NBC News political and national correspondent Jacob Soboroff went to the city to find out what matters to the people of Omaha in partnership with our affiliate, WOWT.
There was a guy named Jason who responded to me on social media, and he said we should come see him at Rotella's, an Italian bakery, and this is it right here. Dude, thanks for doing this.
Yeah, nice to meet you.
Jason Odom is a Marine Corps veteran and now an engineer for a big tech company. A father of 3, he reached out because he said he was worried about his 3 kids getting sent to war. Why on earth would you respond to me and say you want to talk to me about life in Omaha?
There's a lot of people, they used to be described as the silent majority. I kind of feel like that a lot of times.
We came to Omaha because a rare electoral system could have the city in the ultimate spotlight come election night. People here call Nebraska's 2nd Congressional District the Blue Dot. That's because it's a Democratic island in a sea of Republican voters. And unlike the rest of the country, only Nebraska and Maine award their electoral votes by congressional district. So the one electoral vote here could prevent an electoral college tie and help one candidate reach the 270 votes needed to win. Why'd you want to meet here, Rotella's Italian bakery?
Well, it's kind of famous here in Omaha, and I happen to live nearby. It's got the best bread, I think, and it's super cheap.
Oh, man, I just want to stay here just for the smell. Inside, we met Karen Hidalgo, who told us she's also a veteran.
Me as a single parent, we would come up here from Lincoln and head back because it's more affordable.
You drive here because it's an affordable place to come.
Correct.
That 2-hour round trip made perfect sense talking to other customers. $2 for 5? Yeah. If you bought those in the grocery store, how much would they be?
$2.50 a piece. Yeah, exactly.
So is that why you come here?
Yes.
So you think the people in power understand that this is what life is like and this is why people come here? Because
they can't afford life.
That's what I'm saying.
I believe the elite has a purpose.
Which is?
Just letting us suffer. Honestly.
You brought me to this place and it sounds like everybody's on the same page.
Right, everybody is here for a reason, trying to make their dollar go as far as they can, right?
How do you weigh what to do come November?
Well, unfortunately, you have to pick the best of the 2 options.
For Jason, that's Vice President Harris. But he's not convinced either party can solve increasing inequality here.
That's what this place is partly about, right?
Because this is a local business that quite literally feeds a population that may not be able to afford it otherwise.
That's exactly right. If we don't have enough food to eat, then nothing else matters.
When he heard we were at his store, owner Lou Rotella Jr., who employs 700 people in Omaha alone, invited us into the factory attached to it. It occurs to me that over 103 years, this place has been open in good times and in bad times.
Yes. Today, everything is so expensive. We've done everything we possibly can to be able to be competitive so that way our customers could keep on going too.
What do you think the people who are running to be our leaders should know about what life is like for people here?
Just family, trying to make it, trying to make a living.
A century-old bakery where dough stretches farther. They could hold clues about what matters on Election Day. Jacob Soboroff, NBC News, Omaha, Nebraska.
Let's get to some international news. New this morning, Japan's prime minister is stepping down and won't be running for a 2nd term.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudia Lavanga has the latest on that and other world headlines. Claudia, good morning.
Savannah Joe, good morning. Well, that's right. Japan's Prime Minister Fumio Kishida has made that announcement earlier today at a press conference following mounting pressure from the public. Now, Mr. Kishida was not a favorite when he first took power back in 2021, but his popularity hit some new lows following a series of alleged financial scandals. The political leader took responsibility at the conference and says he hopes his choice to step aside will improve public support for his party. This latest shakeup means Japan could be looking at a pretty uncertain future ahead of the race for the next prime minister. We'll be following the latest when that contest kicks off next month. Now let's travel to the Congo, where cases of Mpox are reaching new heights, and it's spreading to neighboring countries. Africa's CDC has officially declared a public health emergency across the entire continent in hopes of increasing the flow of medical supplies. The infection spreads through close contact and can cause fever and lesions all across the body. Scientists are calling the situation alarming and warn that things could spiral out of control if serious steps are not taken to contain it. And finally, Banksy is turning London into an animal kingdom with the latest installment in his Art series. The 9th mural features a gorilla freeing other animals. You can find it on a shutter outside the London Zoo. Where else? Since last week, the artist has sent us on a kind of a treasure hunt with artwork of all different kind of animals popping up around the British capital. Well, Savannah Joe, I guess we can call that monkey business. Back to you guys.
Banksy's on a roll.
Cool, yeah.
All right, Claudia, thank you.
Thanks. Coming up, terrifying moments caught on camera. 2 toddlers stranded on a Texas highway after being thrown from a Jeep in a crash. We'll show you what happened as strangers race to get them off the road.
Plus, food for the brain, the new findings that link a certain type of diet with a lower risk of dementia. Your weekly checkup is next on Morning News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
We're back now with a look at a frightening highway crash that ended with 2 toddlers standing in the middle of a Texas highway after they were thrown from a Jeep. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster has more.
A race to save 2 toddlers on a Texas highway.
Units aroused for that major accident off of East Freeway.
Shocking video showing the children wearing nothing but diapers stranded in the middle of the roadway after police say they were ejected from a Jeep. 2 unidentified people running to get them out of harm's way. The crash taking place on Interstate 10 in Houston.
The cause of the accident between the 2 vehicles is still under investigation right now. The investigation has proven that the 2 children were not in car seats at all when that vehicle, the Jeep Wrangler, began to roll. And both toddlers were ejected out, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old.
According to the sheriff, the 2 children and their father, who was driving, were transported to the hospital in serious condition, but are expected to survive. The driver of the other car was not hurt. That father could face criminal charges.
They were toddlers, 4 and 1-year-old, and it is against state law to not have anyone under that age not in a car seat of some type. And evidently, from what we have, they were just sitting in the back of the vehicle, not strapped into anything.
Shaquille Brewster, NBC News.
Let's now get to our weekly medical checkup. We are going to look into the effects of work-related stress and what a new study suggests about how it could impact your heart. Plus, why eating more whole grains, fruits, and vegetables could help lower your odds of developing dementia. Today, we've got NBC News medical contributor Dr. John Torres with us on set to discuss all this. Dr. Torres.
Fruits and vegetables, who would have thought, right?
Right, and stress for your heart. But let's walk through some of this. So this first one is a new study. It's published in the Journal of the American Heart Association. It found that work-related stress might specifically be doing something to your heart. What is this?
And it could be. And, I don't think it's a surprise to anybody that work-related stress can affect things. In this case, what it affected was a rhythm of your heart, and it causes something called atrial fibrillation. The problem with atrial fibrillation is your heart is beating irregularly, and it can cause strokes. But I think the big surprise is that effort-reward imbalance that's added to that. And what they found out, if you have work-related stress and that effort-reward imbalance, meaning that you don't feel like you're being appreciated at work, 97% increase in developing atrial fibrillation. If you have stress alone, 83% increase. If you have just that work imbalance, which I don't really understand how you don't have stress, but at the same time you feel like you're not being rewarded.
Right.
43% increase. And so essentially, what are the doctor's orders here? The doctor's orders are, number one, just understand that there are going to be stressors and get the stress under control as best you can. Try to get ahead of it. For managers and people who run companies, look at that effort-reward imbalance. And if you don't feel like, if your people don't feel like they're being rewarded appropriately for what they do, help them out.
Yeah, please. That's a really good tip for all you managers out there. This next one, new research. This is from the Cleveland Clinic. It found that a low-calorie sweetener may be riskier for the heart than sugar. I think we have these conversations a fair amount of the time. It's like, yeah, if you're making a bunch of fake stuff, is that really better for you? But what do we know here?
And this is erythritol. It's a sweetener that's touted as a natural sweetener, but it's added as a sugar substitute in lots of candies. I have one here we just found in our health unit where we had this candy. If you look at the ingredients, it has erythritol in there. What they found out, compared to glucose, which is regular sugar, it actually makes your platelets sticky. And that's a bit complicated, but your platelets are what our body uses, our blood uses, to form clots. If they're sticky, they form too many clots, and that can lead to increased risk of stroke as well. So what are the doctor's orders here? Well, number one, limit your sugar substitutes. Natural sugar is still the best kind of sugar, but also at the same time, limit your sugar itself. And we'll talk a little bit about that in this next part. But, just overall, just look at your ingredients, be an ingredient reader, and make sure you're putting in your body what you think you're putting into your body.
Be an ingredient reader. I am not good at that. I never do that.
I don't think any of us are.
I know. And some of that, you got to remember that tricky word you just said. What's it called?
Erythritol.
Erythritol. Okay. All right. Lastly, this one, we also talked about this. Maybe not so much of a surprise, but we do have a new study published in the Journal of the American Medical Association. It found that this anti-inflammatory diet, of course, generally good for you, but I do think what's pretty amazing here is maybe lowering the risk of dementia specifically. What do we need to know about this one?
This was a diet that was done with the UK, the United Kingdom's Biobank, and they look at people, and they have tons of records there. They look at 84,000 people who had what's called the cardiometabolic disease. In other words, they had heart attacks, they had strokes, they had diabetes, and they found out that if they're on an anti-inflammatory diet, then they have a 31% lower risk of developing dementia. This was a study done over 12 years. On the other hand, if they ended up having more inflammatory foods, then their dementia risk went up. And so what do we mean by anti-inflammatory and inflammatory? That's a little hard to process here because of foods out there. Anti-inflammatory, we're talking fruits, leafy vegetables, olive oil, Mediterranean-type diets. The Ornish diet is another good one that has a lot of anti-inflammatory processes in it and foods in it. Inflammatory foods, we're talking fries, soda, processed meats, those things that you probably know you shouldn't eat, but...
Processed meats like what?
Like any kind of processed or ultra-processed meats, deli meats, hot dogs, those types of things.
Okay. All right. Dr. John Torres, great advice. Good to have you in studio with us. Thank you so much. Coming up from the basketball court to the courtroom, a WNBA star accusing the league and the Las Vegas Aces of discrimination. When we return, the lawsuit filed against her former team next on Morning News Now.
We
report live from Tel Aviv. From Juarez, Mexico, top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second from all over the world.
We have a full team.
News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters, they're asking that the hostages, demanding that the hostages be released.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on and on.
Now is real.
This is it. We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
Morning News Now, we're breaking news.
NBC News special report.
You gotta see this.
The future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We are back with a federal lawsuit accusing the Las Vegas Aces and the WNBA of discrimination. Three-time All-Star and Olympian De'Erica Hamby alleges that her former team traded her to the Los Angeles Sparks because she was pregnant during the season. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa has more.
Basketball superstar and Olympian De'Erica Hamby looking to take the WNBA and her former team to court, alleging she was traded because she was pregnant. The three-time WNBA All-Star and two-time winner of the Sixth Woman of the Year award played for the Las Vegas Aces from 2018 to 2022, helping lead the team to a championship victory in 2022. In June of that year, Hamby signed a 2-year contract extension with the Aces and in a new lawsuit says she was offered benefits like private school tuition for her daughter and team-provided housing. But according to that suit, all that changed when she found out she was pregnant just 3 weeks later. She alleges she was removed from those housing accommodations and told the team was still figuring out tuition costs.
If this can happen to a world-class athlete, of course it can happen to women in every sector of the economy.
The lawsuit also details an alleged phone call Hamby had with Aces coach and former WNBA star Becky Hammon. Hamby says Hammon called her a question mark, accused her of lying about when she found out she was pregnant, and said she was not taking proper precautions not to get pregnant. The discrimination suit goes on to say that Hamby asked, "You're trading me because I'm pregnant?" To which Hammon responded, "What do you want me to do?" NBC News has reached out to the Las Vegas Aces and representatives for Coach Becky Hammon, but so far no response.
From purely a legal perspective, a discrimination perspective, regardless of what your job is, if you are treated disparately and differently based on your pregnancy, that is illegal.
Hamby was then traded to the Los Angeles Sparks in January 2023. The 30-year-old forward posted about the move on social media, saying being traded is part of the business. Being lied to, manipulated, and discriminated against is not.
Who would think that the WNBA, which exists to empower and elevate women, would align itself with people questioning the reproductive rights of women?
The WNBA then said they launched an investigation into her claims and in May of 2023 imposed penalties on the Las Vegas Aces, suspending Coach Hammond for 2 games without pay for violating league and team respect in the workplace policies related to comments made to Hamby in connection with her pregnancy, and rescinded the team's first-round draft pick for 2025.
The penalty that the WNBA put in place here for clear-cut, blatant pregnancy discrimination was not a slap on the wrist, it was a light tap on the finger.
The WNBA has also not returned NBC News' request for comment.
Our thanks to Maggie Vespa for that report. Well, despite temporarily benching the Las Vegas Aces head coach, Hamby's lawsuit says the WNBA took no steps to correct or address a clear-cut violation of federal and state anti-discrimination law. Well, as we first told you right here yesterday, big changes are brewing at one of the country's best-known brands. The CEO of Starbucks out after just over a year on the job as the coffee giant struggles with slumping sales brought on by customer backlash over rising prices. NBC News senior correspondent Tom Costello has the details.
News broke just as Americans were sipping their first cup.
Breaking news to bring you, and this is big. Starbucks' CEO.
The CEO of Starbucks, Laxman Narasimhan, out as the world's most iconic coffee brand struggles with customers who've said no to higher prices.
It is $8. I'm just saying I can't do it out. I'm tapping out. I can't do it.
Starbucks' new CEO is Brian Niccol, who turned Chipotle around after a devastating E. coli outbreak in 2015, improving quality and using technology to speed up orders, doubling Chipotle's revenue.
And we thought he would be the right leader for this moment.
Thank you. Have a good one.
The new CEO's challenge, luring back Starbucks customers who've been driven away by inflation, long waits, and cheaper coffee at competitors.
I don't like the prices. I think they have gone up a lot.
It's a good bit cheaper at the local coffee shop.
The move comes as higher prices have turned many Americans away. KFC, Pizza Hut, and McDonald's, all reporting falling sales, are now offering value meals. While under Niccol, Chipotle grew its revenue in the last quarter.
What are the problems Starbucks has had with consumers? What do consumers want?
Consumers are looking for value, and they want to feel like when they spend money at a premium brand like Starbucks, it's worth both their money and their time.
$6 for a tall, small drink.
Fed up with inflation, more Americans are simply saying no. Tom Costello, NBC News, Washington.
Let's stay on some more money news. Google might not be feeling so lucky this morning. The Justice Department is reportedly weighing a new approach to that ongoing antitrust lawsuit. CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and other money news for us this morning. Hey, Silvana.
Hey, Savannah. Good morning to you. Yeah, the Justice Department is reportedly considering a potential breakup of Google after a judge ruled the company's search business is a monopoly and violates antitrust laws. Google has declined comment, and the DOJ says no decisions have been made. Bloomberg reports Google's Android operating system and Chrome browser would be the most likely to be separated. The government could also try to ban exclusive contracts Google spent billions of dollars on to be the default search engine on the iPhone and other devices. Separately, Google announcing new AI features for its Android devices, including the upcoming Pixel 9 smartphone. They will have the company's Gemini AI assistant, which you can use to find information within your various apps or ask a question about a photo you just took. It will also have Pixel Studio. That's a text-to-image generator, and Add Me. That puts someone in a group photo by stitching two scenes together. And Fitbit is teaming up with Peloton to give its premium users access to Peloton's fitness content starting next month. Peloton members will get offers on Google Pixel watches and Fitbit charge devices. The partnership comes as Peloton is dealing with falling sales and uncertain demand for its bikes and treadmills. Savannah.
Silvana, thank you very much.
You got it.
Well, a medical mystery is stunning marine biologists along the West Coast after dozens of sea lions showed up on beaches sick and disoriented. Some say the cause is linked to a poisonous algae. Now they're rushing to not only cure these mammals, but also determine what this might all mean for the overall health of the Pacific. NBC News correspondent Liz Kreutz tagged along during one of those sea lion rescues.
In California, an urgent race to save dozens of sea lions, showing up sick and disoriented on beaches along the Central Coast.
The Marine Mammal Center is responding to a multitude of calls here and rescuing them.
So far, volunteers here have responded to nearly 150 sea lions and at least 2 dolphins, all showing signs of poisoning from domoic acid, a neurotoxin from algae that gets into the fish these animals eat and can flare up during the summer. The Marine Mammal Center says this outbreak has been longer and more intense.
These animals are seizing on the beach. Our teams are working overtime.
We followed a team as they made a rescue at a beach in Morro Bay. There on the shore, a stranded sea lion. Crowds watching as the crew made their approach.
Okay, they were successfully able to capture this sea lion here. They're now going to get it into the crate. They're going to then bring it to the truck. We're talking quietly because any loud noise can cause these animals to go into a seizure. 1, 2, 3. It's pretty dramatic to see a sick, disoriented animal like that right here on this popular beach.
It's very dramatic, but we also know that they are windows into the health of our ocean.
And to human health as well.
Are humans at risk?
There's a risk. Right now, currently, there isn't a warning for human consumption, but sea lions are the first indicators of that toxin being in the environment.
Although there's still much to learn about domoic acid outbreaks, experts say a strong upwelling of cold water and our warming climate are contributing factors.
These algae do well in warm environments, and so if we're seeing more of that and an increase in that, then that's definitely a factor for these events.
Sea lions, a sentinel for our ocean's health. Liz Kreutz, NBC News, Morro Bay, California.
Good reporting there, Liz. Coming up, back where he belongs, a new statue of baseball legend Jackie Robinson now standing in the spot where the original was stolen from. We'll take you to Kansas for the emotional unveiling. This is Morning News Now.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great.
Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
Welcome back. Let's end this hour in Wichita, Kansas, where baseball fans are welcoming home a Hall of Famer. A new statue of the trailblazing Jackie Robinson was officially unveiled there on Monday, months after the original was stolen. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has the story.
They arrived in their game day best. Players welcoming another back home.
We know that out of darkness comes light.
Which is why Renee Alexander brought twins AJ and Aisley back to their League 42 ballpark.
I said, hey, you guys want to go see the new statue being revealed? And they said, yeah, went crazy.
It was January when the league's beloved Jackie Robinson statue was stolen. The crime even caught on surveillance video.
You see that surveillance video, someone taking them away.
I was like, was it because of race? Was it because of hatred?
The man who confessed blamed drugs, and when sentenced to prison for theft and other crimes, apologized.
I'm sorry.
Over the last 6 months, donations allowed for an exact replica, crafted in Colorado, then carefully packed, to finally return to Wichita for a homecoming fit for a Hall of Famer.
1, 2, 3, go!
A monumental moment where Robinson's legacy looms large.
If it wasn't for League 42, a lot of the kids in this community probably wouldn't even be playing baseball.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Including Jason Dennis's own son, Jackson.
I like how they put Jackie Robinson there because he's my favorite player.
Really? Of all time? When you walk past that statue next season, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking I'm going to hit a home run.
Inspiration from a player and man. Proving barriers were made to be broken.
I think it gives this generation hope that they too can do anything if they put their mind to it.
Morgan Chesky, NBC News, Wichita, Kansas.
So cool to see.
That is a great story.
Back in its place. That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
But stick with us. The news continues right now.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, we are taking you inside Ukraine's surprise invasion of Russia, where Ukraine says it now controls nearly 400 square miles of land. Reaction from both Russia's President Vladimir Putin and President Biden as the ongoing war enters a violent new phase. We're also following the global race to de-escalate rising tensions in the Middle East. Hamas now saying it won't participate in the latest round of peace talks scheduled for tomorrow. So what might that mean for the growing threat of a wider war in the region? Our Richard Engel has the latest. Plus, is the solution to high prices? We're diving into a key new inflation report this morning. Americans are pushing back against the strains on their wallets from the grocery store to fast food joints. But how will the new numbers weigh on interest rates as we head into the fall? We're watching your money. And later in the hour, we're going one-on-one with the incomparable Liza Colón-Zayas. Her Emmy-nominated role in FX's roaringly popular series The Bear, just a taste of her storied career on the stage and on the screen.
How exciting is that?
Not to give anything away, but if you watch the new season, you know she gets her own episode this time around, which gives you the backstory. So
yes.
We'll delve into that as well.
Some real personal to her in real life elements.
Exactly.
Very cool. We'll get there.
All right, let's begin this hour in Europe. Ukrainian forces are pushing deeper into Russia, targeting multiple regions with drones and missiles overnight as its surprise cross-border incursion now enters its second week.
Ukraine says it now controls 74 towns and villages in the Kursk region of Russia, while the governor of the neighboring Belgorod region has declared a state of emergency amid intensifying Ukrainian attacks. The region had begun evacuating its civilians on Monday. As Russian forces go on the defensive, President Putin says Kyiv will receive a, quote, worthy response. And in his first public comments on the Ukrainian offensive, President Biden said it put the Russian leader in a difficult situation.
I've spoken with my staff on a regular basis, probably every 4 or 5 hours for the last 6 or 8 days. And it's creating a real dilemma for Putin, and we've been in direct contact, constant contact with the Ukrainians. That's all I'm going to say about it while it's active.
NBC News International correspondent Kelly Kobea joins us now on this. Kelly, good morning. So where do things stand on this Ukrainian incursion this morning? Just how far into Russia are forces right now?
Well, there have been a lot of developments just this morning. Savannah and Joe, Ukraine is claiming to have carried out its largest drone attack yet on 4 Russian military airfields in that region. That's according to Reuters, citing a Ukrainian security source. NBC News can't verify that claim, but we do know that Ukraine has launched a major drone and missile attack in the area this morning. The Ukrainians say this incursion is about protecting its own people who've come under wave after wave of attacks from Russian missiles launched from the southern part of that country. Ukraine's top commander says their troops have now captured about 386 square miles of territory inside Russia. Just this morning, say they're advancing. They've captured another 1 to 2 kilometers and another 100 Russian prisoners of war. Again, these are claims by Ukraine's top military commander. NBC News can't independently verify them. But not only are they taking this ground, over the past 8 days, they've held it for more than a week, and that's something that we haven't yet seen in the 2.5 years since Russia's all-out invasion of Ukraine. Joe and Savannah.
Kelly, how are Russian forces responding? I mean, we understand President Putin believes this incursion is aimed at giving Ukraine leverage in any future ceasefire talks. Is that right?
Yeah, so President Putin suggested that Ukraine is trying to grab land so that they'll have a stronger hand in any future negotiation, vowing to kick them out, kick the enemy out of Russian territory. He also warned of a, quote, worthy response. He called this a major provocation. But look, the bottom line is this is an embarrassment for the Russian leader who sort of sells himself as the man who can protect Russia. Russia's influential military bloggers, even very pro-Kremlin, some of them now asking how Russia was caught so badly off guard. Russian state media have repeatedly claimed now that the military has the situation under control, while Ukraine is saying, actually, we're continuing to gain ground and capture more Russian soldiers. So it's created a real problem for Putin. There are some suggestions that some Russian troops have been moved, but the Ukrainians say the numbers are very small at this point. Joe, Savannah.
Kelly, as we mentioned and played a little bit ago, a second ago, President Biden said that this Ukrainian offensive gives Putin this real dilemma. How are U.S. officials viewing this assault by Ukraine? Is it something that the Biden administration supports?
So the Biden administration, along with other Western allies, have said that Ukraine has a right to defend itself. They are classing this as a self-defensive move. You heard President Biden say it's created a real dilemma, as you just mentioned again. Putin now has to decide whether to move troops away from front lines in Ukraine, for example, in the Donbass, where Russians have been slowly gaining ground in order to defend his own territory. But yes, you're hearing from Western allies, including the U.S., that these actions are defensive. Savannah, Joe.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much. Let's talk more about this now with William Taylor. He's the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine and the vice president of Russia and Europe at the U.S. Institute of Peace. Ambassador, always good to have you with us. Some commentators see this cross-border assault as a big gamble by Ukraine. They say the country could pay a heavy price when it comes to arms and personnel, could leave them exposed back home. Are you surprised they did this? Do you think this attack is worth the risk?
It's definitely worth the risk, Joe, and it is a high risk. This was a big surprise to the Russians. The Ukrainians went to great lengths to keep this secret, and they succeeded in surprising the Russians all the way up the line to Putin. So this is a risk. This is one that they are taking in order to gain ground on the battlefield. Initiative on the strategic level, and be able to give them good negotiating positions if the Russians want to start to negotiate. If the Russians realize they're going to lose, they may look for negotiations to get out of the problem that Putin has caused.
Yeah, I mean, Moscow says this Ukrainian attack puts the prospect of peace talks on a long pause. Do you think that's accurate? I mean, how do you think Russia is going to respond here?
Well, there were no peace talks on the horizon whatsoever. No one was talking about peace talks other than some people in the West outside of the government. So there was never the prospect of that. But the Ukrainians know that at some point, the Russians are going to get tired. The Russians are going to realize that they can't win when the Europeans continue to support and the Americans continue to support. And at that point, the Russians may come and want to negotiate. At that point, if the Ukrainians have this territory, they've got some bargaining power.
We know the Ukrainians have been using U.S. and Western-supplied weapons in this incursion throughout the battle we've seen over the years. The U.S. has distanced itself from any involvement in this assault, but will the U.S., will the Biden administration be worried that its weapons are being used offensively inside Russian territory?
Apparently not. Apparently not. The very day that the Ukrainians went across the border, the U.S. government announced another big military support package. And you heard President Biden, you've heard others in the administration saying that, no, This is exactly what the Ukrainians should be doing. They're defending themselves. They're pushing the Russians back. The Russians are now not able to use the Russian territory to attack into Ukraine. So, no, there's been support, not just from the Americans. The Germans have also given their okay to using German weapons in this assault.
All right, Ambassador Taylor, as always, appreciate your expertise. Thank you so much.
Let's stay on international news. Iran is vowing to press ahead with retaliation against Israel for the killing of a Hamas leader in Iran as the U.S. works behind the scenes to avoid a wider crisis in the region. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest from Jerusalem.
All hope now is on negotiations, originally set for tomorrow in the region. But they are not looking promising, with Israel and Hamas blaming each other.
Iran is rejecting calls from the U.S. and Europe not to retaliate against Israel for the assassination of a Hamas leader in Tehran 2 weeks ago. Iran's president saying the country has the right to respond. A senior U.S. official tells NBC News Iran is still deciding how and when. President Biden said he hopes a wider crisis can still be averted if Israel and Hamas agree to a ceasefire and hostage deal.
Do you have the understanding that Iran could cease or stop doing an action if a ceasefire deal was possible?
That's my expectation, but we'll see.
But there is very little hope this morning for the talks. Hamas says it already agreed to a U.S. proposal a month ago and won't attend a new round of negotiations set for this week, accusing Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu of stalling to keep the war going, an accusation he denies. Israel says it's Hamas that's stalling and continuing to hold hostages in Gaza. Romi Gonen was taken hostage from the Nova Music Festival. Last word her mother Mirav and sister Yarden received is that Romi is alive, but injured, shot in the arm. She turns 24 on Sunday.
We thought we will celebrate it with her here. We understand that probably it will not be here together.
You just want your loved ones to be safe and to be free. It's like simple as that.
Many Gazans say they want that too. These 4-day-old twins, witnesses say, were killed by Israeli fire. Their father says he just left them to collect their birth certificates. The Israeli military did not respond to our detailed request for information about the incident, but it has said repeatedly Hamas hides among civilians.
Amid the rising tension, the U.S. last night approved $20 billion in arms sales to Israel, including missiles, jets, and tank rounds.
Richard, thank you so much.
It's a solo act this week for Vice President Harris's running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. He's the headliner for several solo campaign events this week. During his first stop yesterday in Los Angeles, the governor strongly defended his military record following criticism from the Trump campaign. This comes as the Harris campaign goes after the former president for his latest comments about union workers. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now with the latest on the race. Gabe, good morning.
Hey there, Joe. Good morning. During the Veep Stakes process, Tim Walz was seen as someone who would not pull punches going after the Trump-Vance ticket. He's now getting his first chance to do that on the trail without Vice President Harris at his side.
This morning, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz back on a cross-country fundraising blitz after his first solo appearance as Kamala Harris's running mate.
I'm going to say it again as clearly as I can. I am damn proud of my service to this country.
Walz making his first public response to attacks from the Trump campaign about how Walz described his time in the Army National Guard. In this 2018 clip, then Congressman Walz, who was talking about gun restrictions, said he carried weapons in war.
We can make sure that those weapons of war that I carried in war is the only place where those weapons are at.
Though Walz served in the Army National Guard for 24 years, he was never in combat. The Harris campaign says Walz misspoke, but Trump running mate and Marine veteran J.D. Vance calls it scandalous behavior.
I'm not criticizing Tim Walz's service. I'm criticizing the fact that he lied about his service for political gain.
To anyone brave enough to put on that uniform for our great country, including my opponent, I just have a few simple words. Thank you for your service and sacrifice.
The Harris campaign, meanwhile, is slamming former President Trump's comments to billionaire Elon Musk about firing workers.
You're the greatest cutter
I mean, I look at what you do. They go on strike and you say, that's okay, you're all gone.
The United Auto Workers filing federal labor charges against Trump for attempting to intimidate employees. The Trump campaign calls it a shameless political stunt.
The only thing those two guys knows about working people is how to work to take advantage of them.
Overnight, in a new interview, Trump saying he plans to use local law enforcement for mass deportations, even offering officers immunity.
Our local police know everything about the criminals that have come into our country. We'll work with the local police, and we have to get them out.
Meanwhile, some Republicans are increasingly urging the former president to focus his campaign messaging as enthusiasm surges for Harris.
The campaign is not going to win talking about crowd sizes. It's not going to win talking about what race Kamala Harris is. It's not going to win talking about whether she's dumb.
In other political news, Joe, Hunter Biden is back in the spotlight over a report that he asked a U.S. ambassador for help on a business deal. The New York Times, citing newly released records and interviews, reports that Hunter Biden wrote at least one letter to the U.S. ambassador to Italy in 2016 asking for help for the Ukrainian gas company Burisma, where he was a board member. A lawyer for Hunter Biden says he asked various people if they could make a proper introduction and nothing more. No meeting occurred and no project materialized, his lawyer says. A White House spokesman tells NBC News that President Biden was not aware when he was vice president that his son was reaching out to the U.S. Embassy in Italy. Joe?
All right, Gabe, thank you so much. Ernesto is hitting Puerto Rico with strong winds and heavy rain.
For a closer look at that, Ryan Hanrahan, chief meteorologist from our station in Connecticut, joins us now and a whole week. Ryan, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, we've got Ernesto that's really causing some issues on Puerto Rico. We've got the strong winds, but it's really the heavy rain that I think is going to be the big issue here. Here's the latest on Ernesto. It's just short of hurricane strength, winds of 70 miles per hour. It's moving northwest. It's moving away from the island. So here's the center. You see this little spin up here? It's moving pretty far away from Puerto Rico, but the storm is a little bit lopsided. So most of the rain and most of the wind is on the southern and southeastern flank of the storm. So most of Puerto Rico getting some really nasty downpours right now. Flash flood warnings in effect for most of the island. Now, as the storm continues to move away from Puerto Rico, it is expected to strengthen. It looks like it's going to be a hurricane, and a pretty substantial hurricane out in the Atlantic Ocean. Is moving out to sea, but it's going to get very close to Bermuda by Friday night and Saturday morning. Could be close to a direct hit on Bermuda, and then the storm continues off to the north. The one issue for the east coast of the United States is going to be some big swells and rip currents coming up from Ernesto, moving to the north and west toward land. So we'll have to watch for that this weekend. If you're heading to the beach, something to be mindful of. High temperatures today across the southern part of the country, still awfully hot. Look at these numbers. 100s from the deep south over into Texas and portions of Oklahoma. Heat advisories and heat warnings in place up to the north. It continues to be relatively cool and much more comfortable. Well, look at the numbers here. Down to the south, we're looking at 97 today in Houston. Feels like temperature 108. 112, the feels like temperature, the heat index in Baton Rouge. And during the day tomorrow, not a whole lot of relief down south, still around 100 degrees. From Mississippi and Alabama west into the southern plains. There is going to be quite a bit of rain over the coming days in the Midwest. Today, the rain sort of focused from Minnesota down through Missouri, but tomorrow it moves east towards Chicago. Some areas of the Midwest could pick up 2-3 inches of rain through Friday. There is a risk for some flooding today across portions of Iowa and Missouri, and that is going to shift to the east as we go into the day tomorrow. And by Friday, that storm threat moves toward Ohio and western Pennsylvania. The heat wave continues down south, and the early outlook for the weekend a little unsettled across the east with a chance for some showers, but much better through the central part of the country.
All right, everyone gets a little bit of something this week.
Yes, a little bit.
Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it. Much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now. Move over Christmas in July. It's time for Ogtober. So what is Ogtober, you might ask? Well, people are rolling out all those fall festivities a little early this year.
Too early.
Like August early. That includes pumpkin spice. I've got more on that later in the hour.
Those pumpkin spice trash bags.
Yes, yes.
First, an up-close encounter at sea caught on camera. The two kayakers who managed to stay safe just feet from a great white shark. The stories and more are up next.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
Now he's raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great! Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
We're back with the international headlines. In India, a nationwide doctors' protest is impacting the country's hospitals following a horrifying and deadly attack on a medic.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga has the latest on that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. That's right. Hospital services across several cities in India are now disrupted following a nationwide strike by doctors following the rape and murder of a trainee medic in a government-run hospital in the city of Kolkata last Friday. Now, doctors working in government-run hospitals across India have long complained of being underpaid, of inhumane working conditions, and of the violence in the workplace. Following the protests, the authorities are treating the case as a national priority. Let's now go to New Zealand, where authorities are trying to contact about 400 people who received candies from a charity working with homeless people that turned out to be filled with a potentially lethal dose of methamphetamine. The pills, enclosed in pineapple candy wrappers, were donated to the charity by a member of the public, and the charity was unaware of its dangerous content. A charity spokesperson said the market value of each of those candies is about $600, which suggests that the donation was accidental rather than deliberate. At least 3 people are being treated in hospital after consuming them. And let's end this tour of the world in space, where an astronaut on the International Space Station posted a video of a spectacular time-lapse of the moon setting into a red and green aurora. The video, posted by NASA astronaut Matthew Dominic on Monday, shows the International Space Station bathed in blue light as sunrise follows the sunset. Dominic wrote on his X account that the aurora has been amazing for the past few days. But what's even more amazing, guys, is that because the International Space Station rotates around the Earth so quickly, the astronauts on it see these sunrises and sunsets 16 times each day. That's amazing.
That is really cool. Those things might be cooler outside of the planet than from where we are here.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing.
Wow, that stat just blew my mind. That is very cool.
Claudio, thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, now this is really scary. Imagine going out fishing and then realizing you are being followed by a shark.
That's what happened to two California kayakers who got a rare close-up encounter with a great white. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has more.
There he is. This was the moment. Two kayakers in Northern California's Half Moon Bay noticed they were being followed by a great white shark. You all right?
Yeah. It's gonna start moving in.
Its huge fin appearing just feet from Ian Walters, who was on the water with a friend that day nearly a mile from shore.
I'd let him know that there was a shark behind him, and we talked about it briefly, and the shark followed my buddy for maybe 2 or 3 minutes, just very slow.
The sighting occurring in the so-called Red Triangle of great white sharks off the coast of Northern California, the region home to favorite foods of the great white, such as seals, otters, and sea lions. Walters and his friend, fortunately, weren't on the menu that day.
It was simply curious. You know, it was just there because that's where it lives, and we were in its, house, essentially, and it came up to check us out.
But not every shark encounter has been this benign. Colorado teen Annabelle Carlson lost her leg after being bitten by a shark while swimming in Belize a week ago. Her family writing in an update on the site Caring Bridge that Annabelle's perspective is balanced and positive while she receives treatment in the hospital, though she's battling bouts of severe pain and phantom limb symptoms. Earlier this summer, 49-year-old pro surfer Tamayo Perry was killed by a shark in Hawaii. Florida's Volusia County saw 4 bites in just 1 week this past July. And a rash of attacks off the coast of Texas, too. Aerial video capturing the shark that attacked several beachgoers on South Padre Island. Still, shark experts say sharks attacking humans is exceedingly rare. And this summer's number of attacks is no higher than average.
In terms of shark sightings, we see increasingly more because many more people have drones, and so people are much more aware of animals in the water. Doesn't mean there are more animals in the water.
So some good context there, but here are the stats, guys. The highest number of unprovoked shark attacks last year actually came from Florida with 16. That was more than California, Hawaii, and all of Australia. And while there's no clear reason as to why, experts say that it might have something to do with the fact that 140 million people visited Florida back in 2023. And we know that many of them absolutely made a trip to one of Florida's beaches. Savannah, Joe.
Wow, scary stuff. What a video there. Morgan Chesky, thank you so much.
Coming up, we are digging into all those extreme foods you might be seeing on social media and at your grocery store.
Yeah, we're talking about the super spicy or the crazily caffeinated. Americans love to indulge, but are these hazardous to your health? We will take a closer look up next.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most? A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now. Streaming weekdays at 7.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth quickly.
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. August marks National Breastfeeding Awareness Month in the U.S. The goal here is to celebrate the benefits of human milk while also bringing attention to the inequalities mothers face when deciding to nurse their newborns. This year's theme is Nourish, Sustain, and Thrive. Let's bring in Dr. Uche Blackstock for more on this. She's the founder and CEO of Advancing Health Equity and, of course, a friend of the show. Dr. Blackstock, great to see you. Thanks for joining us on such an important topic and often a sensitive subject, right, for mothers. Walk us through some of the challenges that women face when making this decision or maybe when trying to do this, but then some mothers who are unable to breastfeed, what this process is like.
Well, Savannah, thank you so much for having me. And I'm going to say that, I speak from both professional and personal experience. While breastfeeding is a totally natural experience to have, it is an acquired technique and you need support. And so what we're seeing often is a lot of mothers, when they are first giving birth, they're not having the support in hospital or at home to start nursing. They also may have jobs where they have to go back to work right away. They may not have the supplies necessary to pump breast milk so they can leave it for their baby, or they may not have paid family leave, so they may not be able to find the time to stay home with their babies.
And doctor, on that same note, research shows that Black women breastfeed their babies at lower rates than white women. So just when we talk about some of the difficulties here, and you mentioned so many really important points that you just did there, why do you think that is? What are some of the factors at play here? Is it some of the things you just mentioned?
Yeah, so some of them are that, Black mothers are more likely to live in neighborhoods where there are not, quote unquote, baby-friendly hospitals, where they don't have, the initiation and education at birth of teaching about lactation and the importance of breastfeeding. It also has to do with insurance status. We know that, Black mothers are more likely to be uninsured, and a lot of the lactation support requires out-of-pocket payments. We also see that in states that have not expanded Medicaid, those people are more likely not to be able to find lactation support or afford it. And then finally, Black mothers are more likely to be employed in jobs that do not offer health insurance or other benefits to cover breastfeeding. And then actually, finally, there's some cultural issues related to slavery when Black women served as wet nurses, where they nursed their enslavers' babies. So there is a lot of discomfort with breastfeeding and initiating it.
Tell us also on the flip side of all of this, and of course why we're having this conversation and why so many women try or hope that this is what is going to work for them. What are the benefits of breastfeeding versus formula?
Oh my gosh. And there are so many really wonderful benefits, both for mama and for baby. For baby, decreases the risk of infections. It also decreases the risk of sudden infant death syndrome, as well as diabetes and obesity later on in life.
Wow.
And for the mamas, also decreases the risk of ovarian and breast cancer, diabetes, as well as hypertension. So benefits of breastfeeding are significant for both mama and baby.
For women who are considering this, they're maybe hoping that it is something that is going to work for them or something that they're going to be able to make work around the responsibilities of their life, or maybe for women who have already started breastfeeding. What questions should they be asking their doctors, and what resources are available to them? I know just from friends, I personally have not had a child, but from my friends who have had babies, they say, gosh, there's so many questions that now I would know to ask, or with my second child, I have the answer to, but I did not know that initially.
Same. I learned so much even as a physician when I was nursing my children. But what's really important is to make sure you talk to your doctor about what are the lactation supports that are available right when you have your baby. What does the hospital offer you in terms of those first 48 hours after you have your baby to help the baby latch on? And what kind of supports are you able to have at home, and what's covered by your insurance? All that's very important. Also want to mention there are a lot of local breastfeeding groups that are free of charge that people should look for in their area.
Dr. Uche Blackstock, as always, such important information when you join us. Thank you so much. Great topic today.
Now, from extreme hot wings to super sour candies, more Americans are looking to push their taste buds to the next level. But can those enticing treats have major side effects?
NBC News Now, Stephen Romo is going to take a look at the science behind the attraction to these over-the-top creations.
Ooh. I know, and it doesn't stop again.
From popular shows on YouTube featuring celebrities eating flaming hot sauce.
3, 2, 1.
To social media challenges tasting the sourest candies. Americans can't get enough of extreme foods.
I can tell that's going to be the hottest pepper that I've had up to date.
Nelson Chaney is one of them. His TikTok, Craving Capsaicin, is named after the active ingredient in hot chili peppers.
I kind of like my food to hurt a little bit.
Racking up millions of views, his videos show him eating full ghost peppers and Carolina Reapers, some of the hottest peppers in the world. But it's not just the challenge that he loves.
Some people say it's like a legal high, kind of, you know, it just makes you feel good, makes you happy. In a lot of my videos, you can see it. My eyes get kind of big and I start kind of getting giggly.
That feeling is what psychologist Elisa Trucco says attracts people to spicy foods, even when it burns.
These spicy foods, when you use these substances, they actually release things that are very similar to like a medication that you would take or a drug. So they release things like endorphins and also dopamine.
Scientists say eating foods with extreme flavors like hot pepper or sour candy triggers receptors in the mouth that tell the brain it's in danger.
I feel like I'm gonna die.
But when you survive, the relief causes a high.
Those are the things that are associated with like euphoria and then also feeling better, like kind of like pain. So it makes a lot of sense that people feel kind of like euphoric or kind of like that rush after using these substances.
After a while, people can build up a tolerance, so they seek foods that are even more extreme. Trucco says that may be part of what's fueling the popularity of super caffeinated energy drinks.
With any substance, kind of like the more you start using the substance, the more kind of like tolerant or used to it you get, and then you kind of like need to kind of like boost it up to feel that same effect.
But there is a dark side. For young kids and those with underlying health conditions, extremely spicy ingredients and caffeine can be dangerous, even deadly. 2 adults, a 46-year-old man in Florida and a Pennsylvania college student, died after drinking Panera's charged lemonade, prompting the store to pull it from its shelves. And a 14-year-old boy died last year after trying the Pocky one-chip challenge. The parents now filing a wrongful death lawsuit against Hershey, the parent company of Pocky. Hershey saying in a statement to NBC News, "We disagree with these allegations and will defend ourselves against the claims." Nelson cautions his followers about trying these new food trends.
Don't try to do what I do at home. I have a very high tolerance and I would never put myself in any danger.
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
Coming up, we're always watching your wallet here on Morning News Now. After the break, the new real estate rules set to take effect this weekend that could potentially save home buyers and sellers thousands of dollars.
Also, though, a key new report on inflation is out this morning. We are breaking down the numbers to see where prices are falling and where they aren't. Some big news. Stay with us. That's up next.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
We're back now with breaking news on the state of the economy this morning.
The Labor Department has released the latest Consumer Price Index report, and it shows inflation continuing to improve. Consumer prices rose 0.2% month over month in July and up 2.9% year over year. So breaking down what those numbers mean for us, we are joined by NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans and Investopedia editor-in-chief, friend of the show, of course, Caleb Silver. Good morning to both of you. Christine,
Morning.
I will start with you over at the big board for us. Break down the numbers for us. What do we need to know? What's the headline?
This is exactly what we wanted to see, quite frankly. We wanted to see, sorry, my board, there we go. We wanted to see these kinds of numbers. 3% was what it was in June, and now you've got 2.9. That is the smallest annual increase since March, early 2021. So that is some important improvement here. This means that big turn is happening. You are starting to see, this was 9.2%, 9.1%. That was a really horrible feeling in terms of wage and price pressures really in the economy. And now you've got a year here where you finally have broken down below 3%. So this is good news.
Caleb, your first impressions, what stands out about this?
Yeah, we have a saying in finance and economics, the trend is your friend. So look at the trend for the past 6 months, and it just kind of keeps going down and to the right, and that's what you want. We're not getting deflation. Things aren't necessarily getting cheaper, except for used cars and trucks, but we're getting a smaller and smaller price increase every month, and some things are actually a little bit less expensive than they were a few years ago, but not things like car insurance and rent and electricity. But a number like that shows a normalization of the economy, and that is just what we want.
So we are going to have a Fed meeting in...
35 days, 5 hours, and 20 minutes. And it just got really interesting because the Fed has pretty much signaled it's going to cut rates come that September 18th meeting. But now there's a 50% chance it will be a 50 basis point or a 0.5 percentage point cut or a 0.25% cut. If it's a big cut, like a 0.5 basis point or 0.5%, that could be a very, very big deal for consumers and for the market.
And Christine, this, of course, has been one of these sticking points, right, where we have not seen that drop happen yet because of inflation. So now this is good news in that regard.
Right. I mean, you can't be cutting interest rates. A Fed can't cut interest rates when inflation is too high. I mean, inflation is high because an economy is too strong. You cut interest rates when an economy is starting to weaken. And the economy is starting to weaken a little bit, or I'd say the boil is off the great growth, and you have inflation coming down. That's the sweet spot for the Fed. That's what we call soft landing kind of territory, where the Fed can try to engineer this so that the economy slows gradually, you don't have a big spike in unemployment, and these and prices are coming down. Then interest rates start to come down, and some of the pressure comes off American, household finances.
So, Caleb, I mean, what does the Fed have to consider here when deciding how big of a cut it's going to be? Are there worries inflation could go back up if they cut too much? What are they considering?
Yeah, you cut too much, money becomes cheaper, prices go back up. They don't want to do that. But now I think the inflation story, the narrative, is under control. Now it's about unemployment. And unemployment at last check for July was 4.3%, up from 4.1%. Full employment in this country between 3.5% and 4%. Fed's got to keep that in check. It's done what it needed to do on the inflation front. Now it's got to make sure that the jobs market doesn't fall apart. So the next data point, the big one, will be the jobs report for August.
All right. The trend is our friend. So are Christine and Caleb.
Yes.
Thank you both. Appreciate you this morning.
Let's stay on your wallet. Renewed pressure from a big-time investor is causing some turbulence over at Southwest.
CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and some other dollar sign headlines this morning. Silvana, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. Yes, so Southwest Airlines is facing new pressure from an activist investor. Elliott Management plans to launch a fight to overhaul the company's board. It will nominate 10 directors, including the former CEOs of Air Canada and Virgin America. Elliott has been seeking to oust Southwest CEO Bob Jordan for some time, as well as former CEO and current chairman Gary Kelly. The hedge fund owns about 8% of Southwest stock and plans to call a special meeting for shareholders to vote. It's a done deal. M&M's maker Mars is buying Kellanova. The snack maker spun off from Kellogg for about $36 billion. Kellanova owns such brands as Eggo Waffles and Pringles. Now, this is the largest deal for Mars since it bought Wrigley for $23 billion in 2008. Now, like many snack companies, Kellanova has been dealing with falling sales and shoppers' pullback on spending. And are you aware that it's National Financial Awareness Day today? Experts say it is a good time to take investing and saving seriously to build financial stability and prepare for the future. Data shows about half of U.S. households live paycheck to paycheck, and only 44% don't have enough cash to cover a $400 emergency. Just a quarter of millennials can demonstrate basic financial literacy, guys. Very important.
That is so, wow. Look at that. Happy National Financial. All of our friends from the block
money Savannah has. Wow.
We could have their head on this. I love this. But you know what? It is so important. I didn't learn any of this in school. I've done some stories on it happening in schools. It's really cool to see. Savannah,
I know.
thank you so much.
I honestly didn't learn until I came to CNBC.
Yeah,
so there you go.
And look at that cute little graphic. We love it.
I love it.
All right, let's keep teaching everyone now. We've got some other financial news. New real estate rules, set to take effect this weekend that could potentially save some people thousands of dollars.
Yeah, starting August 17th, sellers will have more negotiating power and will end up spending less on agent fees. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung, who also has a cute little graphic, a bobblehead one.
I do, yeah.
We don't have that for you this morning, but we've done the same for you, Brian. Great to have you with us. Some experts are saying this is the biggest shakeup to hit real estate agents in a century. Walk us through what's happening and why it's happening now.
Yeah, well, long story short, sellers are going to have a little bit more negotiating power when it comes to setting the commissions that they pay and more transparency into them as well. So I need to back up and explain kind of how things work right now. So if you have sold your home, then you're familiar with a fee that you're going to have to pay in terms of commissions. It's usually 5 to 6%. The seller pays that, and then the agent for the seller splits it with the agent for the buyer, right? That ultimately moves into the house. So the idea here, though, is that those conversations were largely happening kind of behind closed doors. So now they're going to have to disclose it to both the buyer and the seller and saying, hey, here are the fees that we're going to charge, which might give a seller, a little bit of opportunity to say, you know what, that's a little bit too high of a fee. Maybe I'll go shop around to find a lower fee, which is one reason why experts are saying they think that this change, which is going to take effect on Saturday, could net bring some of those costs down, which could be welcome news for those trying to sell into this market.
As we hopefully see interest rates dropping even more when it comes to buying these homes.
Exactly.
So for buyers and sellers, what could the impact be for them?
Yeah, well, so on the seller side of things, right, this could be thousands of dollars in savings, right? If you look at that 6% fee, which is seen as pretty common at the moment, well, if you're able to negotiate, let's say, for example, a 3% fee on a $300,000 home, you would save about $9,000. Again, well, on the buyer side of things, this is a little bit more unclear because if the seller can sell at a lower commission, maybe they pass that on to the buyer, but they also might not. They might just pocket the savings. So it's a little bit unclear if this is going to pass down to the buyer in terms of a lower price. But at the end of the day, because there's more transparency, as a buyer, if you're going to even see a home, expect to sign some contracts, because the idea is that a person that's going to show you some homes wants to say up front before you even step into the open house, hey, here's how much you could be on the hook for. If a seller doesn't want to cover the fee and they make the buyer cover the fee, there's going to be a bit more legal paperwork just to even see the home so that you know exactly up front how much you might be on the hook for.
Oh, that's so interesting. As a new home owner, we looked at so many homes, and you kind of just, it's almost, some of it's kind of fun. Sometimes you're just going in to see what's going on.
But now a little bit more paperwork, which might not be as fun.
Yeah, that's super interesting. Overall, we've talked so much about what is going on with the home buying market. A lot of that has to do, of course, with interest rates. But how does a change like this affect the market generally?
Yeah, well, I mean, Joe, you brought it up, right? It's really expensive to borrow to buy a home right now, but it's actually cheaper now than it was even in the fall last year. When you consider mortgage rates in October were around 7.8%. They've come down to 6.5%. I understand that's not the 3% that some people were seeing post-pandemic, but look, that is a pretty significant change. That combined with perhaps even paying lower fees just to sell your home, could be a good time to sell your home if you are trying to get into the market now.
Yeah. All right.
Absolutely. Brian, great to have you. Good to see you. Thank
If you'll
you so
humor
much.
me for a moment, for our next story, I'm going to talk about a new summer trend, and I do want to introduce you to a new friend because, yes, we are talking about Halloween. So, hello, or
I don't know if I'm a huge fan of this guest here.
No, right? It is kind of cute, but it's not time yet.
Hi, bonjour.
Good.
But here's the thing. I got this guy yesterday. Never mind, that the first official day of fall is 39 days away or that Halloween is 78 days away. These decorations are on store shelves. Pumpkin spice is already back at some chains. So what's going on here? My friend and I, we got the skinny.
The calendar might say August, but social media says Ogtober.
You can get your fall stuff out, you can decorate. I already did about a week ago.
The fall season's creeping in, but this time it's an unofficial holiday dubbed Summerween, inspired by a 12-year-old episode of the show Gravity Falls.
This town loves Halloween so much they celebrate it twice a year.
It's not just a bunch of hocus pocus.
Come! We fly!
Fall fans are actually throwing Summerween shindigs, pool parties with spooky yet cheerful decor, including jack-o'-melons. Ghoulish merch is easy to find with stores like Michael's stocking their shelves before August and Home Depot starting this week. Remember Lewis, Target's towering 8-foot-tall pumpkin? He went on sale online a month ago. And in New Jersey, thousands braved the heat on August 1st when this year's first Spirit Halloween store opened.
It's a different holiday for us that's better than Christmas.
The demand is there. Halloween spending topped $12 billion last year.
So if you're a Halloween person, if you love the decor and the costumes, if you can have a Halloween party in the summer, why not?
Of course, you can't have pumpkins without pumpkin spice, loved by millions. It's addictive. Minus one beloved weatherman.
Why would you want to rush getting rid of summer for something that tastes that bad?
Krispy Kreme's already got pumpkin-flavored coffee, so does 7-Eleven, with a handful of stores selling pumpkin spice Slurpees. Starbucks is yet to reveal when its fall menu will drop, but food blogger Marky Devo says he got a leaked copy that points to August 22nd.
Well, before I actually post the menus, the DMs go crazy all year long, asking, when is that fall menu coming?
So the demand is great, is what you're saying?
Yes, it's pretty high.
It's not just drinks. Hefty sells cinnamon pumpkin spice trash bags. Spooky, indeed.
Okay, that's crazy.
I know, but there you go.
But
the
available.
Garbage will smell great. The consumer intelligence company NIQ says spending on pumpkin products, just pumpkin products over the last year, topped $800 million. I guess, I don't know. Now, if you're looking for Halloween decor, experts warn prices are highest now into September. You do get first dibs. As for the PSL, for now, Starbucks not confirming any of those details about its fall menu or when it'll be released. Neither is Dunkin', which just says fall is coming soon, and with it, a new drink creation.
You just like
Happy
hanging with
Summerween.
this is really
Happy
cracking up.
Summerween.
No, fall is coming soon, and I'm very excited for it to come, but not yet.
It's actually not. It's the end of September.
Oh,
It's
listen
far
to this.
away.
Oh, great. Thank you so
right.
much for the Halloween music. Nobody wants this yet. Coming up, something much more exciting. We are sitting down with the one and only Liza Colón-Zayas.
She is now an Emmy-nominated star of the roaringly popular FX series The Bear, playing Tina, the unbreakable sous chef. We're going to chat with her right after the break about her nomination, which just so happens to be her first, and some other standout moments, both the stage and screen. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I can go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. The Paris Olympics may have just ended, but Dr. Dre is already looking ahead to the next episode. He says he wants to compete. Get this, the legendary rapper, music producer, and founder of Beats Electronics says he's also pretty good with the bow and arrow.
No.
And would love to be part of the USA archery team when the Olympics comes to his hometown of LA in 2028. Of course, he just performed at the closing ceremony.
Yeah.
In an interview with Entertainment Tonight, Dre says that he has been practicing the sport since junior high, adding that he heard qualifying for the Olympics is 77 feet and that he practices at 90 feet. So he's an overachiever. He even has his own archery setup at home and says he feels like he could even win gold. So there you go.
That was not what I was expecting you were going to say,
Not
but
at all.
love it.
I want to see it. All right.
I do too. I feel like everybody wants to get in on the LA action.
Right.
I mean, it's like I live here, so I must compete.
Right, obviously.
Yeah.
It's just going to be a bunch of actors,
Yeah.
stunt guys.
Well, we can't wait for 4 years from now. All right, the highly decorated television series The Bear is going for gold once again. The show has already racked up, get this, 23 Emmy nominations this year. That set a new record in the comedy series category.
One of those nominations went to Liza Colón-Zayas, who plays sous chef Tina Moreno, a fan favorite character whose backstory got its own episode in season 3. Take a look.
I got a really good feeling about this interview. I know this is going to be the one.
Breathe, Mama.
I know you're being sweet. But I know we're in trouble. And I really need this. You know?
Did I fail you?
No, baby. No.
We are so excited to have Liza Colón-Zayas here with us. Congratulations on the Emmy nomination, which we should note is for season 2, not even for season 3. When you got that news, just what went through your mind? How did that feel?
I started laughing maniacally because I just thought my reps were being nice to me and saying that
Oh my
and
gosh.
then I was in the middle of a phone call, you know, just talking about the following week. And then he was like, oh, by the way, congratulations. And I just started, got cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs in that moment. It took me about 2 weeks for it to land.
I wish you recorded it. We love those videos when people find out.
You know, I was in my pajamas looking crazy. Nobody knew where I was gonna. But yeah, so it's been such a great roller coaster ride.
As Joe mentioned, this is season 2, and season 3 is where we really get to go so much deeper with your characters, see that little snippet that we just played there, which I think is so exciting and bodes very well for the next award season. But how would you say your character has grown? Because as viewers, we've obviously learned so much more, and like you have your main character moment. What's it been like, the journey of playing the character?
Well, I've adapted to like being very protective, and you have to prove yourself to me. I don't know you. I've been, you know, I've got all this PTSD, and then now she's trusting and she's absolutely loyal and willing to do what she has to do to keep this dream and this family and this place open.
What I love about The Bear is that the characters get their own episodes, and we got Tina's episode this year. We saw a clip of it there. Iowa Debary directed it, which must have been an incredible experience.
Cool.
So talk about that, and then I didn't know till yesterday, that's your real husband.
Yes.
You were sharing the stage with him.
Yes.
What was that episode? Just must have been an unreal experience.
You know, we've worked together for a long time. We're theater kids. And so, you know, and he's Dexter and Gotham and all these things. And he's just such a pro, so calm. He keeps me settled, grounded. And it's so easy to work with him. When I heard he was going to, you know, be a good guy, I started crying. I cry all the time.
I'm feeling like I'm gonna cry.
You didn't know really the backstory until you actually got that episode.
I didn't know the backstory. I just thought it was gonna be just dark. Why would I think that about Tina? But yes, and to see that he's, you know, there's this love and normalcy, just.
Oh, that's so great. And the director.
And the director. It was just like one thing after another. Like, when I heard, like, Ayo, this is your episode. Your man.
So neat.
Proud. So I can't put it into words. What a wonderful, long, all worth it journey.
You also have had some other projects going on. For example, the movie If, starring in that, voice starring in that. What else? What other projects do you have going on? What will we see soon?
I can't.
Can you
really
say?
But more to come.
We've got 30 seconds left, but what's your advice to those out there who want to do what you're doing and they're struggling? They're like, I don't know if I should keep trying this. What would you say to them?
I would say, don't compare yourself to others. Be you. And if you are willing to take years and years and years and years of rejection, if there are people, mentors who have a great reputation, who you really trust, and they are behind you, it's not what everyone thinks of you. It's what those few people who come through and tell you the truth. If you have that, keep fighting, keep going.
Liza, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
This is one of the coolest guests we've had. This is so exciting for us. So great to spend the morning with you. Thank you for coming in.
And good luck.
Yes, and congratulations.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Good morning. Thank you for joining us. I'm Savannah Sellers.
I'm Joe Fryer. Right now on Morning News Now, we are taking you inside Ukraine's surprise invasion of Russia, where Ukraine says it now controls nearly 400 square miles of land. Reaction from both Russia's President Vladimir Putin and President Biden as the ongoing war enters a violent new phase. We're also following the global race to de-escalate rising tensions in the Middle East. Hamas now saying it won't participate in the latest round of peace talks scheduled for tomorrow. So what might that mean for the growing threat of a wider war in the region? Our Richard Engel has the latest. Plus, is the solution to high prices? We're diving into a key new inflation report this morning. Americans are pushing back against the strains on their wallets from the grocery store to fast food joints. But how will the new numbers weigh on interest rates as we head into the fall? We're watching your money. And later in the hour, we're going one-on-one with the incomparable Liza Colón-Zayas. Her Emmy-nominated role in FX's roaringly popular series The Bear, just a taste of her storied career on the stage and on the screen.
How exciting is that?
Not to give anything away, but if you watch the new season, you know she gets her own episode this time around, which gives you the backstory. So we'll delve into that as well.
Some real personal to her in real life elements.
Exactly.
Very cool. We'll get there.
All right, let's begin this hour in Europe. Ukrainian forces are pushing deeper into Russia, targeting multiple regions with drones and missiles overnight as its surprise cross-border incursion now enters its second week.
Ukraine says it now controls 74 towns and villages in the Kursk region of Russia, while the governor of the neighboring Belgorod region has declared a state of emergency amid intensifying Ukrainian attacks. The region had begun evacuating its civilians on Monday. As Russian forces go on the defensive, President Putin says Kyiv will receive a, quote, worthy response. And in his first public comments on the Ukrainian offensive, President Biden said it put the Russian leader in a difficult situation.
I've spoken with my staff on a regular basis, probably every 4 or 5 hours for the last 6 or 8 days. And it's creating a real dilemma for Putin, and we've been in direct contact, constant contact with the Ukrainians. That's all I'm going to say about it while it's active.
NBC News International correspondent Kelly Kobea joins us now on this. Kelly, good morning. So where do things stand on this Ukrainian incursion this morning? Just how far into Russia are forces right now?
Well, there have been a lot of developments just this morning. Savannah and Joe, Ukraine is claiming to have carried out its largest drone attack yet on 4 Russian military airfields in that region. That's according to Reuters, citing a Ukrainian security source. NBC News can't verify that claim, but we do know that Ukraine has launched a major drone and missile attack in the area this morning. The Ukrainians say this incursion is about protecting its own people who've come under wave after wave of attacks from Russian missiles launched from the southern part of that country. Ukraine's top commander says their troops have now captured about 386 square miles of territory inside Russia. Just this morning, say they're advancing. They've captured another 1 to 2 kilometers and another 100 Russian prisoners of war. Again, these are claims by Ukraine's top military commander. NBC News can't independently verify them. But not only are they taking this ground, over the past 8 days, they've held it for more than a week, and that's something that we haven't yet seen in the 2.5 years since Russia's all-out invasion of Ukraine. Joe and Savannah.
Kelly, how are Russian forces responding? I mean, we understand President Putin believes this incursion is aimed at giving Ukraine leverage in any future ceasefire talks. Is that right?
Yeah, so President Putin suggested that Ukraine is trying to grab land so that they'll have a stronger hand in any future negotiation, vowing to kick them out, kick the enemy out of Russian territory. He also warned of a, quote, worthy response. He called this a major provocation. But look, the bottom line is this is an embarrassment for the Russian leader who sort of sells himself as the man who can protect Russia. Russia's influential military bloggers, even very pro-Kremlin, some of them now asking how Russia was caught so badly off guard. Russian state media have repeatedly claimed now that the military has the situation under control, while Ukraine is saying, actually, we're continuing to gain ground and capture more Russian soldiers. So it's created a real problem for Putin. There are some suggestions that some Russian troops have been moved, but the Ukrainians say the numbers are very small at this point. Joe, Savannah.
Kelly, as we mentioned and played a little bit ago, a second ago, President Biden said that this Ukrainian offensive gives Putin this real dilemma. How are U.S. officials viewing this assault by Ukraine? Is it something that the Biden administration supports?
So the Biden administration, along with other Western allies, have said that Ukraine has a right to defend itself. They are classing this as a self-defensive move. You heard President Biden say it's created a real dilemma, as you just mentioned again. Putin now has to decide whether to move troops away from front lines in Ukraine, for example, in the Donbass, where Russians have been slowly gaining ground in order to defend his own territory. But yes, you're hearing from Western allies, including the U.S., that these actions are defensive. Savannah, Joe.
All right, Kelly, thank you so much. Let's talk more about this now with William Taylor. He's the former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine and the vice president of Russia and Europe at the U.S. Institute of Peace. Ambassador, always good to have you with us. Some commentators see this cross-border assault as a big gamble by Ukraine. They say the country could pay a heavy price when it comes to arms and personnel, could leave them exposed back home. Are you surprised they did this? Do you think this attack is worth the risk?
It's definitely worth the risk, Joe, and it is a high risk. This was a big surprise to the Russians. The Ukrainians went to great lengths to keep this secret, and they succeeded in surprising the Russians all the way up the line to Putin. So this is a risk. This is one that they are taking in order to gain ground on the battlefield. Initiative on the strategic level, and be able to give them good negotiating positions if the Russians want to start to negotiate. If the Russians realize they're going to lose, they may look for negotiations to get out of the problem that Putin has caused.
Yeah, I mean, Moscow says this Ukrainian attack puts the prospect of peace talks on a long pause. Do you think that's accurate? I mean, how do you think Russia is going to respond here?
Well, there were no peace talks on the horizon whatsoever. No one was talking about peace talks other than some people in the West, outside of the government. So there was never the prospect of that. But the Ukrainians know that at some point the Russians are going to get tired. The Russians are going to realize that they can't win when the Europeans continue to support and the Americans continue to support. And at that point, the Russians may come and want to negotiate. At that point, if the Ukrainians have this territory, they've got some bargaining power.
We know the Ukrainians have been using U.S. and Western supplied weapons in this incursion throughout the battle we've seen over the years. The U.S. has distanced itself from any involvement in this assault, but will the Biden administration be worried that its weapons are being used offensively inside Russian territory?
Apparently not. Apparently not. The very day that the Ukrainians went across the border, the U.S. government announced another big military support package. And you heard President Biden, you've heard others in the administration saying that, no, this is exactly what the Ukrainians should be doing. They're defending themselves. They're pushing the Russians back. The Russians are now not able to use the Russian territory to attack into Ukraine. So, no, there's been support, not just from the Americans. The Germans have also given their okay to using German weapons in this assault.
All right, Ambassador Taylor, as always, appreciate your expertise. Thank you so much.
Let's stay on international news. Iran is vowing to press ahead with retaliation against Israel for the killing of a Hamas leader in Iran as the U.S. works behind the scenes to avoid a wider crisis in the region. NBC News chief foreign correspondent Richard Engel has the latest from Jerusalem.
All hope now is on negotiations, originally set for tomorrow in the region. But they are not looking promising, with Israel and Hamas blaming each other.
Iran is rejecting calls from the U.S. and Europe not to retaliate against Israel for the assassination of a Hamas leader in Tehran 2 weeks ago. Iran's president saying the country has the right to respond. A senior U.S. official tells NBC News Iran is still deciding how and when. President Biden said he hopes a wider crisis can still be averted if Israel and Hamas agree to a ceasefire and hostage deal.
Do you have the understanding that Iran could cease or stop doing an action if a ceasefire deal was possible?
That's my expectation, but we'll see.
But there is very little hope this morning for the talks. Hamas says it already agreed to a U.S. proposal a month ago and won't attend a new round of negotiations set for this week, accusing Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu of stalling to keep the war going, an accusation he denies. Israel says it's Hamas that's stalling and continuing to hold hostages in Gaza. Romi Gonen was taken hostage from the Nova Music Festival. Last word her mother Mirav and sister Yarden received is that Romi is alive, but injured, shot in the arm. She turns 24 on Sunday.
We thought we will celebrate it with her here. We understand that probably it will not be here together.
You just want your loved ones to be safe and to be free. It's like simple as that.
Many Gazans say they want that too. These 4-day-old twins, witnesses say, were killed by Israeli fire. Their father says he just left them to collect their birth certificates. The Israeli military did not respond to our detailed request for information about the incident, but it has said repeatedly Hamas hides among civilians.
Amid the rising tension, the U.S. last night approved $20 billion in arms sales to Israel, including missiles, jets, and tank rounds.
Richard, thank you so much.
It's a solo act this week for Vice President Harris's running mate, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz. He's the headliner for several solo campaign events this week. During his first stop yesterday in Los Angeles, the governor strongly defended his military record following criticism from the Trump campaign. This comes as the Harris campaign goes after the former president for his latest comments about union workers. NBC News senior White House correspondent Gabe Gutierrez joins us now with the latest on the race. Gabe, good morning.
Hey there, Joe. Good morning. During the Veep Stakes process, Tim Walz was seen as someone who would not pull punches going after the Trump-Vance ticket. He's now getting his first chance to do that on the trail without Vice President Harris at his side.
This morning, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz back on a cross-country fundraising blitz after his first solo appearance as Kamala Harris's running mate.
I'm going to say it again as clearly as I can. I am damn proud of my service to this country.
Walz making his first public response to attacks from the Trump campaign about how Walz described his time in the Army National Guard. In this 2018 clip, then Congressman Walz, who was talking about gun restrictions, said he carried weapons in war.
We can make sure that those weapons of war that I carried in war is the only place where those weapons are at.
Though Walz served in the Army National Guard for 24 years, he was never in combat. The Harris campaign says Walz misspoke, but Trump running mate and Marine veteran J.D. Vance calls it scandalous behavior.
I'm not criticizing Tim Walz's service. I'm criticizing the fact that he lied about his service for political gain.
To anyone brave enough to put on that uniform for our great country, including my opponent, I just have a few simple words. Thank you for your service and sacrifice.
The Harris campaign, meanwhile, is slamming former President Trump's comments to billionaire Elon Musk about firing workers.
You're the greatest cutter. I mean, I look at what you do. They go on strike and you say, that's okay, you're all gone.
The United Auto Workers filing federal labor charges against Trump for attempting to intimidate employees. The Trump campaign calls it a shameless political stunt.
The only thing those two guys knows about working people is how to work to take advantage of them.
Overnight, in a new interview, Trump saying he plans to use local law enforcement for mass deportations, even offering officers immunity.
Our local police know everything about the criminals that have come into our country. We'll work with the local police, and we have to get them out.
Meanwhile, some Republicans are increasingly urging the former president to focus his campaign messaging as enthusiasm surges for Harris.
The campaign is not going to win talking about crowd sizes. It's not going to win talking about what race Kamala Harris is. It's not going to win talking about whether she's dumb.
In other political news, Joe, Hunter Biden is back in the spotlight over a report that he asked a U.S. ambassador for help on a business deal. The New York Times, citing newly released records and interviews, reports that Hunter Biden wrote at least one letter to the U.S. ambassador to Italy in 2016 asking for help for the Ukrainian gas company Burisma, where he was a board member. A lawyer for Hunter Biden says he asked various people if they could make a proper introduction and nothing more. No meeting occurred and no project materialized, his lawyer says. A White House spokesman tells NBC News that President Biden was not aware when he was vice president that his son was reaching out to the U.S. Embassy in Italy. Joe?
All right, Gabe, thank you so much. Ernesto is hitting Puerto Rico with strong winds and heavy rain.
For a closer look at that, Ryan Hanrahan, chief meteorologist from our station in Connecticut, joins us now and a whole week. Ryan, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, we've got Ernesto that's really causing some issues on Puerto Rico. We've got the strong winds, but it's really the heavy rain that I think is going to be the big issue here. Here's the latest on Ernesto. It's just short of hurricane strength, winds of 70 miles per hour. It's moving northwest. It's moving away from the island. So here's the center. You see this little spin up here? It's moving pretty far away from Puerto Rico, but the storm is a little bit lopsided. So most of the rain and most of the wind is on the southern and southeastern flank of the storm. So most of Puerto Rico getting some really nasty downpours right now. Flash flood warnings in effect for most of the island. Now, as the storm continues to move away from Puerto Rico, it is expected to strengthen. It looks like it's going to be a hurricane, and a pretty substantial hurricane out in the Atlantic Ocean. Is moving out to sea, but it's going to get very close to Bermuda by Friday night and Saturday morning. Could be close to a direct hit on Bermuda, and then the storm continues off to the north. The one issue for the east coast of the United States is going to be some big swells and rip currents coming up from Ernesto, moving to the north and west toward land. So we'll have to watch for that this weekend. If you're heading to the beach, something to be mindful of. High temperatures today across the southern part of the country, still awfully hot. Look at these numbers. 100s from the deep south over into Texas and portions of Oklahoma. Heat advisories and heat warnings in place up to the north. It continues to be relatively cool and much more comfortable. Well, look at the numbers here. Down to the south, we're looking at 97 today in Houston. Feels like temperature 108. 112, the feels like temperature, the heat index in Baton Rouge. And during the day tomorrow, not a whole lot of relief down south. Still around 100 degrees. From Mississippi and Alabama west into the southern plains. There is going to be quite a bit of rain over the coming days in the Midwest. Today, the rain sort of focused from Minnesota down through Missouri, but tomorrow it moves east towards Chicago. Some areas in the Midwest could pick up 2-3 inches of rain through Friday. There is a risk for some flooding today across portions of Iowa and Missouri, and that is going to shift to the east as we go into the day tomorrow. And by Friday, that storm threat moves toward Ohio and western Pennsylvania. The heat wave continues down south, and the early outlook for the weekend a little unsettled across the east with a chance for some showers, but much better through the central part of the country.
All right, everyone gets a little bit of something this week.
Yes, a little bit.
Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it. Much more to come on this hour of Morning News Now. Move over Christmas in July. It's time for Ogtober. So what is Ogtober, you might ask? Well, people are rolling out all those fall festivities a little early this year.
Too early.
Like August early. That includes pumpkin spice. I've got more on that later in the hour.
Those pumpkin spice trash bags.
Yes, yes.
First, an up-close encounter at sea caught on camera. The two kayakers who managed to stay safe just feet from a great white shark. The stories and more are up next.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking until the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News. Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from Ground Zero, as it's being referred to. It is, in fact, the taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther. You are some resilient folks. Let me get in.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because they...
Oh, yeah, this is it, right?
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
We're back with the international headlines. In India, a nationwide doctors' protest is impacting the country's hospitals following a horrifying and deadly attack on a medic.
NBC News foreign correspondent Claudio Lavanga has the latest on that and other world headlines. Claudio, good morning.
Savannah, Joe, good morning. That's right. Hospital services across several cities in India are now disrupted following a nationwide strike by doctors following the rape and murder of a trainee medic in a government-run hospital in the city of Kolkata last Friday. Now, doctors working in government-run hospitals across India have long complained of being underpaid, of inhumane working conditions, and of the violence in the workplace. Following the protests, the authorities are treating the case as a national priority. Let's now go to New Zealand, where authorities are trying to contact about 400 people who received candies from a charity working with homeless people that turned out to be filled with a potentially lethal dose of methamphetamine. The pills, enclosed in pineapple candy wrappers, were donated to the charity by a member of the public, and the charity was unaware of its dangerous content. A charity spokesperson said the market value of each of those candies is about $600, which suggests that the donation was accidental rather than deliberate. At least 3 people are being treated in hospital after consuming them. And let's end this tour of the world in space, where an astronaut on the International Space Station posted a video of a spectacular time-lapse of the moon setting into a red and green aurora. The video, posted by NASA astronaut Matthew Dominic on Monday, shows the International Space Station bathed in blue light as sunrise follows the sunset. Dominic wrote on his X account that the aurora has been amazing for the past few days. But it's even more amazing, guys, is that because the International Space Station rotates around the Earth so quickly, the astronauts on it see these sunrises and sunsets 16 times each day. That's amazing.
That is really cool. Those things might be cooler outside of the planet than from where we are here.
Yeah.
That's pretty amazing.
Wow, that stat just blew my mind. That is very cool.
Claudio, thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, now this is really scary. Imagine going out fishing and then realizing you are being followed by a shark.
That's what happened to 2 California kayakers who got a rare close-up encounter with a great white. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky has more.
There he is. This was the moment 2 kayakers in Northern California's Half Moon Bay noticed they were being followed by a great white shark.
You all right? Yeah. It's going to start moving in. Okay.
Its huge fin appearing just feet from Ian Walters, who was on the water with a friend that day nearly a mile from shore.
I'd let him know that there's a shark behind him, and we talked about it briefly, and the shark followed my buddy for maybe 2 or 3 minutes, just very slow.
The sighting occurring in the so-called Red Triangle of great white sharks off the coast of Northern California, the region home to favorite foods of the great white, such as seals, otters, and sea lions. Walters and his friend, fortunately, weren't on the menu that day.
It was simply curious. You know, it was just there because that's where it lives, and we were in its, house, essentially, and it came out to check us out.
But not every shark encounter has been this benign. Colorado teen Annabelle Carlson lost her leg after being bitten by a shark while swimming in Belize a week ago. Her family writing in an update on the site Caring Bridge that Annabelle's perspective is balanced and positive while she receives treatment in the hospital, though she's battling bouts of severe pain and phantom limb symptoms. Earlier this summer, 49-year-old pro surfer Tamayo Perry was killed by a shark in Hawaii. Florida's Volusia County saw 4 bites in just 1 week this past July. And a rash of attacks off the coast of Texas, too. Aerial video capturing the shark that attacked several beachgoers on South Padre Island. Still, shark experts say sharks attacking humans is exceedingly rare. And this summer's number of attacks is no higher than average.
In terms of shark sightings, we see increasingly more because many more people have drones, and so people are much more aware of animals in the water. Doesn't mean there are more animals in the water.
So some good context there, but here are the stats, guys. The highest number of unprovoked shark attacks last year actually came from Florida with 16. That was more than California, Hawaii, and all of Australia. And while there's no clear reason as to why, experts say that it might have something to do with the fact that 140 million people visited Florida back in 2023. And we know that many of them absolutely made a trip to one of Florida's beaches. Savannah, Joe.
Wow, scary stuff. What a video there. Morgan Chesky, thank you so much.
Coming up, we are digging into all those extreme foods you might be seeing on social media and at your grocery store.
Yeah, we're talking about the super spicy or the crazily caffeinated. Americans love to indulge, but are these hazardous to your health? We will take a closer look up next.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. What you see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. August marks National Breastfeeding Awareness Month in the U.S. The goal here is to celebrate the benefits of human milk while also bringing attention to the inequalities mothers face when deciding to nurse their newborns. This year's theme is Nourish, Sustain, and Thrive. Let's bring in Dr. Uche Blackstock for more on this. She's the founder and CEO of Advancing Health Equity and, of course, a friend of the show. Dr. Blackstock, great to see you. Thanks for joining us on such an important topic and often a sensitive subject, right, for mothers. Walk us through some of the challenges that women face when making this decision or maybe when trying to do this, but then some mothers who are unable to breastfeed, what this process is like.
Well, Savannah, thank you so much for having me. And I'm going to say that, I speak from both professional and personal experience. While breastfeeding is a totally natural experience to have, it is an acquired technique and you need support. And so what we're seeing often is a lot of mothers, when they are first giving birth, they're not having the support in hospital or at home to start nursing. They also may have jobs where they have to go back to work right away. They may not have the supplies necessary to pump breast milk so they can leave it for their baby, or they may not have paid family leave, so they may not be able to find the time to stay home with their babies.
And doctor, on that same note, research shows that Black women breastfeed their babies at lower rates than white women. So just when we talk about some of the difficulties here, and you mentioned so many really important points that you just did there, why do you think that is? What are some of the factors at play here? Is it some of the things you just mentioned?
Yeah, so some of them are that, Black mothers are more likely to live in neighborhoods where there are not, quote unquote, baby-friendly hospitals, where they don't have, the initiation and education at birth of teaching about lactation and the importance of breastfeeding. It also has to do with insurance status. We know that, Black mothers are more likely to be uninsured, and a lot of the lactation support requires out-of-pocket payments. We also see that in states that have not expanded Medicaid, those people are more likely not to be able to find lactation support or afford it. And then finally, Black mothers are more likely to be employed in jobs that do not offer health insurance or other benefits to cover breastfeeding. And then actually, finally, there's some cultural issues related to slavery when Black women served as wet nurses, where they nursed their enslavers' babies. So there is a lot of discomfort with breastfeeding and initiating it.
Tell us also on the flip side of all of this, and of course why we're having this conversation and why so many women try or hope that this is what is going to work for them. What are the benefits of breastfeeding versus formula?
Oh my gosh. And there are so many really wonderful benefits, both for mama and for baby. For baby, decreases the risk of infections. It also decreases the risk of sudden infant death syndrome, as well as diabetes and obesity later on in life.
Wow.
And for the mamas, also decreases the risk of ovarian and breast cancer, diabetes, as well as hypertension. So benefits of breastfeeding are significant for both mama and baby.
For women who are considering this, they're maybe hoping that it is something that is going to work for them or something that they're going to be able to make work around the responsibilities of their life, or maybe for women who have already started breastfeeding. What questions should they be asking their doctors, and what resources are available to them? I know just from friends, I personally have not had a child, but from my friends who have had babies, they say, gosh, there's so many questions that now I would know to ask, or with my second child, I have the answer to, but I did not know that initially.
Same. I learned so much even as a physician when I was nursing my children. But what's really important is to make sure you talk to your doctor about what are the lactation supports that are available right when you have your baby. What does the hospital offer you in terms of those first 48 hours after you have your baby to help the baby latch on? And what kind of supports are you able to have at home, and what's covered by your insurance? All that's very important. Also want to mention there are a lot of local breastfeeding groups that are free of charge that people should look for in their area.
Dr. Uche Blackstock, as always, such important information when you join us. Thank you so much. Great topic today.
Now, from extreme hot wings to super sour candies, more Americans are looking to push their taste buds to the next level. But can those enticing treats have major side effects?
NBC News Now, Stephen Romo is going to take a look at the science behind the attraction to these over-the-top creations.
Ooh. I know, and it doesn't stop again.
From popular shows on YouTube featuring celebrities eating flaming hot sauce.
3, 2, 1.
To social media challenges tasting the sourest candies. Americans can't get enough of extreme foods.
I can tell that's going to be the hottest pepper that I've had up to date.
Nelson Chaney is one of them. His TikTok, Craving Capsaicin, is named after the active ingredient in hot chili peppers.
I kind of like my food to hurt a little bit.
Racking up millions of views, his videos show him eating full ghost peppers and Carolina Reapers, some of the hottest peppers in the world. But it's not just the challenge that he loves.
Some people say it's like a legal high, kind of, you know, it just makes you feel good, makes you happy. In a lot of my videos, you can see it. My eyes get kind of big and I start kind of getting giggly.
That feeling is what psychologist Elisa Trucco says attracts people to spicy foods, even when it burns.
These spicy foods, when you use these substances, they actually release things that are very similar to like a medication that you would take or a drug. So they release things like endorphins and also dopamine.
Scientists say eating foods with extreme flavors like hot pepper or sour candy triggers receptors in the mouth that tell the brain it's in danger.
I feel like I'm gonna die.
But when you survive, the relief causes a high.
Those are the things that are associated with like euphoria and then also feeling better, like kind of like pain. So it makes a lot of sense that people feel kind of like euphoric or kind of like that rush after using these substances.
After a while, people can build up a tolerance, so they seek foods that are even more extreme. Trucco says that may be part of what's fueling the popularity of super caffeinated energy drinks.
With any substance, kind of like the more you start using the substance, the more kind of like tolerant or used to it you get, and then you kind of like need to kind of like boost it up to feel that same effect.
But there is a dark side. For young kids and those with underlying health conditions, extremely spicy ingredients and caffeine can be dangerous, even deadly. 2 adults, a 46-year-old man in Florida and a Pennsylvania college student, died after drinking Panera's charged lemonade, prompting the store to pull it from its shelves. And a 14-year-old boy died last year after trying the Pocky one-chip challenge. The parents now filing a wrongful death lawsuit against Hershey, the parent company of Pocky. Hershey saying in a statement to NBC News, "We disagree with these allegations and will defend ourselves against the claims." Nelson cautions his followers about trying these new food trends.
Don't try to do what I do at home. I have a very high tolerance and I would never put myself in any danger.
Stephen Romo, NBC News.
Coming up, we're always watching your wallet here on Morning News Now. After the break, the new real estate rules set to take effect this weekend that could potentially save home buyers and sellers thousands of dollars.
Also, though, a key new report on inflation is out this morning. We are breaking down the numbers to see where prices are falling and where they aren't. Some big news. Stay with us. That's up next.
Who
report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hey there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Fire has grown leaps and bounds.
What you see behind me is typical.
How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
We're back now with breaking news on the state of the economy this morning.
The Labor Department has released the latest Consumer Price Index report, and it shows inflation continuing to improve. Consumer prices rose 0.2% month over month in July and up 2.9% year over year. So breaking down what those numbers mean for us, we are joined by NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans and Investopedia editor-in-chief, friend of the show, of course, Caleb Silver. Good morning to both of you. Christine, I will start with you over at the big board for us. Break down the numbers for us. What do we need to know? What's the headline?
This is exactly what we wanted to see, quite frankly. We wanted to see, sorry, my board, there we go. We wanted to see these kinds of numbers. 3% was what it was in June, and now you've got 2.9. That is the smallest annual increase since March, early 2021. So that is some important improvement here. This means that that big turn is happening. You are starting to see this was 9.2%, 9.1%. That was a really horrible feeling in terms of wage and price pressures really in the economy. And now you've got a year here where you finally have broken down below 3%. So this is good news.
Caleb, your first impressions, what stands out about this?
Yeah, we have a saying in finance and economics, the trend is your friend. So look at the trend for the past 6 months, and it just kind of keeps going down and to the right, and that's what you want. We're not getting deflation. Things aren't necessarily getting cheaper, except for used cars and trucks, but we're getting a smaller and smaller price increase every month, and some things are actually a little bit less expensive than they were a few years ago, but not things like car insurance and rent and electricity. But a number like that shows a normalization of the economy, and that is just what we want.
So we are going to have a Fed meeting in...
35 days, 5 hours, and 20 minutes. And it just got really interesting because the Fed has pretty much signaled it's going to cut rates come that September 18th meeting. But now there's a 50% chance it'll be a 50 basis point or a 0.5 percent point cut or a 0.25% cut. If it's a big cut, like a 0.5 basis point or a 0.5%, that could be a very, very big deal for consumers and for the market.
And Christine, this, of course, has been one of these sticking points, right, where we have not seen that drop happen yet because of inflation. So now this is good news in that regard.
Right. I mean, you can't be cutting interest rates. A Fed can't cut interest rates when inflation is too high. I mean, inflation is high because an economy is too strong. You cut interest rates when an economy is starting to weaken. And the economy is starting to weakened a little bit, or I'd say the boil is off the great growth, and you have inflation coming down. That's the sweet spot for the Fed. That's what we call soft landing kind of territory, where the Fed can try to engineer this so that the economy slows gradually, you don't have a big spike in unemployment, and these and prices are coming down, then interest rates start to come down, and some of the pressure comes off American household finances.
So, Caleb, I mean, what does the Fed have to consider here when deciding how big of a cut it's going to be? Are there worries inflation could go back up if they cut too much? What are they considering?
Yeah, you cut too much, money becomes cheaper, prices go back up. They don't want to do that. But now I think the inflation story, the narrative, is under control. Now it's about unemployment, and unemployment at last check for July was 4.3%, up from 4.1%. Full employment in this country between 3.5% and 4%. Fed's got to keep that in check. It's done what it needed to do on the inflation front. Now it's got to make sure that the jobs market doesn't fall apart. So the next data point, the big one, will be the jobs report for August.
All right, the trend is our friend. So are Christina and Caleb.
Yes.
Thank you both. Appreciate you this morning.
Let's stay on your wallet. Renewed pressure from a big-time investor is causing some turbulence over at Southwest.
CNBC's Silvana Henao has that and some other dollar sign headlines this morning. Silvana, good morning.
Good morning, Joe. Good morning, Savannah. Yes, so Southwest Airlines is facing new pressure from an activist investor. Elliott Management plans to launch a fight to overhaul the company's board. It will nominate 10 directors, including the former CEOs of Air Canada and Virgin America. Elliott has been seeking to oust Southwest CEO Bob Jordan for some time, as well as former CEO and current chairman Gary Kelly. The hedge fund owns about 8% of Southwest stock and plans to call a special meeting for shareholders to vote. It's a done deal. M&M's maker Mars is buying Kellanova. The snack maker spun off from Kellogg for about $36 billion. Kellanova owns such brands as Eggo Waffles and Pringles. Now, this is the largest deal for Mars since it bought Wrigley for $23 billion in 2008. Now, like many snack companies, Kellanova has been dealing with falling sales and shoppers' pullback on spending. And are you aware that it's National Financial Awareness Day today? Experts say it is a good time to take investing and saving seriously to build financial stability and prepare for the future. Data shows about half of U.S. households live paycheck to paycheck, and only 44% don't have enough cash to cover a $400 emergency. Just a quarter of millennials can demonstrate basic financial literacy, guys. Very important.
That is so, wow. Look at that. Happy National Financial. All of our friends from the blog
money Silvana has. Wow.
We could have their head on this. I love this. But you know what? It is so important. I didn't learn any of this in school. I've done some stories on it happening in schools. It's really cool to see. Silvana,
I know.
thank you so
I honestly didn't learn until I came to CNBC.
Yeah,
so there you go.
And look at that cute little graphic. We love it.
I love it.
All right, let's keep teaching everyone now. We've got some other financial news. New real estate rules, set to take effect this weekend that could potentially save some people thousands of dollars.
Yeah, starting August 17th, sellers will have more negotiating power and will end up spending less on agent fees. NBC News business and data correspondent Brian Chung, who also has a cute little graphic, a bobblehead one.
I do, yeah.
We don't have that for you this morning, but we've done the same for you, Brian. Great to have you with us. Some experts are saying this is the biggest shakeup to hit real estate agents in a century. Walk us through what's happening and why it's happening now.
Yeah, well, long story short, sellers are going to have a little bit more negotiating power when it comes to setting the commissions that they pay and more transparency into them as well. So I need to back up and explain kind of how things work right now. So if you have sold your home, then you're familiar with a fee that you're going to have to pay in terms of commissions. It's usually 5 to 6%. The seller pays that, and then the agent for the seller splits it with the agent for the buyer, right? That ultimately moves into the house. So the idea here, though, is that those conversations were largely happening kind of behind closed doors. So now they're going to have to disclose it to both the buyer and the seller and saying, hey, here are the fees that we're going to charge, which might give a seller, a little bit of opportunity to say, you know what, that's a little bit too high of a fee. Maybe I'll go shop around to find a lower fee, which is one reason why experts are saying they think that this change, which is going to take effect on Saturday, could net bring some of those costs down, which could be welcome news for those trying to sell into this market.
As we hopefully see interest rates dropping even more when it comes to buying these homes.
Exactly.
So for buyers and sellers, what could the impact be for them?
Yeah, well, so on the seller side of things, right, this could be thousands of dollars in savings, right? If you look at that 6% fee, which is seen as pretty common at the moment, well, if you're able to negotiate, let's say, for example, a 3% fee on a $300,000 home, you would save about $9,000. Again, well, on the buyer side of things, this is a little bit more unclear because if the seller can sell at a lower commission, maybe they pass that on to the buyer, but they also might not. They might just pocket the savings. So it's a little bit unclear if this is going to pass down to the buyer in terms of a lower price. But at the end of the day, because there's more transparency, as a buyer, if you're going to even see a home, expect to sign some contracts, because the idea is that a person that's going to show you some homes wants to say up front before you even step into the open house, hey, here's how much you could be on the hook for. If a seller doesn't want to cover the fee and they make the buyer cover the fee, there's going to be a bit more legal paperwork just to even see the home so that you know exactly up front how much you might be on the hook for.
Oh, that's so interesting.
Yeah.
As a new home owner, we looked at so many homes, and you kind of just, it's almost, some of it's kind of fun. You know, sometimes you're just going in to see what's going on.
But now a little bit more paperwork, which might not be as fun.
Yeah, that's super interesting.
Yeah.
Overall, we've talked so much about what is going on with the home buying market. A lot of that has to do, of course, with interest rates. But how does a change like this affect the market generally?
Yeah, well, I mean, Joe, you brought it up, right? It's really expensive to borrow to buy a home right now, but it's actually cheaper now than it was even in the fall last year when you consider mortgage rates in October were around 7.8%. They've come down to 6.5%. I understand that's not the 3% that some people were seeing post-pandemic, but look, that is a pretty significant change. That combined with perhaps even paying lower fees just to sell your home could be a good time to sell your home if you are trying to get into the market now.
Yeah. All right.
Absolutely. Brian, great to have you. Good to see you. Thank
If you'll
you so
humor
much.
me for a moment, for our next story, I'm going to talk about a new summer trend, and I do want to introduce you to a new friend because, yes, we are talking about Halloween. So, hello. Or
I don't know if I'm a huge fan of this guest here.
No, right? It is kind of cute, but it's not time yet.
Hi, bonjour.
Good.
But here's the thing. I got this guy yesterday. Never mind, you know, that the first official day of fall is 39 days away or that Halloween is 78 days away. These decorations are on store shelves. Pumpkin spice is already back at some chains. So what's going on here? My friend and I, we got the skinny.
The calendar might say August, but social media says Ogtober.
You can get your fall stuff out, you can decorate. I already did about a week ago.
The fall season's creeping in, but this time it's an unofficial holiday dubbed Summerween, inspired by a 12-year-old episode of the show Gravity Falls.
This town loves Halloween so much they celebrate it twice a year.
It's not just a bunch of hocus pocus.
Come! We fly!
Fall fans are actually throwing Summerween shindigs, pool parties with spooky yet cheerful decor, including jack-o'-melons. Ghoulish merch is easy to find, with stores like Michael's stocking their shelves before August and Home Depot starting this week. Remember Lewis, Target's towering 8-foot-tall pumpkin? He went on sale online a month ago. And in New Jersey, thousands braved the heat on August 1st when this year's first Spirit Halloween store opened.
It's a different holiday for us that's better than Christmas.
The demand is there. Halloween spending topped $12 billion last year.
So if you're a Halloween person, if you love the decor and the costumes, if you can have a Halloween party in the summer, why not?
Of course, you can't have pumpkins without pumpkin spice, loved by millions.
It's addictive.
Minus one beloved weatherman.
Why would you want to rush getting rid of summer for something that tastes that bad?
Krispy Kreme's already got pumpkin-flavored coffee, so does 7-Eleven, with a handful of stores selling pumpkin spice Slurpees. Starbucks is yet to reveal when its fall menu will drop, but food blogger Marky Devo says he got a leaked copy that points to August 22nd.
Well, before I actually post the menus, the DMs go crazy all year long, asking, when is that fall menu coming?
So the demand is great, is what you're saying.
Yes, it's pretty high.
It's not just drinks. Hefty sells cinnamon pumpkin spice trash bags. Spooky, indeed.
Okay, that's crazy.
I know, but there you go.
But
Your
available.
garbage will smell great. The consumer intelligence company NIQ says spending on pumpkin products, just pumpkin products over the last year, topped $800 million. I guess? I don't know. Now, if you're looking for Halloween decor, experts warn prices are highest now into September. You do get first dibs. As for the PSL, for now, Starbucks not confirming any of those details about its fall menu or when it'll be released. Neither is Dunkin', which just says fall is coming soon, and with it, a new drink creation.
You just like
Happy
hanging with
Summerween.
this is really
Happy
cracking me up.
Summerween.
No, fall is coming soon, and I'm very excited for it to come, but not yet.
It's actually not. It's the end of September.
Oh,
It's
listen
far
to this.
away.
Oh, great. Thank you so much for the Halloween music. Nobody wants this yet. Coming up, something much more exciting. We are sitting down with the one and only Liza Colón-Zayas.
She is now an Emmy-nominated star of the roaringly popular FX series The Bear, playing Tina, the unbreakable sous chef. We're going to chat with her right after the break about her nomination, which just so happens to be her first, and some other standout moments, both the stage and screen. Stay with us. This is Morning News Now. Good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%.
Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Welcome back. The Paris Olympics may have just ended, but Dr. Dre is already looking ahead to the next episode. He says he wants to compete. Get this, the legendary rapper, music producer, and founder of Beats Electronics says he's also pretty good with the bow and arrow.
No.
And would love to be part of the USA archery team when the Olympics comes to his hometown of LA in 2028. Of course, he just performed at the closing ceremony.
Yeah.
In an interview with Entertainment Tonight, Dre says that he has been practicing the sport since junior high, adding that he heard qualifying for the Olympics is 77 feet and that he practices at 90 feet. So he's an overachiever. He even has his own archery setup at home and says he feels like he could even win gold. So there you go.
That was not what I was expecting you were going to say,
Not
but
at all.
love it.
I want to see it. All right.
I do too. I feel like everybody wants to get in on the LA action.
Right.
It's like, I live here, so I must compete.
Right, obviously.
Yeah.
It's just going to be a bunch of actors.
Yeah.
Stunt guys.
Well, we can't wait for 4 years from now. All right, the highly decorated television series The Bear is going for gold once again. The show has already racked up, get this, 23 Emmy nominations this year. That set a new record in the comedy series category.
One of those nominations went to Liza Colón-Zayas, who plays sous chef Tina Moreno, a fan favorite character whose backstory got its own episode in season 3. Take a look.
I got a really good feeling about this interview. I know this is going to be the one.
Breathe, Mama.
I know you're being sweet. But I know we're in trouble. And I really need this. You know?
Did I fail you?
No, baby. No.
We are so excited to have Liza Colón-Zayas here with us. Congratulations on the Emmy nomination, which we should note is for season 2, not even for season 3. When you got that news, just what went through your mind? How did that feel?
I started laughing maniacally because I just thought my reps were being nice to me and saying that
Oh my
and then
gosh.
I was in the middle of a phone call you know, just talking about the following week. And then he was like, oh, by the way, congratulations. And I just started, got cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs in that moment. It took me about 2 weeks for it to land.
I wish you recorded it. We love those videos when people find out.
You know, I was in my pajamas looking crazy. Nobody knew But yeah, so it's been such a great roller coaster ride.
As Joe mentioned, this is season 2, and season 3 is where we really get to go so much deeper with your characters, see that little snippet that we just played there, which I think is so exciting and bodes very well for the next award season. But how would you say your character has grown? Because as viewers, we've obviously learned so much more, and like you have your main character moment. What's it been like, the journey of playing the character?
Well, I've adapted to like being very protective, and you have to prove yourself to me. I don't know you. I've been, you know, I've got all this PTSD, and then now she's trusting and she's absolutely loyal and willing to do what she has to do to keep this dream and this family and this place open.
What I love about The Bear is that the characters get their own episodes, and you finally we got Tina's episode this year. We saw a clip of it there. Io Adebari directed it, which must have been an incredible experience.
Cool.
So talk about that. And then I didn't know till yesterday, that's your real husband. You were sharing the stage with him. That episode just must have been an unreal experience.
You know, we've worked together for a long time with theater kids. And so, you know, and he's Dexter and Gotham and all these things. And he's just such a pro, so calm. He keeps me settled, grounded. And it's so easy to work with him. When I heard he was gonna, you know, be a good guy, I started crying. I cry all the time.
I'm feeling like I'm gonna cry.
You didn't know really the backstory until you actually got that episode.
I didn't know the backstory. I just thought it was gonna be just dark. Why would I think that about Tina? But yes, and to see that he's, you know, there's this love and normalcy, just.
Oh, that's so great. And the director.
And the director, it was just like one thing after another. Like, when I heard, like, Io, this is your episode, your man. So
neat.
Proud. So, I can't put it into words. What a wonderful, long, all worth it journey.
You also have had some other projects going on. For example, the movie If, starring in that, voice starring in that. What else? What other projects do you have going on? What will we see soon?
I can't.
Can you say?
No, but more to come.
We've got 30 seconds left, but what's your advice to those out there who want to do what you're doing and they're struggling? They're like, I don't know if I should keep trying this. What would you say to them?
I would say, don't compare yourself to others. Be you. And if you are willing to take years and years and years and years of rejection, if there are people, mentors who have a great reputation, who you really trust, and they are behind you, it's not what everyone thinks of you. It's what those few people who come through and tell you the truth. If you have that, keep fighting, keep going.
Liza, thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
This is one of the coolest guests we've had. This is so exciting for us. So great to spend the morning with you. Thank you for coming in.
And good luck.
Yes, and congratulations.
That's going to do it for this hour of Morning News Now.
The news continues right now. Hey everybody, good Wednesday. We are so happy you're with us. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Wednesday, August 14th, State of the Economy. A new Labor Department report shows inflation has dropped below 3% for the first time since March of 2021. The impact that could have on the cost of essentials like food, gas, and housing.
Inside the debate, kids across the country are heading back to school, and we're going to take a look at Tennessee's new law allowing teachers to have guns in classes. The concerns from people who live there about what their new school year could look like.
New allegations. WNBA All-Star Erica Hamby is suing for discrimination over being pregnant, what she's claiming, plus the response from her former team and the league.
Planning your retirement. A new survey shows Americans overwhelmingly support Social Security, but few know how to actually maximize their benefits. So we've got a crash course on what you need to know.
Welcome to NBC News Daily this Wednesday. We're going to start with the health of our economy. For the first time since March of 2021, inflation has dropped
below 3%. Compared to this time last year, consumer prices rose just 2.9%. This is according to new data that was released today.
Now, inflation is now on a steady slide since reaching a peak of just over 9% 2 years ago. The latest data is giving hope to weary Americans who've been hard hit by those rising prices. Now, all eyes on the Federal Reserve and whether they will, in fact, cut interest rates next month. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans joins us now. Christine, will they or won't they? Break down the numbers and whether really this is enough for the feds to finally cut those interest rates.
I'm telling you, when the little number 2 is such big news, it makes people so excited, right? Because 2.9% is the lowest we've seen inflation in about 3 years. And you've seen this peak right here. This is where the Fed started raising interest rates dramatically so it could try to kill this number, try to get inflation back under control. And now it looks as though maybe you've got there. So I would say, you guys, that this number feeds into the narrative that the Federal Reserve will begin to trim interest rates next month.
We like the sound of that. What about any surprising changes, Christine, that you saw maybe in the cost of essentials like food, gas, housing? And what about when it comes to wage growth?
So on the food front, I think it's really interesting here. 0.2%, 0.2%. These are small numbers. And you've seen food inflation really start to moderate. And that's important. Anybody out there who's going to the grocery store, maybe you've noticed that certain categories are now a little cheaper than they were a year ago. And that's feeding into this line. Last month in June, energy prices actually fell. They're flat in July. So the gas bill also is not really a big problem right now for American households. Housing is kind of the problem here. 90% of this overall inflation rate is because of housing, and that has been a trouble point, really, for a lot of people. You can't switch where you live the way you can switch what cuts of meat you're getting at the grocery store. You asked about wage growth. The White House this morning heralding these numbers, saying now for 17 months in a row, wages, your paycheck, has grown more than your bills. And so buying power is something hopefully people will start to feel and appreciate at some point, guys.
All right, NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans with the numbers for us. Thanks, Christine.
Well, in just the last hour, the powerful storm Ernesto strengthened from a tropical storm to a hurricane north of Puerto Rico in the Atlantic. Significant flood alerts are in effect across the U.S. territory and the British Virgin Islands right now as that storm continues to barrel its way north. Puerto Rico has shuttered public schools and businesses in the face of 70-mile-per-hour winds, heavy flooding, even widespread power outages. This is now the third hurricane since the Atlantic hurricane season began just in June. NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas is following the latest for us from Miami there. Guad, what is the latest on this storm? I mean, has it actually reached hurricane status for sure?
Morgan, as we speak, I've been listening to a live presser where the governor is speaking on the latest. So right now, the governor is announcing the help that will be coming from FEMA after this emergency declaration was approved in the U.S. So they expect a lot of generators to come to the island. Now, the main issue is the amount of people without power. More than 600,000 customers in Puerto Rico have no electric power. And when you think of customers, 2 to 3 people per household, that means maybe more than 1 million people are without power. We've seen flooding in a lot of roads, bridges that have been shut down from that heavy rain. Most of the island right now is under warning because of that possibility of flooding. Even though the storm already made its way through and is north of the island, the heavy rain continues to slam Puerto Rico. Vegetation covering many of the roads, as we can see the damage to the power infrastructure, utility poles and power lines, as well as the possibility for mudslides. So these are the things that authorities are going over. This press conference taking place right now is the first press conference today where they're making announcements as to the status of the island. They're also talking about crews that are going out to assess some of that damage on the roads when it comes to the rivers and, of course, with the power. The biggest question moving forward is going to be, Morgan, how long will it take for Luma, the power company, to restore power to the hundreds of thousands that are now without power? Because in the past, with other storms, it's been days or even weeks for a lot of people to get that power back.
Yeah, speaking of which, Guad, I mean, we know that Puerto Rico called in the National Guard. They canceled public school classes. President Biden has also approved an emergency declaration. So what type of assistance ultimately can we expect this to deliver to Puerto Rico?
Right. So with that emergency declaration, which they just announced just seconds ago, what kind of assistance that would bring. So essentially what it means is that part of the money needed to pay for the assistance that authorities bring in comes from the federal government. And that assistance comes in the form of perhaps water for places that don't have running water. There's been areas where the water plants aren't functioning properly because vegetation went into the filtering system. So you're going to have to bring water for some people. And of course, those generators that are necessary for people that will not have access to power, communities that have been cut off. So essentially, that emergency declaration will bring in the funds necessary for those local municipalities to tap into the resources. Morgan.
All right, NBC News correspondent Guad Venegas for us. Guad, thanks.
Morgan, let's head overseas where tensions are rising in the Middle East today as the fate of a ceasefire deal for the war in Gaza hangs in the balance. A new round of talks is set to begin tomorrow in Qatar, but a senior Hamas official tells NBC News the group is not planning to join. Hopes of an agreement could also be jeopardized by Iran, which is vowing to retaliate against Israel for the killing of Hamas's top political leader last month in Tehran. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez is live in Tel Aviv for us this afternoon. Raf, Israel and Hamas have been debating this latest proposal for more than 2 months, but now we are hearing that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has added some new conditions that have really complicated these talks. What were those terms he added?
So, Vicky, a lot of contentious issues in these negotiations. Let me walk you through just 2 of them. One is what happens on the border between Gaza and Egypt. So you might remember Israeli forces seized control of that border, of the Rafah crossing back in early May. And Israel says it's crucial for them to be in control there because that is the border through which Hamas has smuggled all of its weapons, all of its guns, its components for making rockets. Israel is saying they want to remain in control of that border even during the first phase of a ceasefire. Hamas is saying that is a total non-starter. Israeli forces have to move away from that border. That is one of the key areas where the mediators, the U.S., Qatar, Egypt, are trying to find a way to close the gap. Another big issue is this question of a thin strip of land in northern Gaza. It's called the Netzarim corridor, according to the Israeli military. And it is basically a series of checkpoints where Israel controls the flow of people between the north and the south of the strip. And Israel is saying they want to maintain a presence on that corridor so that any Palestinian civilians who are going north back to their homes in Gaza City can be searched for weapons, so Hamas officials can't make that journey, can't return to Gaza City. And again, Hamas is saying this is a total non-starter. Israeli forces have to withdraw as part of the ceasefire deal.
Well, Raf, let's talk about the State Department now. They just announced the U.S. has approved $20 billion in weapons sales to Israel. That includes new fighter jets and missiles. Give us some context on what this could mean, not just for that war in Gaza, but also the threat of a broader conflict now in the region.
Yeah, so for critics, Vicky, this is $20 billion, which is going towards causing ever more damage in Gaza. You've seen just the absolute vast devastation inside that tiny strip of land. You've seen the enormous numbers of civilian casualties. And the reality is most of those people have been killed with bombs made in the United States and sold to Israel with the permission of the United States government. The Biden administration has expressed concern about American weapons being involved in civilian casualties, but they also say it is crucial for Israel to have the weapons it needs to defend itself from Iran, from Hezbollah, and from other threats across the broader region. Vicky.
All right, NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez. Raf, thank you.
It's time now for our CNBC Money Minute, where applications to refinance a home loan were up 35% last week compared to just the week before, according to the Mortgage Bankers Association.
CNBC reporter Silvana Hanau joins us now. So, Silvana, how are the interest rates really powering this surge in applications?
Hey, Vicky. Hey, Morgan. Well, interest rates, they hit their lowest level in over a year. Now, rates may have dropped by just 1 basis point last week, but in the past 4 weeks, they were down 33 basis points. And compared to the same week a year ago, rates are 62 points lower. As rates fall, more homeowners can save money by refinancing. Meanwhile, Google announced Tuesday new AI features for its Android devices, including the upcoming Pixel 9 smartphone. The phones will have the company's Gemini AI assistant, which will be able to find information within various apps or ask questions about a recent photo. It will also have Pixel Studio, that's a text-to-image generator, and Add Me, that puts someone in a group photo by stitching two scenes together. And M&M maker Mars is acquiring Kellanova, the maker of Cheez-It crackers and Eggo waffles, for about $30 billion. This is the largest deal for Mars since it bought Wrigley for $23 billion in 2008. And like many snack companies, Kellanova has been dealing with falling sales and shoppers pulling back on spending. The company said the deal is expected to close next year.
A lot of my favorite snacks under one roof.
In one roof.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, for a lot of us.
Reporter Silvana Hanel. Silvana, thanks.
Yes.
Coming up, a new Tennessee law would allow teachers to be armed on campuses starting this fall. How people are reacting, plus the states that have already passed similar laws. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Millions of students across the country are now back in school. And in Tennessee, there's a new and controversial law that allows teachers to carry guns.
State lawmakers passed it in response to the mass shooting at the Covenant School that killed 3 children and 3 staff members in Nashville. But it has sparked fierce backlash from parents, educators, and families of the victims. NBC News Now anchor Kate Snow sat down with teachers who are for and against having a gun in class.
As kids and teachers head back to school in Tennessee, a new law allows teachers and staff to possess and carry a firearm on school grounds.
There is an option in that piece of legislation. It is a tool that districts can use if they choose to. It therefore will be decided at the local level.
But each school district and principal would need to approve. And so far, the Tennessee Education Association says it is unaware of any school boards that have modified their firearm policies to accommodate the new law. Josh Arwood teaches 6th grade history in Greene County in rural eastern Tennessee. He wishes his district would allow him to carry his gun into the classroom.
If they were to allow it,
I would be fine with doing it.
You would sign up to carry?
Mhm.
And what would that look like for you?
It would be concealed at all times.
He says he'd be ready to confront a shooter to save his students.
What if somebody came into my classroom? What if somebody came into my school meaning harm to them? Yeah. I want to feel like I did everything I could to protect them.
We sat down with Josh alongside Jennifer Orth, who teaches 5th grade science and social studies in Nashville.
Do you think that teachers should be armed?
No, I don't. I'm just afraid that the likelihood of someone being hurt accidentally is greater than the likelihood that any teacher is going to be able to prevent a school shooting. People are not walking into schools with handguns. People are walking into schools with AR-15s. And a handgun against an AR-15 is useless.
And to you, Josh, do you worry if that weapon is larger than what you've got? Do you worry that you won't be able to do any good?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't be able to do any good if I didn't have a weapon. You know, at least having something gives me some chance.
I just don't think that an environment that is full of children needs to be full of more guns, just in general.
Under the new law, teachers would need to pass background checks, undergo 40 hours of training, and would be personally liable if something went wrong. Anyone armed must conceal their weapon, and no one would know which staff members were armed, not even parents. And Tennessee is not unique. About half the states have laws allowing teachers or other school employees to be armed, according to the Giffords Law Center.
I can't imagine sending my child into a school knowing that there is a gun that is within feet of her learning how to be a 5th grader.
Mary Joyce's daughter Monroe was 9 when she was injured in the shooting at the Covenant School. She describes herself as conservative, a supporter of the Second Amendment. Last summer, she fought for gun reforms like a red flag law that never passed. And this spring, she was part of heated protests against the legislation to arm teachers.
Why do you think this law passed? The legislators said they were doing this for Covenant.
Yeah.
You know, in the wake of the shooting at your kid's school.
They weren't listening. They haven't listened at all. It almost felt like we were screaming underwater.
Do you think this is the law now for political reasons? Do you think it was political?
I think partly it was political.
Josh, who's also a Republican county commissioner, and Jennifer, a registered Democrat, agree on this.
It was at least a good step, kind of see where it goes. But I think it was so some of them could give themselves a pat on the back and be able to throw some red meat to their constituents.
I think that they were trying to say, well, we did something. We tried to do something to make the kids safer.
Representative Ryan Williams, the Tennessee Republican lawmaker who sponsored this legislation, said in a statement to us in part, there is nothing political about ensuring districts have the ability to determine how best to protect their schools from dangerous individuals.
Kate, you've talked to a lot of teachers across the country about this issue, and here in Tennessee specifically. How are they feeling right now about the climate in their classrooms and the safety in their classrooms?
Everyone that I've talked to, including those 2 teachers who, again, have different views on all of this, but they both said they think about this all the time. They talk about it in the teacher's lounge. What would I do if there were a shooting? Where would I put my kids? Jennifer said she looks at every new classroom and thinks, how do I keep them safe? She also, by the way, has a baseball bat in her room, in her classroom.
I mean, you think about Monroe's mom saying, look, my kid's just trying to learn how to be a 5th grader. To have to think about even a gun near her while she's trying to understand arithmetic, it's every parent's worst nightmare.
Yeah, so many feelings about this on so many levels. NBC News Now anchor Kate Snow. Kate, thank you so much.
Later on this hour, how 2 toddlers were left stranded in the middle of a Texas highway. Look at that video. It could lead to criminal charges. Stay right here. You're watching NBC News Daily.
now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Philadelphia is dealing with some of the highest gun violence rates in America. According to the city controller, Philadelphia has had nearly 700 shootings this year alone.
NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Vasugian went to Philadelphia to speak with the people, including many children, about how all of this impacts their lives.
Andre Hill lives in West Philadelphia. He wants to make music and he loves art, but he also dreams of escaping the gun violence in his city.
Do you have a fear that something's going to happen to you when you're out?
Sure, yes. Definitely have a fear.
Philadelphia has the highest per capita gun murder rate of the largest 10 cities in America for most of the last 2 decades. This year alone, more than 670 people have been shot, according to city government data, with more than 10 mass shootings.
Do you think it's fair that you got to live like this?
No, not at all. I just live with the battles God give me.
Andre's sister's father, Malik, was shot and killed just last year. Gun violence leaves a long trail of co-victims, people who lost someone. Many are young. Martin Luther King High School was built in the 1970s for thousands of students in Northwest Philadelphia. Now its enrollment is in the hundreds. Its sprawling library is filled with empty bookshelves.
Do your best.
This summer, the school hosts a camp run by a nonprofit organization called Men Who Care.
My brother died, it's 2 months ago. 2 months ago now? Yeah, 2 months ago. He got shot coming out his house. But it's like, there's nothing that we can really do to escape it. So it's like we basically just had to adapt to it and try to stay out the way.
Catch them before the streets do. As one of the founders, Joe Budd, told us, Budd tragically lost his nephew to a shooting at his job just the day before we met him.
Why aren't we in school putting resources in schools to say, let's address this now so that that young man or that young lady won't grow up to be a shooter?
We should not accept violence in our community, particularly in our community of colors, as normal.
Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel was sworn in January of 2024. He grew up in Philly, knowing the toll of gun violence.
There have been thousands and thousands and thousands of young people, particularly kids of color, have been killed across the nation and particularly here in the city of Philadelphia. And we should never marginalize or make people feel that that's okay.
70 blocks in Philadelphia have experienced at least 10 shootings since 2015, according to the Philly DA's office, which says most of those blocks were redlined by the federal government in the 1930s to hold back communities of color, neighborhoods that decades later remain disinvested.
I always say we're not angry enough as a community or as a country as a whole when it happens in black neighborhoods when someone is murdered.
This year, Philadelphia is on track to have the largest drop in murders among cities over 1 million people, according to research firm AH Datalytics.
I'm 18 years old, when my friends die, I can't cry about it no more.
If I lose somebody, I'll be feeling it every time. It will never get normalized to me for real.
That's why Andre, Zakai, Demir, and so many other boys and girls in West Philly come to this house-turned-community center. They paint, making masks to represent how they feel on the inside. On the outside, they clean up the neighborhood for $20 an hour. The center's founder, Movita Johnson-Harrell, Miss Mo, as they call her, struck a deal with the Horticultural Society to pay them. Back inside, they talk about their trauma in a healing circle.
I could be going through something where as though I don't feel loved. He could be going through something where he's not eating. But today, we all going to sit in a circle and talk about it and make ourselves feel more better.
Miss Mo knows their pain. She has lost family members across 3 generations, all to gun violence.
People get to choose their issues. I didn't get a choice. Obviously, this issue was chosen for me.
Movita has dealt with her own battles. She's overcome addiction and life on the streets. She's also pled guilty to theft and perjury in 2020 pertaining to one of her nonprofit organizations. She resigned as a Pennsylvania state representative and served jail time. But for the kids coming into her center, Miss Mo is still a role model.
We all became Ms. Mo family, and the Mo became our family.
And through that relationship and others, it is organizations like Men Who Care who hope to create future role models out of these young boys to catch them before the streets do.
You want to see peace?
Yeah, I definitely want to see peace. That's why I put the star on the top, symbol out one person, like the star of the group. But that one person is always going to try to push peace.
Yasmin Vasugian, NBC News.
Our thanks to Yasmin. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Still to come on the Channel 2 News.
Well, the waters are certainly receding now.
Still too close to call.
Lester Holt reporting from
Ground Zero, as it's being referred to.
It is, in fact, a taste of freedom.
The Haitian people know a little something about resiliency.
What's the biggest risk right now?
Some of the troops who have been proud.
I want to welcome you to the first presidential debate.
In fact, we've been told we can't go any farther.
You were some resilient folks. Let me get a hint.
Thanks again for joining us. We are so glad you are here. It is 12:30 in Wilmington, Delaware, and right here in New York City. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. Here's what's making news right now. Congresswoman Ilhan Omar picked up a Democratic primary win in Minnesota yesterday. Omar's victory comes after two of her fellow so-called squad members, Representatives Jamal Bowman of New York and Cori Bush of Missouri, suffered primary defeats earlier this summer.
A police officer in Ohio is facing murder charges in the shooting death of a 21-year-old pregnant black mother and her unborn baby. In a video shown to the grand jury, Connor Grubb and a fellow officer approached Takaya Young last August and ordered her to get out of the car after she was suspected of shoplifting. Then the video shows that Young turned the steering wheel to the right and the car slowly rolls forward. That's when Grubb fired a bullet through the windshield, killing Young and her unborn baby. Grubb is scheduled to appear in court this afternoon, and he is expected to plead not guilty.
Japan's Prime Minister Fumio Kishida will step down next month. Kishida has seen a drop in support following corruption scandals that have rocked his party. The Liberal Democratic Party is set to hold its leadership vote next. The party controls both houses of parliament, which means whoever wins that vote will become the next prime minister.
Missouri and Arizona are now the latest states that will officially put the issue of abortion in the hands of voters this November. They join a growing list of states that have approved new ballot measures, which could expand the constitutional protections of some reproductive rights.
Missouri state officials confirmed the initiative yesterday, saying they received the required number of signatures for it to appear on the ballot. This new push comes in the wake of the Supreme Court's 2022 overturning of Roe versus Wade. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor joins us now with more. So Yamiche, remind us where Missouri and Arizona's abortion laws stand now, and how could these ballot measures change those laws?
Well, in Missouri, a deep red state, voters will be choosing between guaranteeing the right to abortion or effectively leaving in place the state's near total abortion ban. In Arizona, which is a swing state, most abortions are outlawed there after 15 weeks. There are exceptions beyond that point to save the life of the mother, but there are not exceptions beyond 15 weeks for rape or incest. Now, if passed, the ballot measures in both Arizona and Missouri would permit the abortions until fetal viability, which is usually about 24 weeks of pregnancy. Now, beyond that point in Arizona, there would be exceptions if a health care professional decides it's needed to protect the life or physical or mental health of a pregnant person. In Missouri, there would also be exceptions after 24 weeks for the life and health of the mother. I also want to read part of a statement released by Rachel Sweet. She's a campaign manager for the group that organized the Missouri ballot measure. She said, quote, "I am honored to say that it is our turn to do something that no other state has done before, and a total abortion ban at the ballot box." Morgan, Vicky.
Yeah, speaking of the ballot box, Yamiche, we've been talking about this and reporting on this for a while. Which other states, besides Missouri, besides Arizona, are going to have these amendments to either protect or expand abortion access on the ballot this November?
It's a key question. At least 8 states, Arizona, Missouri, Colorado, Florida, Maryland, Nevada, New York, and South Dakota will have ballot measures to protect or expand abortion rights. And in at least 3 states, including Montana, Nebraska, and Arkansas, efforts are underway to put measures on the ballot for November's election. And so far, supporters of abortion rights have been successful each and every time this issue has been put on the ballot for voters to decide. For example, at least 7 states, California, Kansas, Kentucky, Michigan, Montana, Ohio, and Vermont have sided with abortion rights supporters on ballot measures. So there are a lot of states and a lot going on, but really right now the wind is at the back of the supporters of abortion rights, Morgan.
Really interesting. All right, NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor there in Washington. Thanks, Yamiche.
Well, the WNBA star is accusing her former coach of retaliating against her when she became pregnant. Now, De'Erica Hamby is suing the league and her old team for discrimination. NBC News correspondent Maggie Vespa breaks down the bombshell claims in her lawsuit.
Basketball superstar and Olympian De'Erica Hamby looking to take the WNBA and her former team to court, alleging she was traded because she was pregnant. The 3-time WNBA All-Star and 2-time winner of the 6th Woman of the Year award played for the Las Vegas Aces from 2018 to 2022.
And this season has come up aces,
helping lead the team to a championship victory in 2022. In June of that year, Hamby signed a 2-year contract extension with the Aces and in a new lawsuit says she was offered benefits like private school tuition for her daughter and team-provided housing. But according to that suit, all that changed when she found out she was pregnant just 3 weeks later. She alleges she was removed from those housing accommodations and told the team was still figuring out tuition costs.
If this can happen to a world-class athlete, of course it can happen to women in every sector of the economy.
The lawsuit also details an alleged phone call Hamby had with Aces coach and former WNBA star Becky Hammon. Hamby says Hammon called her a question mark, accused her of lying about when she found out she was pregnant, and said she was not taking proper precautions not to get pregnant. The discrimination suit goes on to say that Hamby asked, "You're trading me because I'm pregnant?" To which Hammon responded, "What do you want me to do?" NBC News has reached out to the Las Vegas Aces and representatives for Coach Becky Hammon, but so far no response.
From purely a legal perspective, a discrimination perspective, regardless of what your job is, if you are treated disparately and differently based on your pregnancy, that is illegal.
Hamby was then traded to the Los Angeles Sparks in January 2023. The 30-year-old forward posted about the move on social media, saying being traded is part of the business. Being lied to, manipulated, and discriminated against is not.
Who would think that the WNBA, which exists to empower and elevate women, would align itself with people questioning the reproductive rights of women?
The WNBA then said they launched an investigation into her claims and in May of 2023 imposed penalties on the Las Vegas Aces, suspending Coach Hammond for 2 games without pay for violating league and team respect in the workplace policies related to comments made to Hamby in connection with her pregnancy, and rescinded the team's first-round draft pick for 2025.
The penalty that the WNBA put in place here for clear-cut, blatant pregnancy discrimination was not a slap on the wrist, it was a light tap on the finger.
The WNBA has also not returned NBC News' request for comment. Maggie Vespa, NBC News.
Now, when it comes to key issues for voters, we often hear things like the economy, immigration, and abortion.
It turns out there is another topic that is top of mind for many Americans. Social Security. That is the headline from a new CNBC poll. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson is here to break it all down for us. Sharon, always good to have you. So a lot of people say they care about Social Security. It makes perfect sense. But surveys show many people don't actually understand how it all works. So how do you find out if you are eligible? And what else do people need to know about claiming their benefits and when to claim them?
I think a really important thing people need to know is when you're actually considered retired by the Social Security Administration. It's not 65. It's actually going to be 66 or 67 for most people, depending on when you were born. If you were born between 1943 and 54, it's 66. If you're born after 1960, it's 67, and then you might feel somewhere in between there. But that's important to know because it's important to know when to take the benefit, because if you take it at your full retirement age, you get 100% of the benefit. If you take it early, and you can take it as early as age 62, you'll get a reduced benefit. But if you were supposed to be 67, it could be reduced as much as 30%. On the other hand, if you wait, every year that you wait past your full retirement year, you can get an extra 8% boost to your benefit up to the age of 70. So waiting until 70, if you can afford to do it, might make a lot of financial sense for folks.
Yeah,
a lot of people didn't know that.
Pay off. I mean, look at these numbers. It looks like nearly 70 million Americans are getting Social Security checks right now. So what can they do to sort of not just receive the benefits, but really maximize them?
Well, first of all, you should know what the estimate is. How much do you think I'm going to get? Well, the Social Security Administration will tell you if you go on their website. Go to ssa.gov and you can set up a My Social Security account. They'll give you a statement. They'll let you know how much you would make at 62, how much your monthly benefit would be at 67 or 70. And
like
remember,
a calculator.
Exactly. They've calculated it for you. And remember, whatever that number is when you decide to claim it, that's the amount you're going to get for the rest of your life. There's very few other ways to get a guaranteed lifetime income stream. So you really want to be sure and you understand that, and check it. The earnings record is going to be on that statement, too. Make sure they get all your earnings. If you have self-employment income that maybe wasn't counted, make sure that you let them know. Contact the Social Security Administration and let them know. And then once you have those numbers, you can kind of figure out, how does this fit into the money that I might be getting with my 401k or with an IRA or with other investments I have? Or if you don't have anything else, this is why you need to get another account.
And that timing is so important. All right, CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson. Sharon, thank you so much. And for more strategies on retirement planning and maximizing your finances, you can scan that QR code right there on your screen. Just open your camera app, scan it, go to the link, or you can go to cnbc.com/money101 and sign up for Sharon's newsletter.
Shocking new video shows the frantic moments following a car crash on a highway in Texas when 2 toddlers were thrown from a car. NBC News correspondent Shaquille Brewster has the details.
A race to save 2 toddlers on a Texas highway.
Innocent routes of that major accident off of East Freeway.
Shocking video showing the children wearing nothing but diapers stranded in the middle of the roadway after police say they were ejected from a Jeep. 2 unidentified people running to get them out of harm's way. The crash taking place on Interstate 10 in Houston.
The cause of the accident between the 2 vehicles is still under investigation right now. The investigation has proven that the 2 children were not in car seats at all when that vehicle, the Jeep Wrangler, began to roll, and both toddlers were ejected out, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old.
According to the sheriff, the 2 children and their father, who was driving, were transported to the hospital in serious condition, but are expected to survive. The driver of the other car was not hurt. That father could face criminal charges.
They were toddlers, 4 and 1-year-old, and it is against state law to not have anyone under that age not in a car seat of some type. And evidently, from what we have, they were just sitting in the back of the vehicle, not strapped into anything.
Shaquille Brewster, NBC News.
Straight ahead, providing emotional support, an inside look at a growing community of so-called end-of-life doulas. They're working to ease the passing of our loved ones. More NBC News Daily right after this.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Dealing with the death of a loved one can be really difficult. That is why some people are turning to help from end-of-life doulas.
Basically what they do is they work to guide grieving families through this difficult time, from hospice care to preparing for life before and after someone passes away. NBC News Daily co-anchor Zincle Asamoah explains how they're changing the conversation around dying.
Sue and her husband Jerry Crehan had big dreams for retirement.
We were planning to visit every major wine-growing region in the world, and we wanted to be able to be with our grandkids as much as possible. Didn't quite turn out that way, though.
Today, at 71 years old, Crehan lives in Richmond, Virginia, in the same house where her husband of 47 years died in 2022.
Talk to me about when you got the diagnosis.
I would say in 2016, my husband started noticing some issues.
Jerry was diagnosed with Lou Gehrig's disease, or ALS, in 2016. It's a disease of the nervous system that weakens muscles and ultimately all normal bodily functions. During his hospital treatment, the couple was introduced to end-of-life doulas. An end-of-life doula, also known as a death midwife or death doula, assists individuals and their loved ones through the dying process. They do not provide medical services, rather educational, physical, emotional, and spiritual support.
My friend.
Shelby Carillon has been an end-of-life doula for 9 years. She supported Jerry and Sue.
What's the difference between someone like you, an end-of-life doula, and, say, a social worker, a chaplain?
My lane is in witnessing and walking alongside. I sit next to in a space that most people find uncomfortable. Most people don't want to sit with people who are dying, talk about death.
By some estimates, there are over 1,000 end-of-life doulas working in the United States.
Hey, welcome.
In February, a group of them gathered at a funeral home in Brooklyn, brought together by the All's Well initiative. The New York-based nonprofit provides doula services for those at the end of their lives.
Great, sign in.
And space for doulas to support each other.
Okay.
Emma Acker is a doula and the nonprofit's founder. She says the COVID-19 pandemic spiked interest.
A lot of gaps were revealed in our systems of healthcare, but also just in ourselves and in our communities. People want to hear about this and want to talk about this and want to go into this.
There is currently no government certification required to become an end-of-life doula, but there are organizations that provide training, certification, and standards guidance. As for costs, most private insurers do not reimburse for doulas, many charging an hourly rate or offering a sliding scale. But for families like the Creehans, they say the presence of a doula is invaluable. Once Jerry declined to hospice, the couple reached out to end-of-life doula Shelby. 11 months later, Jerry died, May 3rd, 2022.
What was that day like for you? He said, Sue, I want you to call the boys. It's time. He looked at me and said, I'm ready, babe. And I said, oh, Jerry, wait 1 minute, please. Before you go, I need a hug. I just didn't want him to go without feeling that again, so I'm sorry. And he closed his eyes and died. Jerry said to me, I have lived well and I want to die well.
Sue hoping more people will consider end-of-life doulas to shape times of mourning with deep meaning.
We are so lucky to have Zane Clay with us now. It's so beautiful to hear him say, I want to die well, because he's also saying, I want to die with dignity.
Yes.
I want to die with peace. You mentioned that there are organizations that provide some guidance, some certification. Is there any sort of like standard, cohesive organization for this? What did the families tell you?
Yeah, so there are a number of different organizations. ANELDA, the Institute for End-of-Life Doulas, is among them. However, there's still some larger efforts, both nationally and around the world. But the thing is, as we heard from this family, they worked with this doula, Shelby, for 11 months. And they said the biggest thing was that they got to focus on his legacy, right? They did things that they said otherwise they would not have done. He got to create a legacy book. He ended up writing a letter to each family member. They didn't know he was doing that. And it was delivered by Shelby, the doula, at his funeral. And ultimately, you know, with death, we can often just think about the physical. But they said they got to think about the emotional and spiritual, what they wanted the moment of his passing to be like. So that day when he woke up and said, I think it's my time, they called the family, they had the music, they had the candles, and they said, while nothing prepares you for the morning, at least they had meaning. And that is the power of these end-of-life doulas.
I got chills.
Absolutely incredible. NBC News Daily anchor Zane Clay, thank you so much for bringing us that story.
That was a beautiful story. Oh, stay right here. You're watching NBC News Daily.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Cruise ship vacations are more popular than ever these days, with nearly 35 million people expected to set sail this year alone. Companies are starting to think bigger in order to accommodate all of these passengers. NBC News correspondent Emily Cada breaks down the growing trend of super-sized ships.
Cruises have become one of the most popular ways to vacation. And now, super-sized ships, with everything from music venues to water parks to zip lines, are working to keep pace with the record-breaking demand.
Cruise has 23 bars, 21 dining venues, and 3 epic water slides.
A new report finds that the biggest cruise ships have doubled in size since 2000, with the world's largest, Royal Caribbean's new Icon of the Seas, able to carry some 7,000 passengers. The megaship is nearly 1,200 feet long, the equivalent of more than 3 football fields, and almost the same height as the Empire State Building, not including the spire. Andrew and Jenna Berezensky, who were on board for the maiden voyage in January, say the ship itself was the destination.
What stood out to you?
We were pleasantly surprised with how easy the largest cruise ship in the world was to navigate.
Yeah, it really was. But also it was mind-blowing to be on a ship like that.
Other veteran cruisers like the Saphirs, who just took their 18th trip in June, agree.
The last cruise we went on, Phyllis said, there's too many choices of things to do.
That's a good problem to have.
It is.
The new study, focused on the environmental impacts of cruising, predicts that by 2050, the biggest ships could be nearly 8 times larger than the Titanic, raising concerns around growing CO2 emissions in the industry. But some experts say that estimate is not realistic because the industry knows bigger isn't always better.
One of the downsides of these super large ships is that they can't get into all the ports. There's not much more as far as size-wise that they can go under the current situations.
The number of people hitting the high seas continues to climb, with more than 34 million passengers expected to cruise in 2024. Experts say the price tag is a major factor driving booking, with families leading the way.
Are you already thinking about your next trip?
We need to have our next trip planned before we go on one, so we always have something to look forward to.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
Earlier this year, a statue of Jackie Robinson was stolen from a Kansas park. Well, now the sculpture commemorating the baseball legend is standing tall once again. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky spoke to the community about what it means to finally have this tribute to Robinson back home.
They arrived in their game day best, players welcoming another back home.
We know that out of darkness comes light.
Which is why Renee Alexander brought twins AJ and Aisley back to their League 42 ballpark.
I said, hey, you guys want to go see the new statue being revealed? And they said, yeah, and went crazy.
It was January when the league's beloved Jackie Robinson statue was stolen. The crime even caught on surveillance video.
You see that surveillance video, someone taking them away.
I was like, was it because of race? Was it because of hatred?
The man who confessed blamed drugs, and when sentenced to prison for theft and other crimes, apologized.
I'm sorry.
Over the last 6 months, donations allowed for an exact replica, crafted in Colorado, then carefully packed, to finally return to Wichita for a homecoming fit for a Hall of Famer.
1, 2, 3, go!
A monumental moment where Robinson's legacy looms large.
If it wasn't for League 42, a lot of the kids in this community probably wouldn't even be playing baseball.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Including Jason Dennis's own son, Jackson.
I like how they put Jackie Robinson there because he's my favorite player.
Really? Of all time? When you walk past that statue next season, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking I'm going to hit a home run.
Inspiration from a player and man.
Thank you.
Proving barriers were made to be broken.
I think it gives this generation hope that they too can do anything if they put their mind to it.
Morgan Chesky, NBC News, Wichita, Kansas.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it wherever you stream. That includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
Live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us. I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today is Wednesday, August 14th. Slowing down. Consumer inflation is falling to its lowest point in more than 3 years. We'll tell you what all of this could mean for your wallet and hopes of an interest rate cut next month.
Legal fight. Elon Musk and J.K. Rowling both sued by Algerian boxer Iman Khalif, the Olympic gold medal winner, accusing them of cyberbullying in the wake of her 42nd opening round win. We break down the lawsuit.
Assassination reaction. Former President Donald Trump back on the campaign trail after the shooting at his rally last month. I'm talking to voters on how the attack changed their view of the Republican nominee.
Fussy eating. Many parents struggle getting their kids to expand their taste palates, but one parent is going viral for getting his child to eat better than most adults. He joins us to share the secret behind his success. Welcome to NBC News Daily. We're going to start with brand new inflation numbers dropping below 3% for the first time since 2021. According to the latest report released this morning, compared to this time last year, consumer prices rose 2.9%.
Inflation has been on a steady decline in recent months since reaching a peak of just over 9% 2 years ago. Well, now weary Americans hit hard in the wallet are watching to see whether the Federal Reserve will in fact cut those interest rates next month. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans joins us now. Now, Christine, I mean, are these numbers enough to maybe move the needle for the Fed?
Look, you guys, this is a new phase in the inflation fight, the 3-year-long inflation fight. And the hope is the Fed will start lowering interest rates because the economy is slowing just gradually and inflation is coming down. This 2.9% number really important here because, look, it got all the way up to 9% here at the worst of the 2022 part of the inflation crisis and now has started to come down here. When you look inside the numbers, you're seeing some relief on things like food, basically moving sideways. And that's important because the grocery bill had been such a problem for so many families. Energy actually declining or moving sideways. That's good news. Housing has been a real problem here. 90% of this overall inflation picture is because of housing. Rent and shelter costs have really been sticky, as economists say. Inside these numbers, you may have noticed used cars and truck prices down. Airfares down, but car insurance is up. Insurance is a big part of the story. Vehicle insurance is up something like 50% over the past 5 years. So some parts of the inflation story are getting better. And then there are these other pain points that I think really stick in people's minds, guys.
You know, Christine, according to a recent Gallup poll, nearly half of Americans describe economic conditions as poor. Is there any indication that these views could change as a result of these numbers?
So I do believe that some of these things like inflation in housing and car insurance and some of these really hard parts of your own family budget that you can't really switch out of car insurance very, very easily, right? That's one of the reasons why people don't feel good about the economy. One thing that's interesting, too, though, is that the White House pointing out, and the president just moments ago saying that we have won the inflation fight in this country. That's what the president is saying. Some families might disagree, but wages have been rising faster than inflation now for 17 months. So the family buying power is getting better. It might just take time for people to really start to feel it and believe it.
Yeah, feel it and believe it. That's the important part. NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans. Thank you, Christine.
Well, let's talk politics for a minute because Missouri and Arizona will put the issue of reproductive rights like abortion on the ballot in November. The Missouri Secretary of State, a Republican, confirming yesterday that this initiative received more than enough signatures from registered voters to qualify for the general election.
Abortion ballot measures are also planned for Florida, Maryland, South Dakota, Colorado, Nevada, and New York this fall. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor joins us now with more details. So, Yamiche, remind us where Missouri and Arizona's abortion laws stand right now and what could change if these measures pass in November.
Well, good afternoon. Definitely a lot going on here. In Missouri, a deep red state, voters will be choosing between guaranteeing the right to abortion or effectively leaving in place the state's near total abortion ban. In Arizona, which is a swing state, most abortions are outlawed after 15 weeks. There are exceptions beyond that point to save the life of the mother, but there are not exceptions beyond 15 weeks for rape or incest. Now, if passed, the ballot measures in both Arizona and Missouri would permit abortions until fetal viability, which is usually about 24 weeks of pregnancy. And beyond that point, in Arizona, there would be exceptions if a healthcare professional decides it's needed to protect the life or physical or mental health of a pregnant person. In Missouri, there would also be exceptions after 24 weeks for the life and health of the mother. I also want to point out here that when you look at sort of the campaign to organize these signatures, people are feeling very confident about that. There was Rachel Sweet, a campaign manager for the group. She organized the Missouri ballot measure, and she said in part, "I am honored to say that it is our turn to do something that no other state has done before, end a total abortion ban at the ballot box."
Yamiche, when we talk about sort of these measures that are happening in other places across the country, how many signatures were needed to actually get these measures on the ballot, and how many did they actually get?
It's a great question because the organizers of these ballot measures say that they wanted to get more signatures than needed because they wanted to make sure that they didn't have any sort of legal challenges that would stop them. So I want to look at the numbers. In Missouri, 171,000 were needed. They turned in 380,000 signatures. In Arizona, 383,000 signatures were needed. They turned in 577,000 signatures. So what you see there are organizers in both those states making sure they have well above the number needed. And we should remind folks in each state that we've seen these ballot measures be put on the ballot. Voters have decided in the favor of abortion rights and expanding abortion access. So definitely those organizers wanted to make sure it was on the ballot, and now they're going to be mobilizing to get people to the polls.
Yeah, really interesting measure of enthusiasm there. NBC News Washington correspondent Yamiche Alcindor. Yamiche, thanks.
Well, the powerful storm Ernesto that is battering Puerto Rico and heading up the Atlantic towards Bermuda officially reached hurricane status today.
Right now, Puerto Rico and the British Virgin Islands are under significant flood warnings. The National Hurricane Center says Ernesto could reach Category 3 strength by Friday. NBC News meteorologist Angie Lassman joins us now. Angie, if you can, just walk us through the latest forecast of this storm. I mean, who exactly is getting the brunt of it?
Yeah, good morning, ladies. We're continuing to see the fact that the folks across parts of the Caribbean are dealing with the heavy rain, specifically Puerto Rico. That's where we've been most concerned over the past 24 hours to see some of that heavy rain draped across the island. We've already had many reports of the flash flooding, the mudslides, and that's likely going to continue here as we get through the day today. We are starting to see the system pull away to the north of the Caribbean, but still we've got a long way to go throughout the day with some of this heavy rain that's trailing behind it. It's moving right now northwest at 16 miles per hour. That's going to start to be a little more northerly here as the day goes on, and specifically into the coming days as it takes aim for Bermuda down the line. But winds are now up to 75 miles per hour. This is going to be problematic here as we start to see it enter those really warm warm Atlantic waters rather, and gain some steam, becoming potentially a major hurricane down the line. In the meantime, though, Puerto Rico, Virgin Islands still under these tropical storm warnings. We're going to see the rain remain, especially across parts of the western portion of the island. We've already received 6 to 10 inches of rain in some of these spots, and we've got more on the way through the day today, potentially another 2 to 4 inches of rain in some spots. So no surprise that flood watches and warnings are going to be up across the island at least through the evening hours tonight. Again, the flash flooding is one of those things that we're really concerned about here for parts of the Caribbean through the day today, ladies.
You know, Angie, much of the East Coast is still drying out from Hurricane Debbie last week. Talk about Ernesto. Are we thinking it's going to add to all of that flooding?
Yeah, so the good news is we're not going to see any direct impacts from this system. This really is going to stay out at sea, and then we'll eventually see Bermuda in kind of the bullseye of this here as the weekend comes along. But notice what happens along the East Coast, ladies. We start to see, of course, the ocean churned up. That means large swells. We'll see some dangerous rip currents. We'll see the potential for some coastal erosion, especially if you're planning on heading to the coast here Thursday through Sunday, even into the weekend. You likely will see those red flag warnings up for beaches, and this will be something that we'll see lasting well through the weekend. So Long Island, coastal portions of New England, and really up and down the East Coast, we're going to be watching for those types of impacts, but we aren't expecting any additional rainfall or any direct impacts from this system. That'll be Bermuda that we have to watch into the weekend for those kinds of impacts, but across the coast will be a little difficult for folks there, ladies.
All right, Angie Lassman. Angie, thanks as always. We appreciate it.
Thank you, Angie. We're going to turn now to our CNBC Money Minute. The Justice Department considering breaking up tech giant Google as a way to end its dominance in the online search world. This is according to a new report by the New York Times.
CNBC senior markets correspondent Dominic Chu is here now. Dom, we know that this comes just a week after a federal judge ruled that Google had in fact violated antitrust laws. So how would breaking up the company actually work?
Well, Morgan, Vicky, according to that report, there are several potential scenarios under consideration. They include breaking off parts of Google, like its Chrome web browser or Android mobile operating system, or it might even include forcing Google to make its data available to competitors and rivals. Now, Assistant Attorney General Jonathan Cantor told CNBC just yesterday that the DOJ would be back in court in September to discuss possible remedies with that judge. Meanwhile, Big Lots is closing more than 300 stores across the U.S. after the retailer previously warned of some of its financial troubles. That's about 1/4 of its roughly 1,400 locations. Now, in June, the company said it saw a 10% drop in sales for the first quarter, and it took a $205 million loss as customers cut back on their spending. And on the world of fitness, Peloton and Fitbit announced a new multi-year partnership. It's going to give Fitbit premium users access to a variety of Peloton classes, from running and cycling to all of things in between. And it will give Peloton members offers on the Google Pixel Watch and Fitbit Charge 6 devices. The companies did not disclose the financial details of the deal, but it comes as Peloton faces falling sales of its treadmills and stationary bikes. And just to kind of connect the dots, for many viewers and listeners out there, they know that Fitbit is owned by Google. And so we're going to tie together some of the Google antitrust story that we led off with another Google consumer story. It all kind of works together, ladies.
I actually did not know that.
I didn't either. But people really do love those little fitness monitors. Dom, do you live your life by one of those? I don't.
So it's interesting because now, as I've gotten older, I kind of like the data. So I have an Apple Watch personally, just as a matter of fact. It's not an endorsement or anything, but I like the fact that I can now check things like my heart rate, my profile, my pulse, and everything else like that in between. So it's actually kind of good. I love data, guys.
You're a data guy. Sleep quality, too, is on there. What about you? No?
You know, with all the emails I have coming in on this thing, I think I'm good. I got plenty of data in my life.
All right, CNBC senior markets correspondent Dom Chu. Dom, thank you so much.
One of the biggest meth seizures ever happening at a farmer's market in Atlanta. How drug traffickers use celery, yes, celery, the type you eat, to smuggle the dangerous drug. Just after the break, you're not going to want to miss this. Stay right here. You're watching Daily.
That is wonderful.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
Now is raw. How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A major drug bust in Georgia uncovered more than 2,000 pounds of meth hidden in a shipment of celery at a farmer's market. Bobeth Yates from our affiliate WXIA has more on what the DEA is calling one of the largest drug seizures of its kind.
This is the largest meth seizure we've ever had here in DEA Atlanta, and it's the third largest seizure total DEA-wide of methamphetamine.
DEA Special Agent Robert Murphy says the joint effort resulted in $3 million of meth being taken off the streets.
We received information that led us to a tractor trailer that was coming across the Mexican border. We weren't sure on the destination, and we were able to put it down at a large delivery at the Atlanta Farmers Market.
The 2,300 pounds of meth was hidden in a shipment of celery, which officials say was driven from Mexico to the Atlanta's Farmers Market in Clayton County.
It is the produce terminal for the southeastern United States, and if drugs are moving through there, there is a possibility for food contamination, and we know that. So it's important that we keep our consumers safe.
Agricultural officials say the entire load of celery that the meth was packed in was destroyed, and now they have a message for the cartel responsible.
To those that want to use agriculture as a means to an end and a cover for criminal activity, you will be caught, you will be prosecuted, and you will go to prison.
Our thanks to Bobeth Yates from our affiliate WXIA. Morgan?
Well, Vicki, the trial for Tom Girardi, the estranged husband of Real Housewives star Erika Jayne, is underway currently in Los Angeles. The former attorney has been accused of embezzling millions of dollars from his clients, allegedly using the money to fund Jayne's entertainment career. NBC News correspondent Steve Patterson has more on what some are calling the trial of the century.
I finally found this man.
Real Housewives fans know him as Mr. Girardi, the wealthy husband and piggy bank of Erika Jayne Girardi, who joined the show in 2015. Erika's main brand, having money, and lots of it.
I'm an enigma wrapped in a riddle and cash.
Even singing about it in her fledgling pop career.
It's expensive to be made.
But how her husband got all that money, now the subject of a criminal trial. Federal prosecutors alleging that Tom Girardi embezzled $15 million from clients at his high-powered Los Angeles law firm. Long before becoming a minor character on Housewives, Girardi was one of the lawyers who won a massive environmental lawsuit portrayed in the film Erin Brockovich.
10 years old, 11 in May, lived on the plume since birth.
He gets special thanks in the film's credits. Representing injured clients made him and his third wife very wealthy.
Obviously, the ultimate way to fly.
But prosecutors alleging millions came from illegally transferring funds from big settlements beyond the attorney fees that were agreed to. For example, in an indictment filed last year, a grand jury found that he and his firm transferred money from a child client that would never walk again to Girardi's private account, where he used it to pay off Amex bills and other personal expenses. Girardi pleading not guilty and fighting the charges at trial. We reached out to his attorneys for comment and did not get a response.
Seeing these headlines makes you cringe.
His legal troubles soon became a Real Housewives subplot.
I'm not saying I don't feel for the potential victims.
Yeah. Potential victims.
Yep. Yeah, because who knows that they're true or not.
In a 2022 Housewives episode, Erika comes under fire for not giving her super expensive earrings to her husband's alleged victims.
You have a pair of $750,000 earrings. If you give it to them,
what's going to happen? We're fighting a legal battle. I'm following the law, so stop criticizing me defending myself.
We reached out to Erika Jayne for comment and have not heard back. She has previously maintained her innocence, even sitting down with the alleged victims in a documentary.
I'm sorry that my husband did this to everybody.
She has not been charged with any wrongdoing in connection with her husband's activities. Girardi's lawyers argued that the 85-year-old, who resides in an assisted living facility, suffers from dementia and wasn't competent to stand trial. A judge found he was exaggerating his symptoms. He has also been charged in another separate federal case, with prosecutors alleging he misappropriated another $3 million from the 2018 Lion Air crash victims. He pled not guilty. The case expected to proceed after this one ends. In 2020, before the criminal charges against Girardi, Erika filed for divorce. According to public records, it has not been finalized, something she was asked about in a Real Housewives reunion. Would you say you stayed with him for the money and the security?
The power balance is way out of whack. I trusted this man.
Steve Patterson, NBC News.
Ukrainian forces are now moving deeper into Russia, taking control of hundreds of square miles of territory. What it means for Russian President Vladimir Putin and the future of the war, that's straight ahead. Stay with us. You're watching NBC News Daily.
We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Philadelphia is dealing with some of the highest gun violence rates in America. According to the city controller, Philadelphia has had nearly 700 shootings this year alone.
NBC News national correspondent Yasmin Vasugian went to Philadelphia to speak with the people, including many children, about how all of this impacts their lives.
Andre Hill lives in West Philadelphia. He wants to make music and he loves art. But he also dreams of escaping the gun violence in his city.
Do you have a fear that something's going to happen to you when you're out?
Sure, yes. Definitely have a fear.
Philadelphia has the highest per capita gun murder rate of the largest 10 cities in America for most of the last 2 decades. This year alone, more than 670 people have been shot, according to city government data, with more than 10 mass shootings.
Do you think it's fair that you got to live like this?
No, not at all. I just live with the battles God give me.
Andre's sister's father, Malik, was shot and killed just last year. Gun violence leaves a long trail of co-victims, people who lost someone. Many are young. Martin Luther King High School was built in the 1970s for thousands of students in Northwest Philadelphia. Now its enrollment is in the hundreds. Its sprawling library is filled with empty bookshelves.
Do your best.
This summer, the school hosts a camp run by a nonprofit organization called Men Who Care.
My brother died, it's 2 months ago. 2 months ago now? Yeah, 2 months ago. He got shot coming out his house. But it's like, there's nothing that we can really do to escape it. So it's like we basically just had to adapt to it and try to stay out the way.
Catch them before the streets do, as one of the founders, Joe Budd, told us. Budd tragically lost his nephew to a shooting at his job just the day before we met him.
Why aren't we in school putting resources in schools to say, let's address this now so that that young man or that young lady won't grow up to be a shooter?
We should not accept violence in our community, particularly in our community of colors, as normal.
Police Commissioner Kevin Bethel was sworn in January of 2024. He grew up in Philly, knowing the toll of gun violence.
There have been thousands and thousands and thousands of young people, particularly kids of color, have been killed across the nation and particularly here in the city of Philadelphia. And we should never marginalize or make people feel that that's okay.
70 blocks in Philadelphia have experienced at least 10 shootings since 2015, according to the Philly DA's office, which says most of those blocks were redlined by the federal government in the 1930s to hold back communities of color, neighborhoods that decades later remain disinvested.
I always say we're not angry enough as a community or as a country as a whole when it happens in black neighborhoods when someone is murdered.
This year, Philadelphia is on track to have the largest drop in murders among cities over 1 million people, according to research firm Datalytics.
I'm 18 years old, when my friends die, I can't cry about it no more.
If I lose somebody, I'll be feeling it every time. It will never get normalized to me for real.
That's why Andre, Zakai, Demir, and so many other boys and girls in West Philly come to this house-turned-community center. They paint, making masks to represent how they feel on the inside. On the outside, they clean up the neighborhood for $20 an hour. The center's founder, Movita Johnson-Harrell, Miss Mo, as they call her, struck a deal with the Horticultural Society to pay them. Back inside, they talk about their trauma in a healing circle.
I could be going through something where as though I don't feel loved. He could be going through something where he's not eating. But today, we all gonna sit in a circle and talk about it and make ourselves feel more better.
Miss Mo knows their pain. She has lost family members across 3 generations, all to gun violence.
People get to choose their issues. I didn't get a choice. Obviously, this issue was chosen for me.
Movita has dealt with her own battles. She's overcome addiction and life on the streets. She's also pled guilty to theft and perjury in 2020 pertaining to one of her nonprofit organizations. She resigned as a Pennsylvania state representative and served jail time. But for the kids coming into her center, Miss Mo is still a role model.
We all became Ms. Mo family, and Ms. Mo became our family.
And through that relationship and others, it is organizations like Men Who Care who hope to create future role models out of these young boys to catch them before the streets do.
And you want to see peace?
Yeah, I definitely want to see peace. That's why I put the star on the top, symbol out one person, like the star of the group. But that one person is always going to try to push peace.
Yasmin Vasugian, NBC News.
Our thanks to Yasmin. You're watching NBC News Daily.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
The fire has grown leaps and bounds. You see behind me is typical. How you doing?
Pretty bad.
Welcome back. It is 12:30 in Chicago and 1:30 in Alexandria, Virginia. I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Morgan Radford. Here's what's making news right now. The U.S. has approved a $20 billion weapons sale to Israel. Officials say the arms deal includes F-15 fighter jets, tank ammunition, and advanced air-to-air missiles. This weapons delivery is expected to begin in 2026.
New body cam video shows the moment a police officer was critically injured in Ferguson, Missouri on Friday. Police say the officer suffered a severe head injury when a man knocked him to the ground. The incident occurred during demonstrations marking 10 years since the fatal shooting of Michael Brown. Officials say the man who attacked the officer is facing assault charges.
And a NASA briefing about the two astronauts stuck in space currently underway. So far, no major update on how NASA plans to bring those astronauts, Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams, back from the International Space Station. The two have been stuck there in space since June after arriving on a Boeing Starliner capsule that encountered issues mid-flight. NASA is weighing whether to bring them back on that same spacecraft or turn to SpaceX for help.
Ukrainian troops are driving deeper into Russia and turning the tables on the invaders.
Ukrainian forces say they've seized nearly 400 square miles of Russian soil. And they released this video here on your screen, claiming to show Russian soldiers surrendering in their own country. Take a look at this.
Коли героям слава! Коли російський триколор падає на землю.
Ukraine state TV showed Ukrainian troops pulling down flags in a Russian town. NBC News international correspondent Josh Letterman joins us now with more. Josh, how is Russia responding to this Ukrainian invasion? I mean, are they acknowledging that this happened? What is Ukraine's strategy by releasing this video?
Well, Morgan, they're acknowledging it happened, but Russia's government is maintaining, as they have for several days now, that the situation is under control. But it is increasingly clear that from Russia's perspective, it is not. You have Russian military bloggers who are very influential, publicly questioning how the Kremlin was caught so off guard by this. And now Ukraine says it has captured some 100 prisoners of war from Russia in the course of this incursion, which has lasted more than a week now. Now, the Ukrainians say that what they're trying to do here is basically create a buffer zone from which Russia cannot use that territory along the border to launch attacks into Ukraine.
You know, Josh, how are President Biden and U.S. officials reacting to this push by Ukraine further into Russia?
Well, President Biden had been keeping fairly coy about this, but now he has broken his silence in new comments to reporters. Take a listen to what he had to say.
What do you have to say about what's happening in Russia and Ukraine? Have you spoken with anyone in the Ukrainian government?
I've spoken with my staff on a regular basis, probably every 4 or 5 hours for the last 6 or 8 days. And it's creating a real dilemma for Putin, and we've been in direct contact, constant contact with the Ukrainians.
American tanks and other equipment spotted in Russia in this territory that Ukraine has seized. And that has raised real questions about whether the U.S. is okay with Ukraine using American weaponry inside Russia, which could potentially pull the U.S. closer to direct conflict with Russia. The Pentagon says actually yes, that because this is a border region from which Russia has launched attacks into Ukraine, it is fair game. And as far as the Pentagon is considered, this is a defensive action by the Ukrainians.
All right, NBC News international correspondent Josh Letterman. Josh, thank you.
Well, former President Trump is heading back on the campaign trail today with an event in the battleground state of North Carolina. This also marks just about a month since a would-be assassin tried to take Trump's life.
For some of Trump's supporters, that event has really changed the way they see not only his campaign, but also his potential presidency. I spoke to some of them to figure out what all of this means for the upcoming election.
We will fight.
From the pulpit to the political stage.
Give thanks and glory to God for sparing the life of President Donald Trump.
There's a new type of language surrounding former President Donald Trump's campaign.
Divine intervention.
God has his hand on it.
Doubling down after the failed assassination attempt on July 13th at a rally in Butler, Pennsylvania, which Trump survived with only a minor ear injury.
Trump is still alive, by God's grace.
A sentiment echoed in everything from fan-made merchandise to music videos on social media.
I heard it prophesied that you would shoot, but you would miss.
Before the assassination attempt, white evangelical Protestant voters supported Trump at a rate of 81%. Now, could what many consider to be a miracle strengthen his popularity among Christians even more? To find out, we spoke to dozens of Trump supporters at religious events, churches, and campaign rallies across the country, who talked about everything from their goals for a second Trump term to their fears if he doesn't win.
We need to protect the babies.
It's not logical for a man to pretend to be a woman and compete in any male sport.
To their political opposition.
I'm ready for them to make the Bible hate speech.
Yeah, you think people who vote on the left would make the Bible hate speech?
Definitely.
Allison Painter says she was on the Capitol grounds on January 6th.
So you're talking to an insurrectionist.
You were there.
I was.
Her belief, divine intervention played a role in saving Trump, and it can do the same for the nation as a whole.
We need to have Christ back in our country.
What does that look like to have Christ back in our country? What does that look like politically?
Just like Louisiana, put the 10 Commandments back in our classrooms. We need that.
Shane Winnings is a pastor and the CEO of Promise Keepers, a men's ministry group. He says there's a bigger message.
My message to Christians, and it should be loud and clear now, is if you don't want to be in politics, that's fine, but politics wants to be involved in you.
Do you think this second run of Trump has re-energized the Christian right in a new or different way?
1,000%.
All following a seismic shift among Republican voters happening before the assassination attempt. While more than 40% of Republicans believed Trump was anointed by God in a 2020 survey, that number dropped to just 18% 3 years later.
One of the reasons why we see Trump and many others in his orbit using religious language and specifically going to talk to Christians and Christian audiences is to try to reinforce those connections.
Connections that are now resonating with some Trump supporters, like Joseph Patterson.
It was a miracle.
So if Trump has been divinely protected, does that mean that he has to listen to Congress or listen to man-made entities?
He has free will. He can listen to himself. You know?
Even if it's against maybe, you know, the will of the American people or the Supreme Court or Democrats. So whatever former President Trump says goes, is that kind of what I'm hearing?
Yeah.
We, of course, did reach out to the Trump campaign for comment. They have not gotten back to us yet. And just to put all of this into context, 63% of Americans consider themselves to be Christian, according to the most recent polling from Pew Research Center. But, of course, not all Christians are evangelicals. Evangelicals are around 24% of the population, a number that has declined by 6% since 2007. But this is a group that has gotten much more reliably Republican in the last 40 years, which means that their turnout will be key for the Trump campaign this November.
Really fascinating. All right, well, Elon Musk and J.K. Rowling, they're now both named in a criminal complaint over accusations of cyberbullying. This was filed on behalf of the Algerian boxer and new Olympic champion, Iman Khalif.
All of that, according to a new report from Variety. In fact, in a statement to the magazine, the Paris prosecutor's office confirmed it's investigating allegations of cyber harassment and discrimination. The Olympian faced a lot of scrutiny and abuse during the games based on her gender. NBC News legal analyst Angela Sanadella joins us now. Angela, I remember when this story was first bubbling up, and I mean, it was just so hard to read, hard to watch. Some people were accusing her of being a man, which she is not. She is a woman. She does not identify as transgender. Given all the comments and the misinformation that was posted on social media, how strong is her case?
So look, the strength of her case here really depends on French law. So we have to look at French precedent and how France in general has handled these cases. Now, in terms of the allegations that she is really making, they have to do with public insult based on gender and cyber harassment based on gender. That is not a really high bar to clear. All that she and actually the prosecutors who are now doing the investigation have to show is that anyone in France made accusations that resulted in her deterioration of life that were based on her gender and that were harassing. So that bar is not that high. I believe within the boundaries of France, she has a strong case to have France prosecute. And in fact, they have. France, in many ways, has been a leader of sorts in prosecuting cyberbullying.
You know, Angela, Variety is also reporting former President Trump could get caught up in this investigation because of something he posted about her online. What does this actually look like, practically speaking, though, because this is happening in France? None of these people live in France. Could they actually face real consequences?
Vicky, that's exactly right. The fact that they do not live in France would make it extremely difficult. Donald Trump is not going to be standing trial in France for this, and that is because the United States would then have to agree to extradite an American citizen, not even because he's Donald Trump or not, but any American citizen to France. And in the U.S., look, our freedom of speech protections are very strong. They're different than France.
All right, NBC News legal analyst Angela Sanadella, we appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Well, NBC Universal Local's pet adoption and donation campaign, Clear the Shelters, is back for its 10th year. And so to kick it off, we are introducing you to the heroes working to find these animals their forever homes.
Animal advocate Beth Stern gave us an inside look at the unique cat shelter she created with the help of some star-studded friends.
My love for animals, I was born with. It's in my blood. Look at you. I consider myself a dog person who loves cats. My husband Howard and I had a bulldog named Bianca. I knew when Bianca passed, I wanted to dedicate my time to the felines. And I said, I really have this fantasy of cats living cage-free, so the adopters can see them in their natural element. And we named it BFF, Bianca's Furry Friends Feline Adoption Center, after that little bulldog. Who are you?
This adoption center is a dream come true. And we're able to provide that because of Beth Stern.
You're a chunky girl. I have some incredible friends so into this idea. This is the Rachel Ray room. I love the sunlight pouring in, how they can walk on these amazing perches and be a cat. Oh, something about black cats. Another one of my friends that donated his birthday concert proceeds was Billy Joel. In honor of him, we've created the Billy Joel room. The piano actually plays his music. You hear Billy Joel singing? Yeah. And then, how lucky am I have my own room. I am such a girly girl. I love pink. They surprised me with this wall. All of Howard's and my misfits are resident cats. I love the shy ones the best. You just need to feel safe. My husband, Howard, is my partner in everything that I do. His love for animals is one of the main reasons I fell in love with him. Mwah. And as of now, I think over 2,000 animals have come through our home that we fostered and nurtured and find forever homes for. Clear the Shelters is so important to me, and I feel so honored to be a part of it. Now is the time to adopt.
2,000 animals they have fostered themselves. That's amazing.
Can you believe that?
Our thanks to Beth Stern for that inside look, and you can go to cleartheshelters.com to find a full list of participating shelters near you.
Well, coming up, many parents are all too familiar with picky eaters. You got it, at the dinner table. So let's get into how you can expand your children's palates without all the hassle and all the fuss. Coming up next, you're watching more NBC News Daily.
That looks good.
And we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Hey, Levi, what do you want to eat?
Pizza!
Here you go.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome.
I mean, how cute is little Levi? There is no battle or crying over food on that kitchen table. In fact, parents of picky eaters are finding inspiration on social media thanks to Cooking for Levi.
Nearly 1.5 million people follow the toddler, his dad, Jack, and their viral cooking videos on Instagram and TikTok. Levi is just 3. He already has a palate that is more refined than many of us adults. He eats everything from gourmet pastas and pizzas to braised lamb shanks and seafood stews. He even helps in the kitchen. Levi's dad, content creator and cookbook author Jack Zhang joins us now. It is a pleasure to have you. I'm among the many followers adore Levi. He has such an adventurous palate. And I think a lot of us parents can relate to this idea. I mean, Lana's only into like popsicles and goldfish right now. And you've got
she always has that goldfish smell.
Oh, yeah, the goldfish smell, yeah.
How did you get Levi interested in all kinds of food at an early age?
Well, it started even with this baby food. I made this kind of like gourmet baby food where I blend grains and proteins and veggies, you know, instead of the kind of pureed stuff you get in the stores. And it's just so much more sustenance, and the textures are different on their tongues. Those things really help, you know, shape their palate as they grow up.
I love what you said about the texture. Now, for those of us who are not skilled in the kitchen, who aren't doing gourmet anything even for our adult partners, I mean, who definitely aren't going to be doing it for a 1-year-old, what would you recommend to parents who maybe aren't, you know, as invested in the cooking process? Are there any cheat sheets you can use?
You know, the biggest tip I would give is go to the grocery store, the produce section with your child, and you have to think about it. There's so many different colors and shapes and sizes of fruits and veggies. So it's really like a magical place that you can create, you know. They have vivid imagination, so you can paint stories and stuff and just get them really excited about trying things, maybe even let them pick something out, smell it and stuff. You know, just don't make it so scary and kind of like make it comforting and inviting and fun. Exactly, yeah.
I'm hearing you say that you started early, but also to get your kids involved in the process of making food. What have you heard from parents about the account and, you know, why you started it? And then also give us like an easy recipe. Is there something in the book that anybody can do?
There is a very easy recipe that is called the Ocean Parfait in our book. It's just mixing Greek yogurt with blue spirulina, and you kind of make like this blue ocean-y thing, and then you can add fruits and graham cracker crushed up to make like sand. So just kind of bringing in like a fun and playful element to it, and it tastes good. And it tastes good, and you get them to eat some Greek yogurt. It's very good for them, you know.
Now, asking for a friend, is there anything that Levi does not eat?
Yeah.
You know, he had an issue with coconut.
Oh.
For some reason.
Didn't like the flavor.
Just very repulsed by it for some reason. So,
so you don't make him eat it. Do you just say, hey, try it once? Like, what's your strategy when they don't want to eat something?
Look, I think even as adults, right, we have things we don't like. So it's not like they have to like everything, right? So as long as you give it a try, right, and you're not like just, oh, I don't want to try that at all, I think that just fosters enough of like a curiosity. And eventually there's going to be things they're going to be drawn to, and then things that they don't like, just like adults.
So you're not saying like you have to sit down and eat everything on your plate?
No, especially this. Like, there's a big difference between picky eating and then just a kid being a kid, right?
For sure.
Kids get distracted, and it's hard to get them to just sit down and pay attention for 20, 30 minutes.
But variety is the key. Well, really quick before you go, were you a picky eater?
No, my family were big foodies, and we love food so much.
We love Levi. Content creator and cookbook author Jack Zhang, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Congrats on the book.
Thank you.
Stay with us. Much more news ahead. You're watching Daily.
More Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. This is it, right?
Cruise ship vacations are more popular than ever these days, with nearly 35 million people expected to set sail this year alone. Companies are starting to think bigger in order to accommodate all of these passengers. NBC News correspondent Emily Cada breaks down the growing trend of supersized ships.
Cruises have become one of the most popular ways to vacation. And now, supersized ships, with everything from music venues to water parks to zip lines, are working to keep pace with the record-breaking demand.
Cruise has 23 bars, 21 dining venues, and 3 epic water slides.
A new report finds that the biggest cruise ships have doubled in size since 2000, with the world's largest, Royal Caribbean's new Icon of the Seas, able to carry some 7,000 passengers. The megaship is nearly 1,200 feet long, the equivalent of more than 3 football fields, and almost the same height as the Empire State Building, not including the spire. Andrew and Jenna Berezensky, who were on board for the maiden voyage in January, say the ship itself was the destination.
What stood out to you?
We were pleasantly surprised with how easy the largest cruise ship in the world was to navigate.
Yeah, it really was. But also it was mind-blowing to be on a ship like that.
Other veteran cruisers like the Saphirs, who just took their 18th trip in June, agree.
The last cruise we went on, Phyllis said, there's too many choices of things to do.
That's a good problem to have.
It is.
The new study, focused on the environmental impacts of cruising, predicts that by 2050, the biggest ships could be nearly 8 times larger than the Titanic, raising concerns around growing CO2 emissions in the industry. But some experts say that estimate is not realistic because the industry knows bigger isn't always better.
One of the downsides of these super large ships is that they can't get into all the ports. There's not much more as far as size-wise that they can go under the current situations.
The number of people hitting the high seas continues to climb, with more than 34 million passengers expected to cruise in 2024. Experts say the price tag is a major factor driving booking, with families leading the way.
Are you already thinking about your next trip?
We need to have our next trip planned before we go on one, so we always have something to look forward to.
Emily Ikeda, NBC News.
Earlier this year, a statue of Jackie Robinson was stolen from a Kansas park. Well, now the sculpture commemorating the baseball legend is standing tall once again. NBC News correspondent Morgan Chesky spoke to the community about what it means to finally have this tribute to Robinson back home.
They arrived in their game day best, players welcoming another back home.
We know that out of darkness comes light.
Which is why Renee Alexander brought twins AJ and Aisley back to their League 42 ballpark.
I said, hey, you guys want to go see the new statue being revealed? And they said, yeah, went crazy.
It was January when the league's beloved Jackie Robinson statue was stolen. The crime even caught on surveillance video.
You see that surveillance video, someone taking them away.
I was like, was it because of race? Was it because of hatred?
The man who confessed blamed drugs, and when sentenced to prison for theft and other crimes, apologized.
I'm sorry.
Over the last 6 months, donations allowed for an exact replica, crafted in Colorado, then carefully packed to finally return to Wichita for a homecoming fit for a Hall of Famer.
1, 2, 3, go!
A monumental moment where Robinson's legacy looms large.
If it wasn't for League 42, a lot of the kids in this community probably wouldn't even be playing baseball.
Nothing.
Including Jason Dennis's own son, Jackson.
I like how they put Jackie Robinson there because he's my favorite player.
Really, of all time. When you walk past that statue next season, what are you thinking?
I'm thinking I'm going to hit a home run. Inspiration from a player and man. Proving barriers were made to be broken.
I think it gives this generation hope that they too can do anything if they put their mind to it.
Morgan Chesky, NBC News, Wichita, Kansas.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can watch us for free 24/7 on our streaming network, NBC News Now. Do it wherever you stream. That includes YouTube, Hulu, Roku, and Peacock. Your news continues right after this.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
How you feeling? I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samoa. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, August 14th, 2024, price check. Inflation slows to its lowest level in over 3 years, falling below 3%. What it means for your wallet now and how you should prepare for a potential interest rate cut.
Stuck in space. New details on the efforts to get 2 astronauts back to Earth. What NASA just revealed about the crew of the Boeing Starliner, including whether or not they'll make it home before 2024.
School safety. After a high-profile school shooting, lawmakers in Tennessee passed a bill allowing teachers to bring guns into their classrooms. As the new school year starts, what's happening in school districts across that state, and what do teachers think? I went there to find out.
Plus, money really matters. Important information for any age. The steps all of us should take right now to maximize our Social Security benefits.
Welcome, everyone. We do begin this hour with that big news on the economy and what it could mean for your money.
Yeah, America's inflation pump, which has been pumping up the prices you pay for years, is finally starting to slow down. The Labor Department's newest Consumer Price Index report shows the rate of inflation cooled to 2.9% compared to last year.
Now, that is still higher than the Federal Reserve's targeted rate of 2%. But as you can see, it's the lowest rate we've seen in over 3 years. President Biden taking a victory lap over today's numbers when asked about it by our very own Gabe Gutierrez.
Has the U.S. beat inflation, Mr. President?
Yes. I told you we're going to have a soft landing. We're going to have a soft landing. My policies are working. Start right in that way, okay?
Here to break it all down, editor-in-chief at Investopedia, Caleb Silver's with us. Caleb, it does sound like a very positive report. Certainly the president is happy about it. Walk us through the latest numbers and what we see.
Yeah, as you mentioned, first time we're kind of below 3% since the spring of 2021. That's a relief. But just remember, this word is inflation. This is a rate of growth. This is a change in the rate of growth. It's not like prices are falling. They are for like used cars and trucks, but we're just getting a much slower rate of inflation, which is great. And we're nearing that target that the Fed wants to see inflation at, which is between 2 and 2.5%. And look at that trend, that chart you showed earlier. The last several months have solidified this trend. It is working, just slowly.
And Caleb, for months, we've been reporting on how the Fed was expected to cut rates next month. It sounds like now the conversation is more how much those rates might be cut by.
Yeah, you can see just by the slowing of inflation and by some other reports we've seen lately, there's now some bets whether or not the Fed is going to cut 0.25% or 0.5%. Both numbers matter. The thinking was 0.25%, but if the economy continues too slow, and we'll see that over the next few weeks before the Fed meets September 18th, it may call for a bigger interest rate cut.
Let's talk about people at home. How are these interest rates, if that does happen, going to affect everybody?
Yeah, interest rates matter because that really is the cost of borrowing. So you've already seen mortgage rates tick down from 7%, now below 6.5%. That's going to open up the housing market. So if you're thinking about buying, refinancing, selling, the time is coming. Get ready for that. But also, this is not great for savers. You've been getting 5% in the bank through high-yield savings accounts and CDs. Those days are coming to an end. They're coming to an end slowly. Great time to lock in a high-yield savings account right now. But also know this, the economy is slowing a little bit, right? We're seeing it in manufacturing reports. We've seen it in GDP. Make sure that you have that emergency fund ready because you never know and you've solidified your job.
As always, hearing good tips from you, emergency fund, high yield savings account. As the editor-in-chief of Investopedia, any other tips you want people to take away?
Yeah, you're the CEO of your own life here, so you have to make sure that you're invested and you're allocated properly. We just came out with a report on having enough of an emergency fund for 6 months. We put a number on that at Investopedia, $33,000. That sounds like a lot for a household, but just think about what you would need, not what you want, if you had to get through the next few months. We don't know what's in store. We just know the economy's slowing a little bit. Rates are coming down. Those are good things. This could be the new normalization of the economy, but just make sure you're ready for it as a household.
All right, Caleb Silver, thank you so much.
Thank you. We just received an update on those 2 American astronauts who are stuck on the International Space Station.
Talking about Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams. They flew up on the first crewed test flight of Boeing's Starliner capsule back in June. Remember that? They were supposed to be up in space for about a week, but because of issues with the Starliner, the astronauts still cannot safely return to Earth.
Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Marissa Para. Marissa, we know NASA is evaluating the safest possible way to bring these astronauts back to Earth. What more did we learn today?
Hey guys, so everybody is wondering if there's a decision that's been made, and the big headline, I'll tell you right now, no decision was announced today. And we're not expecting that at least until end of next week at the earliest. They kind of alluded to it could be early the week after. But in terms of what we heard today, they kind of walked through the decision-making process. They are still looking at those thrusters, and they kind of explained all of the safety aspects that they're analyzing here. They said that Starliner is still considered part of their emergency contingency plan if something should require them to come down immediately. Butch and Sonny, of course, who you're seeing on your screen there. And they were reassuring the public that they're considering many different things here, including of course, the exposure to radiation that an extended stay would have Butch and Sonny, but also telling people, reminding people that this is not the first time that a stay has been extended. Of course, we remember Frank Rubio. He holds the single American record for the longest space flight. It's 371 days. I want to take you to a full screen of a quote that we saw and heard today, because remember, this was not a video press conference, saying, quote, "If Butch and Sonny do not come home on Starliner and they are kept aboard the station, they will have about 8 months on orbit. We have done multiple successful long-duration missions, even up to a year." So they are weighing different factors, as we talked about. And in terms of that flight readiness review, which would be where that final decision is announced, we're thinking sometime end of next week at earliest, and maybe possibly the week after, guys.
So, Marissa, this was all from NASA today, right? So have we heard anything from Boeing on this whole thing?
Yeah, and that's a great question. I was curious if Boeing was going to be on the call. They were not on the last update, the last conference that they had as well. The last public statement we've heard from Boeing, they put out earlier this month on August 2nd, saying and reiterating what we've heard from them before, that they remain confident in Starliner's ability to return to Earth with the crew on board. And remember, right now, when we're waiting for a decision, a final decision on how Butch and Sunny will come home, NASA has been very clear recently that they are open to all possibilities, whatever is the safest option. So as Boeing is saying that they remain confident that Starliner can bring them home, it is possible that we could have these astronauts come home on SpaceX instead.
Marissa, briefly, you mentioned how the astronauts are doing, but do they have enough resources? I'm talking food or anything else, really.
Yeah, and that's an important question, and it's actually the one I hear the most often. And it's probably the least concern because they regularly have resupply missions up to the ISS. They have already seen exactly that. They have plenty of food. I think from today's update, it sounds like the bigger concern is the exposure to radiation. That's the thing that they're keeping an eye on the most. But they definitely have their food. No shortage of that space food. I'm sure they're excited to come back to real food down here on Earth.
I know I would be. Marissa Parra, thank you.
Former President Donald Trump is back on the campaign trail today with 83 days to go until the election.
The former president is expected to speak about the economy in North Carolina. His running mate, Senator J.D. Vance, is in Michigan. Vice President Kamala Harris's running mate, Governor Tim Walz, is holding fundraisers in Denver and Boston. Vice President Harris does not have any public events today. She is scheduled to give an economic policy speech in North Carolina on Friday.
Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Vaughn Hilliard and NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba's with us as well. Vaughn, I'll start with you. So we talked about the inflation numbers a few minutes ago. We heard from President Biden. Is that going to factor into what we hear out of former President Trump later, I would think?
If the Trump campaign has its way with their candidate, right? We have seen these types of events build for different policy focus points, from immigration to criminal justice. And Donald Trump has a tendency, as has been the case for 9 years, to really deliver the own message that he feels like should resonate with the American electorate at any given time. His campaign wants him to focus on the economy because they believe, according to a senior advisor just earlier this afternoon, was talking about that they believe this is the message that they can draw a strong contrast with the Harris and Biden administration on. Pointing folks to 4 years ago, right? The inflation leading to higher gas prices, higher hotel stays, higher airfares. They believe this is a message that they can win on if Donald Trump can focus on it. Because even though today we saw inflation go down to below 3% here, wage growth is still outpacing inflation for the better part of the last year here. And so for the Democratic and Republican tickets, they both see the economy as their portal to winning over parts of the American electorate. In Donald Trump, the question here is this afternoon, can he regain some focus for his campaign by focusing on it?
Yeah, and Monica, we heard Vaughn talk about candidates trying to appeal to the electorate. We're hearing a bit from them in a new Associated Press poll out today showing most adults saying the former president, Trump, is better positioned to handle the economy. Trump leading Harris 45-38 on that specific issue. So what is the Harris campaign saying about her economic plans?
Well, we're going to get a lot more details about specifically what she would do if she were to win the White House when she has a major economic policy speech on Friday in North Carolina. And so the campaign is saying, wait for that to get some details. But we're going to get a little bit of a hint tomorrow as well, because she's going to be appearing with President Biden in their official capacity at an event that's going to focus on lowering prescription drug costs for Americans and the 2-year anniversary of the Inflation Reduction Act. So I think some of the messaging is going to start to come through pretty clearly tomorrow, and they know they have some work to do, some catch up when it comes to how voters may perceive her handling of economic issues, because she hasn't really detailed much of that. So they know the pressure is on to do that, and they want to get ahead of that, especially as the DNC is approaching in a couple days here as well, guys.
And Monica, can I ask you quickly about the Harris-Walz campaign responding today after a 2018 video resurfaced showing Governor Walz praising a Muslim leader in Minnesota? It drew a lot of criticism. Can you explain?
Yeah, this is a Muslim cleric who has posted some questionable content, to say the least, in the past. And he is somebody who appeared with Governor Walz when he was running for that office back in 2018, as you mentioned. But the Harris and Walz campaign and operation is distancing themselves today by saying that they don't have any kind of a close or personal relationship, that while at the time Tim Walz did acknowledge him as, quote, a master teacher in the course of an introduction at an event where they were both speaking at, it's not something where they have had anything since then of note. And we reached out to the imam, the Muslim cleric in question as well, and he confirmed to NBC News that he does not at this time have a relationship with Governor Walz. Kate and Sinclair.
Monica Alba for us. Vaughn Hilliard, thanks to you both. And NBC News will have special coverage of the Democratic National Convention. That's in Chicago next week. That starts Monday at 4 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Homeowners are racing to refinance their loans as mortgage rates drop.
And McDonald's is launching Happy Meals for adults. Steve Kovac joins us now. Hi, Steve.
Hey, we'll get to McDonald's in a second, but first, applications to refinance a home loan surged 35% last week compared to the week before. That's, of course, as homeowners caught on to the declining mortgage rates. While rates only fell slightly last week to around 6.54%, they were down 33 basis points in the last 4 weeks and 62 points lower than the same week a year ago. According to the Mortgage Bankers Association, it was the strongest week for refinancing since May of 2022. Also, Big Lots is closing more than 300 stores across the U.S. after the retailer previously warned of financial troubles. That's about 1/4 of its roughly 1,400 locations. In June, the company said it saw a 10% drop in sales for the first quarter and took a $205 million loss as customers cut back on their spending. And Happy Meal prizes aren't just for kids anymore. McDonald's is now offering so-called collector's meals for a limited time at participating locations. Each meal comes with one of 6 nostalgia-fueled cups. The chain says the cups spotlight classic keepsakes, including Beanie Babies, Hello Kitty, and a McDonald's theme featuring my favorite, Grimace. Kate, Sigley, I'll send it back over to you.
My favorite was Shrek, I gotta say.
Yeah. But are they plastic? I couldn't tell. It looked like maybe they were plastic and not glass.
I think they're plastic.
And because I was around for the first go-round, and I actually have some McDonald's glass cups.
What?
In our cupboard.
Oh.
With like
Wait
the
a minute.
Hamburglar and all that.
All I got
Those are
was
worth something, Kate.
I used to get toys.
Used to get toys.
Yeah, I love it.
Steve Kovac, thank you.
Thank you. Coming up, well, we're going to turn to Ernesto. The impact this newly formed hurricane is having on thousands of people right now.
Plus, the trial underway for a white woman accused of shooting and killing her black neighbor as the neighbor banged on her door. Why her attorneys are arguing self-defense. That's coming up next on NBC News Daily.
Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
A manslaughter trial is underway in Florida for a white woman accused of shooting and killing her black neighbor in June of last year.
60-year-old Susan Lawrence allegedly fired her gun through the door of her own home at A.J. Owens, a mother of 4. Owens was standing outside banging on that door following a dispute over Owens' children. Prosecutors argue that the door was locked and Owens was not armed. Lorenz has pleaded not guilty to manslaughter charges. NBC News correspondent Kathy Park has been following this case. So, Kathy, first walk us through what we've heard at the trial so far.
Zinkley, good afternoon to you. So pretty much at the start of today, it was a focus on the forensics of this case. An expert was called to the stand, and ultimately this expert talked about the path of the bullet that ultimately killed A.J. Owens, going from left to right and downward, and she died of a gunshot wound to her torso. There was another expert who confirmed the weapon that was used, a .380 caliber handgun. And I thought what was interesting was that the door that stood between A.J. Owens and Susan Lawrence was actually entered into evidence as well. And you could actually see the bullet hole, where the bullet entered the door. But the bulk of the afternoon, shortly after their lunch break, the jury saw hours of the interview between Susan Lawrence and detectives shortly after the deadly encounter took place. She insisted that she acted out of fear. She said the banging was so loud, her house was shaking. And then she also had an opportunity to write a letter to Owens's family. And in that letter, she wrote, "I am so sorry for your loss. I was terrified your mom was going to kill me. I shot out of fear." And yesterday, we heard a little bit from the 911 call that she placed shortly after the shooting. Take a listen to this.
The woman was screaming and yelling, and she was trying to break down my door, and she was...
Okay, it was a female?
Yes. I didn't know what to do. I grabbed my gun and I shot at the door. I thought she was going to get me.
And Zinkley, we should also point out the mother of A.J. Owens. She spoke outside of the courthouse today. She said that Susan Lawrence had no regard for life, and it just was so distraught. She was so distraught, and she's so upset that she's actually now just feet away from Susan Lawrence during this hearing.
And Kathy, what can we expect now moving forward? I know Owens's children, they range in age, but they're young. Are they expected to take the stand?
Yeah, so, Kate, there are reports that Owens's children may take the stand, but right now, at this point, we have not seen that just yet. The judge also said that this trial will likely last just about a week, so it will likely end no longer than Friday, so Friday at the very latest. And if she is convicted, Susan Lawrence could see roughly 30 years in prison.
Kathy Park, great reporting. Thank you. And coming up, stalled again, talks of a ceasefire once again put on hold in Gaza. We'll tell you why on Daily.
We're talking possibly 1 trillion galaxies.
Yes.
That is a number that is just so hard to compute.
Whether it's the moon, whether it's Mars, it feels like we're on the cusp of something big.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
Newly released records reportedly show Hunter Biden asked the federal government for help in one of his foreign business deals. The New York Times obtained documents which it says show that in 2016, when Joe Biden was vice president, his son Hunter wrote at least one letter to the U.S. ambassador to Italy, although the New York Times did not see the letter, and neither has NBC News. Hunter Biden was reportedly trying to land a project in Tuscany, Italy, on behalf of the Ukrainian gas company Burisma, where he was a board member. But it's unclear if the U.S. Embassy took any action. Hunter's lawyer tells NBC News this was a, quote, proper request, saying, quote, no meeting occurred, no project materialized, no request for anything in the U.S. was ever sought, and only an introduction in Italy was requested. The State Department similarly says these kinds of requests are routine. A White House spokesman says President Joe Biden was not aware of his son reaching out to the embassy in Italy when he was vice president.
Kate, 2 toddlers remain hospitalized after they were ejected from a Jeep following a crash on a Houston highway. NBC's Shaquille Brewster shows us newly released footage of the 2 young children moments after the accident.
A race to save 2 toddlers on a Texas highway.
Units are route for that major accident off of East Freeway.
Shocking video showing the children wearing nothing but diapers stranded in the middle of the roadway after police say they were ejected from a Jeep. 2 unidentified people running to get them out of harm's way. The crash taking place on Interstate 10 in Houston.
The cause of the accident between the 2 vehicles is still under investigation right now. The investigation has proven that the 2 children were not in car seats at all when that vehicle, the Jeep Wrangler, began to roll, and both toddlers were ejected out, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old.
According to the sheriff, the 2 children and their father, who was driving, were transported to the hospital in serious condition, but are expected to survive. The driver of the other car was not hurt. That father could face criminal charges.
They were toddlers, 4 and 1-year-old, and it is against state law to not have anyone under that age not in a car seat of some type. And evidently, from what we have, they were just sitting in the back of the vehicle, not strapped into anything.
Shaquille Brewster, NBC News.
Just so jarring, Shaq, thank you. Volunteers in California are responding to cases of more than 150 sea lions who have washed up on the state's beaches sick and disoriented. NBC's Liz Kreutz explains what's making them ill and why it could be a sign of the declining health of our oceans.
In California, an urgent race to save dozens of sea lions showing up sick and disoriented on beaches along the Central Coast.
The Marine Mammal Center is responding to a multitude of calls here and rescuing them.
So far, volunteers here have responded to nearly 150 sea lions and at least 2 dolphins, all showing signs of poisoning from domoic acid, a neurotoxin from algae that gets into the fish these animals eat and can flare up during the summer. The Marine Mammal Center says this outbreak has been longer and more intense.
These animals are seizing on the beach. Our teams are working overtime.
We followed a team as they made a rescue at a beach in Morro Bay. There on the shore, a stranded sea lion. Crowds watching as the crew made their approach.
Okay, they were successfully able to capture this sea lion here. They're now going to get it into the crate. They're going to then bring it to the truck. We're talking quietly because any loud noise can cause these animals to go into a seizure. 1, 2, 3. It's pretty dramatic to see a sick, disoriented animal like that right here on this popular beach.
It's very dramatic, but we also know that they are windows into the health of our ocean.
And to human health as well.
Are humans at risk?
There's a risk. Right now, currently, there isn't a warning for human consumption, but sea lions are the first indicators of that toxin being in the environment.
Although there's still much to learn about domoic acid outbreaks, experts say a strong upwelling of cold water and our warming climate are contributing factors.
These algae do well in warm environments, and so if we're seeing more of that and an increase in that, then that's definitely a factor for these events.
Sea lions, a sentinel for our ocean's health. Liz Kreutz, NBC News, Morro Bay, California.
Liz, great report. Thank you. Coming up, Chimp Crazy. We'll take you inside the new docu-series that could give Tiger King, remember that from the pandemic, a run for its money. That's ahead on NBC News Daily.
Oh, boy. We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You guys can watch us wherever you stream live. That includes YouTube, Roku, all those places. The news continues.
NBC News Daily is #1 for afternoon news across all of television.
I'm Morgan Radford.
I'm Vicki Wynn.
I'm Kate Snow.
And I'm Zinklea Samwat.
What's happening around the world?
Israel's military is building up there along the border.
And what matters here at home?
New numbers are out today showing more encouraging signs for our economy.
Let's zero in on exercise. We know we're supposed to be doing it. What does it do for our health?
What needs to change for social media to be a safer place?
NBC News Daily, weekdays from 12 to 4 on NBC News Now.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Breaking news, Ernesto is now a hurricane. In Puerto Rico, hundreds of thousands are without power as that storm moves through, dumping torrential rain. Flash flood warnings are in effect for parts of the U.S. territory. Winds are expected to reach around 70 miles an hour. School and government agencies are closed, and nearly 100 flights to and from Puerto Rico have been canceled. Ernesto is expected to make its way toward Bermuda later today.
Police in North Carolina are searching for an inmate who escaped custody while being taken to a medical facility. Ramon Alston was convicted in the murder of a 1-year-old girl. According to police, he arrived in a prison transport van to a medical appointment on Tuesday. He then reportedly freed himself from his leg restraints and ran into the woods. People in the area have been urged to keep their doors and windows closed and to stay inside until he's found.
Maryland Democratic Congressman Steny Hoyer is recovering after suffering a mild stroke on Sunday. His office says he has no lingering symptoms, expects to resume his normal schedule next week. Hoyer's a former House Majority Leader and the most senior member of the House Democratic Caucus. The 85-year-old has represented Maryland's 5th congressional district since 1981.
Heading overseas now, Hamas says it will not take part in the newest round of ceasefire negotiations with Israel that were planned for tomorrow.
The militant group is also criticizing the United States over a new $20 billion weapons deal for Israel. It says the move shows the U.S. is, quote, a full partner of war. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez is live in Tel Aviv for us. Raf, let's start with the ceasefire talks. So why does Hamas say that they are skipping them? And realistically, what are the expectations then if not all the parties are there?
So, Kate, Hamas says they're not going to these talks in Doha tomorrow because, as far as they're concerned, they have made their position clear. They have sketched out what would be acceptable to them in terms of a deal, and they are accusing Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu of repeatedly adding new demands in an effort to sabotage these talks. Now, the Israeli government is denying that. They say that they are the ones who are serious about these negotiations, as evidenced by the fact that they are sending their mediators now, their negotiators rather. Now, a diplomat briefed on these talks says the plan is Qatar, Egypt, the United States will meet with Israel, and then those two Arab states will go and meet with the Hamas side separately at a date to be determined. But as you can imagine, things are not looking particularly hopeful given the enmity between the two sides right now. The White House trying to set expectations low. No one expects that CIA Director Bill Burns is going to emerge from a hotel room in Qatar tomorrow with a piece of paper that ends the war in Gaza, that frees the hostages. But the hope is to make progress, especially on some of these really difficult issues about where Israeli forces would be placed if a ceasefire deal does come into effect. Guys.
And Raf, Iran is rejecting calls to avoid retaliating against Israel for the killing of two senior Hamas and Hezbollah leaders. We, of course, have been anticipating a response for weeks. But what are Israeli officials saying today?
Yeah, Zingle, I can tell you nobody in Israel is resting easy. Night after night after night, Israelis have gone to bed wondering if tonight is the night that expected wave of Iranian missiles and drones is going to arrive. Israeli officials do believe sooner or later this retaliation is going to come in response for the assassination of Ismail Haniyeh, Hamas's political chief in Tehran, and the killing of a senior Hezbollah commander in Beirut. One possible off-ramp, guys, is if there could be some breakthrough at these ceasefire negotiations, Iran potentially could be convinced to delay, maybe call off its attack altogether in the name of trying to get to a ceasefire in Gaza. President Biden was actually asked about this yesterday, if he thought there was any possibility Iran might back down if there's a breakthrough at those talks. He said it's possible. Hopes are not very high. Guys.
Anything is possible. Raf Sanchez in Tel Aviv. Thank you.
In the wake of the devastating shooting at the Covenant School in Nashville last year, a new law in Tennessee would allow teachers and staff to be armed inside the classroom. The law sets up a lot of rules and training before a teacher or staff member could show up to school armed. And while some teachers say they would feel safer carrying a gun, that doesn't seem to be happening just yet.
As kids and teachers head back to school in Tennessee, a new law allows teachers and staff to possess and carry a firearm on school grounds.
There is an option in that piece of legislation. It is a tool that districts can use if they choose to. It therefore will be decided at the local level.
But each school district and principal would need to approve. And so far, the Tennessee Education Association says it is unaware of any school boards that have modified their firearm policies to accommodate the new law. Josh Arwood teaches 6th grade history in Greene County in rural eastern Tennessee. He wishes his district would allow him to carry his gun into the classroom.
If they were to allow it, I would be fine with doing it.
You would sign up to carry?
Mm-hmm.
And what would that look like for you?
It would be concealed at all times.
He says he'd be ready to confront a shooter to save his students.
What if somebody came into my classroom? What if somebody came into my school meaning harm to them? Yeah. I want to feel like I did everything I could to protect them.
We sat down with Josh alongside Jennifer Orth, who teaches 5th grade science and social studies in Nashville.
Do you think that teachers should be armed?
No, I don't. I'm just afraid the likelihood of someone being hurt accidentally is greater than the likelihood that any teacher is going to be able to prevent a school shooting. People are not walking into schools with handguns. People are walking into schools with AR-15s. And a handgun against an AR-15 is useless.
And to you, Josh, do you worry if that weapon is larger than what you've got? Do you worry that you won't be able to do any good?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't be able to do any good if I didn't have a weapon. You know, at least having something gives me some chance.
I just don't think that an environment that is full of children needs to be full of more guns, just in general.
Under the new law, teachers would need to pass background checks, undergo 40 hours of training, and would be personally liable if something went wrong. Anyone armed must conceal their weapon, and no one would know which staff members were armed. not even parents. And Tennessee is not unique. About half the states have laws allowing teachers or other school employees to be armed, according to the Giffords Law Center.
I can't imagine sending my child into a school knowing that there is a gun that is within feet of her learning how to be a fifth grader.
Mary Joyce's daughter Monroe was 9 when she was injured in the shooting at the Covenant School. She describes herself as conservative, a supporter of the Second Amendment. Last summer, she fought for gun reforms like a red flag law that never passed. And this spring, she was part of heated protests against the legislation to arm teachers.
Why do you think this law passed? The legislators said they were doing this for Covenant.
Yeah.
You know, in the wake of the shooting at your kid's school.
They weren't listening. They haven't listened at all. It almost felt like we were screaming underwater.
Do you think this is the law now for political reasons? Do you think it was political?
I think partly it was political.
Josh, who's also a Republican county commissioner, and Jennifer, a registered Democrat, agree on this.
It was at least a good step, kind of see where it goes. But I think it was so some of them could give themselves a pat on the back and be able to throw some red meat to their constituents.
I think that they were trying to say, well, we did something. We tried to do something to make the kids safer.
Representative Ryan Williams, the Republican Tennessee lawmaker who sponsored that legislation, said in a statement to NBC News, in part, there's nothing political about ensuring districts have the ability to determine how best to protect their schools from dangerous individuals. Zinkley, Josh has been a teacher for 18 years and Jennifer for 11 years. And it was interesting to talk with them because they disagree on a lot, but they agree their life has gotten harder, that they both look for every day, sort of what would I do if the worst thing happened? And Jennifer even keeps a baseball bat in her classroom.
Wow, and really powerful to see them come together despite these other differences.
Yeah, and be able to have a dialogue like that.
Kate, thank you. Well, now let's turn to an important question. How often do you think about your Social Security?
No matter your answer or your age, this next story will have you thinking about it, especially as we gear up for the presidential election. While many people might think about the economy or immigration as key issues for voters, a new CNBC poll finds Social Security also tops the list. And even though many people are worried about the program, that it might run out of money, they still say they plan to rely on it as their main source of retirement income. CNBC senior personal finance correspondent Sharon Epperson is here to talk numbers with us. So what exactly did this CNBC poll find?
Well, it's fascinating how many people think Social Security is one of the most important issues that is going to drive their vote in the presidential election. 69% of people that were registered voters, regardless of party affiliation, they agree this is a very important issue.
And Sharon, it's interesting because the numbers show that people really do care about Social Security, but I think a lot of people also don't fully get it, right?
They don't fully get it. I mean, you think about people who want this to change. They want to see some Social Security reform because they're afraid of it running out of money. And a lot of them are millennials, but what they may not realize is that age, 65, that perhaps their parents were able to retire at that age, that's not for them anymore. Their full retirement age is probably going to be 67. It's between 66 and 67 for most people right now, depending on when you were born, and you can see there where you fall in line. If you take that retirement, want your 100% of your benefits, you have to be at your full retirement age to get that money.
You don't get anything unless you wait till that magic number.
You can get benefits as early as 62, but they'll be reduced. So if you take them at 62 and your full retirement age is, say, 67, they'll be reduced by 30%.
Wow.
So you really want to pay attention.
Until,
pay attention to those numbers.
How do you actually claim those benefits?
Well, first of all, you have to put into Social Security Administration that you want to have those benefits. Think about when you want to take them. Taking them later, you could have even more if you take them up to the between your full retirement age and 70, 8% increase per year in your benefit. So you want to think about that. But one of the first steps is to just go on the Social Security Administration website. It's not a hard thing to do. You go to ssa.gov and you set up a My Social Security account. What that does is it enables you to get access to your statement. The statement has on it your earnings record throughout your work life, and then also an estimate on what the benefit will be if you're 62 or you're 66 or you're 67 or you're 70. So you can get an idea of how to plan on the money that you're going to have coming in.
I love that. Any other tips for how we can maximize our benefits, but also any suggestions for questions we should ask ourselves if we're maybe creeping towards that age and we're saying, should I do it now? 62, 64, 67?
So one of the things to know about Social Security is this is a guaranteed income stream for your life. So when you decide that you're going to take those benefits and you get the full benefit or reduced benefit or even more, it's going to be that monthly amount forever. So that's something that you can count on. So maybe you think about, how can I make sure that some of my expenses in retirement, those necessities that I have to have, will be covered by that amount? And if it's not going to be enough, what other accounts am I going to be able to go to get that money?
Sharon Epperson, thank you so much. Sure. And be sure to scan the QR code you can see on your screen to sign up for Sharon's Money 101 newsletter. You can learn more about her 8-week personal finance series, all good stuff, cnbc.com/money101.
And coming up, some call them death doulas or death midwives. We'll introduce you to the people helping communities cope when it truly matters.
You're watching NBC News Daily.
You gotta see this. I'm Gotti Schwartz. We are following some breaking news. Severe storms continue to wreak havoc. The Supreme Court put a pause on a controversial immigration law. Protesters have redoubled their numbers right here at this makeshift barricade. The future of TikTok as we know it is at risk. Is this a ban or not? The craziest ride I have ever hitched. That is totality. Do you see yourselves in space?
I could go to space.
I feel great. Stay tuned now, weeknights at 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific on NBC News Now.
In today's Daily Health, we're talking about end-of-life care. It can be such a difficult subject for a lot of families who often have to navigate the healthcare system while managing their own emotions.
That's why some families are turning to end-of-life doulas to bridge that gap. They're professionals who provide services and support patients, loved ones, and those going through the dying process.
Sue and her husband, Jerry Crehan, had big dreams for retirement.
We were planning to visit every major wine-growing region in the world, and we wanted to be able to be with our grandkids as much as possible. Didn't quite turn out that way, though.
Today, at 71 years old, Crehan lives in Richmond, Virginia, in the same house where her husband of 47 years died in 2022.
Talk to me about when you got the diagnosis.
I would say in 2016, my husband started noticing some issues.
Jerry was diagnosed with Lou Gehrig's disease, or ALS, in 2016. It's a disease of the nervous system that weakens muscles and ultimately all normal bodily functions. During his hospital treatment, the couple was introduced to end-of-life doulas. An end-of-life doula, also known as a death midwife or death doula, assists individuals and their loved ones through the dying process. They do not provide medical services, rather educational, physical, emotional, and spiritual support.
My friend.
Shelby Carillon has been an end-of-life doula for 9 years. She supported Jerry and Sue.
What's the difference between someone like you, an end-of-life doula, and, say, a social worker, a chaplain?
My lane is in witnessing and walking alongside. I sit next to in a space that most people find uncomfortable. Most people don't want to sit with people who are dying, talk about death.
By some estimates, there are over 1,000 end-of-life doulas working in the United States.
Hey, welcome.
In February, a group of them gathered at a funeral home in Brooklyn, brought together by the All's Well Initiative. The New York-based nonprofit provides doula services for those at the end of their lives.
Great, sign in.
And space for doulas to support each other.
Okay.
Emma Acker is a doula and the nonprofit's founder. She says the COVID-19 pandemic spiked interest.
A lot of gaps were revealed in our systems of healthcare, but also just in ourselves and in our communities. People want to hear about this and want to talk about this and want to go into this.
There is currently no government certification required to become an end-of-life doula, but there are organizations that provide training, certification, and standards guidance. As for costs, most private insurers do not reimburse for doulas, many charging an hourly rate or offering a sliding scale. But for families like the Creehans, they say the presence of a doula is invaluable. Once Jerry declined to hospice, the couple reached out to end-of-life doula Shelby. 11 months later, Jerry died, May 3rd, 2022.
What was that day like for you?
He said, Sue, I want you to call the boys. It's time. He looked at me and said, I'm ready, babe. And I said, oh, Jerry, wait 1 minute, please. Before you go, I need a hug. I just didn't want him to go without feeling that again, so I'm sorry. And he closed his eyes and died. Jerry said to me, I have lived well and I want to die well.
Sue hoping more people will consider end-of-life doulas to shape times of mourning with deep meaning.
Yeah, and that family spent 11 months, as I mentioned, with Shelby, the doula, and they say it really allowed them the opportunity to focus on his legacy, right? He wrote a legacy book. He ended up writing the entire family letters that they got from their doula after the funeral, and they never knew that was happening. And they say that would not have happened if the doula wasn't present, ultimately taking the attention away from just the physical pain of dying, but making sure it's infused with meaning, not just mourning.
That's a beautiful, beautiful story I didn't really know much about. Thank you so much for sharing that. There's much more news ahead.
So don't go anywhere. You're watching NBC News Daily.
democracy is happening now. Welcome to a big night that could help shape Republican politics for years to come. Now never stops.
It comes down to turnout. Who shows up? Is it going to be that big block of independents?
Now is where it counts.
What are the issues that matter most to you guys?
What did this debate change for you?
Their number one issue is the economy.
2024. Who's your candidate?
The race is on now.
The countdown has begun.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
We have a first look now at a new documentary by one of the directors who created Tiger King.
This new project is called Chimp Crazy. It premieres Sunday on HBO and Max. It follows an exotic animal broker who cares for chimpanzees, but it's sparking some controversy with animal rights groups. Here's Morning News Now anchor Joe Fryer.
They're known as monkey moms.
This is the monkey's closet.
Wow. Oh, so this is formal wear. The monkeys have more clothing than I have.
People who are obsessed with chimpanzees and monkeys. People like Tanya Haddix.
Monkey love is totally different than the way you have love for your child. If it's your natural-born child, it's just natural because you actually, gave birth to that kid. But when you adopt a monkey, the bond is much, much deeper.
Haddix is featured in the new HBO documentary Chimp Crazy, directed by Eric Good.
It's a love story gone wrong.
Good isn't just a filmmaker, he's a conservationist who created the Turtle Conservancy, which protects wildlands where tortoises and turtles live. Oh yeah, he also co-directed something you likely watched at the beginning of the COVID lockdown.
You're gonna love me.
Tiger King, the story of controversial zookeeper Joe Exotic. Now comes another eccentric subject.
How do you describe Tanya Haddix?
I would say she's a mix between Dolly Parton and Tammy Faye Baker. She loves chimpanzees maybe more than her own children. And she will do anything to have a chimpanzee.
Haddix cares for chimps in captivity in Missouri and ends up in a years-long legal fight with the animal rights group PETA, which wants the chimps moved to an accredited sanctuary.
PETA plays a pretty important role in this documentary. Why was it so important for you to be a part of it?
One of the things that exotic animal owners have in common is that they seem to think that they're above the law. PETA is relentless in its work on behalf of animals. We stick around until the work is done, and that's what we did in this case.
In 2021, a judge sided with PETA, ordering Haddix to turn over several chimps, including one named Tonka.
Damn chimps just suck you in. They suck you in so quick.
Without giving too much away, we'll just tell you that amid the battle, Tonka goes missing.
What's amazing, I think, for people watching Chimp Crazy is they're going to come along for the ride and see things happen in real time as we were filming it, because we didn't know what the story was when we started, and it evolved just like Tiger King did. We didn't know Joe wanted to kill Carol Baskin. Chimp Crazy is probably in many ways crazier than Tiger King.
Tonka was once a Hollywood chimp, starring in several movies, including the 1997 film Buddy, sharing the screen with Alan Cumming. Cumming is featured in the documentary.
People fall in love with these chimps, and you can't tame wild things.
The series focuses on the risks humans take caring for chimps, which are incredibly smart, powerful, and sometimes unpredictable. In fact, Good says his crew felt much safer around the tigers.
When I was shooting Tiger King, I never forget people telling me they'd rather have 100 tigers than one chimp.
Those dangers became a reality in 2009 in Stamford, Connecticut, where Sandra Harold's chimp savagely attacked her friend. Days later, she spoke with Today.
He was just too strong, and I went and grabbed the phone and called 911.
With Chimp Crazy, Good wants to shine a light on what's happening to chimps, which are an endangered species, and hopes we'll treat them with dignity.
I hope there's a silver lining in this for Tanya.
What do you hope that is?
I hope that Tanya might understand eventually that these chimpanzees can't talk. We don't know what that animal's thinking. And I hope that Tanya may realize that chimpanzees are highly complex social animals like human beings and really probably shouldn't be kept alone in a cage.
Joe Fryer, NBC News.
Wow.
Fascinating.
It raises a lot of questions, right?
Definitely gonna be a talker.
Yeah,
Tiger King
I'm
certainly
sure
was.
It will be, but I can also see the perspective of like maybe they should just stay in zoos or places where people can really take care of them and not in someone's bedroom.
Joe, thanks for the thought-provoking story.
I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zing Clason. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now. The news continues after this.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Hi, everyone. I'm Zing Clason.
And I'm Kate Snow. NBC News Daily starts right now.
Today, Wednesday, August 14th, 2024, right on the money. A new report shows inflation is inching closer to a key target. Why experts say it's not a matter of when interest rates will drop, but by how much.
Time and space. NASA gives an update on those two astronauts still aboard the International Space Station months after their mission was supposed to end. Why they may not return back to Earth until next year.
Red, blue, and green as inflation cools. Both presidential candidates prepare to lay out their economic visions. How former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris are trying to convince voters they're the best person for the job.
And just try it. Families with kids who are picky eaters know that plea all too well. How parents can encourage their children to try new foods and even maybe enjoy them.
I spent the weekend with my little nephews. I can say the kids are still picky, folks. They're still quite picky.
Yeah. What does the nephew eat?
Chicken nuggets. Lots and lots of nuggets. So stick around if you've got one of those little ones.
Exactly what we're going to be talking about.
We are going to start this hour, though, with big news on the economy and what it could mean for your money.
America's inflation pump, if you will, which has been pumping up prices that you pay for years, is finally starting to slow down. The Labor Department's newest Consumer Price Index report shows the rate of inflation cooled to 2.9% compared to last year. That is still higher than the Federal Reserve's targeted rate of 2%, but as you can see on the chart, it's the lowest rate in over 3 years.
President Biden is taking a victory lap over today's numbers when asked about it by our very own NBC News correspondent Gabe Gutierrez.
The U.S. beat inflation, Mr. President.
Yes. I told you we're going to have a soft landing. We're going to have a soft landing. My policies are working. Start writing that way, okay?
Joining us now, editor-in-chief at Investopedia, Caleb Silver. Caleb, fair to say President Biden sounded pretty confident there, saying we beat inflation. You've seen the numbers. What stands out to you?
Yeah, we still have inflation. It's just at a much slower rate, 2.9%. That is good. We were up at 9% back in July of 2022, so this is undoubtedly good. It just means the rate of increase is slower. And in some places, it's actually rising in certain food categories. So if you're going to the grocery store and you're paying another extra $1 for eggs than you were last year, you're going to say, what are you talking about? Inflation hasn't come down. Well, for food, it hasn't. But for other things, it certainly has. Utilities, electricity, used cars and trucks. So a lot of prices have come down or stop the rate of increase. And that's what you want. We're getting close, as you said, to that Fed's target between 2 and 2.5% inflation. And the Fed has a big meeting in September where all this is going to come up.
Yeah, Caleb, the other thing the president said just then was that we're in for a soft landing. But some people on Wall Street, including CEO of JP Morgan Chase, Jamie Dimon, some folks like him are saying, no, we're headed toward a recession. So what does this number seem to point to? Soft landing, recession, something else?
Great question, because a recession really is a couple of negative quarters of negative growth, and we haven't necessarily seen that yet. It's also a slowdown in various aspects of the economy. You could argue that we've had a rolling recession in different parts of the economy for the last several years. We just don't feel it everywhere. The headline numbers look pretty good. So we're seeing the drumbeat around inflation grow because unemployment is rising and economy is slowing a little bit. Doesn't mean we're definitely going to be in one. But Jamie Dimon, he's a pretty big, important CEO of one of the biggest banks in the world. He has a pretty good view on that. For folks out there wondering, what does that mean for me? It means the economy might slow. You might see more job losses, right? You might see a freeze in different parts of the economy, but right now the headline numbers look strong.
So to that end, how should people at home prepare? You mentioned that anticipated Fed meeting in September. We're expecting some cuts, but
yeah. So going into today, the Fed was probably going to cut rates by 0.25%. Now there's a growing drumbeat that it may cut as much as 0.5%. When the Fed cuts rates, though, it's because the economy is slowing and it needs to jumpstart it. The good news for consumers, for people at home, is that borrowing costs are going to get cheaper. Mortgage rates are going to come down. Credit card APRs are going to come down. The bad news is that 5% you were getting in the bank in a high-yield savings account or a CD, that's going to come down as well. So flip sides here, depending on where you sit.
Caleb Silver, always great to have you. Thanks so much.
Well, NASA has delivered an update on those 2 American astronauts who are stuck on the International Space Station.
Yeah, you'll remember Butch Wilmore and Sonny Williams flew up on the first crewed test flight of Boeing's Starliner capsule back in June. Well, they were supposed to be up in space for about a week, but because of issues with the Starliner, the astronauts still cannot safely return to Earth. Let's bring in NBC News correspondent Marissa Parra. Marissa, NASA said that their technical experts are still trying to figure out the best way to bring them home. Did they give any details?
Yes, and so no decision has been made yet. No decision has been reached in terms of when or how those astronauts, Butch and Sonny, will come down. Remember, you just mentioned this was supposed to be a 10-day mission. It has now been months. And guys, it could be much longer. And of course, in terms of how much longer, that is what we're waiting to find out from the flight readiness review. And they said that flight readiness review, which is when that decision would be announced to all of us, is not expected to happen until any sooner than end of next week or potentially the start of the week after. But guys, one thing that I thought was interesting from this press update today was it was the first time that I heard them essentially, this whole summer they've been saying, we have time, we have time, we have time. Today they said, we do not have time. When we're looking at the end of this month, we need to have a decision by then. So in terms of, the safety of the astronauts, I want to take you to just a little bit of what we heard today. They're reassuring that they are taking safety into consideration. This is not the first time the astronauts have had an extended stay. They said if Butch and Sonny do not come home on Starliner and they are kept aboard the station, they'll have about 8 months on orbit. We have done multiple successful long-duration missions, even up to a year. And guys, I will point out, Frank Rubio is the American who holds the American record for the longest space flight at 371 days. So again, not unprecedented, but this 10-day mission certainly a big talker because it has gone well beyond that.
Certainly. And, Marissa, you mentioned NASA, but what is Boeing saying about this whole ordeal?
Well, Boeing was not part of the press update today. They were also not a part of the most recent press update, but they did say on August 2nd, they posted that in their statement, they remain confident in Starliner's ability to return to Earth with the crew on board. And remember, big picture, when we're waiting for this update, this decision from NASA, the big picture here is that we're waiting to find out if Butch and Sunny are going to come down on Starliner or if they will come down on SpaceX. And then, of course, when. So, guys, those are things that we're waiting to hear. But Boeing is remaining confident that Starliner can bring them back down here.
Marissa Parra, thanks so much.
Inflation and the economy are taking center stage on the campaign trail today.
Former President Donald Trump will be speaking about the issue in Asheville, North Carolina later today. Vice President Kamala Harris is set to give her own economic policy speech in Raleigh on Friday. A new Associated Press poll of adults out today finds that many Americans believe the former president is better positioned to handle the economy, 45 to 38% over Vice President Kamala Harris. Joining us now, NBC News correspondent Dasha Burns is in Asheville, and NBC News White House correspondent Monica Alba in Washington. So, Dasha, we'll start with you. The former president has frequently attacked the Biden administration over inflation. What is the Trump campaign saying about today's new numbers that we just talked about with Caleb?
So they're not responding directly to those numbers, but they are using a similar line of attack against Harris as they did against Biden. And when I reached out about the new data, they sent me a statement about what a new term they're trying to coin, Kamalanomics, saying in the statement that America cannot afford another 4 years of Kamala's failed economic policies. President Trump has a proven track record of making this country prosperous and affordable, and Americans can trust him to put more money back in their pockets. Now, expect today that he will once again tout one of his policies, proposals, no tax on tips, which, of course, Harris has recently come out with as well. And just like in that statement there, expect that he will continue to try to tie Kamala Harris's record to that of President Biden. You showed the polls there that voters do still tend to trust former President Trump more on the economy than Harris. So he's trying to take advantage of that here. Of course, the question is, can he stay on that message of policy as his advisors have been pushing for or not?
And Monica, let me turn to you for the Harris campaign perspective. How are they reacting to today's inflation report? What kind of proposals are we expecting to hear from the vice president when she gives that speech?
Yeah, and the White House and Vice President Harris are always very careful to say that they appreciate this data that shows that inflation is cooling, but that there's more work to be done. And that has sort of been the message from the White House, even though today President Biden tried to tell our own colleague Gabe Gutierrez that inflation has essentially been dealt with and that the president has won on that front, and that he basically is trying to say, I've been right all this time about a soft landing. Now, economists and others can disagree with that exact trajectory, but the vice president in her economic proposals now has to walk that fine line of acknowledging what many people feel and what many people experience when they go to the grocery store or when they fill up their gas tank, and trying to say, overall, though, the trend is good, the numbers are heading in the right direction, but maybe here are some more things that I would do to try to help with that. So the vice president is going to be having her own economic policy rollout speech in North Carolina on Friday. Tomorrow, she's going to appear with the president to talk about lowering prescription drug costs, which has also been a big priority for the Biden-Harris administration.
Yeah, and Monica, the Harris appearances don't end there. NBC News has learned that the Harris Walls ticket will kick off a Pennsylvania bus tour on Sunday. That, of course, is ahead of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. What else should we know about that?
Yeah, and bus tours are something that we've seen in these kinds of election cycles as we get closer to the big dates pretty often. But the fact that this is taking place the day before the Democratic National Convention kicks off is just another part of this strategy from the Harris Walls campaign operation of really trying to barnstorm battleground states and get their message out there. So they're going to be starting in Pittsburgh, and then there are going to be a couple of other retail and community-focused stops. And you're also going to be seeing the second gentleman and Governor Walz's wife, Gwen Walz, on the trail with them as well, which will be the first time we see the four of them on the road beyond that brief appearance where they appeared together in Philadelphia last week, guys.
Monica Alba and Dasha Burns, thank you both. And of course, NBC News will have special coverage of the Democratic National Convention in Chicago next week. It starts Monday at 4 p.m. Eastern, streaming on NBC News Now.
Time now for today's CNBC Money Minute. Candy giant Mars is boosting its snack portfolio.
And if you like the smell of mayonnaise, we have a story for you. Eamon Javers joins us now. Hi, Eamon.
Hey, oh boy, do we. M&M maker Mars is acquiring Kellanova, the maker of Cheez-It crackers and Eggo waffles, for about $30 billion. That's a lot of Cheez-Its. It's the largest deal for Mars since it bought Wrigley for $23 billion back in 2008. Now, like many snack companies, Kellanova has been dealing with falling sales and shoppers pulling back on spending. The company said the deal is expected to close next year. And Texas sued General Motors Tuesday for allegedly violating drivers' privacy. The state accusing the automaker of installing technology on over 14 million vehicles to collect data on drivers, then selling that data to insurers and other companies without the driver's consent. GM said it had been in discussions with the Attorney General's office and is reviewing the complaint. And if you ever wanted to smell a little bit like mayonnaise, Hellman's and the Tennessee Titans quarterback Will Levis have you covered. The two announced a cologne collaboration for $8 that features a mayonnaise-inspired scent. The cologne sold out in 90 minutes.
What?
But fear not, the website says fragrance will be restocked. It's sold out.
It's sold out.
A lot of people want that.
Did you buy some, Eamon? Did you?
I did not. I did not. I don't want to smell like mayonnaise.
Mayonnaise?
Well,
I don't get it.
I don't know. I mean, let me keep my comments to myself.
I don't know. Kids these days.
Eamon, thank you.
Thank you. Coming up, Ernesto reaches hurricane strength off the coast of Puerto Rico. We're tracking where it's headed next.
Plus, a new Tennessee law allows teachers to bring guns into the classroom inside the growing debate over how to make schools safer. Ahead on NBC News Daily.
Americans turn to NBC News than any other news organization.
What is going to happen now?
Going back and forth because
Go ahead. Nice to see you.
News lives in the now.
The front lines are still very active. This is like quicksand, and officials say an entire town is cut off.
This close to actually understand why people had to jump in the ocean.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
French prosecutors have opened an investigation into an online harassment complaint made by Olympic boxing champion Iman Khalif.
The Algerian boxer just won gold in Paris, but for weeks has faced a firestorm of accusations questioning her gender eligibility.
Khalif's attorney confirmed to Variety that high-profile figures like billionaire Elon Musk and author J.K. Rowling were named in the complaint after they posted on X about the athlete. There's been a slew of misinformation online ever since Khalif was disqualified from the World Championships last year for reportedly failing a gender eligibility test from the now banned International Boxing Association.
It's important to note Khalif and her family say she was born female and does not identify as transgender. She was also cleared to compete by the International Olympic Committee. Joining us now to discuss, NBC News legal analyst Angela Senadella. So, Angela, get us up to speed on this case. What exactly is Khalif alleging?
So as you noted here, Khalif has been the center of so much online criticism that has really been horrifying. And she is alleging that it wasn't just hurtful, that it was actually illegal. And the 4 complaints, the charges that she is alleging that they would be guilty of, all these people in the world, not just in France, but across the world, were public insult for basically gender discrimination, also harassment, and also actually based on her national origin. So allegations of discrimination based on both gender and on race. Now, she has filed this with the Hate Crimes Unit, so now it's up to France to investigate.
France's hate crime unit,
yes,
specifically.
I was just going to ask about, so this is the special prosecutor's office in Paris that specifically looks into online hate speech. Is that right? And how do they determine whether there's a penalty? How does it play?
Okay, so first, this Hate Crimes Unit does an extensive investigation, and they do this continuously. This is not a first-time scenario. So they will track in a cyber way everything that's happened online, and then they will decide whether or not to prosecute. So at that point, it could then be referred to trial. There would be a judge and then a possible, if conviction, penalties that could include jail time, up to 10 years in jail.
So as it stands, and as I understand it right now, this case only exists in France. But how does it work, given that it's crossing country borders? Could we see a larger organization, like, say, the European Union, get involved?
So that's very unlikely. I believe that the inclusion of names like this are largely for publicity purposes at this point. But it is almost impossible to get the United States to agree to extradite any American citizen to stand trial in France for something like this, because the freedom of speech protections also in the U.S. are so strong, stronger than they are in France, actually. Now, in terms of the European Union, while they have guidelines, they have no sort of power, no sort of law. So in this case, they have to prove a violation of an actual law, which really here is violation of French law. So as a result, it's limited to France.
Could this be a stepping stone, legally speaking, for some kind of civil lawsuit or more common action after this? Or
yes, that's a great question. And that could actually possibly happen in the United States. Elon Musk has previously faced defamation lawsuits from people abroad for his social media words. So they could always potentially sue him here.
Okay, we're not there yet, but
no,
potentially.
not even close.
Angela Senadella, thank you so much.
Yeah, really fascinating. Thank you. Coming up, some call them death doulas or death midwives. We'll introduce you to the people helping communities cope when it truly matters the most.
This is a piece you're not going to want to miss. You're watching NBC News Daily. We're also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. Watch us wherever you stream, including all the places on your screen. That includes YouTube and Roku and more. The news continues right after this.
there, I'm Hallie, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments. Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Newly released records reportedly show Hunter Biden asked the federal government for help in one of his foreign business deals. The New York Times obtained documents which it says show that in 2016, when Joe Biden was vice president, his son Hunter wrote at least one letter to the U.S. ambassador to Italy, although the New York Times did not see the letter and neither has NBC News. Hunter Biden was reportedly trying to land a project in Tuscany, Italy, on behalf of the Ukrainian gas company Burisma, where he was a board member. But it's unclear if the U.S. Embassy took any action. Hunter's lawyer tells NBC News this was a, quote, proper request, saying, quote, no meeting occurred, no project materialized, no request for anything in the U.S. was ever sought, and only an introduction in Italy was requested. The State Department similarly says these kinds of requests are routine. A White House spokesman says President Joe Biden was not aware of his son reaching out to the embassy in Italy when he was vice president.
Kate, 2 toddlers remain hospitalized after they were ejected from a Jeep following a crash on a Houston highway. NBC's Shaquille Brewster shows us newly released footage of the 2 young children moments after the accident.
A race to save 2 toddlers on a Texas highway.
Innocent routes of that major accident off of East Freeway.
Shocking video showing the children wearing nothing but diapers stranded in the middle of the roadway after police say they were ejected from a Jeep. 2 unidentified people running to get them out of harm's way. The crash taking place on Interstate 10 in Houston.
The cause of the accident between the 2 vehicles is still under investigation right now. The investigation has proven that the 2 children were not in car seats at all. When that vehicle, the Jeep Wrangler, began to roll, and both toddlers were ejected out, a 4-year-old and a 1-year-old.
According to the sheriff, the 2 children and their father who was driving were transported to the hospital in serious condition, but are expected to survive. The driver of the other car was not hurt. That father could face criminal charges.
They were toddlers, 4 and 1-year-old, and it is against state law to not have anyone under that age not in a car seat of some type. And evidently from what we have, they were just sitting in the back of the vehicle, not strapped into anything.
Shaquille Brewster, NBC News.
Just so jarring. Shaq, thank you. Volunteers in California are responding to cases of more than 150 sea lions who have washed up on the state's beaches sick and disoriented. NBC's Liz Kreutz explains what's making them ill and why it could be a sign of the declining health of our oceans.
In California, an urgent race to save dozens of sea lions, showing up sick and disoriented on beaches along the Central Coast.
The Marine Mammal Center is responding to a multitude of calls here and rescuing them.
So far, volunteers here have responded to nearly 150 sea lions and at least 2 dolphins, all showing signs of poisoning from domoic acid, a neurotoxin from algae that gets into the fish these animals eat and can flare up during the summer. The Marine Mammal Center says this outbreak has been longer and more intense.
These animals are seizing on the beach. Our teams are working overtime.
We followed a team as they made a rescue at a beach in Morro Bay. There on the shore, a stranded sea lion. Crowds watching as the crew made their approach.
Okay, they were successfully able to capture this sea lion here. They're now going to get it into the crate. They're going to then bring it to the truck. We're talking quietly because any loud noise can cause these animals to go into a seizure. 1, 2, 3. It's pretty dramatic to see a sick, disoriented animal like that right here on this popular beach.
It's very dramatic, but we also know that they are windows into the health of our ocean.
And to human health as well.
Are humans at risk?
There's a risk. Right now, currently, there isn't a warning for human consumption, but sea lions are the first indicators of that toxin being in the environment.
Although there's still much to learn about domoic acid outbreaks, experts say a strong upwelling of cold water and our warming climate are contributing factors.
These algae do well in warm environments, and so if we're seeing more of that and an increase in that, then that's definitely a factor for these events.
Sea lions, a sentinel for our ocean's health. Liz Kreutz, NBC News, Morro Bay, California.
Liz, great report. Thank you. Coming up, Chimp Crazy. We'll take you inside the new docu-series that could give Tiger King, remember that from the pandemic, a run for its money. That's ahead on NBC News Daily.
Oh, boy. We are also streaming free 24/7 on NBC News Now. You guys can watch us wherever you stream live. That includes YouTube, Roku, all those places. The news continues. What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Lester Holt, America's most trusted TV news anchor.
Bottom of the hour now. Here are some of the stories making headlines on NBC News Daily.
Breaking news, Ernesto is now a hurricane. In Puerto Rico, hundreds of thousands are without power as the storm moves through, dumping torrential rain. Flash flood warnings are in effect in parts of the U.S. territory, and winds are expected to reach around 70 miles per hour. Schools and government agencies are closed, and nearly 100 flights to and from Puerto Rico have been canceled. Ernesto is expected to make its way toward Bermuda later today.
Police in North Carolina are searching for an inmate who escaped custody while being taken to a medical facility. Ramon Alston was convicted in the murder of a 1-year-old girl. According to police, he arrived in a prison transport van for a medical appointment on Tuesday, and then he reportedly freed himself from his leg restraints and ran into the woods. People in the area have been urged to keep their doors and windows closed and stay inside until he's found.
And a New Zealand charity has come under fire for accidentally handing out candy containing methamphetamines. Yesterday, the Auckland City Mission was alerted that some of the donated candy given out by its food bank had a funny taste. Upon inspection, they learned the candy had potentially lethal doses of the drug. 3 people who ate the sweets were taken to the hospital. The candy manufacturer is cooperating with the investigation.
A new round of ceasefire negotiations in the Israel-Hamas war expected to start tomorrow, but Hamas will not be there.
A top Hamas official tells the Associated Press that the militant group is losing faith in the United States as a mediator. NBC News international correspondent Raf Sanchez is in Tel Aviv. So, Raf, how are these negotiations going to work if Hamas is not going to be there?
So really good question, Zinkley. So the format of these negotiations has never been that Israel and Hamas are in the same room sitting on opposite sides of the negotiating table. It's been the mediators going back and forth between them. So Hamas's physical presence at these talks, not necessarily a deal breaker, but the fact that they're saying they don't think there's anything more to talk about, they have their set of conditions and now it's up to Israel to agree to them, is clearly not a good sign in terms of Hamas's flexibility. And U.S. and foreign officials say Israel has also been making things more difficult, that Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu continues to add new demands in between these rounds of negotiations. So I'll give you just a couple of examples. One, Netanyahu apparently now insisting that Israeli forces remain on the border between Gaza and Egypt. He says their presence is crucial to prevent the smuggling of weapons in tunnels underneath that border into Gaza. He's also apparently insisting that Israeli checkpoints, which divide northern and southern Gaza, remain in place in order to screen and make sure that Hamas fighters aren't moving back into northern Israel, where they could threaten the kibbutzim along the border. They could threaten the bigger Israeli cities. Hamas is saying both of those are non-starters, and Israel needs to fully withdraw from Gaza. Guys.
And Raf, Iran is rejecting calls to avoid retaliating for the killing of two senior Hamas and Hezbollah leaders. Do we know when or if they'll respond? What are you hearing from Israeli officials today?
So, Kate, every night for 2 weeks now, Israelis have gone to bed looking at the sky, wondering whether tonight is the night that expected wave of Iranian missiles and drones is going to arrive. So far, it's 10:30 here. It's quiet. But I can tell you, Israeli officials are not resting easy. They believe that this could come potentially at any time. I will say President Biden has raised the possibility of a diplomatic off-ramp, that if there is a breakthrough at these negotiations tomorrow, potentially Iran might back down. Guys.
Raf Sanchez in Tel Aviv. Thank you.
In the wake of the devastating shooting at the Covenant School in Nashville last year, a new law in Tennessee was passed that would allow teachers and staff to be armed in the classroom. The law sets up a lot of rules and training before a teacher or staff member could show up at school armed. And while some teachers say they would feel safer carrying a gun, that doesn't seem to be happening yet.
As kids and teachers head back to school in Tennessee, a new law allows teachers and staff to possess and carry a firearm on school grounds.
There is an option in that piece of legislation. It is a tool that districts can use if they choose to. It therefore will be decided at the local level.
But each school district and principal would need to approve. And so far, the Tennessee Education Association says it is unaware of any school boards that have modified their firearm policies to accommodate the new law. Josh Arwood teaches 6th grade history in Greene County in rural eastern Tennessee. He wishes his district would allow him to carry his gun into the classroom.
If they were to allow it, I would be fine with doing it.
You would sign up to carry?
Mm-hmm.
And what would that look like for you?
It would be concealed at all times.
He says he'd be ready to confront a shooter to save his students.
What if somebody came into my classroom? What if somebody came into my school meaning harm to them? Yeah. I want to feel like I did everything I could to protect them.
We sat down with Josh alongside Jennifer Orth, who teaches 5th grade science and social studies in Nashville.
Do you think that teachers should be armed?
No, I don't. I'm just afraid that the likelihood of someone being hurt accidentally is greater than the likelihood that any teacher is going to be able to prevent a school shooting. People are not walking into schools with handguns. People are walking into schools with AR-15s. And a handgun against an AR-15 is useless.
And to you, Josh, do you worry if that weapon is larger than what you've got? Do you worry that you won't be able to do any good?
Well, I mean, I wouldn't be able to do any good if I didn't have a weapon. You know, at least having something gives me some chance.
I just don't think that an environment that is full of children needs to be full of more guns, just in general.
Under the new law, teachers would need to pass background checks, undergo 40 hours of training, and would be personally liable if something went wrong. Anyone armed must conceal their weapon, and no one would know which staff members were armed, not even parents. And Tennessee is not unique. About half the states have laws allowing teachers or other school employees to be armed, according to the Giffords Law Center.
I can't imagine sending my child into a school knowing that there is a gun that is within feet of her learning how to be a 5th grader.
Mary Joyce's daughter Monroe was 9 when she was injured in the shooting at the Covenant School. She describes herself as conservative, a supporter of the Second Amendment. Last summer, she fought for gun reforms like a red flag law that never passed. And this spring, she was part of heated protests against the legislation to arm teachers.
Why do you think this law passed? The legislators said they were doing this for Covenant.
Yeah.
You know, in the wake of the shooting at your kid's school.
They weren't listening. They haven't listened at all. It almost felt like we were screaming underwater.
Do you think this is the law now for political reasons? Do you think it was political?
I think partly it was political.
Josh, who's also a Republican county commissioner, and Jennifer, a registered Democrat, agree on this.
It was at least a good step, kind of see where it goes. But I think it was so some of them could give themselves a pat on the back and be able to throw some red meat to their constituents.
I think that they were trying to say, well, we did something. We tried to do something to make the kids safer.
Representative Ryan Williams, the Tennessee Republican lawmaker who sponsored that legislation, said in a statement to us in part, there is nothing political about ensuring districts have the ability to determine how best to protect their schools from dangerous individuals. Zinkley, it was interesting. Josh has taught for 18 years and Jennifer for 11 years. So they have long records. They both said their job has gotten harder. They think all the time about what they would do, and they talk about what they would do if a shooter were to come into their school. They said it's just changed everything.
Really fascinating report, Kate. Thank you. Let's head now to today's Daily Health. We're talking about end-of-life care. It can be a difficult subject for many families who often have to navigate the healthcare system while managing their own emotions. That's why some people are turning to end-of-life doulas to bridge that gap. They are professionals who provide services and support for patients and their loved ones before, during, and after death. Sue and her husband, Jerry Crehan, had big dreams for retirement.
We were planning to visit every major wine-growing region in the world, and we wanted to be able to be with our grandkids as much as possible. Didn't quite turn out that way, though.
Today, at 71 years old, Crehan lives in Richmond, Virginia, in the same house where her husband of 47 years died in 2022.
Talk to me about when you got the diagnosis.
I would say in 2016, my husband started noticing some issues.
Jerry was diagnosed with Lou Gehrig's disease, or ALS, in 2016. It's a disease of the nervous system that weakens muscles and ultimately all normal bodily functions. During his hospital treatment, the couple was introduced to end-of-life doulas. An end-of-life doula, also known as a death midwife or death doula, assists individuals and their loved ones through the dying process. They do not provide medical services, rather educational, physical, emotional, and spiritual support.
My friend.
Shelby Carillon has been an end-of-life doula for 9 years. She supported Jerry and Sue.
What's the difference between someone like you, an end-of-life doula, and, say, a social worker, a chaplain?
My lane is in witnessing and walking alongside. I sit next to in a space that most people find uncomfortable. Most people don't want to sit with people who are dying, talk about death.
By some estimates, there are over 1,000 end-of-life doulas working in the United States.
Hey, welcome.
In February, a group of them gathered at a funeral home in Brooklyn, brought together by the All's Well Initiative. The New York-based nonprofit provides doula services for those at the end of their lives.
Drink, sign in.
And space for doulas to support each other.
Hey.
Emma Acker is a doula and the nonprofit's founder. She says the COVID-19 pandemic spiked interest.
A lot of gaps were revealed in our systems of healthcare, but also just in ourselves and in our communities. People want to hear about this and want to talk about this and want to go into this.
There is currently no government certification required to become an end-of-life doula, but there are organizations that provide training, certification, and standards guidance. As for costs, most private insurers do not reimburse for doulas, many charging an hourly rate or offering a sliding scale. But for families like the Crehans, they say the presence of a doula is invaluable. Once Jerry declined to hospice, the couple reached out to end-of-life doula Shelby. 11 months later, Jerry died, May 3rd, 2022.
What was that day like for you?
He said, Sue, I want you to call the boys. It's time. He looked at me and said, I'm ready, babe. And I said, oh, Jer, wait 1 minute, please. Before you go, I need a hug. I just didn't want him to go without feeling that again, so I'm sorry. And he closed his eyes and died. Jerry said to me, I have lived well and I want to die well.
Sue hoping more people will consider end-of-life doulas to shape times of mourning with deep meaning.
Yeah, and Sue, who you saw there, clearly so powerful. But it struck me, she said those final months with Jerry were filled with joy. And a lot of that she attributed to Shelby, their end-of-life doula. They got to focus on Jerry's legacy. He made a legacy journal, wrote letters to everyone in the family. And she said that day that he died, they made space. There were candles, there were prayers. They knew who they wanted in the room. And that really made all the difference.
Wow, such an important story. Thank you so much for that, Zinkley.
Of course.
Still ahead, we're switching gears. Give peas a chance. Do you have a picky eater in your family? I love that. Give peas a chance. How parents can encourage kids to just try one bite. We'll be back.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Kristen Welker hosts Meet the Press every Sunday on NBC.
Dad, I'm hungry. What can I eat?
Pasta?
No.
What about some leftover potatoes?
No.
You want some eggs?
No.
What about some squash?
Yes!
Yes, that is not something you hear often. A kid who actually wants to eat vegetables.
And squash. In today's modern parenting, we're talking about how to expand your child's palate because, let's face it, trying to get kids to eat healthy can sometimes feel like a giant tug of war, right? Joining us now is Jack Zhang. He is a content creator and co-author of Cultivating a Curious Palate. And that adorable boy that we just saw is your son, Levi, right?
Yep.
That's awesome.
Levi.
So what is your secret? You got Levi to want vegetables. How did this all start? How'd you make those videos?
I started the videos about a year ago, and I thought about this idea of asking him what he wants to eat. growing up, that's what my grandmother actually asked me. She's an excellent cook herself. And, you know, I've always been a foodie myself and love to cook. I wanted to share my passion with little Levi. So ever since he was young, I started making his baby foods from scratch.
Wow.
And then now I'm even having him, you know, involved in the cooking process with me.
Yeah. I mean, to that end, how do you get kids first to actually want to try, say, different foods than just chicken nuggets and pizza? But also, is there a good time to introduce new foods to kids?
Yeah, any time is good. You know, obviously, the earlier you start, the better. It's a habit that you have to kind of build. I think if you just bring your kids grocery shopping with you to the produce section, there's so many colors and shapes and sizes of vegetables and fruits that we kind of take for granted as adults. But for a kid, it's eye-opening and, you know, stuff that you can kind of expand on and tell stories through and just have them like feel and smell the produce and then bring it home and just involve them in the whole process. And it just makes it so much more interesting than just, you know, having them eat something that's they've never seen before.
Yeah, that makes sense. What if you already have a picky eater, though? If you're already there and your kid doesn't want anything but chicken nuggets, what do you do? How do you approach that?
Yeah, so there's a difference between like picky eating and then just getting kids to sit down and enjoy a meal, right? Because kids are distracted all the time, so that's completely fine as long as they're willing to try something new. Again, if you kind of frame it in a way where it's kind of fun and inviting, they will generally gravitate towards that instead of like almost like a chore that they have to eat, you know?
Yeah, to that end, what's your take on sort of chronic snackers? There can be kids who are like, I don't want a real meal, I just want a snack.
Yeah, snacking is fine, right? But obviously, like Levi too, sometimes right before a meal, he'll be like, I want a snack. And
even your kid?
Yeah, he's still a kid, you know? So we try to limit snacks and have it after meals.
Okay.
Right? Because if you fill up on snacks before a meal, it is going to be a lot harder for you to enjoy anything else.
What about rules? Like if you don't finish your food on your plate, you can't have dessert. What do you feel about those?
You know, I grew up not even having dessert at the end of the meal. It was just kind of like a fruit is a dessert. So now, you know, he does have dessert sometimes after meals. And I guess the rule is just, you know, try the food that's there and then eat as much as you can. We don't really try to force him to finish everything, but as long as he's making the effort and he's getting the, you know, the proper nutrition, I think that's all that matters.
I love that, and he's inspiring other kids too, and you're inspiring other parents.
Exactly, that's the main thing. You know, we love our fans, and we're so grateful to be in this, have this opportunity.
I used to have a song about peas. Like to get my kids to eat green
anything,
peas.
A little reprise?
Stories, anything like that.
Jack Jong, thank you so much, and thanks for being with us. We got a lot more news ahead.
You are watching NBC News Daily.
good to have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines. New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
We have a first look now at a new documentary by one of the directors who created Tiger King.
This new project is called Chimp Crazy. It premieres Sunday on HBO and Max. It follows an exotic animal broker who cares for chimpanzees, but it's sparking some controversy with animal rights groups. Here's Morning News Now anchor Joe Fryer.
They're known as monkey moms.
This is the monkey's closet.
Wow. Oh, so this is formal wear. The monkeys have more clothing than I have.
People who are obsessed with chimpanzees and monkeys. People like Tanya Haddix.
Monkey love is totally different than the way you have love for your child. If it's your natural born child, it's just natural because you actually, gave birth to that kid. But when you adopt a monkey, the bond is much, much deeper.
Haddix is featured in the new HBO documentary Chimp Crazy, directed by Eric Good.
It's a love story gone wrong.
Good isn't just a filmmaker, he's a conservationist who created the Turtle Conservancy, which protects wildlands where tortoises and turtles live. Oh yeah, he also co-directed something you likely watched at the beginning of the COVID lockdown.
Come here, love me.
Tiger King, the story of controversial zookeeper Joe Exotic. Now comes another eccentric subject.
How do you describe Tanya Haddix?
I would say she's a mix between Dolly Parton and Tammy Faye Baker. She loves chimpanzees maybe more than her own children. And she will do anything to have a chimpanzee.
Haddix cares for chimps in captivity in Missouri and ends up in a years-long legal fight with the animal rights group PETA, which wants the chimps moved to an accredited sanctuary.
PETA plays a pretty important role in this documentary. Why was it so important for you to be a part of it?
One of the things that exotic animal owners have in common is that they seem to think that they're above the law. PETA is relentless in its work on behalf of animals. We stick around until the work is done, and that's what we did in this case.
In 2021, a judge sided with PETA, ordering Haddix to turn over several chimps, including one named Tonka.
Damn chimps just suck you in. They suck you in so quick.
Without giving too much away, we'll just tell you that amid the battle, Tonka goes missing.
What's amazing, I think, for people watching Chimp Crazy is they're going to come along for the ride and see things happen in real time as we were filming it, because we didn't know what the story was when we started. And it evolved just like Tiger King did. We didn't know Joe wanted to kill Carol Baskin. Chimp Crazy is probably in many ways crazier than Tiger King.
Tonka was once a Hollywood chimp, starring in several movies, including the 1997 film Buddy, sharing the screen with Alan Cumming. Cumming is featured in the documentary.
People fall in love with these chimps, and you can't tame wild things.
The series focuses on the risks humans take caring for chimps, which are incredibly smart, powerful, and sometimes unpredictable. In fact, Good says his crew felt much safer around the tigers.
When I was shooting Tiger King, I never forget people telling me they'd rather have 100 tigers than one chimp.
Those dangers became a reality in 2009 in Stamford, Connecticut, where Sandra Harold's chimp savagely attacked her friend. Days later, she spoke with Today.
He was just too strong, and I went and grabbed the phone and called 911.
With Chimp Crazy, Good wants to shine a light on what's happening to chimps, which are an endangered species, and hopes we'll treat them with dignity.
I hope there's a silver lining in this for Tanya.
What do you hope that is?
I hope that Tanya might understand eventually that these chimpanzees can't talk. We don't know what that animal's thinking. And I hope that Tanya may realize that chimpanzees are highly complex social animals like human beings and really probably shouldn't be kept alone in a cage.
Joe Fryer, NBC News.
Wow.
Fascinating.
It raises a lot of questions, right?
Definitely gonna be a talker.
Yeah,
Tiger King
I'm
certainly
sure
was.
it will be, but I can also see the perspective of like maybe they should just stay in zoos or places where people can really take care of them and not in someone's bedroom.
Joe, thanks for the thought-provoking story.
I'm Kate Snow.
I'm Zink Lasson. You are watching NBC News Daily, and you can keep watching us streaming free 24/7 right here on NBC News Now. The news continues after this.
News lives in the now. It's coming at us every second. News is more now than ever.
Just outside of the Israeli military headquarters.
Now is raw.
This tunnel just goes on and on.
Now is real.
We get to see democracy in action for the very first time in the 2024 race.
Now is constant.
You gotta see this.
Future is now. News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
If it's Wednesday, former President Trump is set to speak any moment now in North Carolina, where he's expected to hit the economy and hit Vice President Harris, as new polls show a tightening race in a state that's been reliably red in recent years. Plus, President Biden tells NBC News the U.S. has beat inflation, as a new report shows inflation cooling to its lowest level in more than 3 years, teeing up the Federal Reserve for a long-anticipated interest rate cut. And stuck in space. NASA today saying that no decision has been made on where or how 2 American astronauts will be brought home as the crew, Boeing, and U.S. officials scramble to fix the Starliner spacecraft. Welcome to Meet the Press Now. I'm Kristen Welker in Washington as we are tracking some major developments in the 2024 battleground states. Any moment now, former President Donald Trump is set to take the stage in Asheville, North Carolina. It's a state that hasn't voted Democratic in the presidential race since 2008, but one that Democrats are hoping could be in play in November now that Vice President Harris is at the top of the ticket. The Trump campaign has billed this as an event about the economy, and we will see if the former president will stick to the message as several leading Republicans voice their frustrations about the unfocused tenor of his campaign. The latest Republican to go public with their worries is Trump's final primary opponent, Nikki Haley. The former UN ambassador warning yesterday the campaign needs to focus or risk losing in November.
I want this campaign to win.
But the campaign is not going to win talking about crowd sizes. It's not going to win talking about what race Kamala Harris is. It's not going to win talking about whether she's dumb. It's not, you can't win on those things. The American people are smart. Treat them like they're smart. I think the campaign needs to focus. That's the main thing. Look, this is a winnable election, but you need to focus.
Now, many of those topics Haley is calling on Mr. Trump to avoid are ones he brought up at his press conference just last week. And the campaign announcing today that Mr. Trump plans to hold another press conference tomorrow. And when asked earlier today about his false claim that Harris's crowds were enhanced by AI, here's what he had to say.
Well, I can't say what was there, who was there. I can only tell you about ours. We have the biggest crowds ever in the history of politics. We have crowds that nobody's ever seen before, and we continue to have that. We have a level of enthusiasm that nobody's seen before. They want to make America great again. That's what's happening.
Vice President Harris is also spending part of this week focused on the economy, and it follows some positive numbers today showing inflation cooling. Tomorrow, Harris will join President Biden for a White House event on the economy in Maryland. And Friday, she'll have a North Carolina rally on the economy of her own in Raleigh. The campaign says that event will focus on lowering costs for middle-class families. We'll be curious to see how much detail she gives. Well, as he makes his first solo campaign appearances this week, running mate Tim Walz talked about Harris's ties to the middle class yesterday.
Vice President Harris grew up in a middle-class family, picked up shifts at that McDonald's as a student. I keep asking this to make a contrast here. Can you simply picture Donald Trump working at a McDonald's trying to make a McFlurry or something? Oh, he knows us. He couldn't run that damn McFlurry machine if it cost him anything. Education should be a ticket to the middle class, not crippling student loan debt. Here's the thing. We don't have that long to go here, but think about the future that we can create.
Now, Trump and Harris's trips to North Carolina this week come as the Tar Heel state and several other battlegrounds appear to be firmly in the toss-up column. New polls from our friends at the Cook Political Report have Harris holding a narrow lead over Trump within the margin of error in 5 of 7 battleground states. Trump had been leading or tied in all 7 states back in May. Joining me now is NBC's Garrett Hake at the Trump rally in North Carolina, NBC's Yamisha Alcindor, who is covering the Harris campaign, and with me here on set is NBC News chief political analyst Chuck Todd. Garrett, let me go to you. Start things off. Obviously, we hear this growing chorus from Republicans urging Donald Trump to stay on message. What is the reaction inside the campaign? What's the strategy today?
Forgive me, Kristen, I lost the last bit of your question as Donald Trump is getting introduced on stage behind me right now. Look, I think the Trump campaign largely agree, at least conceptually, with the idea that they need to be more focused on Kamala Harris's record, on her policy positions. They have said as much that they believe her own policies are the key to her defeat, and her own manner of discussing them are the tools they'll use to get there. It's just been the candidate who's not been consistently dialed in on that issue. And I think this Trump campaign, having had the benefit of watching the last 2, knows that there's only so much they can do to force their candidate to stay on message. Although something like this today, an event that is both thematically and physically built out to focus on the economy, with economic focused messaging appearing behind Trump on stage, and the campaign reminding people all week long that this is not a rally, it is an economic messaging event, has almost meant, I think, as a message to the candidate, as much as for those of us covering it, that this is what this is going to be about, at least they hope.
Yeah, well, Garrett, amazing job barreling through there. Let me ask you a very quick follow-up before Trump takes the podium. He announced this press conference for tomorrow. It was his press conference last week that roiled a lot of his allies. What's the thinking behind this press conference, and are his allies concerned that it's just going to be another example of him going off message?
Well, look, Kristen, I don't have specific reporting on the reaction of allies to this, but I do get the sense, based on the time I've spent covering Trump across 3 campaigns now, that this press conference is almost certainly the candidate's idea, as much, if not more so, than the campaign's. It's at a Trump property. It lacks, at least on its face, any specific focus. It's obviously not in a battleground state. much like the event at Mar-a-Lago, where I think you had a confluence of reporters who were already in Palm Beach, Trump taking the opportunity to seize on us just being there to go out and talk. I do think the campaign thinks they can generate more pressure on Kamala Harris to ultimately go out in front of a camera and take questions, something they think will be bad for her. They just think she will be a poor performer when she eventually does take questions. Maybe they think they can turn up the heat in that way, but you're absolutely right. The questions from however many reporters are credentialed to attend this event tomorrow are not going to be focused on the economy, at least not solely. They're going to be on all these other issues and all these other tangents that Donald Trump has embraced over the last week since his last press conference, and who knows what new rabbit holes will emerge out of that event.
Yeah, well, we know that you'll be there pressing him, listening very closely and asking all of the tough questions. Garrett Haake, thank you for that. And we are going to listen to what President Trump, former President Trump, has to say, and we'll bring you any news that comes out of that event. I do want to go to Yamiche. Yamiche, let's pick up on where Garrett left off, which is the strategy that we are seeing from Donald Trump, from his campaign, to try to pressure Vice President Kamala Harris to do more press conferences, more interviews. This is the recent statement that they just put out. It's been 24 days, and Kamala Harris continues to duck and hide from the media. No interviews, no press conferences since she announced her campaign is hiding Kamala in the basement because they know she owns every single disastrous policy record of the Biden-Harris administration. What is the reaction inside the Harris campaign? And there is a sense that she's going to be doing interviews after the Democratic National Convention, right?
That's right. My sense in talking to campaign officials and also talking to allies of Vice President Harris is that she understands that she needs to sit down for a substantive interview, a sit-down interview. My understanding is that the campaign wants to make this a joint interview between her and Governor Walz, her running mate. That being said, she has been engaging the press. So I want to just make sure that we do underscore the fact that she is talking to reporters. She has taken some questions. She has not done a full-on press conference. She has not done a big interview since she became the nominee. But we are getting some questions in here and there. We always want more. But the Harris campaign is also looking at the Trump campaign and saying, if this is the best that you've got, just based on my conversations, then this really is going to be problematic for the Trump campaign. They see the Trump campaign as really scrambling here and not really able to land anything. I think it's interesting that Nikki Haley was on another network talking about the fact that she doesn't also like this sort of strategy by the Trump campaign to try to pressure Harris to do an interview, to talk about her race. Nikki Haley saying that really isn't working for Republicans. And the Harris campaign essentially is saying the same thing, saying that this is not going to be what sort of sinks their ship, that they feel like they're good, that they're building organizations, that they have a real handle on sort of how to bring this enthusiasm into actual votes. So they're just not seeming to be worried here, though we do expect a bigger interview sometime probably after the DNC is my reporting.
Well, and I know, Yamiche, you've also been reporting on this event that Vice President Harris is set to hold later this week. It's going to be focused on the economy. And I think the big question on everyone's mind is how much detail will we get from the vice president? And will there be daylight between her policies that she will roll out at some point, we would anticipate, and President Biden's policies?
Well, Kirsten, this is one of those weeks where political reporters like you, me, and Garrett, we circle North Carolina on our maps because that is where, of course, Trump is today, and Vice President Harris is going to be heading there on Friday. I'll be covering that, and she's going to be delivering this economic speech. My understanding is that there is going to be substantive policy there. The campaign and she herself has been saying that she's going to roll out a bigger plan, a sort of real detailed plan on her policies as it relates to the economy. She has been messaging on this sort of since the beginning, talking about the fact that the middle class needs to be at the center of her campaign, that people need to feel like the economy is working for them, that people need to see sort of at their kitchen table a better situation for everyone involved in America, and especially people who are struggling. That being said, I think the big question is going to be, where is going to be the daylight? My understanding is that her campaign isn't going to want to be seen as breaking with President Biden. She has a lot of respect for him. She understands really that she wouldn't be in this position if it wasn't for him picking her as a running mate, and then of course leaving the ticket and leading and endorsing her. So, but my sense is that they're going to say, look, the Biden campaign and the Biden administration did some great things. We want to push it forward and do more and try to build on that.
All right. Well, we will see just how much detail she gets into. Yamiche, thank you so much for your great reporting. As always, Chuck Todd, I want to turn to you. We'll get to your column in just a moment, but let's break down these new numbers from the Cook Political Report. Top line, they show movement in Harris's direction. They show, and if we could put the numbers up, they show basically that a number of these key battleground states are effectively a toss-up with momentum for Harris in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona, North Carolina. What do you make of this?
I think this is the announcement bump a little bit, and you have to sort of, and what'll be interesting to see is this her convention bump sort of happening a little bit earlier? I think we saw that with Trump. Trump got his convention bump a little bit earlier with the Vance pick and all of that stuff as that was setting up. This was even pre-assassination attempt. That all itself had some impact on the polling as well. So I am going to be curious to see, is there any more room for her to grow? Because what you really have seen in all these numbers over the last week is she got the wayward Democrats back. Right. There was a whole group of voters who voted Biden in 2020 who were not happy with Biden. And they were, were they up for grabs for Trump? Were they flirting with some third-party candidates? We've seen the collapse of the third-party candidates almost across the board, particularly the two most left-wing ones, Jill Stein and Cornel West. They're barely registering anymore. And then whatever Democrats Kennedy had have gone away. Kennedy's down to mid to low single digits in almost all of these places. And so whatever wayward Democrat was there, she's got. We're still looking, like I look at it this way, we just had one bump for Trump, and now we've got one, it's sort of like it's a seesaw, right? I do think in about 3 weeks, we're going to settle into what will look very familiar to all of us. Look as much like 2012 as it did, I think, now, which will be a 1 to 2 point race for the rest of the way.
And right now, I mean, she does seem to also have some momentum with the so-called double haters.
I don't think there are as many double haters.
Yeah.
That's the most important thing.
The double haters basically are no more.
Because some of these double haters were wayward Democrats. So those that were already predisposed to leaning to the left, they suddenly don't hate the nominee. They're giving her a shot. So the double hater group, it's just like what happened with Biden. The double haters were smaller in 2020. The double haters were a large cohort in 2016. Look, I am getting more and more convinced than ever that we could actually be seeing essentially the mirror image of 2016, where Trump is the incumbent who's not in office, just like Hillary was the incumbent who was not in office, and Harris is something new. We haven't tried that. Trump was, we hadn't tried that. And that right now, I think, is probably her best asset.
You lead me to your column, but we should point out, it's fascinating that you're saying she's something new. She's the sitting vice president, and she is running as the shining
And here's
new
the
object.
irony, right? This has been, I think, a fairly miserable experience for her as vice president, because it's pretty clear the Biden people did ice her out a lot, didn't want her involved. Might be the best thing to happen to her candidacy. She doesn't have that many fingerprints on the Biden administration. I think some of the public believes that. It's why some of this polling shows they think she's going to govern in a new direction. And it's a fair assumption because she really wasn't brought into the inner circle. So many people try to keep her out.
Yeah, it does feel like we are witnessing her reintroduction to the world. I want to read a portion of your column in which you talk about 2016. You say disdain from one candidate can turn swing voters against that campaign and toward the target. The best example of that, Hillary Clinton, who clearly never viewed Trump as a worthy opponent in 2016. The deplorables comment only reinforced that view. It's possible the less respect he shows for Harris, the less scared the public will be to give her a chance. Explain.
Well, I'm told that he's been told this, that you don't respect her. And voters, the voters are sitting there going, and there was no doubt Hillary Clinton did not respect Donald Trump, didn't think he belonged on the debate stage, didn't want to do any of those things. And then deplorables was the sort of exclamation point. And voters were turned off by that. This lack of respect, this is turning off, I think, Republican-leaning women. It's turning off Republican-leaning voters of color. Plenty of people are first or second generation Americans and are really proud of it. I was just at a citizenship ceremony about 2 weeks ago. It's one of the most moving experiences you can have as an American. And by the way, few people recognize me. These were very politically diverse new citizens. So if he's out there insulting these new citizens or insulting first generation immigrants, he's potentially insulting people who are predisposed to maybe distrust government and sort of want to be on the right. It is one of these, he is his own worst enemy. And I think it's starting to multiply.
And Chuck, what does that mean in a state like North Carolina, which, as we said, Democrats haven't won since 2008, but you can see Harris has a very minor lead there within the margin of error. Do you think that that state could be in play?
Look, I do think it's in play if the African American base gets fired up. Look, Barack Obama carried it once.
Right.
He didn't carry it twice.
No.
It didn't have the same impact the first time. But what it does is it puts the state in play. It's still, I think the swing voter is sort of a center-right voter. So it's going to be difficult. It is, perhaps the abortion issue can be the sort of the second issue there. But it is pretty important for the Harris campaign to put pressure on Trump's path to 270. Right now, all the pressure is on her path to 270 in the 3 northern states. She needs to put pressure on him in either Georgia or North Carolina. In this cycle, it looks like North Carolina is the better option.
All right. Chuck Todd breaking it all down for us. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Great to see you, as always. Coming up, Ukraine gains momentum on the battlefield and launches the largest drone attack seen yet on Russian air bases as President Putin rushes to respond to Kyiv's cross-border incursion. But first, money matters. What's next for the Federal Reserve and the economy as inflation reaches its lowest level in more than 3 years? You're watching Meet the Press Now. Stay with us.
Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. We report live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Top story reporting from Baltimore.
Every weeknight, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas, streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Has the U.S. beat inflation, Mr. President?
Yes, yes, yes. I told you we're going to have a soft landing. We're going to have a soft landing. My policies are working. Start writing that way.
Welcome back. That was President Biden this afternoon answering a question from NBC's Gabe Gutierrez, touting today's inflation report. Prices were up 0.2% last month, according to the Labor Department, but they were up 2.9% compared to July of last year. That represents the smallest year-over-year increase since March of 2021 and is a sign that inflation is finally cooling. The numbers also put more pressure on the Federal Reserve to begin cutting interest rates as soon as next month. Tracking all of this, NBC News senior business correspondent Christine Romans, who joins me now live. Christine, so great to see you. Thanks for being with me. Really appreciate it. Let's talk big picture. Yeah. What is the basic significance of these numbers that I just laid out?
I mean, finally, you can clearly look at the chart and see that we have bent the curve. That 9.1% inflation rate from the summer of 2022, which was terrible, is behind us. And all those Fed rate hikes are working. They're cooling off prices. And the economy, while slowing a little bit, is still pretty stable. That's the soft landing you heard the president talk about. Did it sound to you like the president is tired of people overlooking good economic news and only talking about bad opinion polls?
Just a bit, just a bit. You know, Christine, obviously the big question is, what does this mean for the rate cut that we are all expecting next month? How could it impact how large of a rate cut we actually see? What are you anticipating?
I mean, I think it means it's coming. I think this is the kind of economic ammunition that the Fed can say, we feel comfortable cutting interest rates. The big bend of the inflation has bent in the right direction. It's not at the 2% that the Fed wants, but it's really darn close and could move there quickly if the economy really is slowing as fast as some people think it is. And then that means the Fed has this tightrope to walk to make sure that you've killed inflation, but you haven't started economic weakness that turns into a recession. And the Fed has a lot of room to use use rate cuts to try to manage that soft landing. So we're in a new phase, Kristen. I think that's what's really important for people to understand. I don't know if the Fed rate cut will be 25 basis points next month or 50. If my gut says it would be 25 because the Fed doesn't like to shock the markets. And also, usually you have a 50 basis point move when there's something bad happening in the economy. And there's nothing bad happening here, honestly. Inflation is getting under control and the economy is still strong. The unemployment rate is still 4.3%. So it's kind of a sweet spot here for starting to cut interest rates. And that relieves pressure on families and companies for borrowing costs. And that's a good thing.
Well, you talk about the markets. They didn't really react much to today's CPI report. What do you make of that, Christine?
Because I think after yesterday's producer price index also came in a little cooler than expected, the consensus is that the inflation beast has been killed. Look, for the public, though, grocery prices are still up 20% over the past 4 years. Home or car insurance is up 50%. So there are pain points in American budgets, no question. But that thing that the Fed is watching, that inflation rate, has turned and things are looking better. Food prices basically going sideways. Energy, gas prices are cheaper today than they were a year ago. Housing, again, still a pain point. And you're going to hear policy, I think, from both campaigns about what can be done about the housing piece of this. But in terms of the Fed, it looks like interest rate cuts are coming.
All right, Christine Romans, thanks for helping us break it all down. Really appreciate it. Great to see you. We want to turn now to the very latest on Hurricane Ernesto. The Category 1 storm is churning north of Puerto Rico, moving toward Bermuda. Right now, heavy rain continues in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands, bringing flooding and widespread power outages. About half of Puerto Rico's homes and businesses have lost power, according to the island's emergency portal system. Officials say sustained high winds are delaying power crews getting out to start work, and efforts are also complicated by the fact that Puerto Rico's electric grid was never permanently fixed after Hurricane Maria devastated the island as a Category 4 storm back in 2017. Well, President Biden has approved an emergency declaration for Puerto Rico. Ernesto is expected to intensify as it moves northwest. And while it is forecast to stay well offshore the continental U.S., East Coast beachgoers should be aware that swells are expected to bring life-threatening surf and rip currents over the weekend. Well, now to a surprise incursion into Russia as Ukrainian troops continue to push deeper into the Kursk region with those operations now in their second week. Here's what President Biden told reporters about it yesterday.
Anyway,
Mr. President, what do you have to say about what's happening in Russia and Ukraine? Have you spoken with anyone in the Ukrainian government?
I've spoken with my staff on a regular basis, probably every 4 or 5 hours for the last 6 or 8 days. And it's creating a real dilemma for Putin, and we've been in direct contact, constant contact with the Ukrainians.
Well, you can see video here of Ukrainian troops patrolling a village in the Kursk region. President Zelensky claims 74 settlements in that border region are now under Ukrainian control. NBC News cannot independently verify the situation on the ground, but it does appear that this assault into Russian territory is having an impact on Moscow's strategy. A Ukrainian army spokesperson said they have seen Russian troops pull out of areas in southern Ukraine and are now being directed to other areas of the front line, including Kursk. Joining me now is NBC News International correspondent Josh Letterman. Josh, thanks so much for being here. Really appreciate it. What is the very latest on this incursion? Any sign of it slowing down?
There really is not, and that is really a surprise, Kristen, because I think a week ago, if you were to ask most military experts, would Ukraine be able to actually hold on to Russian territory for a full week, they would have said probably not. But that is exactly what has happened. In fact, the Ukrainians still appear to be on the march. Overnight, they launched what the Ukrainian SBU, which is their elite security service, is calling the largest drone attack of the entire war. They targeted 4 different sites inside of Russia that are air bases. And we're also hearing that the Ukrainians now have set a goal to create what they're calling a buffer zone on the Russian side of the border. Essentially, they're saying, look, Russia has been attacking us from their own territory right along the border. We're going to clear them out of there and try to hold it so that Russia can't use that territory to attack vulnerable parts of Ukraine.
Well, Josh, let me follow up with you because you mentioned that drone attack. How is Russia responding? What's the view inside Moscow?
So Russia has acknowledged now that Ukraine launched this attack. They're not really confirming the specifics of what the Ukrainians were able to target. But according to the Russians, they say that this was a wave of more than 100 drones and missiles. On the flip side, though, Kristen, the Russians are really trying as best as they can not to show weakness here. They are suggesting that the situation remains under control, that their military is responding well to try to kick the Ukrainians out of the territory they've seized, even as many prominent Russian bloggers who have a lot of influence in that country are openly questioning the Kremlin now and how it is that they allowed this to happen and then were unable to put a stop to it for more than a week.
And I also want to turn to something that happened earlier in the war. That attack on the Nord Stream pipeline got a lot of coverage when this was first beginning. Germany issued its first arrest warrant for that attack. Josh, what can you tell us about that?
So the Germans are staying pretty tight-lipped about this, but according to the German public broadcaster ARD, they have now issued an arrest warrant for what they say is a Ukrainian. They say this person was actually in Poland, and the Polish law enforcement authorities have confirmed that they received an arrest warrant for this individual, but that he apparently crossed back into Ukraine before they were able to nab him. And so this is one of the first clues that we have from an actual national law enforcement agency about who they think might have been behind this, because you'll remember this was such a massive controversy, and it was a whodunit, Kristen. The German government, the Swedes, the Danes, they were all looking into this. Many of those national governments simply closed their investigations because they could not figure out who it was. The Germans now appear to have a lead, Kristen.
Certainly a significant development. Josh Letterman, thank you so much, as always, for your great reporting. Coming up next, abortion on the ballot in Missouri. It's a Republican-led state with some of the strictest abortion laws in the country. But my next guest hopes voters will change all of that this November. Stay with us. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
News lives in the now.
Look at this. You can't even see anything anymore.
Let's break down what we know.
You gotta see this.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now. Now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. 2024 will mark the first presidential election since the Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, drastically altering the landscape of abortion access in the United States. Currently, 14 states have bans on abortion, and several others severely restrict the procedure. But that could change in November. 8 states are now set to vote on measures that will protect or expand abortion access, including deep red Missouri, which Donald Trump won by 16 points 4 years ago. Now, yesterday, the group that campaigned to get the constitutional amendment on the Missouri ballot celebrated the measure's certification. Look.
I am honored to say that it is our turn to do something that no other state has done before: end a total abortion ban at the ballot box. This November, Missouri voters will have the opportunity to make their voices heard and return decisions about abortion to their rightful place, with women, their families, and their doctors, not politicians.
Now, just to set the stage here, Missouri has a near total ban on abortion with exceptions only for the life of the mother. The ballot initiative would protect access through fetal viability, which is generally around 24 weeks of pregnancy. Lieutenant Governor and Republican gubernatorial candidate Mike Kehoe slammed the amendment in a statement saying, quote, "It's an extreme proposal funded by out-of-state liberals." And joining me now, the Democratic candidate for governor in Missouri, State Representative Crystal Quade. Representative Quade, thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me on.
Let's first talk about this development in your state, this potentially significant development. What do you think the impact will be of this ballot measure in November for Democrats? Obviously, you live in a red state.
Yeah, we know it's going to be huge for elections in November. You know, we had just barely 3 months to collect the signatures for this initiative, and we were able to do double the amount needed with over 380,000 Missourians saying they want politicians out of their doctor's offices. And so we are thrilled that it's been certified and ready for November.
Do you think in some of these races, I mean, yours, for example, which is going to be an uphill battle, do you think it could make the difference in a race like yours?
We absolutely know that it can and that it will. You know, we have folks from every corner of the state who signed this petition, folks who are self-identified Republicans and libertarians, independents, who are really tired of this government overreach that we continue to see throughout Missouri, not just in our doctor's offices, but all over. And they are ready for something different, and they want to have control back.
When you joined this program back in May, you expressed confidence that it would pass. Where do you stand now? Are you confident? Can you say here today that you feel confident this is going to pass in November?
Absolutely. I'm confident. You know, we've been traveling the state for the past year for this governor's race, and we've shown up in every corner in very deep red rural counties and had conversations with folks. And this is the first thing that comes up everywhere I go when I ask what they want to see come November is access back to their health care.
Well, let's talk about the measure specifically. As I just laid out at the top, it would basically protect abortion rights through the point of fetal viability, which is defined as around 24 weeks. Do you worry it's not specific enough? Do you think that there should have been a specific gestational cutoff point?
No, I think the way this language was written is exactly how it should be. You know, we need to be trusting our doctors and families to be making these decisions, not the politicians and outlining a specific. I will also add what is really great about this amendment is protections for birth control, things like IVF. You know, we have heard Republicans in Missouri as recently as this year during legislative sessions say that IVF might be next on the chopping block. And so by voting yes this November, Missourians are not only protecting their access to abortion, but all of their access to reproductive health care.
You know, it's such a drastic shift from the law as it stands right now in Missouri, a near total ban on abortion. What do you say to voters who look at this amendment and say, look, it just goes too far? They want something that's more in the middle.
You know, what I think Missourians want right now, besides just the getting politicians out of our business, is access to safe health care. I can't tell you how many women I personally have received phone calls from who are in an active miscarrying situation, and they're going to our hospitals and they're told to go home and keep bleeding out on their bathroom floors because they're not close enough to death. This isn't a conversation about this being too extreme. The laws in Missouri right now are too extreme and they're cruel.
Just to remind folks about the political landscape there in Missouri, Governor Parsons won the state 4 years ago by 16 points. Donald Trump won, as you know, by a similar margin. Are you concerned, Representative, that there are going to be folks who still vote in favor of the amendment, but for your Republican opponent?
You know, it's definitely a possibility. We've seen that with things like Medicaid expansion, stopping right to work, increasing minimum wage. You know, Missourians have used the ballot initiative for so many deeply important things. And that's part of my job as the Democratic nominee for governor, and along with my other candidates across the state, to spread the message that we need to elect a Democratic governor so that we can uphold the will of the voters. We've seen time and time again Republicans try to undo what the people say they want at the ballot box. And so it's imperative that we elect folks who will uphold this as well.
Let me ask you about the presidential race. Vice President Harris has obviously made reproductive rights one of her top issues. Do you think she should visit a state like yours, a red state like Missouri, that has this abortion access on the ballot?
Absolutely. You know, this is such an important conversation throughout the entire country. But I love the fact that Vice President Harris has always stood fast in her beliefs around abortion access, as have I and many other folks who are on the ticket this year. And her showing up in a place like Missouri, a state who has the opportunity to be the very first to overturn such a drastic ban, is huge for progress in our country.
Any conversations with the Harris campaign about a potential visit, Representative Quaid?
You know, of course, we're always trying, but we'll see.
Okay, well, let us know if you think it might happen. Thank you so much, State Representative Crystal Quaid. We really appreciate your joining us today. Coming up after the break, you're looking at live pictures of former President Donald Trump hitting the trail in North Carolina as the Harris-Walz campaign plans another battleground blitz heading into the DNC. We'll dig into the politics of all of it. The panel's next. Stay with us. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
now is raw.
How hard is it to see it like this?
Our house is no longer here, but we are here.
Now is real.
Let's break down what we know and then the big questions still outstanding.
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Welcome back. As we mentioned, Donald Trump is speaking right now in North Carolina for an event billed as an economic policy speech. But even as he lays out his economic vision, he continued the personal attacks on Vice President Harris, the same kind of attacks his allies have encouraged him to move away from. Take a listen.
Just remember, she goes to work every morning in the West Wing. Her desk is 10 steps from the Oval Office. She cast the tie-breaking votes that gave us record inflation, and for nearly 4 years, Kamala has crackled as the American economy has burned. What happened to her laugh? I haven't heard that laugh in about a week. That's why they keep her off the stage. That's why she's disappeared. That's the laugh of a crazy person, I will tell you, if you haven't known it. It's a crazy. She's crazy.
Joining me now is the panel, Semaphore reporter Shelby Talcott, Democratic pollster, and NBC News political analyst Cornell Belcher, and former senior communications advisor for the Tim Scott presidential campaign, Matt Gorman. Thanks to all of you for being here. Shelby, let me start with you. There you had former President Donald Trump delivering this economic policy speech. That's what it was billed as. He was talking about the economy, but then veered straight into a riff about Kamala Harris's laugh. It's the exact thing that his allies are saying, that's not going to win this race. What do you make of what's happening inside his campaign?
You know, I talk to Republicans a lot, both inside and outside of the campaign, and the really big thing, particularly with people who have worked with Donald Trump before, is the realization that Donald Trump is going to do what Donald Trump wants. So, for example, we got early excerpts of this speech, and all of the excerpts were policy focused. They were on the economy. It was exactly what this event was billed as. But Donald Trump goes off script a lot, and his campaign and his campaigns in the past have recognized that reality, and they sort of have to figure out how to work around it as they have in past campaigns, and that is proving difficult when he goes off script.
Yeah, I mean, Matt Gorman, talk about kind of some of the conversations that you are hearing about, and is it creating a sense of discord inside the Trump campaign?
A couple things. You can watch his eyes, watch where his head goes, right? It's on the either side for the prompter in the policy part. Then he goes straight ahead, goes off the prompter. When he starts talking about laugh, you can tell very clearly where this is going. But look, it's one of the few things that's uniting folks from Vivek Ramaswamy, Kevin McCarthy, all the way to Nikki Haley last night on Fox. And look, she might be the more imperfect messenger on this than, say, Kevin or Vivek on it. But you're right. There is certainly a need where there's plenty of stuff out there on Kamala, plenty of it. And it's a matter of, are we letting this go by without kind of the right policy contrast? And look, we all expect to have a good week next week. So this hole is going to get even deeper a week from today.
Cornell, pick up on that point. And one of the things they're going after the vice president on is the fact that she hasn't held a news conference yet. She hasn't done a long sit-down interview. What do you anticipate from her strategy? Because I've spoken to folks who are saying her strategy's working, so she at some point will obviously do interviews. So
look at what's happening across the country and look at that. Listen, I've been around a long time. I've not seen anything like this since 2008, and as an Obama person, you know, that's blasphemy, right? Sort of comparing anything 2008, but the energy and the crowds, as well as the momentum, and you look at the political polling that's out today. You know, I don't take a look at one poll, but I look at trends, and look, the trend is moving in her way. So clearly they're doing something really right, and they shouldn't stop doing that.
If we still have the Cook political polling, let's put that back up. And Matt and Shelby, I want to get both of your takes on this. I mean, Matt Gorman, it's stunning to see all of these battleground states now in the blue, clearly within the margin of error. I mean, these are toss-up states, but the momentum has shifted so dramatically.
It really has. And look, I think this is why I would caution, too, as Republicans, it's not just about an interview, because eventually she will do one. And then all of a sudden, the media, and she'll be like, okay, thank you, yep, and we're good. It kind of takes away a talking point. The key has to be getting her and the campaign back on its heels a little bit, where at least historically she's proven less adept in these kind of scenarios where she can control every variable. And also, what that also means is down ballot, the Senate map shrinks dramatically, the House race map shrinks dramatically. You talk about abortion in the last block. The ballot measure in New York, that's not about, really abortion access. New York is fine in that regard. That's to try and take 5 or so House seats off the board through turnout.
Yeah, Shelby, pick up on, the kind of reaction to the trend in polling. There's a sense that, look, Kamala Harris still might be in a bit of a honeymoon period.
Absolutely, and that's the big argument from Donald Trump's campaign, and I think it has merit, but the problem is Donald Trump sees these numbers, and you look at Donald Trump's campaign, even in the primary, he really hasn't had an extended period of time where he's in a ton of trouble this election season, right? He dominated pretty quickly in the primary. He was up on Joe Biden, and now this is the first time that Donald Trump is seeing these numbers, and that's why we're seeing these sort of off-script remarks from him, because it's almost a little bit of panic mode.
Yeah.
The attack lines aren't necessarily sticking right now. His campaign advisors are telling him, listen, just relax. It is the honeymoon period. She's only been the candidate for a few weeks, but that's not always how Donald Trump operates.
If you drill into the numbers, Cornell, President Biden was trailing Donald Trump amongst independent voters. Harris now has a lead. It's not to say it's enough. It's not to say that she doesn't have room to grow, but that's one of the key indicators about where this race is headed.
There's several numbers I think are really important here. One is the independent voters always, and to be competitive, but it's also that moderate middle swath of the electorate. If you look at where Obama as well as Biden dominated by 30-plus points, they dominated that moderate middle swath of the electorate. And if you look at what I would argue that Trump campaigns has to offer those moderate voters, especially that moderate woman voter sitting there in the suburbs of Philadelphia, attacks on the way the vice president laughs is not sort of things that are going to move that. Latino poll also came out today showing that she's gained double digits with Latino voters since she's taken. And a poll by Black PAC is going to come out tomorrow of African Americans in the battleground. You know what's going to show? It's also going to show the same thing, that she's gained double digits even with African Americans across the battlegrounds. At some point, this trend line becomes more than a trend.
Well,
they've got to stop it.
Yeah, one of the big issues across the board, what we were just talking about, the issue of reproductive rights. This is what Donald Trump said at his press conference last week about the issue of abortion. Take a look.
I think the abortion issue has been very much tempered down, and I've answered, I think, very well in the debate, and it seems to be much less of an issue. I think the abortion issue has been taken down many notches. I don't think it's a big factor anymore, really.
Matt, is it not a big factor anymore?
Watch his actions, right? Like the abortion. Go back and watch his abortion answer in the debate. First of all, it was very good as a Republican, but it was clearly, and I don't mean this in a negative way, rehearsed. It was he practiced that, and it came off well. And look, I think that's what it's going to come down to is that abortion historically, single issue voter, understandably, and does it match up with immigration, and which of that battle wins out? I think it's going to tell us a lot.
I got to tell you, the abortion issue right now is still for Democrats and all the polling that we're doing from congressional senates. It is still the number one testing argument against Republicans. It still plays and it hits, and it's not just with the base. It is also with a moderate swath of women voters who, quite frankly, even some Republican women voters who may not be for abortion, but don't think that this state's doing this is the right thing.
And Shelby, one of the things that makes this so potent is that you have abortion on the ballot so far in 8 different states. We were just speaking with someone from Missouri, obviously.
Yeah, and Democrats are making this a big deal, rightfully so, because there are so many individual states where it is on the ballot. And so it's hard to argue. I think it's a little bit of wish casting from Donald Trump, and he did give a solid answer on abortion in the past. But I think in Donald Trump's ideal world, he would be able to say, I gave my answer, now it's not a big deal. Democrats are still honing in on abortion day in and day out because they have seen it historically in the midterms in the past that this is a winning issue for them. So that fact alone it seems like, of course, it's still going to be on the ballot in November.
All right, and Donald Trump has another news conference he's announced for tomorrow, so we'll see if he has anything more to say about that issue. Thank you all. Great panel, Shelby, Cornell, and Matt. Really appreciate it. Still to come, an out-of-this-world waiting game. NASA addresses Boeing's botched Starliner mission, which has left 2 U.S. astronauts stranded in space, and answers questions about when they may be able to come home. You're watching Meet the Press Now.
To have you with us. I'm Joe Fryer.
And I'm Savannah Sellers. Developing right now on Morning News Now.
Growing frustrations over the migrant crisis.
Reports of new drone attacks by Houthi militants.
The storm is creating dangerous conditions all across the region.
Now let's get to some financial headlines.
New rules are coming to cap credit card late fees.
Talking tuition as a new class of freshmen gets ready to go to college.
This is a big decision for families.
Do you think this could impact how people vote?
100%. Morning News Now, streaming weekdays at 7.
Welcome back. We've got an update now on a closely watched situation in outer space. NASA now says it hopes to decide by the end of next week how to get 2 astronauts on board the International Space Station back to Earth. Butch Wilmore and Suni Williams arrived at the space station in June as the first test flight crew of Boeing's Starliner capsule. It was supposed to be a short stay, but problems with the Starliner's thrusters and helium leaks have left the crew on the space station for 2 months so far. And while it is possible for Wilmore and Williams to return on the Starliner at some point, another option would be to bring them back on the SpaceX mission. That wouldn't happen until next February. I'm joined now by retired Colonel Chris Hadfield, retired astronaut and former commander of the International Space Station. He's also the author of The Defector, a novel. Colonel, thank you so much for joining me. I really appreciate it.
My pleasure, Kristen. I'll do my best to try and help explain things.
Well, please do give us your reaction to this headline that there is not certainty about whether they can return on the Starliner and that they might be on the International Space Station until February.
Yeah, at the start, Kristen, you mentioned they're stranded on the space station. That's a funny thing to say for an astronaut. We think everybody's stranded on Earth. They don't, they don't get to go anywhere else. We work our entire lives as professional astronauts. We're willing to take an enormous risk just so that we can not only be stuck on Earth, but have a chance to start to explore the rest of the universe as well. So for Sonny and Butch, this is a real boon. They thought they were only going to be up there for a week or two, and even though they've lived there before, they've got to stay for a couple of months. So I don't want people to get that opinion wrong. This is what astronauts live for, is to train and then actually go spend extended periods in space. But they want to be safe. And the beauty of being docked to the space station is it gives you time. There's no big hurry. If they did have an emergency, they would jump in their Starliner and come home tonight because the risk benefit would trade off. But we've got time to do all the analysis that we possibly can before we truly have to decide whether it's safe enough for them to come home or not. And as you mentioned, looks like we'll probably make that decision in about a week, late next week or something. And then it's time. There's other ships coming and going. So that, they've got to balance the schedule with everything else. And they've got some really important data coming up here over the next week, but they'll make the most reasoned decision possible, and then they'll do what's right for Sonny and Butch. So they get everything done, but they're as safe as can possibly be.
Colonel Hatfield, I think the point you're making is so important, and I want people to really understand, because I think for most people who don't understand what it must be like on the International Space Station, there is the reality that something did go wrong, and that's why they didn't come back after the initial 10-day period that they were supposed to be there. What are the conditions like on the International Space Station for a prolonged stay? And just flesh that out a little bit more. Why wouldn't you be concerned if you were them?
It's one of the coolest places that people live. I've helped build 2 space stations in orbit, and I commanded the International Space Station. It's this amazing human outpost, a laboratory going around the world 16 times a day. It's huge inside. It's like a whole bunch of airliners size things bolted together. And there's a million things to do. We're running 200 experiments. So it's super busy and purposeful. And they just fit right in because they've been there before. And there's lots of food, and we recycle almost 100% of the water. And I actually watched Sonny and Butch's introduction to the Olympics. You couldn't see 2 more happy and lucky people. And Butch today floated through one of the interviews a radio station was doing. And he's just, a big goofy kid having a great time, former combat fighter pilot and top Navy test pilot. But he's up there doing the work, and he'll be ready to come home no matter what vehicle is the safest one, whenever management makes the right decision.
Colonel Hatfield, to follow up on that point, take us inside what tests NASA, you anticipate, is conducting right now. How will they make this decision?
Yeah, there's been 2 problems primarily with the Boeing ship, and it's the first time it's ever flown with people. If you look at the first time the space shuttle flew with people, the list of things that were really bad were huge. They were lucky to get back. And the first flight of the F-14 crashed, and the first flight of the F-16 almost crashed. So it's not that unusual. But the 2 big things are there was a helium leak, but they pretty much understand that. And helium atoms are so small, they always leak a little bit. Question is, do you have enough? And they pretty much come to the conclusion, yeah, we got enough helium. The real problem is in engines, little tiny thruster engines. And when it's time to slow down enough to come back to Earth, will the engine work properly? And what they're doing right now is this 3-dimensional simulation of those little valves that have been giving them problems. The seal in it's made of Teflon, and it can overheat and come apart. And so they're going to run this simulation a whole bunch of times in all of the different potential circumstances. And from that, then they can decide whether they're safe. And they should get that word later this week, early next week.
All right. Well, Colonel Hatfield, I have a million more questions, but I'm out of time. Thank you for being here to help us understand this. Please come back when we get more information. This was so helpful to have your perspective today. We really appreciate it. And we do thank you and everyone for your service who's involved with the space program. Thank you for your time. I am back tomorrow with more Meet the Press Now. The news continues with Tom Costello in for Hallie Jackson right now.
And we come on the air with the hurricane watch just coming in for Bermuda as Puerto Rico experiences widespread disruptions. Where the hurricane is as we're on the air and how bad things might actually get. Plus, a big TBD around when astronauts stuck on the International Space Station might come home, why NASA says it still hasn't decided on the timing for the next steps. And is this good news for the economy? Inflation is slowing down. What that means for your wallet, for the Fed, and for the 2024 race. Then a global public health emergency with medical experts here in the U.S. and abroad told to be vigilant about Mpox. So how big is the threat? We're going there. Plus, are you ready for it? One of the world's biggest concert tours ever, starting back up after that terror threat canceled Taylor Swift's Vienna shows. What security looks like in London, that's coming up later in our show. Top of the hour, a lot happening. I'm Tom Costello in for Hallie as emergency preparations are underway with Hurricane Ernesto barreling down on Bermuda. The island's weather service just issued a hurricane watch. Take a look at the wind whipping the island of Puerto Rico earlier today. Gusts clocking in at more than 70 miles per hour. The Cat 1 storm now picking up steam as it moves out into the Caribbean. Today, President Biden approved an emergency declaration for Puerto Rico after hundreds of thousands of people lost power there. Some residents forced to evacuate as rivers overflowed. The island is expecting several more days of dangerous conditions, from washed out roads to mudslides. In Bermuda, emergency coordinators there are warning people to take this seriously.
Do not be lulled into thinking that you can wait until the last minute. This is not the time to underestimate the power of nature. Time is of the essence. Preparations must be completed as soon as possible.
So we are expecting an update from the National Hurricane Center at any moment. In the meantime, we bring in NBC meteorologist Angie Lastman, who's on top of it. Angie, we've been watching the destruction in Puerto Rico. What's the biggest threat people are dealing with there in Puerto Rico?
Here, so Tom, we've got some improvements that are going to come for Puerto Rico, but as you mentioned, we're not done just yet. We still have heavy rain that's going to start to kind of wind down over the next 12 hours or so as this system starts to lift to the north. But notice, especially on the northern tier of the island and the western portions of the island, still some bands of that heavy rain. Most of the bulk of that activity has lifted to the north, and that's something that we're going to see throughout the rest of the day today and into the evening hours tonight and into tomorrow morning. We will, however, start to see some of that improvement happen, but the flooding is still going to remain to be a problem, likely into tomorrow with those washed out roads and all of that rain that we saw reaching double-digit amounts through the day today, Tom.
Okay, I know the forecast is changing often, but where is Ernesto right now and when is expected to hit Bermuda?
Yeah, so it's pulling away from the Caribbean, so we're going to start to see things winding down. We have a couple of flash flood alerts that are still up for Puerto Rico, but all of those tropical alerts are now expired across the Caribbean. Winds are at 75 miles per hour. The center of the system, again, moving to the northwest. We're going to continue to see that more northerly turn and a slower pace pickup for this storm here as we go through the next couple of days. Right now, moving at 16 miles per hour, but we'll start to see Bermuda into the impacts of this system here as we get into Friday and specifically early into the weekend. They could be talking about a major hurricane by the time we get into that time frame. Those impacts there would be the wind and the rain as well.
Okay, I'm watching that track up the East Coast, off the East Coast. It looks like bands of rain maybe hitting the coast itself, but any chance it hits landfall here on the East Coast or up into Canada?
Yeah, so U.S. mainland is not going to be impacted by this system except for one piece. If you are going to head to the coast, if you're going to go to the beach this weekend, really Thursday through Sunday, you could see some of that rough surf. We'll see those elevated rip current risks. You'll likely see the red flag warnings up and down the beach. This goes all the way from places like South Florida up to portions of coastal New England. We'll see Long Island being impacted with this as well. We're going to see the coastal erosion. This will be something that folks are going to have to deal with on the East Coast through at least the weekend, but no direct impacts from this system. We'll watch for Bermuda to see those direct impacts for the weekend, but the U.S. mainland is in the clear for this, Tom.
Okay, gotcha. We'll check back later. Angie, thank you very much. NASA mission managers say they still have not made a decision on how and when they will bring home the 2 astronauts who are stuck on the International Space Station. They've been there for the last 2 months. On a press call earlier, NASA said it will be another 1 to 2 weeks before mission managers decide whether Sonny Williams and Butch Wilmore come home in their Boeing Starliner spaceship or instead catch a ride home on a SpaceX ship next February. You'll recall Williams and Wilmore flew to the station on Starliner's first crewed mission. That was back in June. It was supposed to be a 10-day mission, but after a series of engine thruster problems and helium leaks, those 10 days turned into 20, 20 turned into a month, then 2 months, and now potentially 8 months total stuck in space. NBC's Marissa Parra has been following all of this as well. Marissa, you and I were on this conference call together today, and there's still serious disagreement, a difference of opinion inside NASA over whether it's safe to bring the astronauts home on Starliner.
Hey, Tom, good to be with you. No one better to talk about this with than you. That lack of consensus was alluded to today, and you can imagine competing interests might be a factor there. Boeing was not on that press conference call today. They weren't on the last one either, but in their latest statement, of course, doing what we expected them to do, which is reassuring their confidence that Starliner is safe to bring home Butch and Sunny. But NASA today underscoring two things that we have heard before. One, they want Boeing to be successful in this. It's in their best interest. They said it's in everyone's best interest to have a successful alternative to SpaceX to shuttle American astronauts to the ISS. But bottom line, the most important part of any of this, they said, is safety. And we've known this. This is how NASA operates. They operate on the safer side of things. So the consensus or lack thereof is something that they alluded to. They said that they prefer to have a consensus on these types of decisions because it increases the likelihood of a success. But today they said something that I thought was kind of telling, Tom. They said that sometimes you don't have time for a consensus. And they said that they are approaching the end of the line here. They said that they really, for many reasons, many factors, they need to have a decision by the end of the month. And so, as you mentioned, that flight readiness review, which is when we would all collectively as the public hear that decision being made, we're looking at soonest end of next week, possibly the week after that, Tom. But it doesn't sound like they want to wait any longer than that.
No, I don't think they can. They talk about a lack of consumables up on the space station, in other words, food and water. And there are challenges if NASA decides to bring them home on a SpaceX ship come February, including, I was fascinated to read, a lot more time of exposure to space radiation.
Right. And that is something, you know, a lot of people ask about the food, and we've talked about before how they are able to bring up supplies and food and even clothes if they need it. And these cargo missions, we know that there is a launch that's happening tonight for exactly that. But you brought up something that was really interesting. While extended stays in space are not unprecedented, and I know astronaut Frank Rubio can talk all about that after his consecutive 371 days in space, there are important challenges to consider. And I'll explain on the other end, but I want you to take a listen to a little bit of what we heard during today's press conference.
There's additional radiation for Butch and Sunny. There's additional time on orbit. There is the contingency question. If we use the Dragon as the contingency vehicle for Butch and Sunny, they would have to execute a contingency without suits.
Two quick things, Tom. The radiation is important to consider, and the spacesuits. These are custom made. It's not something that you can just quickly get up to them, and they're not interchangeable. They can't use the spacesuits that they used when they were on Boeing Starliner. They could not use that on SpaceX Dragon, so they would have to get this made, tailor-made for them, and then shipped up to them. A lot of things to consider, and not just that, but also the assembly line, other missions that are happening, other resources up there. So it is looking increasingly likely, Tom, as we talked about, that this might be happening they might be up there longer than they expected. And Sunny, her birthday is coming up in September, looking increasingly likely she might be spending her birthday at the ISS.
Yeah, they are veterans on the space station, and yet at a certain point, you want to get home. That's a long time. Marissa, thank you very much. All right, over to Wall Street right now, and the markets today ticked up. New data is showing us that inflation is dropping to levels we haven't seen since 2021, 3 years ago, raising hopes that the Fed will, in fact, cut interest rates next month. The president today feeling optimistic about those new numbers. Take a listen.
The U.S. beat inflation, Mr. President.
Yes. I told you we're going to have a soft landing. We're going to have a soft landing. My policies are working. Start writing that way, okay?
Yeah, soft landing means we avoid recession, and rising costs looking like they're easing up, slowing compared to this time last year at a rate of 2.9%. It's the first time inflation has gone below 3% in 3 years. So how does that percentage change translate into what you're paying at the grocery store or for that matter, at the gas pump? Take a look. Ground beef would have cost about $5.25 last month. It was $5.47. A dozen eggs a year ago, $2.09. That now, last month, we had it at $3.08, so up about $1. Bird flu has been a factor, though, on eggs. But gas, look at this. Gas is actually down from last year, from $3.73 down to $3.62 right now. NBC's Christine Romans joins me now. Christine, walk us through what else we're learning about this inflation report. And we're talking about year-over-year numbers.
Yep.
Yep. Well, look, when you look at the groceries, for example, about half the categories rose, about half the categories fell. When you look at energy moving sideways, that's good. I mean, the grocery category is the thing that really, I think, American people have been really kind of irritated by. But, I mean, you look, it's still, frankly, cheaper to eat at home than to go out to the restaurant. Gas has not changed at all. Medical care, just for month over month, actually fell a little bit. Shelter, that one's been the real problem. About 90% of the overall 2.9% inflation number is because of shelter. And, you know, Tom, I always say this. Every month I say this. You can switch from steak to chicken. You can switch what cuts of meat you have to try to keep your grocery bill in check. But you can't do that with housing. Yeah. So that's been one of the reasons why I think the public has been so sour, even on improving overall inflation numbers.
Yeah, listen, we did a big story yesterday, as you know, about Starbucks losing customers and people saying, I'm not paying $7 for a latte anymore. But listen, you know, we are down 9% from where inflation was, or down from 9% where it was 2 years ago. And so now the focus is on the Fed, right? And a rate cut looking more and more likely.
Yeah, and here, as you heard the president there talk about a soft landing, it's what the Fed has been trying to engineer as well, right? Where you get the job market cooling a little bit. It had been too robust. I mean, there is such a thing as a too robust job market where suddenly you're spinning off inflation because wages are growing so quickly. So you've got a job market that is still strong but slowing. You've got an economy that is still sturdy, and you have inflation coming down all at the same time. That's kind of the sweet spot for the Fed to be able to start lowering interest rates. And you're already seeing it, frankly, in the mortgage market. Mortgage rates are already declining, and I think you're going to see that in the days and weeks ahead. We've already seen finance applications, mortgage refinance applications soar 35% compared with last month, and they've doubled from last year. So you're starting to see some activity again as those market-based rates are starting to come down. So the conventional wisdom here is the Fed will start cutting rates and probably keep doing it into next year.
Yeah, and it's been painful, but just maybe the Fed has done its job. Maybe they've avoided a recession.
Maybe. Yeah. We won't know until it's all said and done. But certainly that has been an amazing job to go from 9% inflation, right? 9% inflation, now back into the 2 handle, as they say on the street. We'll see if it holds.
Yep. I always remind everybody, the president doesn't set interest rates. The Fed is independent. Christine, thank you very much for that. All right, we have breaking news. In just the last few minutes, Kamala Harris's running mate, Governor Tim Walz, has accepted a vice presidential debate. It will be on CBS. Putting on X, quote, see you on October 1st, JD. No word from Vance yet on whether he'll participate. Right now, former President Trump is rallying in North Carolina. There he is right there, speaking live. He's been speaking about his vision for the economy compared to Vice President Harris. Here's what he says.
Does anyone here feel richer under Kamala Harris than Crooked Joe? With 4 more years of Harris, your finances will never recover. They're never going to recover. Vote Trump and your incomes will soar. Your savings will grow.
His comments come just hours after he casted an early ballot for the Florida general primary. Vice President Kamala Harris is expected to release her major economic plan later in the week as her running mate Tim Walz makes solo stops today in Colorado and also in Massachusetts. NBC's Monica Alba is posted near the White House, but let's start with NBC's Dasha Burns, who's in North Carolina. And Dasha, we're just getting word about this vice presidential debate. What's the likelihood that J.D. Vance accepts this debate challenge?
Well, look, Tom, the debate about debates was thrown into a little bit of chaos after the change on the Democratic ticket, right? And so there are still questions about what the top of the ticket debate's going to look like between Trump and Harris. But now, just a few moments ago, CBS put out that they were offering 4 different dates to both Vance and Walz. Walz tweeted out he's accepting the October 1st option, and we are out to the Vance team to see whether or not he's going to agree. I think there's a very strong likelihood that we will see both of these VP candidates face off on a debate stage. They are both eager to do it. They are both the sort of attack dogs for their running mates. They've been out on the campaign trail independently of the presidential candidates, and they want to get this done, Tom.
So Mr. Trump's allies have been encouraging him to stay on script to avoid the personal attacks. And you've been listening to him right there. Is he listening to them? Is he avoiding the attacks?
Well, look, at the beginning of this rally, of this event, he told the audience that this was going to be a, quote, more intellectual speech, kind of priming folks for a policy focus. And I will say that this has been a much more policy-focused speech than I've heard from him at one of these events in quite some time. He's been focusing on the economy, on inflation, on energy policy, on immigration, largely criticizing Harris and trying to tie her to President Biden. We know that polling has changed recently, showing Harris doing much better in battleground polls than President Biden did. And so former President Trump's goal right now, his campaign's goal, is to try to tie Harris to Biden, especially when it comes to economic policy, which we know from previous polling, Biden was not doing so well on. Tom.
All right, Dasha, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Let's go now to NBC's Monica Alba. And Monica, the pressure is on Vice President Harris to produce her economic plan. What can we expect with a rate cut apparently imminent now, coming in September?
Yeah, Tom, there had really been all of this focus in the first few weeks on some of the other questions about her campaign, like who her running mate would be, what her larger vision for this would be. And then, of course, now we're getting down to the nitty-gritty, the actual details, and what voters really want to know more about would be these economic proposals and where Vice President Harris might either differ from President Biden or want to take some of his plans a bit further. And so we're going to start to see that in the next couple of days. The two of them are going to be appearing at an official event in Maryland tomorrow, specifically on lowering prescription drug costs and the anniversary of the Inflation Reduction Act. So they're going to be talking about that as a way to bring down costs for Americans. But then on Friday, when the vice president travels to North Carolina, she's going to have more detail, we understand, on some of her other economic plans. And we've gotten a little bit of a preview on some things, in fact, with the vice president agreeing with former President Trump on eliminating taxes on tips, for instance, which would be key to the crucial service industry in Nevada. But there's really a lot more that she needs to lay out. And they know that that's important as we're heading into the Democratic National Convention as well. Specifically, when you're talking about inflation, as you just were there and had some headlines up on the screen, the Harris-Walz campaign is trying to also walk this fine line of saying, we know people are still feeling the pinch, and we want to make sure that there's an awareness and an acknowledgement of that. But also they want to point to what they feel has been an effective stance and effective economic policies from the Biden-Harris administration that has led to this moment in the economic picture. Tom.
Yes, so Trump is in North Carolina today. Harris will be there on Friday. It's looking more like a battleground state. Are younger and undecided voters there more open to voting for Harris than they were for Biden?
North Carolina is definitely going to be a very important state, and one where I think you're going to be seeing the vice president and Governor Walz traveling to fairly often. In fact, they wanted to go there on their Battleground Blitz tour last week, but they had to scrap the stop because of Tropical Storm Debbie. So that is why you're going to see the vice president head there later this week. But yes, when you look at polling, they know that in certain polls, some voters have said that they would still trust former President Trump more when it comes to handling the economy or when it comes to handling immigration. So they see some work there that they can make up, and that they know that there is room for perhaps some improvement there, though at the same time they're pointing to the fact that if you compare those polls of what President Biden looked like stacked up against former President Trump with that same question, it seems the vice president is doing a little bit better there. But they acknowledge that there's more messaging that needs to be done on that, Tom. So that's why you're going to really see that emerge as a main theme in the coming days.
And we still have the Democratic Convention coming up soon. Monica, thank you very much. Other news now. The World Health Organization tonight is declaring Mpox, formerly known as monkeypox, a global public health emergency, as a new form of the virus is now rapidly spreading across Africa. Cases have been detected in more than a dozen countries. More of them in the most of them in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, with more than 14,000 cases there, 524 deaths this year alone. Here at home, the CDC is urging doctors and the public to be alert for signs of the virus, including fever, muscle aches, swollen lymph nodes. Dr. Ashke Sayal is joining us now. Doctor, how big of a threat is this in terms of a global perspective, and what does this global health emergency declaration really do from a practical standpoint?
Hey, Tom. So this is actually the second time in 3 years the WHO has declared a public health emergency over over Mpox. And what we're seeing now is, yes, the cases are largely in Africa, specifically in the DRC, the Democratic Republic of Congo. But the reason they're calling this out now, Tom, is that it's actually leaking out into neighboring countries. And Tom, this is a different strain than the Mpox outbreak we saw a few years ago, including here in the U.S. This one has a fatality rate about 15 to 30 times higher. It's significantly more deadly than the other ones. So you can see the WHO is acting quickly here. And the PHEIC, the public health emergency, really calls for nations to start sharing resources. Vaccines, treatments, research can be really, really useful for those poorer countries. And you can see here a statement, Tom, we just got in the last hour from HHS, saying that while the CDC, yes, saying the public should be alert, right now the threat is very low here in the United States, but people should nonetheless be on the lookout for this thing, for this virus, and to stay alert for those symptoms that you mentioned earlier there, Tom.
Hey, Doctor, as we were talking about the symptoms, I thought, are we missing one? In other words, I thought that one of the symptoms with monkeypox anyway was kind of a severe blistering type of thing.
Yeah, it was that rash bullet on there you can see in the bottom right. It's very typical of Mpox. When you see it, you can't really miss it. But those other symptoms you mentioned, fever, chills, exhaustion, odds are if you're having those things, it's probably something else, including the flu or maybe even COVID. But the rash really is the hallmark symptom, Tom, that blistering rash you mentioned, yes.
Okay, Dr. Sayel, thank you very much for your expertise. Overseas now, Ukraine has said today it has launched a major drone operation in its war against Russia. It's the largest long-range drone strike of the year so far, bombing at least 4 airfields in Russian territory, far behind the front line. It comes on the back of this remarkable advance over the last week by Ukraine into Russia's Kursk region. Deborah Haynes from our partners at Sky News was at the border where Ukraine launched its attack, and she brings us this report.
This is the Ukrainian border crossing point. There's been a lot of military around here as we've been moving here. You can maybe hear a vehicle now. You see the triangle there. That's the symbol of this operation. This is the crossing point beyond which there's an area of territory, and then you're into Russia. As we were driving down here, you could see Russian territory in the distance. You can see this place has been pretty deserted. This area has been a war zone since Russia's full-scale invasion, but of course it was from here that Ukraine launched its counterattack, its major incursion into Russia just over a week ago. It feels quite calm here at the moment. There is a lot of military activity. On the way down here, we saw a lot of vehicles driving past, including large armoured fighting vehicles and troops on the sides of the roads, not many civilians. As you came out of Sumy city, the number of civilians on the road significantly reduced. It felt like you were in a real military zone. Here we're in the border point. You can see that's the crossing point there. There are some officials, some military personnel here, which we'll try to speak to. But like you can see, it is pretty calm at the moment.
Deborah Haynes reporting from the front lines there inside Russia. Thank you. Coming up from us now, new video of a revolutionary brain implant giving an ALS patient his voice back. How doctors say it works better and faster than previous devices. Plus, what a streaming subscription allegedly has to do with a wrongful death lawsuit against Disney. You'll be scratching your head. Back in a moment.
live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
A place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
Okay. Google showing off its new AI tools as it faces a potential breakup. What's going on at Google coming up in just a few minutes. But first from us, we have something else to tell you about. New AI brain plant technology restoring the power of speech for one man with ALS. A study in the New England Journal of Medicine just out this evening details how researchers have refined this cutting-edge technology, changing one life in the process with the hope of impacting many more. Dr. John Torres now with the story.
This ALS patient, Casey Harrell, lost his ability to speak, but now
it feels a lot like me.
Harrell talking again through a revolutionary brain implant, an AI-powered app.
It makes people cry who have not heard me in a while.
This video, provided by UC Davis Health, where the technology was developed, shows how brain activity is translated into speech. And not just any speech, but a version of Harrell's own voice, cloned with machine learning using previous recordings.
We're putting electrode arrays into what's called the speech motor cortex. We're listening into all of these couple hundred neurons that we can detect, and we're using some machine learning algorithms to decipher what that pattern of neural activity means.
The technology is still in the early stages of testing, but already it's much faster than more traditional assistive devices like the one Stephen Hawking famously used that track muscle, facial, or eye movements to slowly type out words.
If you walked in the room and you said, "Hey, how are you?" I think you could get a response back in about 10 or 20 seconds.
And researchers say in a new study published in the New England Journal of Medicine that it's 97% accurate, which they tell us is on par with the listening abilities of standard voice assistants like Siri. The technology, life-changing for both Harrell and his family.
Not being able to communicate is so frustrating and demoralizing. It is like you are trapped.
It would move where I wanted it to.
Others working on unlocking the power of brain implant technology as well. Elon Musk's Neuralink company made headlines earlier this year after posting a video apparently showing a paralyzed man using implant technology to play chess on a computer. Massachusetts General Hospital, Stanford University, and other startups pushing ahead too.
There are a lot of new startups. One of the biggest advances that they're doing is they're making this whole system fully wireless.
Harrell hoping many more can benefit from work like this.
I hope that we are at a time when everyone who is like me have the same opportunity as I do to have a device like this that will help them communicate.
That's exciting. Let's bring in Dr. John Torres for more on this. John, how quickly does this work? And can you give us some context into how accurate it really is?
And Tom, like you said, this is very, very exciting. And the way it worked is the first day they used it, which is 25 days after surgery, they had a 99.6% accuracy, but they only had a 50-word vocabulary. They trained it for another day, trained Casey for another day how to use it. The next day, the accuracy dropped down to 90.2%, but his vocabulary went up to 125,000 words.
Wow.
That's more than you and I can talk about. And so they would try it for another 8 months, trained him, trained the machine, trained the software, and the accuracy went to 97.5%. And Casey says, and the researchers say, the first time he talked and people were hearing his voice, everybody in the room cried, Tom. That's how emotional this is for them.
I just had a friend die of ALS, so it certainly makes you think about what if, right? How this could have changed his life.
Exactly.
John, thanks. Dr. John Torres. Let's get you over now to the 5 things our team thinks you should know about tonight. Number 1, Donald Trump is losing in his latest attempt to get the judge in his New York hush money trial to step aside. Mr. Trump's team claims the judge has a conflict of interest because his daughter works as a political consultant for prominent Democrats. The judge says Trump's demand was filled with, quote, inaccuracies and unsubstantiated claims. The former president's sentencing is set for next month. Number 2, Japan's prime minister making a surprise announcement today. He will not run in the party election next month. The 67-year-old prime minister became prime minister 3 years ago. He says he's stepping down because his party needs to show the public it's changing after facing a series of corruption scandals. Number 3, Disney is arguing that a man cannot sue Disney over the death of his wife at a theme park because of the fine print terms he agreed to when he signed up for Disney Plus streaming. That according to court documents obtained by NBC. The man claims his wife died last year from a severe allergic reaction after eating at a Disney park, despite repeatedly telling waiters about her allergies. Disney is now trying to get the $50,000 lawsuit dismissed because the man agreed to a forced arbitration clause when he signed up for Disney Plus, the streaming service. NBC has reached out to Disney for comment. We have not heard back yet. Number 4, Minnesota Vikings rookie quarterback J.J. McCarthy. Listen to this. Poor guy out for the entire NFL season after undergoing knee surgery. McCarthy tore his meniscus during the team's preseason opener on Saturday. He's only 21. He was the 10th overall pick in April's NFL draft after spending 3 years at Michigan to likely be replaced by QB Sam Arnold. Number 5, M&M's creator Mars has a struck a deal with Kellanova, the maker of Cheez-Its and Pop-Tarts, for nearly $36 billion in cash. It's one of the biggest food market deals ever. Together, Mars and Kellanova will control around 8% of the U.S. snack market, and they'll truck it all to a store near you. Google is feeling the heat from the Justice Department as DOJ turns up the heat on competitors, including Apple. We're learning that Justice is considering dismantling Google, among several options, after the Big G lost a huge lawsuit, though the company plans to appeal. A judge found that Google had an alleged illegal monopoly in the way that it runs its online searches. A separate trial is set for next month to decide what consequences Google will face. Meanwhile, Google is also showing off its new AI assistant for smartphones. Things got off to a little bit of an awkward start, though, because this was a live demo and a few bugs popped up along the way. But it's a big talker with Google showing off these capabilities in real time. Back in June, Apple also held a presentation for its AI assistant, but it was pre-recorded. Apple's AI system is still on the testing phase for developers. CNBC's Deirdre Bose is joining us now. Deirdre, Google's demo showed some AI capabilities that just aren't available anywhere else, right? So how does this change the game for Apple and other rivals in the AI race?
Well, what is key here, Tom, is that Google is going to be first to market. It's going to be giving its users practical, useful AI that is right in their pockets through their Android-powered devices. So in that sense, they're beating others, Apple specifically, to market here. Now, I was at the Mountain View event yesterday at Google's headquarters, and I spoke to the company's head of hardware, Rick Osterloh, and he told me that the importance of yesterday's event, of these new products, of the new software, is that this is no longer a vision. They're shipping product, and that is really a key important point because Apple showed off a lot of these features. We didn't actually see a lot that was new in terms of capabilities because Apple showed us a lot of that. We've seen OpenAI show us some of that as well, but Google is going to be first to get it into our hands through their new Pixel devices. But keep in mind, Tom, that Pixel has a very small share of the market through its Android devices, which make up a huge part, more than half of the smartphone market.
Wow. Okay, so meanwhile, you've got this potential breakup of Google, and years ago, the DOJ ordered Microsoft to break up as well, but then that was overturned on an appeal, and they settled. So what other options could the government come to with Google, and what would that mean for other big tech companies?
Right, so everything is on the table here. The most consequential remedy, as they're calling it, would be a breakup. That could be splitting off part of Google's business, like Chrome or Android, which I just talked about, making them separate so they don't operate as seamlessly together. Another remedy could be forcing Google to allow other companies to license its technology, so level the playing field in that way. We do have a statement from the DOJ. They said that the Justice Department is evaluating the court's decision and will assess the appropriate next steps consistent with the court's direction and the applicable legal framework for antitrust remedies. No decisions have been made at this time. We're going to get more throughout September when they do start talking about remedies. But Tom, I can tell you as someone who has covered tech policy and antitrust for years, regulators are going to want to make sure that this is something more than just a slap on the wrist, that this is going to structurally change the playing field so that more competitors can come in. Whether they get there, that is a big open question because, again, covering this for so long, we know that these big tech companies are powerful. It's not just Google that's going to be facing off against regulators. It's Apple, Meta, and Amazon as well.
That's why we have you on speed dial, Deirdre, because we want your expertise. Thank you very much. We appreciate it. When we come back, a new report finds Instagram is really bad at removing abusive comments directed at female politicians. What effect this could have in a big election year for women. Plus, why the world's biggest iceberg is stuck spinning off the coast of Antarctica. You gotta see these pics. Pretty cool. We're coming back.
Live from Tel Aviv, from Juarez, Mexico. Tonight, top story reporting from Baltimore at the Key Bridge disaster.
When you look over your shoulder and you see the Key Bridge, what goes through your head?
That bridge has been here longer than I've been alive. It still doesn't feel real.
Hundreds of Israelis have gathered to demonstrate. What do the people in Gaza, do you think, what do they need most?
Place where Palestinians and Israelis have found common ground.
Every night, it's your news playlist. Top Story with Tom Llamas. Streaming weeknights at 7 on NBC News Now.
You know, working at NBC News is like drinking out of a fire hose. NBC covers hundreds of stories each day, way too many to keep track of. So our bureau teams have selected a few highlights for you and for me, and we call it the local. From our Southern Bureau, still no leads in the massive manhunt for a man convicted of killing a 1-year-old in North Carolina. Over 24 hours ago, Ramon Alston escaped from a prison van, still wearing handcuffs. And the sheriff's office says officers have already searched more than 600 acres looking for him, but they think he's probably no longer in the area. The U.S. Marshal Service has now raised the reward to make it $35,000 for any information that can help track him down. Out of our Northeast Bureau, a controversial ban in one New York county prohibiting face coverings in public just signed into law. The ban, now in effect in Nassau County on Long Island, is the first of its kind in the country. Lawmakers there say it's meant to target anyone who commits crimes while wearing face coverings, making it punishable by up to a year in jail and a hefty fine, but the ban does have exemptions for health and for religious reasons. Also from our Southern Bureau, more than 2,000 pounds of meth just found hidden in celery at a farmer's market in Georgia. The DEA says it's one of the largest seizures of its kind. A Mexican citizen is under arrest, but we don't know all of the charges at this point. Instagram is failing to crack down on hate speech, specifically targeting female politicians leading up to the 2024 election. That from a new report out today. The nonprofit Center for Countering Digital Hate says out of 1,000 comments flagged to the app for violating its rules, 93% were not removed. The center says many of the comments were sexually degrading or included violent threats. Instagram's parent company, Meta, says in a statement, "We work with hundreds of safety partners around the world to continually improve our policies, tools, detection, and enforcement. We will review the report and take action on any content that violates our policies. NBC's David Ingram is joining us now. David, walk us through some of this data and the tools that Instagram is using to flag hate speech, and are they working?
Yeah, so this center started with 421,000 comments that they scraped from Instagram over the summer. They were looking at the Instagram pages of 10 politicians, 5 Democrats, 5 Republicans, all women, and they narrowed it down to about 1,000 that they thought were pretty clearly in violation of Instagram's policies. They sent them to Instagram, reported them through the app, and a week later, 93% of those comments were still up. Now, Instagram does have tools in place, largely automated systems, to try to detect these abusive comments. Clearly, the center determined and is arguing that these systems are inefficient. And Instagram says that, yes, their systems are a work in progress, and they're going to look at these findings to see what should have been taken down.
Okay, so the report comes at this, historic moment for women in politics, with Vice President Harris trying to become the first female president. How consequential can this kind of speech be if unchecked in an election year? I mean, it can go viral, right?
It can, and these times we're living in, so much of our political debate happens online, on social media, and sometimes it's just in the comment section of these Instagram posts. And so how Facebook and Instagram and other platforms police these platforms will go a long way to determining what our conversation looks like. There's also a long-term consideration here of women who are thinking of getting into politics will look at these kind of actions to determine whether this is the kind of thing they want to do. If they're going to be harassed with what I've seen some pretty vile comments, will they rethink the idea of going into politics? Or if they're already in, will they consider another career path? So there's a lot here to consider, Tom, about the long-term impact of Instagram's decisions here, Tom.
Yeah, but it's important to shine a light on it, so we'll continue to do that. All right, thank you very much. Good reporting there. Tonight, the world's biggest iceberg stuck on spin cycle. Okay, you got to see the pics. Hang on a second. This massive iceberg, known as A23A, very sexy name. It's the size of Rhode Island. It's 1,000 feet deep, and so large it can actually be seen from space. It's, in the words of one British researcher, it's ginormous. The sheet of ice first broke away from Antarctica 40 years ago, and now it's caught in this weird ocean current vortex off the coast, spinning 15 degrees a day and completing a full spin every 24 days. Experts say, look at that, there's an orca right there. Did you see it? Experts say it could stay in that position for years, feeding the ocean with fresh water and nutrients while it slowly melts away. Okay, here comes the pun. That's some ice, baby, right? Sorry, I just dated myself with that. All right, coming up from us, part 2 of our series on gun violence in Philadelphia. What resources parents and other family members and victims, what they want to make their city safer. That's next in our original.
Kelly, and we are coming on the air tonight with new developments.
Let's talk about the implications on women's health and then the political fallout. Start with what this law actually will and won't do. Cruise officials will do almost anything they can to get it back open ASAP. So how S is the P? In other words, how soon will it be open?
I could keep talking till the Eiffel Tower starts sparkling.
Now you've laid down the gauntlet, so we have to continue to speak until it starts to sparkle. It's sparkling. It's happening.
Okay, back now with our original in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching. And tonight, we are back in Philadelphia, which has some of the highest rates of gun violence in America's largest cities. This year, more than 160 people in Philadelphia have died from gun violence. That's actually a 37% drop from last year after a spike during the pandemic. The data comes from the Philadelphia Comptroller's Office. But regardless, everyone agrees that's still way too many. Every person killed in gun violence leaves behind a long trail of co-victims, right? Family and friends who've lost somebody. A group of those co-victims is now sharing their heartbreaking stories and what they think needs to change in their city with NBC's Yasmin Vasugian.
Yeah, you lost your daughter. My daughter, Dominique Oglesby. She was a month away from graduating from Penn State with honors. Your lives are forever changed when you lose someone traumatically like that and so abruptly like that.
I got the call that my son was shot. Rushed to the hospital, St. Christopher's Hospital. For 3 days, he fought for his life. On the third day, there was nothing they could do.
My brother, Dante Wiley, he was murdered June 17th, 2008. His murder is still unsolved to this day. But my brother was really a shining light.
I was at work, and I got the call that no mother wants to get. Screams. And they said they shot him. He was shot 17 times in his back while running for his life. 17 times. No mother wants to hear that.
Joe, you lost your nephew yesterday.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yes.
What happened?
He owns a convenience store in Frankfurt. And from what the police are saying, he was outside the store sweeping up about 12:30 Thursday morning. And then he shot him in the store 5 times.
So Danielle, I feel like it's taking you back to when you lost your daughter. Any time that you hear of another death, hear that another parent has to endure that. What they don't understand is that we're dealing with PTSD. And to know that there's nothing that you can do to shield this person from having to feel this emptiness. How do you survive this, Kim?
My heart decided I don't want another mother to live through this. When I go door to door every Saturday, I talk to the mother, the grandmother, the father, and if the child is there, I tell them, I love you. Someone cares about you. I also carry a picture of my son in the morgue because I want to scare the crap out of these young men.
You shouldn't have to worry about whether or not your kids can get to school or whether or not they make it to their friend's house. Yeah. What type of childhood, what type of life is that for kids in this city?
I once read a stat that said that if you come from some of the areas that we come from, you have a 100% chance of being affected by gun violence.
We are in a time where the exposure to violence is more accessible than getting a driver's license. You can go buy a gun, right, easier than you can get groceries in your home for some families. When every phase of your life is comprised of violence, it becomes normal.
What is the responsibility of the local governments to stop this epidemic of gun violence in Philly?
Resources. We need resources. There's grassroots organizations out here right now that are willing to do the work, put in the time to be consistent in our community, to put positive influences in front of our children to prevent them from picking up a gun or using drugs. But you can't be consistent and be as impactful if you don't have the funding.
If you're in this city, if you're in government, whether local or federal, you have a certain level of responsibility to help us combat what's going on.
And Yasmin joins us live. Hey, Yasmin, can I introduce you really quickly to Bert, my floor director? Walk over here, Bert. Bert grew up in New York. Bert grew up with gunfire all the time. And he told me, watching your report, Yasmin, that he, as an adult, still has PTSD, still jumps at firecrackers, loud noises. Right, Bert?
I do. I
do.
It always stays with you, and it's terrible.
Yeah.
I wanted to thank you yesterday for what you did. I didn't get a chance to send you an email. I will. But it still affects me to this day.
Thank you, Bert, so much. And that's a true example, Tom, Bert's experience of what so many of these kids are facing and what they grow up with. Like Bert, right? He's still an adult. He's an adult now, and yet he experienced that so many years ago as a child and still feels that very way, despite the fact that he's likely in a safer place than he was as a child, right? It's unbelievable to think this is what these families are facing, and that these parents, for instance, are still able to get up and put one foot in front of the other after having lost the thing that is most special to them. Their children. I spoke to the commissioner, the new commissioner, the police commissioner there in Philly, sworn in January of 24. He's one of them, right? He grew up in these neighborhoods. He grew up with a single mom. He knows what it's like. There he is, Commissioner Bethel. He knows what these kids are facing. He also understands the problem that police face, and that there is a inherent distrust with policing in these neighborhoods, which is obviously justified considering what we have seen throughout the country. And how they're making a real effort to do more community policing, establishing relationships with kids in these neighborhoods, and then also putting more resources into this neighborhood. Yesterday, Tom, you and I talked and saw those empty library bookshelves, right? Putting more resources into these neighborhoods for kids so that they have an outlet. And so they catch them right before the streets do, because these parents, they don't want to see other kids suffering the way that their kids have and their families have.
Hey, viewers, let's make this go viral. Send this clip around. Yasmin's reporting has been phenomenal last night and tonight.
Thank you, Tom.
And it's an important story we should all share. Bert, thank you. Yasmin, thank you.
Thank you, Bert.
Okay. We'll be right back.
What's the message that you're trying to get out to young people?
Know what is in the drug supply.
We've got important news this hour about your money.
Mental health, big picture, why is it so tough right now?
News for the generation of now is NBC News Now.
Closer to the Gaza border. A story of resilience and hope. Please take care of yourself and each other.
We're back, and tonight London is getting ready to host Taylor Swift's first concert since she had to cancel her tour stop in Vienna due to that terror plot to attack her show. 90,000 people are expected to pack into Wembley Stadium for each of her 5 shows. A London police spokesperson tells NBC News they're working with the venue and others to ensure there's appropriate security and policing, and says there's nothing to indicate that what Austrian authorities were investigating will actually happen in London or is impacting London. One measure they're taking is telling people there can be no tailgating, meaning they can't tailgate and party outside the stadium without a ticket. Let's bring in NBC's Josh Letterman for more on this. Josh, what's being done to keep fans safe? You know, a lot of parents especially are a little nervous, and what's the mood like?
Well, just take a look at what people here in London are reading, Tom. Taylor's back. Swift fever is hitting London. This city is ready. They are excited. Our own producer here, Mary Claire, she is planning to shake